Yifan sensed immediately and understood the strength of this Yamada Keiko. It turns out Wang Chanwei was so arrogant today because there was also a martial arts expert from Japan here. The Japanese strongman had already investigated and arrived at Q Wan's company. However, since Keiko Yamada had not left, it seemed that second brother had not found what he was looking for yet. Oh no. Oh no, Wenye is in trouble now. Wenye, why don't you hurry up and escape? I didn't expect Wang Chanwei to invite such a master. Ah, can Wenye still run away now? A group of sisters around Q Wan looked regretful as they watched Q Wan, and Q Wan's heart was in her throat. Wang Chanwei also had martial arts experts on his side. What should Yifan do? Although Q Wan probably knew that 5 years ago, Yifan was indeed a monstrous genius and not a fool, the opponent's power also seemed strong. Was she really going to be controlled by Wang Chanwei today? Would Yifan ignore her? Q Wan tightly grasped her clothes, feeling uneasy. After all, the girl just now said that there was nothing to do with Yifan here. As long as Yifan didn't cause trouble, he could leave. She and Yifan were just a night of pleasure, so it was normal for Yifan to leave. But soon, a sentence from Yifan dispelled Q Wan's worries. You've got it wrong. She is my woman. She belongs to me. Yifan stared sharply at the woman in front of him. Let me go. You're not qualified. Yifan was already seething with anger. Wang Chanwei actually colluded with those Japanese dogs. Yifan had never had a good impression of the Japanese people. Yifan had already decided in his heart that he must turn everything upside down today. HMPH. You scoundrel, you dare to act so arrogantly in front of Mrs. E. You're asking for death. Mrs. E, please take action and teach him a lesson. Wang Chanwei requested his E's assistance, full of hatred towards Yifan. He even broke his own hand and kicked his own manhwaedit. Damn. When Mrs. E finishes you off, it will be my turn for payback. Tizi furrowed her brows, not speaking, but staring at Yifan with some confusion. When Yifan made a move against the security guards earlier, Tizi noticed the martial arts aura emanating from Yifan. At that time, Yifan's martial arts aura was only at the mastery level. Relying on being a master level expert, that was why Tizi showed up. However, just a moment ago, Tizi suddenly discovered that Yifan's martial arts aura had reached the grandmother level, even surpassing her own. This guy in front of her was not to be trifled with. Furthermore, what puzzled Tizi even more was that she felt very familiar with the young man in front of her, but she couldn't remember where she had met Yifan. So Tizi hesitated and did not act rashly. Screech. Screech. Just as tensions were heightening, there was a sudden sound of urgent brakes at the company's gate. A middle-aged fat man accompanied by a group of bodyguards rushed in. Chanwei. What happened? Who dared to bully you? This fat man was none other than Wang Chanwei's brother-in-law, Tong Quan, a director at the company's headquarters. Ah, brother-in-law, you finally came. It's him. When Wang Chanwei saw his brother-in-law Tong Quan, he cried as if he had seen his own father, complaining tearfully. Brother-in-law, look, he broke my arm, my manhood. My manhood was kicked. I won't be able to accompany you to get foot massages anymore. Wang, brother-in-law, you have to avenge me. Ignoring the pain in his crotch, Wang Chanwei ran to Tong Quan. Tong Quan, seeing Wang Chanwei in such a pitiful state, looked at Yifan with disdain. Is it you who made my little nephew this way? It was me. Yifan looked at Tong Quan, the man from Juzhou Group. Counting the time, Juzhou Group's general manager Suai should be arriving soon as well, right? Yifan was curious. When Suai arrived and saw the situation, how would he handle it? After all, Yifan was the newly appointed Lord of the Heaven's Secret Pavilion, and Suai, as the general manager of Juzhou Group, should be a trusted person of Panghai. Representing Panghai to pay respects to him, but found his subordinates offending him like this. Wouldn't Wang Chanwei and Tong Quan be in trouble? Kid, you're being arrogant. Do you know who I am? I'm the director of the investments department of Juzhou Group. I can easily mobilize the level strength of Juzhou Group. Crushing you is as easy as squashing an ant. Do you understand? Tong Quan did not rush to take action but spoke to Yifan, his gaze shifting to Q Wan next to Yifan. Seeing Q Wan's exquisite appearance, Tong Quan's eyes lit up. Chanwei, she's the high-quality woman you mentioned. The one you've been trying to get but couldn't, right? Tong Quan had taken a liking to Q Wan, understanding the relationships between the people. That's right. Brother-in-law, that bastard is her boyfriend. Understanding the situation, Tong Quan immediately had an idea. Kid, Do you want to handle it yourself, or should I help you? Tong Quan coldly snorted, tossing a battle knife in front of Yifan. Cut off an arm yourself, then crush your manhood. Leave your woman behind. Kneel and crawl out of here. I'll spare your life. Tong Quan, seeing so many of his men and the Japanese expert on his side, was already certain of Yifan's defeat. Are you crazy? Why should I crush my own manhood? Yifan smiled faintly, but I don't mind helping you crush your own manhood. Letting you to match up. Splat. Yifan stomped on the ground, and the battle knife flew straight up, piercing Tong Quan's thigh, causing fresh blood to flow down immediately. Damn. You're insane, even daring to pick a fight with me. Ah, my leg. Tong Quan howled in pain, then turned to his bodyguards and barked, act now, no matter what. Take him down. Quick. I want him dead. They jumped to action without any hesitation. Why should this guy be so arrogant? Stop. Who are you trying to kill? Just as Tong Quan's bodyguards were about to act, a middle-aged man's stern voice from the entrance made everyone halt their movements. This man was dressed in a Johnshan suit, escorted by a few tough men, walking quickly into the company courtyard. General Manager Su, it's you. Why did you come in person? It's just a small matter, not worth bothering you for. There's just a guy causing trouble here. I can handle it. The person who arrived was Suai, the general manager of Juzhou Group, Tan Hai's right-hand man. Tong Quan was shocked and excited to see Suai showing up in person. Suai, as a direct force of Pang Hai, Tong Quan didn't see him often. The key was Suhai's own strength, rumored to have reached the Grandmother Peak realm, or even the Martial Emperor realm. Moreover, the bodyguards around Suai were strong among the strong. With the general manager present to oversee things, how could the young man in front of them turn things around? You bastard! Let's see how arrogant you remain this time. Idiot! Manager Su came. You're in for it now. Tong Quan shouted excitedly at Yifan. Smack! Without warning, Suai raised his hand and slapped Tong Quan across the face. Shut up. Men, get rid of him from me. Ah! Suai suddenly slapped with a martial arts spirit, directly making Suai dizzy. What's going on? Director Su, why are you? What did I do wrong? Suai actually slapped himself directly, his teeth shattered in his mouth. In Tong Quan's shocked eyes, Suai ran all the way, quickly walked towards Yifan, and said, I'm Suai from below, representing Pan Lao, paying respects to Gate Yi Shao. Suai intended to call Yifan the Gate Master, but considering that Yifan had been hiding his identity, he changed it to Yi Shao. This way, everyone would only suspect the relationship between Yifan and Juzhou Group, not between Yifan and Tianji Pavilion. When Yifan contacted Pan Lao with Guo Li's phone, Pan Lao immediately started an investigation and denied the idea of Guo Li being Tianji Pavilion's successor. Subsequent investigations confirmed that Yifan was the new owner of Tianji Pavilion. Get up! Yifan knew that Suai was representing Pang Hai, and like Yukong, there was some probing involved. So as Yifan spoke, a surge of martial arts spirit flowed through his hand, grabbing Suhai's arm through the air and helping him up. Feeling that surge of energy from Yifan, Suhai's eyes revealed a hint of intense shock. Grasping objects through the air. The young master's strength is at least above the Martial Emperor realm, right? Suai came with a sense of probing, so without any hesitation, he frantically operated his martial arts spirit of the Martial Emperor realm, trying to suppress from below. Suai wanted to test how strong Yifan's actual strength was. According to Pan Lao, they wanted to see if Yifan was worth assisting. With a faint smile, Yifan's expression remained unchanged as the aura of a 6th-grade martial emperor enveloped the entire space, making Suai feel breathless, as if Mount Tai were pressing down on him, weighing heavy like 10,000 caddies. Effortlessly, Yifan, using just a few fingers' strength, lifted Suai up. Yi Shao, forgive me. After being helped up by Yifan, Suhai's face was swollen and red. He once again bowed to Yifan. In this test just now, Suai exerted all his strength, but Yifan effortlessly controlled him. At least, Yi Shao's strength was at the level of a martial emperor. Tang Lao had said that if Yi Shao's strength was above that of a martial emperor, then the crisis facing the Yi family was not a crisis at all. It's nothing. Yifan withdrew the fluctuation of his martial arts spirit, looked towards Tong Quan and others, and said, This Honda Takeout Company is a subsidiary of Juzhou Group. Bullied my woman, so daring. Yes. Suai wiped the sweat off his forehead. Yi Shao, rest assured, I will handle this matter. On the other side, Tongquan saw Suhai's actions and was dumbfounded. What's going on? The general manager of Suai actually knows this young man in front of him, and it seems that he is very deferential to him. I'm going to be killed by you. Tongquan was now regretting so much that he wanted to slap himself. Seeing Wang Chanwei beside him, he suddenly kicked out. Brother-in-law, Wang Chanwei also realized the situation now. He thought he could beat Yifan and Qwen with his brother-in-law, but seeing that his brother-in-law was kneeling before the big boss behind him because of this young man in front of him, he was in shock. Dang. Before Wang Chanwei could finish his sentence, the two bodyguards beside Suhai had already rushed over and directly broke Tongquan's arm and crushed the eggs in his pants. The two bodyguards glanced at Wang Chanwei, then looked at Suhai for confirmation, and without any hesitation, they broke Wang Chanwei's other thigh. Wang Chanwei and Tongquan lay on the ground, groaning continuously, their bodies bent like shrimp. However, facing Suhai, they dared not show any resistance, even though 10,000 Kaonaima were running wild in their hearts. They knew the methods of Zhuzhou group, and being able to save their lives now was considered lucky. If they really provoked them completely, losing their lives would be a matter of minutes. Yifan smiled faintly, took a few steps forward, walked to Wang Chanwei, looked down at him, and stepped on Wang Chanwei's face. Manager Wang, do you still want to touch my woman? Do you want me to leave lying down? Wang Chanwei didn't even have the courage to cry now, his face full of fear. I dare not. I dare not. Ye shall have mercy, have mercy. I won't dare anymore, really won't dare. Although his hands and feet were crippled, Wang Chanwei endured the pain and knelt before Yifan, kowtowing non-stop. With his only intact arm, he kept hitting his own face. Crack, crack. The crisp sound echoed in the courtyard, and in just a few seconds, Wang Chanwei's face was swollen like a pig's head. Yi Shao, I was wrong. On the other side, Tongquan also reacted, knelt respectfully before Yifan, raised his hand, and slapped his own face. The security guards and takeout delivery guys on the scene all looked on with regret at the situation. Those who had been worried about Yifan secretly breathed a sigh of relief. I didn't expect Wen Ji's boyfriend to actually know the general manager of Zhuzhou Group. Yet, it turns out he's so powerful, with such a background. Now Wang Chanwei has finally been taken care of. Tongquan probably won't have a good ending either. On the other hand, some of the security guards and takeout delivery guys who had acted with Wang Chanwei before were stunned. Seeing the fate of Wang Chanwei and Tongquan, everyone couldn't help but shudder. One of the security guards took the lead, hesitated for a moment, and all knelt down before Yifan. Yifan glanced at everyone indifferently. Had I known, why bother? Seeing Yifan's anger dissipate, Suhai also breathed a sigh of relief and reprimanded his bodyguards. Take those two guys away, hand them over to the disciplinary supervision department, and check their financial status. All the personnel involved in today's events at Honda Takeout Company will be dismissed. As the general manager of Zhuzhou Group, Suhai was naturally decisive in his actions. With a few words, he clearly arranged the fate of Wang Chanwei and Tongquan. Zhuzhou Group's disciplinary supervision department was known for its harsh methods. After so many years in their respective positions, Tongquan and Wang Chanwei are not likely to have clean hands and feet. Once placed in the hands of the disciplinary supervision department, even if they didn't die, they would probably only have half a life left. Director Su, please don't hand us over to the disciplinary supervision department. Yi Shao, we were wrong. We kowtowed to you. Qwen, sorry, we were wrong. You can't stand by and watch. Please, speak up. Save us. Before being dragged away, Tongquan and Wang Chanwei wanted Qwen to speak up for them, but Qwen's expression changed several times, looked at Yifan, and in the end, she didn't say anything. Qwen knew that today, luckily, Yifan's background was strong enough. Otherwise, if she and Yifan fell into their hands, would they have shown mercy? After handling Wang Chanwei and Tongquan, Suhai glanced at Qwen, then spoke in a low voice. Yi Shao, Mrs. Qwen is arranged to be the Deputy Chief Financial Officer of Zhuzhou Group, with an annual salary, 1 million. Suhai tentatively asked, and seeing Yifan's twitching mouth, Suhai was shocked. No. Mrs. Qwen will work as the Chief Financial Officer of Zhuzhou Group, with an annual salary of 200. No. 5 million. In addition, a car worth over 1 million. Miss Q, what kind of car do you like? Please tell me, I will arrange it. While Suai was speaking, he kept wiping the beads of sweat on his forehead. The commotion caused by his subordinates today had offended the future lady of the manor of the Sky Pavilion. They were even thinking about disrespecting the lady of the manor. If things really escalated, he was afraid that he would also suffer the consequences. So, upon finding out that Qwen was a talented manager in finance, he directly arranged for her to enter the Jujo group. He first mentioned the position of deputy finance director, but seeing that the lady of the manor's expression was not right, he quickly promoted her to finance director, increasing her annual salary from 1 million to 5 million. After all, the identity of the lady of the manor had already been confirmed, and the entire Sky Pavilion belonged to the lady of the manor herself. No matter how high the annual salary was, it was just a matter of transferring wealth from one hand to another. Mr. Su, this is too high. It's not appropriate. Upon hearing the 5 million annual salary and the position of finance director at Jujo Group, Qwen was shocked. When Qwen had just graduated from university, she had indeed thought about working in a large company like Jujo Group, but reality had brutally slapped her in the face. She had no background, no work experience, and there was no way she could enter those large companies through normal means. She could only find a job as a finance manager in a large takeaway company. And now, when Suai announced that she was the finance director of the Jujo Group, Qwen felt even more afraid. On one hand, she felt that this sudden happiness was somewhat unreal, and on the other hand, she was worried about whether she could do the job well. Jujo Group was a behemoth with trillions of assets, and the responsibilities of the finance director were naturally very significant. The 5 million annual salary was something Qwen had never even dreamed of before. Not high. Miss Q, not high at all. This is the standard salary in our industry. Suai observed Yifan's expression and saw Yifan smile, causing his heart to relax completely. His attempt to flatter didn't backfire. Although the newly appointed lady of the Sky Pavilion appeared young, she had silently endured for so many years, developed quietly, and now, perhaps those enemies of the Yi family still didn't know Yifan's true situation. The new lady of the manor was not to be trifled with, but the more she was like this, the more hope the Sky Pavilion had for revival. Her means as the lady of the manor would surely intimidate those cunning and sinister individuals within the organization. But, Mr. Su, Qwen wanted to decline further, but Yifan extended his hand and embraced Qwen, whispering in her ear, "Yeah, don't resist. Let me tell you a secret. Jujo Group is also my business." What? Upon hearing Yifan's words, Qwen's eyes widened in shock. "It's also the Yi family." Yifan shook his head. "Not the Yi family, it's my business. So, yeah, going to work at Jujo Group is to help me manage the financial power. The position is very important. I don't usually have much time to manage the company's finances. If someone embezzles my money, I won't even know. Yeah, is now my woman. Going to work at Jujo Group can help me keep a close watch. I'm at ease." At the same time as he spoke, Yifan turned his head and kissed Qwen on the cheek. This made Qwen blush and her heart skip a beat. This Yifan was really naughty. Well, Qwen was still severely shaken inside. Jujo Group, such a giant entity, was also under Yifan's assets. In addition to the power behind Yifan's family, how much influence did this slightly younger handsome guy in front of her have? Was this heaven's way of repaying her for all the hardships she had faced before? She had endured so many difficult days before, and now, suddenly she was lifted into the clouds. "It's settled then, Mr. Su. Starting tomorrow, let Ya slowly familiarize herself with the company's operations." Yifan interrupted Qwen's words directly, making a firm decision. Yifan then turned to look at the remaining people at the large takeaway company and said to Qwen, "Yeah, Wan Chanwei has been taken away, and you are leaving too. You are most familiar with the large takeaway company, but you can't continue to work here. How would you like their personnel arrangements to be?" Suai chimed in. "Yes, madam. Please guide us in handling matters at the large company." Suai was also a clever person, addressing Qwen directly as madam, and the arrangement for the large company is a guidance job. Yifan smiled slightly at the corner of his mouth, thinking that Suai could perhaps hit it off with Liu Yang later. Qwen, with a weak personality, instinctively wanted to refuse again, but suddenly felt Yifan's hand on her hip. Yifan blew a breath in Qwen's ear. "Yeah. Listen carefully, or I'll have to spank you." "Don't." Qwen blushed, feeling embarrassed. With so many people here, if Yifan was so intimate with her, wouldn't she be ashamed? After blushing coyly, Qiwen glanced at everyone and finally spoke. Mr. Su, based on my judgment, Molly is very capable in her daily work. She has been the supervisor of the second team before and has been trained for a long time. She can serve as the manager of the large takeaway company. In addition, Xiaoyang has been working with me in finance and can take over my position. Good. That's the arrangement. As Qiwen's voice fell, Suai did not hesitate and directly called out to the crowd. Who is Molly? Who is Xiaoyang? Please step forward. According to Madam's arrangement, you will respectively serve as the manager and finance manager of the large takeaway company. Take over all the work of the large takeaway company from now on, and the specific appointment letter will be sent over this afternoon. In the crowd, a young girl with glasses and a middle-aged woman in a small suit, upon hearing Suhai's words, looked a bit bewildered. Almost dazed, they walked out. These two were Molly and Xiaoyang, the two girls who had taken the initiative to step forward to help Qiwen when facing the bullying from Wang Chanwei earlier. After understanding their appointments, Molly and Xiaoyang were stunned for a few seconds before reacting. Ah, thank you, Mr. Su. Thank you. Yeah, thank you. Yeah. Both bowed to Suhai and Qiwen, and finally did not forget to bow to Yifan. Thank you, young Master Yi. The gratitude on their faces was genuine. Though the company only had a few hundred employees, the position of company manager was still very important. Under normal circumstances, Molly would have found it very difficult to be promoted to the position of manager even in her old age. But now, just on Qiwen's word, their fates had changed drastically. They were well aware that all this was due to Qiwen's credit and the support of Yifan. No need to thank me, just thank Madam. Suhai glanced at them and continued. Handle the company's follow-up recruitment and personnel arrangements yourselves. Yifan, on the side, smiled faintly. This is what you deserve. When Qiwen faced such an extreme situation earlier, with so many people present, only they and a few other sisters had stepped forward to speak up for her. While Yifan spoke, he glanced at the few security guards and delivery boys who had helped Qiwen and Yifan. You guys did well too. Manager Ma, they will also make proper arrangements, right? Yes. Yes, yes. Mr. Su has already dismissed a group of people, leaving vacancies for several manager positions. Young Master Yi and Madam can rest assured, I will arrange it properly and make sure they are not disappointed. Yifan deliberately mentioned, and those security guards, and Molly of course understood the implications. In short, in just one sentence, the people who helped Qiwen and Yifan just now will not be mistreated. As for those who sided with Wang Chanwei to deal with Qiwen, on the other side, the personnel who were dismissed by Suhai have already been packing up their belongings in the company's courtyard. Their faces dull. They formed a stark contrast with Molly and the others on this side. The welfare benefits at Honda Takeout Company are very good. The monthly income for delivery workers at other takeout companies outside is only a few thousand yuan, but the income for delivery workers at Honda Takeout Company is over 10,000 yuan. That is why those delivery workers are willing to stay here even though they are mistreated by Wang Chanwei. However, now, those who supported Wang Chanwei and acted against Yifan and Qiwen have completely lost their chance. The members of Honda Takeout Company have already been dealt with, leaving only one person at the scene. The beautiful woman Yamada Keiko from Dongjing. Sensing the situation at the scene, Yamada Keiko finally recognized that the young man just now was Yifan, the young master of the Yi family. However, the situation that Yifan displayed just now was not that of a fool, and Yifan's strength is so powerful, even stronger than herself. Now Wang Chanwei and Tong Quan have both been overthrown, and the crucial point is that Suhai from the Kyushu group has also arrived. Yamada Keiko, somewhat uncertain about Yifan's strength, but she is very certain about Suhai's strength. He is at least at the martial saint realm. Originally, Yamada Keiko was ordered by the vice president of the Black Society to investigate Qiwen and trace the whereabouts of the Chiagong map fragment. If Suhai had not appeared just now, Yamada Keiko was planning to take Qiwen away by force and then interrogate her. But now that Suhai has arrived, Yamada Keiko has no confidence at all. Taking advantage of the chaotic situation at the scene, Yamada Keiko planned to slip away quietly. However, what Yamada Keiko did not know was that Suhai had already set his sights on her. Just as Yamada Keiko was on the move, Suhai flashed in front of her, Powerful martial artists from Dongjing entering Daxia without permission will be executed. Miss Yamada, are you planning to leave without explaining? Suai had a good understanding of the situation here just now. Wang Qianwei really deserves to die for colluding with Dongjing martial arts experts and planning to act against the Lord. Moreover, there is a deep enmity between the Qianji Pavilion and Dongjing. Mr. Suai. Yamada Keiko wanted to explain, but Suai showed no mercy. A powerful martial energy surged from his hand, directly pressing down on Yamada Keiko, cutting off all her retreats. Plop. Plop. In just 3 seconds, all the blood vessels in Yamada Keiko's body were blocked. 2 girls, take her to the lounge upstairs. Suai called 2 company employees and helped Yamada Keiko towards the upstairs lounge. Young Master Yi, stealthy infiltration by Dongjing people into Daxia. Please personally interrogate. Suai respectfully bowed to Yi Fan, and at the same time called out to Q Wen. Madam, let's go and deal with the handover of the company's affairs. In this way, Suai calmly escorted Q Wen away, leaving Yi Fan with a curled lip in place. This Suai understands men. When Dongjing invaded Daxia back then, it brought harm to many Daxia people. In Daxia, there is a saying that if you encounter a woman from Dongjing, you must seek revenge. Yamada Keiko is indeed beautiful, but what interests Yi Fan is not her body. What Yi Fan is more interested in is how far the investigation regarding the Chiagong map fragment by Dongjing has progressed. And recently, the number of martial arts experts infiltrating Daxia has been increasing. Yi Fan wants to figure out what they are up to in Daxia. As for the fact that Yamada Keiko has also traced to Q Wen's location, coupled with the fact that Haruo Murano, who acted in Yuncheng before, must be vigilant. Without any hesitation, Yi Fan planted his feet on the ground and rushed towards the lounge on the 2nd floor. The door was opened, and Yamada Keiko lay weakly on the sofa. With all her blood vessels blocked by Suai, Yamada Keiko could only make slight movements, but had no strength. Seeing Yi Fan entering the room, Yamada Keiko's face instantly changed. Don't come near me. What do you want to do? The hatred between Daxia and Dongjing, Yamada Keiko naturally knew. Moreover, there were rumors within the Black Society that once a woman from Dongjing falls into the hands of a man from Daxia, the outcome is not going to be good. Now, has this fate finally fallen on herself? Yi Fan smiled mischievously, reached out and grabbed Yamada Keiko's waist, pushing her down on the sofa. What would a man want to do when facing such a beautiful woman? With this action, Yi Fan made Yamada Keiko scream in shock. No, Yi Fan, you can't touch me. I am from the General's Mansion. The great General's Mansion in Dongjing is my foster father. If you touch me, the Dongjing General's Mansion and the Black Society won't spare you. Yi Fan couldn't help but smile slightly. Before he could even ask, Miss Yamada Keiko had clearly revealed her own identity. Another member of the Black Society. And it involves the great General's Mansion of Dongjing. Hey! Things are getting more interesting. The power of the Dongjing royal family is gradually weakening now, with those families in Dongjing gradually surpassing the royal authority. In addition to those families, there are several powerful institutions. The 2 largest among them are the General's Mansion and the Black Society. In many cases, the Dongjing royal family must obey the commands of these 2 major institutions. Is that so? I just happen to want to make a move and see. Smack. Smack. Without any hesitation, Yi Fan clapped his hands on Yamada Keiko's buttocks. The fiery pain on her buttocks made Yamada Keiko stiffen, and she began to call out shyly, "You jerk. Is it okay to touch such a private part of a girl?" What's even more annoying is that Yi Fan actually lifted up Yamada Keiko's skirt, revealing a thin pair of panties. But before Yamada Keiko could finish screaming, she froze again. How did a warm current enter her body, and then transform into martial energy, rapidly nourishing her body and boosting her strength? And the source of that warm current was where Yi Fan had just hit her buttocks. This was Yi Fan able to enhance her strength by hitting her own butt. You rascal. If you have the guts, hit me again. Yamada Keiko, sensing the unusual sensation in her body, deliberately provoked Yi Fan. Let's try it then. With such a strange request, Yi Fan naturally had to fulfill it. Without any hesitation, Yi Fan swung his hand and smacked Yamada Keiko's round buttocks with 2 more slaps. Yamada Keiko's body twisted beneath him, feeling numb. This scoundrel, not showing any mercy. but that familiar warm stream entered her body again. Yamada Keiko was now sure that this was the person her mother had instructed her to find before leaving. DONGYING. Master, please stop hitting me. Your servant is willing to submit. Yedfan was surprised by Yamada Keiko's reaction. He had only given her a couple of smacks, and this girl had actually submitted directly. What was going on? Was she inclined to masochism? Yedfan was still puzzled when Yamada Keiko took out a fragment of a jade pendant from her body and handed it respectfully to Yedfan. Master, this is a token left by my mother. As long as the young master takes this fragment of the jade pendant back, naturally he will understand my mother's identity. Another jade pendant fragment? Yedfan remembered that just a few days ago, Captain Mu of Yaon had taken out a fragment of a jade pendant, and then combined it with the fragment in his grandfather's hand, proving that Yaon was an organization and power left by his mother. And now, Yamada Keiko had also brought out such a fragment. Could it be that his mother had arranged for power in Donyag? What is your mother's identity? Yamada Keiko lay on the sofa, respectfully replied, my mother was the swordsman beside the leader. Before the leader left, she was ordered to go undercover in Donyag. At that time, my mother was ordered to infiltrate by the side of the Grand General, and then became the Grand General's woman. I gave birth to an illegitimate daughter. Mother has been secretly accumulating power over the years, waiting for the master's summons at any time. But now my mother has been effectively detained by the Grand General's residence. I don't even know where she is being held. The Grand General's residence is using my mother's life as a threat, forcing me to act in Dia. Listening to Yamada Keiko's explanation, Yedfan was shocked. What was his mysterious mother planning to do? She had left so many clues for him in the Ya family, and with Yu Hun's power support. Now in Donyag, she had left him such a powerful covert force. Was this about dominating the world? Thinking of this, Yedfan quickly called his grandfather. Grandpa, I have a piece of jade pendant here. Can you see if there is a complete match for it at home? Yedfan sent the photo to his grandfather, and within a minute, his grandfather called back, yes, fragment number 2 of the jade pendant does match with this one. Your mother did say that there was indeed an undercover force in Donyag. It seems her makeover there was called Yamada something. So this Yamada Keiko was telling the truth. In that case, the Yamada Keiko in front of him was now considered his own person. A surge of energy flowed from Yedfan's hand, releasing the restraint on Yamada Keiko. Speak, how many people from Donyag have come to die at this time? What do they want to do? But what surprised Yedfan was that as soon as he released the restraint on Yamada Keiko, she immediately reached out and hugged Yedfan's neck. Master, hug me. Having just had such an intimate contact with Yedfan, with the huge benefits of Yamada Keiko, she was starting to get addicted. Yamada Keiko, although you are the daughter of my mother's maid, don't play with fire. Feeling the tenderness in his arms, Yedfan rebuked helplessly. Yamada Keiko was truly a cute, sexy soft girl from Donyag. To big ponytails, a soft waist, a super short skirt. If she were to put on a school uniform sometime, with white stockings, it would be a perfect match. Keiko is not afraid. Mother said, Keiko has always belonged to the master since birth. Heart, body, everything. Yamada Keiko hooked Yedfan's neck, her delicate fingers constantly beating against Yedfan's chest, her body lightly swaying a few times in Yedfan's arms, making Yedfan feel like he was about to explode. Master, use your flames to burn me to death. Yamada Keiko whispered softly in Yedfan's ear with her cherry lips, her alluring voice acting like a charm. Although Yedfan was no longer a novice, facing such a lure, he was completely losing control. If he hadn't already verified Yamada Keiko's identity, Yedfan would have thought that this was a trick set up by the enemies of the Ya family. Slap. Yedfan reached out and slapped Yamada Keiko's hip vigorously. Save it for later. I have something to ask you. Master, I'll wait for you. Keiko will always be the master's. Yamada Keiko's face showed a touch of enjoyment. The wilder the master is, the more Keiko likes it. Those bewitching eyes, delicate face, truly a deadly fairy. That kind of allure, he couldn't resist. This time, entering Dia is mainly for a celestial map. It is said to be a shrine of gods, with a lot of top-tier martial arts techniques inside, as well as cultivation manuals. In addition, we have other secret operations. The living conditions in some areas of Donyag have begun to deteriorate, so our actions this time. Damn. Again, Yedfan was filled with displeasure. Nearly 100 years ago, Donyag had taken advantage of their well-equipped forces and plagued Dia for decades, looting so many treasures from Dia. And now, they wanted to come back for more. Damn it, Yedfan wasn't even born 100 years ago, but now in charge of the Qianji Pavilion, with a million Qianlong army under the Ya family. If anger, he could lead the army directly and crush the small island nation of Donyag. I'm not sure about the situation in the other teams, but I have a general understanding of the personnel in our combat unit. The deputy captain is Murano Koji, who went to Cloud City to investigate the map fragments of the Ya family. And Captain Mewtwo went to the Xuanwu battlefield to assassinate the seed players of Dia. Yedfan's heart sank. Murano Koji was already dead by his hands. But the other Captain Mewtwo went to the Xuanwu battlefield to kill Dia's seed players. Yedfan couldn't help but think of his wife Wen Linglan, who was the youngest war goddess of Dia and was responsible for defense along the coastal area of Xuanwu. Was there something wrong with his wife? After settling things in Huadu, if necessary, he would have to go to the coast. Besides, he was the heavenly king of Xuanwu. It had been 5 years, and he hadn't inquired about the Xuanwu battlefield. It was time for him to make a move. I also have a list of undercover names here. These are the families in the southern province and Donyag Black Apparel that have close ties with the general's residence. Yamada Keiko respectfully handed a list to Yedfan. Yedfan just glanced at it. His mouth sneered. Many of the families on it were restless families among the subsidiary families of Qianji Pavilion, and some of them were previously affiliated families of the Ya family, who had now stood against the Ya family. Were they all colluding with Donyag? This time in Huadu, Yedfan's main task was to clean up all these trash. But today, the most important task was still to find the pen holder that Qwen had mentioned. Calculating the time, I've been chatting with Yamada Keiko for so long. Qwen's handover work should be almost done by now. Master, isn't Keiko's performance amazing? You should reward her. Just as Yifan was about to open the door, Yamada Keiko pounced on him again, embracing Yifan's neck and letting her ample charm sway on Yifan's chest. Even her skirt flipped up from below, revealing the fair scenery inside without any care from Yamada Keiko. Looking into Yifan's scorching gaze, Joe sparkled in Yamada Keiko's eyes. Master, do you like seeing Keiko without clothes? Shall Keiko take them off for you now? As she spoke, Yamada Keiko actually intended to remove her own skirt. Damn it, Yifan was about to go crazy. This enchantress, did she really not know how alluring she was? He was already overwhelmed with her clothes on. If they were to come off, wouldn't it be too much to handle? No. I still have other things to do today. Let's talk about this later. Yifan hastily grabbed Yamada Keiko's wrist. Tell me, what reward do you want? Previously, both Suyixu and Qingruolin had already experienced the benefits and had fallen in love with that feeling. As a master-level expert, Yamada Keiko naturally knew the tremendous benefits that feeling could bring her. Alright, the warmth you felt actually can be obtained through other means. As long as we have intimate skin contact, we can obtain it. After speaking, Yifan finally revealed the secret of the warmth to Yamada Keiko. Sitting up from the couch, Yamada Keiko tilted her head for a moment and instantly understood. Master, Keiko understands. From now on, Keiko will wear less in front of Master. Master, do you like schoolgirls? How about nurse outfits and stewardess outfits? Yamada Keiko was very smart, and as soon as Yifan mentioned it, she instantly understood. As long as she had intimate contact with Yifan, the most intimate contact would naturally be becoming Yifan's woman. If she became the Master's woman, could she break through to the Warlord realm? With her special physique, her combat power would surely be very formidable, and she could help the Master with more things in the future. For every uniform she mentioned, Yifan imagined Yamada Keiko changing into each outfit in his mind. Damn, who could bear this? He couldn't stay here any longer. Otherwise, being charmed by Yamada Keiko, he would eventually lose control. Keiko, it seems like your strength is about to break through to the Warlord realm. I have a pill here that you can take to try and break through. Yifan threw the pill to Yamada Keiko, opened the door, and slipped out directly. Tilt, Yamada Keiko took the pill and looked at the porcelain bottle, almost jumping with Joe. It's really an assisting pill to break through to the Warlord realm. Master, Keiko has been dreaming of this pill. Master, rest assured, Keiko will work hard. Yamada Keiko watched Yifan leave at the door with a misty look in her eyes. Without any hesitation, Yamada Keiko directly took the pill. Yamada Keiko had been stuck at the master level for a long time, always wanting to break through but never daring to act without pills and opportunities. And now, with such a perfect opportunity, Yamada Keiko naturally wouldn't let it go. After taking the pill, the martial energy on Yamada Keiko's body rapidly began to expand. In the blink of an eye, the entire room, even the courtyard, was covered with a magnificent martial energy. When Yifan came out of the room, Suai was respectfully waiting at the door. "Young master, how did the interrogation go?" Suai looked at Yifan with a knowing expression. "Has she submitted? How many poses did she confess?" "Ah, no. How much information did she confess?" Just now, Suai could clearly hear the movements inside the room. This young master was really wild. Yifan was speechless. What was Suai thinking? That Yifan couldn't be bothered to explain further. Since Yamada Keiko was a servant descendant left by his mother and so loyal to him, what would happen next? Is the handover with Wanji almost done? Yifan came to this grand takeout company today to track down the map fragment clue left by his elder brother. Since Qwen found that pen holder that night, it meant that the pen holder was probably the only possible clue. Miss Q didn't have any special matters, just a simple check of the accounts. It should be almost done now, let's go over. Suai led the way, taking Yifan to Qwen's office. Qwen had just finished checking the accounts. "Xiaofan, you're here." Yifan nodded. "Sister Wen, the pen you mentioned you wanted, pack up, I'll take you back. Tomorrow, you'll officially start working at the Jujo group." Qwen nodded. "Take a look, this is the pen I mentioned. How is it? Isn't it pretty?" As she spoke, Qwen picked up the pen from the desk and handed it to Yifan. Yifan held the pen, released his perception, and felt inside the pen for a moment. Sure enough, at the bottom of the pen, Yifan sensed an ancient aura, exactly the same as the map fragment aura he obtained from Liu Hao before. "It's beautiful." Yifan calmly held the pen, and at the same time, he helped Qwen pack up the things on the desk and walk towards the company gate. "Oh, I've been working here for so many years, suddenly leaving here feels a bit strange." Yifan smiled. "Of course. Wanji, this pen contains a huge secret. Do you know what?" Qwen was puzzled. Yifan didn't beat around the bush either. With a wave of his hand, he directly smashed the bottom of the pen, and from the compartment below, he took out a piece of map fragment. "This pen was thrown outside your door by my older brother." "Your older brother? Why did he throw the pen at my door? Who is your older brother? What does he look like?" Qwen frowned and asked Yifan. And Yifan also had the same doubts in his heart. Why did his older brother throw this map fragment in front of Qwen's door? Could it be? Yifan was also puzzled in his heart. "My second brother." Yifan took out his phone and looked inside, but found that there were no photos of his second brother in his phone. "I'll show you when I find them later." Yifan put away his phone, and Guoli happened to drive up outside. Yifan and Qwen were about to get in the car when Suai suddenly followed. "Yishao, what about Mrs. E? How should we handle her?" Suai was a bit uncertain about Yifan's intentions now. Yifan had been interrogating Yamada Hizi for so long, he didn't know if feelings had developed over time. Having confirmed that Yifan was indeed the young master of Qianji Pavilion, dealing with the women around Yifan had to be done carefully. Yifan smirked, since Yamada Hizi was a descendant of a maid under his mother, and her constant calls of master made him decide not to harm her. "Let her go." Yifan hesitated for a moment before sighing. This time, Yamada Hizi had divulged so many secrets about the Black Cloth Society and the royal family. The authorities in Dongjing would surely suspect her. That Yifan gave her a pill, which should help her break through to the martial master level, at least giving her the ability to protect herself. Good. After Yifan left, Suai carefully pondered Yifan's words. Let her go. It seemed that Miss Yamada Hizi would be very close to the young master from now on. He had been harsh towards Miss Yamada Hizi just now. Someone, guard Miss Yamada Hizi outside. Fulfill any of her needs at any time. Yifan sent Qwen back to the villa, where Guoli had already handled all the transfer procedures and such. His daughter, ZZ, had also been arranged to attend the best nearby kindergarten. Qwen looked at the property certificate in her hand, feeling a bit dazed. Zifan, really? Yifan had given her a villa worth tens of millions and arranged for her to work at Jujo Group as the important financial director with an annual salary of 5 million yuan. She was just a young widow. Thinking back to the difficult days she had gone through before, Qwen's eyes reddened. Zifan, should we go upstairs? When she said this, Qwen's face blushed. She couldn't understand why Yifan valued her so much, a broken flower like herself. Yifan had done so much for her, and there was nothing much she could do in return except to spend more time with him. What do you want to do upstairs? Yifan teased Qwen, who was blushing in his arms. Oh, Zifan, you're so naughty. Qwen squirmed in Yifan's arms, pouting and playfully hitting his chest. Yifan knew what Qwen meant, but he also knew that even though Qwen had innate talent, as a regular woman, she couldn't handle too much excitement. Moreover, Yifan had gained tremendous benefits from Qwen's body, lifting his power level to that of a high-ranking martial emperor. His body had reached its limit of what it could bear, so further enhancement was unlikely in the short term. Just kidding. Yifan smiled mischievously, then lightly patted Qwen's buttocks before saying, I have other things to do today. Yifan couldn't help but think of Qing Ruolan's eyes that were almost dripping with water yesterday. Qing Ruolan had said she wanted to surprise him last night. He knew what that meant. However, he had unexpectedly encountered Qwen in the slums while investigating clues yesterday, getting in the way of their meeting. Despite maintaining the appearance of being naive, Yifan remembered the kindness of his 7 sisters-in-law very clearly. Even if he was acting silly, he didn't want Qing Ruolan to be wronged. It was necessary to comfort her today. In the Qing family mansion, Qing Ruolan was holding a stick at the gate, blocking her younger brother, Qing Xiaocheng. Qing Xiaocheng, do you have any conscience? You caused such a big trouble yesterday, and today you want to go out and drink with your friends. What are you trying to do? Sister, yesterday's matter was resolved, right? Brother-in-law is so powerful. Shenzi fell under his hands. Isn't it fine now? I already made plans with my friends. It wouldn't be appropriate not to go. Qing Xiaocheng was a bit indifferent and kept testing the waters, trying to slip away from Qing Ruolan. Qing Xiaocheng had been mischievous since childhood, with his parents unable to control him. Only Qing Ruolan could manage him to some extent, but as Qing Xiaocheng grew older, he even stopped listening to his sister. You want to anger me to death. Seizing the opportunity, when Qing Ruolan was angry, Qing Xiaocheng kicked off and ran out through the gate. Sis, I'm going. Remember to transfer 100,000 pocket money to me. Qing Ruolan was on the verge of tears. The Qing family was doing well in everything, but why did they have such an unworthy descendant? His parents couldn't control him now, and neither could she. In the future, with the massive Qing family group, how could she entrust it to him? Just as Qing Ruolan was about to explode in anger, she suddenly saw Qing Xiaocheng, who had just rushed out, being carried back in as if he were a little chicken. Qing Ruolan was curious. In the Qing family, Qing Xiaocheng was like a tyrant. Who had the courage to lay hands on him? Zifan. You're back. Qing Ruolan looked up and saw Yifan walking into the courtyard, followed by Guoli. How was your meeting with your friend yesterday? While speaking, Qing Ruolan glanced at Guoli behind Yifan. Qing Ruolan had felt that Yifan's behavior was a bit strange last night, but Guoli had specifically reported certain matters, so Qing Ruolan couldn't say anything. It went quite well. Yifan responded somewhat nervously. Qing Xiaocheng sat on the ground, his buttocks nearly swollen from the fall. Brother-in-law, what are you doing? I just wanted to go out for drinks with my friends. Why won't you let me? It's okay. I'll go in your place for your social gatherings later, but for now, you need to do something else. Yifan smiled mischievously, grabbed Qing Xiaocheng's shoulders, and unleashed the vitality of the 7-star soul-extinguishing hand into his head, creating an illusion in Qing Xiaocheng's mind. Despite Qing Xiaocheng's decent foundation in cultivation and business management due to his natural talent, he had lived a life of luxury since childhood, not experiencing much hardship or setbacks. As a result, his potential had not been fully realized, and his maturity was lacking. So, in Qing Xiaocheng's mind, Yifan constructed an illusion of the Qing family being suppressed, completely bankrupted, and the family being massacred. Sister's husband, why are you grabbing my head? Qing Xiaocheng was grabbed by Yifan's head, planning to argue for a moment, but the next moment, his head became dizzy and the scene in front of his eyes changed drastically in an instant. In front of Qing Xiaocheng, the Qing family's courtyard was already a fiery ruin. Countless martial arts experts were charging into the Qing family's compound, fighting against the Qing family's bodyguards. Qing Xiaocheng's uncles, second uncle and third uncle, were lying in a pool of blood in front of Qing Xiaocheng. Who are you? Why are you attacking the Qing family? Qing Xiaocheng wanted to stop these martial artists, but he found that all his meridians seemed to be restricted, unable to move. Your Qing family is too weak. You are just a waste relying on a woman like Qing Ruolan to support the Qing family. Waste? Always indulging in luxury. Qing Xiaocheng, I have been thinking about you for a long time. In the crowd, several figures familiar to Qing Xiaocheng appeared. Qin Xiao, who used to drink with Qing Xiaocheng, Qin Xiao, who used to call him brother, was now maliciously walking towards Qing Xiaocheng's sister, Qing Ruolan, tearing her clothes. Don't. Sister. Don't. Qing Xiaocheng always listened to his sister and loved her the most. When he knew that Shenzi was going to harm Qing Ruolan, Qing Xiaocheng almost went crazy. But in the end, Yifan appeared and resolved the situation. Qing Xiaocheng breathed a sigh of relief. However, at this moment, seeing Qin Shou and a few other brothers who used to drink together participating in the bloodbath of the Qing family, Qing Xiaocheng felt like his heart was being torn apart. Damn it! Beasts! Beasts! Qing Xiaocheng could not believe that those guys he used to drink with were planning to harm the Qing family. Qing Xiaocheng was still uncomfortable inside, and the scene in front of him turned into his parents kneeling in a pool of blood. A group of black-clothed people hitting their heads with iron rods. Even from a distance, Qing Xiaocheng could hear the sound of bones shattering. No. Stop it, you bastards. Are you coming? You are just a warrior at the chair-refining level. Do you think you can beat us? You have no idea, do you? How many people want to bring the Qing family to ruins? Your parents, your sister, your uncles, and even your nephew who hasn't reached a year old. All the cruel scenes kept flashing in front of Qing Xiaocheng. Each scene made Qing Xiaocheng cry out in agony. When he woke up, Qing Ruolan saw Qing Xiaocheng crying on the ground and running around, and hugging a large tree and crying. She was worried. In the end, Qing Xiaocheng spat out a mouthful of blood, shocking Qing Ruolan. Xiaofan, is Xiaocheng okay? Although Qing Ruolan knew Yifan's abilities, Qing Xiaocheng's current state, acting like a madman, made Qing Ruolan worry. Don't worry. Break before you can stand up. You need to break before you can stand up. Yifan looked at the changing expressions on Qing Xiaocheng's face, from innocence, to sorrow, to becoming more resolute. In just a few minutes, the illusion created by Yifan had led Qing Xiaocheng to a qualitative leap and a complete transformation. Feeling it was enough, Yifan approached and tapped Qing Xiaocheng's head, dispelling the illusions in his mind. Don't. You must not die. When Qing Xiaocheng woke up, he instinctively shouted, trying to grasp something. When Qing Xiaocheng woke up, he looked around and saw Qing Ruolan in the courtyard. His pupils dilated. Sister. Sister, you are not dead. You are okay? That's great. That's great. Qing Xiaocheng almost crawled over to Qing Ruolan, crying and laughing at her legs. Qing Xiaocheng looked around again, and the Qing family's courtyard was still intact. Was this all just a dream? But the dream just now was too real, as if it had actually happened, leaving a deep impression and shadow in Qing Xiaocheng's heart. At this moment, Qing Xiaocheng understood that although the images in his head were just illusions, if he continued to be so decadent, one day the Qing family might really become what he had imagined. Especially, when his sister declared she would still marry into the Yi family, it put her on the opposite side of those dead opponents of the Yi family. The Yi family, such a formidable force, had already eliminated the core disciples of those opponents. Their retaliation must have begun a long time ago, right? These reasons were actually understood by Qing Xiaocheng before, but at that time, he always thought he still had his sister and parents. But after a dream today, Qing Xiaocheng understood that his parents were getting old, and his sister's abilities were limited. As for his brother-in-law, although Yifan was sometimes lucid, overall, he was still in a stupid state. If Yifan was lucid, he could still help the Qing family, but if Yifan happened to be in a stupid state, would Qing Xiaocheng really stand by and watch others bully his sister? Sister, where is the martial arts master who taught us before? I want to learn martial arts. I want to break through. Qing Xiaocheng's face showed determination, surprising Qing Ruolan. What did you say? You want to learn martial arts? Before Qing Ruolan could speak, a middle-aged couple walked out from a side room of the courtyard, and upon hearing Qing Xiaocheng's words, they exclaimed in shock. They were Qing Xiaocheng and Qing Ruolan's biological parents, Qing Dewen and Li Yun. Yes, I want to learn martial arts. Seeing his father starting to use a cane, Qing Xiaocheng's eyes became more determined. He understood that his parents were getting old, and it was time for him to take on some responsibilities. Qing Dayuan's eyes were a bit moist as he turned to Li Yun beside him. Yun, has Xiao Cheng finally grown up? I can finally breathe a sigh of relief. Do you not want to go to the drinking party you mentioned earlier? Qing Roland's brows furrowed. Although she did not know what Yifan had done to Qing Xiaocheng, she knew that Qing Xiaocheng had undergone such a profound change, which was definitely because of Yifan's intervention. I'm not going. Brother-in-law said that he would go to the party for me. Qing Xiaocheng looked gratefully at Yifan. Brother-in-law, thank you. If you are going to the party, please be careful of a guy named Qin Shouan and another one named He Kong. They are not good people. As soon as he mentioned these two names, Qing Xiaocheng gritted his teeth. Because just now in his head, these two guys had personally killed Qing Xiaosheng's sister Aunt Terence. If not for his current lack of strength, Qing Xiaocheng would have wanted to kill these two bastards immediately. Of course, with such excitement, I definitely won't miss it. Yifan smiled lightly. According to the list provided by Yamada Keiko, the Qin and He families were one of the undercover families that the Yamajishi International in Huadu City had managed to attract. Moreover, over the years, these families had committed many heinous crimes. Yifan was thinking about how to deal with them. They had arranged to go out for drinks today, and it was likely not for a good reason. Yifan wanted to see what they were up to. However, if you want to learn martial arts, I can recommend someone for you. Yifan had already planned out how to train Qing Xiaocheng on the way to the Qing family's residence. It was most suitable for Yukon, the head of the killer hall under Tianji Pavilion, to train Qing Xiaocheng. Additionally, Yifan had another ulterior motive. Although Tianji Pavilion was also his core power, the former pavilion master had said that Yukong was trustworthy, but Yifan still wanted to establish some of his own core power within Tianji Pavilion. While speaking, Yifan dialed Yuqiang's number and explained briefly, someone will come to pick you up right away. The other party is a strong figure at the level of the martial emperor. Pay serious attention to what you learn. I have some elixirs here that can help you improve quickly. While speaking, Yifan took out several bottles of elixirs from his body. This is the vitality elixir. This is the bloodcha elixir. A pile of elixirs spilled into his hands, filling the entire courtyard with a pleasant fragrance. Qing Dayuan and his wife Li Yun couldn't help but widen their eyes upon seeing the elixirs in Yifan's hands. They were extremely excited internally. Wasn't it said outside that Yifan was a fool? Look at this. This devilish genius is indeed a devilish genius. These high-quality elixirs can't be bought with money. Li Yun looked at Yifan's generous gesture, her eyes shimmering. Yes, when Lan announced that she would marry Yifan in a high profile, there were still complaints within the family. Now it seems that we have grabbed a big opportunity. The Qing family may soar because of this. Qing Dayuan was also pleased. Let's go. Let's meet this future son-in-law. Qing Dayuan's eyes flashed with a hint of cunning. With Yifan here, those who wanted to harm the Qing family would have to think twice, right? Dad, Mom, you're here. Qing Ruolan saw Qing Dayuan and Li Yun coming out and quickly greeted them. This is Yifan. Yifan respectfully bowed to Qing Dayuan and Li Yun. Uncle, Auntie. Hello. Good. Very good. Little Fan, from now on, I entrust Ruolan to you. Qing Dayuan looked at Yifan with satisfaction, then glanced at Qing Ruolan. Little Fan, if Ruolan truly cares about you, that girl deliberately dressed up last night. According to her mother, she even changed into more attractive clothes. Oh my. Dad. What are you saying? Qing Ruolan blushed, pouting her foot on the ground. Yifan naturally understood what Qing Ruolan meant but turned his head towards her on purpose. Sister-in-law Ruolan, is that so? As he spoke, Yifan intentionally pinched Qing Ruolan's hip behind her back. You're being bad. Qing Ruolan's body stiffened. She twisted her body. HMPH. I told you not to call me that. Call me wife, uncle, auntie. It's our first meeting, and I don't have anything else good to give you. I heard earlier that uncle and auntie are not in good health. Especially uncle's legs have some problems. Here, I have 2 elixirs for you to take first, to nourish your bodies. After some time, I will use acupuncture to help uncle adjust his legs. Then uncle can move freely without any problems. As he spoke, Yifan handed the 2 elixirs to Qing Dayuan and Li Yun. Seeing Yifan giving so many elixirs to Qing Xiaochen before, the couple were envious. It turned out that they also had that. Who said Yifan was a fool? Now the couple strongly suspected that Yifan was intentionally pretending to be foolish. But they had also seen the news from the Yi family. The Thunder God physician had said that Yifan was occasionally clear-headed and occasionally silly, but one thing was certain: he would fully recover in the future. Particularly upon hearing that his legs could fully recover, Qing Dawin was overjoyed. Is that true? That's great. In that case, I thank you in advance, little fan. Don't stand here, come in and meet some of the relatives and friends of the Qing family. Qing Dawin was eager to show off his son-in-law in front of his relatives and friends, showing that his son-in-law was not a fool. However, Yifan declined. Uncle, not for now, my current status hasn't been completely revealed yet. In the eyes of others, I am still that fool. Until those enemies of the Yi family have been completely dealt with, it's better for me not to reveal too much good. Can you understand? Yifan's words left Qing Dawin stunned. Then he immediately understood. All right, we'll wait for the moment when you surprise everyone. Ding dong. As everyone chatted, Qing Xiaosheng's phone suddenly received a text message. After seeing the message, Qing Xiaosheng's expression turned somewhat strange. He then pulled Yifan aside and said, "Brother-in-law, well, to tell you the truth, today, going out for drinks was just a ploy. Actually, it was Chen Shu's girlfriend who invited me out. The hotel room is already booked. Look." As he spoke, Qing Xiaocheng handed the message he received on his phone to Yifan. On Qing Xiaosheng's phone was a sexy photo of a woman twisting her waist suggestively, with her almost bowling white phoenix. It was a sight to behold. "Dear Xiao, come quickly. I've taken a bath and waiting for you." With such enticing words coupled with the photo, it was no wonder Qing Xiaocheng fell for it. This young nephew sure was a player. "It's okay, I can also go with you." Yifan smirked. "Obviously, this is a trap, but I can make them pay a price." The Qin family was originally a vassal family of the Yi family. In recent years, they had already been displaying dual loyalty to the Yi family. In particular, after investigating, Yifan found out that 5 years ago, the incident of his own car accident was involved with the Zhao family in Yuncheng City, the Yun family in the provincial capital, and the Qin family. Since Qin Shou had wanted his life 5 years ago, now that his girlfriend had been sent to him, naturally, he didn't mind collecting some interest. But, brother-in-law, she arranged to meet me. If you go like this, won't they recognize you at first glance? When Qing Xiaocheng thought about how Qin Shou and his gang had treated his sister so viciously in the dream realm, how they had disrespected his parents, he felt the urge to retaliate against them with the help of his brother-in-law. "Is that so?" Yifan smirked, quickly rubbing his face a few times. In an instant, Yifan's appearance underwent a dramatic change, becoming exactly like Qing Xiaocheng. This shocked Qing Xiaocheng. "Brother-in-law, you." Qing Xiaocheng had a strong intuition that today, Qin Shou and He Kong were about to be played by his brother-in-law, and Qin Shu's girlfriend would probably end up being played white. Thinking of his brother-in-law's capabilities, Qing Xiaocheng couldn't help but chuckle. The Floral Hotel. In one of the luxurious private rooms, a group of wealthy young men sat together, chatting excitedly. "Qin Shao, you really went all out this time. To deal with Qing Xiaosheng, you actually offered up your own girlfriend." A burly man spoke to Qin Shao, the leader. "Qin Shao, aren't you afraid if things go from bad to worse, you might just..." The one speaking was He Kong, one of the traitorous families Yan Fen had obtained in his list. Qin Shao popped a great pin to his mouth, smirked, and said, "How could that happen? Xiao Yao is right next door. We have so many people here, and martial arts experts guarding. What can that waste Qing Xiaosheng even do if he arrives? I've already told Xiao Yao, if anything happens, she should scream immediately. Today is the day we control Qing Xiaosheng. Qin Shao, we still need to be cautious. I heard that yesterday a young master from a big family in the capital tried to deal with Qing Xiaosheng, but ended up being brought down by that fool from the Yi family. Even though the Yi family has suffered setbacks, they still have more than enough power to handle us small fries." Exactly, Qin Shao, by targeting King's family, we are essentially declaring war on the Yi family. Can you rely on the people behind you? With everyone speaking like this, Qin Shao also felt unsure. After all, when he pursued his current girlfriend, his methods were somewhat questionable. Even though Wang Yao hadn't said anything now, if Qing Shao still couldn't trust whether Wang Yao would betray him or not, it will be fine. Once Qing Xiaosheng enters, and there's any movement inside, we'll charge in immediately. The wealthy young men nodded. Exactly, Qing Xiaosheng is a joke. He is incapable of doing anything earth-shattering. Unknown to these wealthy young men, this time, Qing Xiaosheng wasn't actually coming himself. Instead, it was Yanfen coming in his place. More importantly, Yanfen wasn't the fool that the outside world believed him to be. He was a powerful martial artist who had reached the level of martial emperor. Upon leaving the Qing family, Guo Li and the From maids followed behind, with Yanfen taking away Qing Xiaosheng's mobile phones to prevent Qin Xia and the others from noticing. Following a message from Wang Yao online, Yanfen booked a room on the 8th floor, precisely in the hotel room directly above Wang Yao's arrangement. At this moment, Yanfen had assumed Qing Xiaosheng's appearance. When Yanfen got out of the car at the hotel entrance, someone immediately started reporting to Qin Xia and the others. Qin Xiaosheng has arrived, and he's entered the hotel. Using his connections, Qin Xiao had already linked all the hotel surveillance cameras to his computer. Once Yanfen entered the hotel, Qin Xia and the others could see everything clearly. Listen carefully. Once the room door is opened, don't hesitate. Take photos, leave evidence, understand? Act quickly. If you're too slow, damn it, if they were too slow, his girlfriend might really end up with Qing Xiaosheng. Then he would truly be wearing a green hat. Understood? According to the message sent by Wang Yao, Yanfen went to the 8th floor, entered room 808, and knocked on the door. You're here? After Yanfen entered the room, a young woman in a sexy robe examined him from head to toe, then let him in. Wow. The woman then went into the bathroom, turned on a tap to create the illusion of taking a shower, before returning to the room and gazing at Yanfen intently. Yanfen also appraised the woman before him. It had to be said, the woman before him was indeed beautiful, with an hourglass figure, a fair complexion, and a flat belly just peeking from under the robe, the outlines of black panties clearly visible underneath. To a man, this was a deadly temptation. You're not Qing Xiaosheng. Yanfen stared at the woman before him expectantly. Just as the woman was about to make a move, Wang Yao suddenly spoke up. Yanfen was taken aback, beginning to doubt his disguise abilities. Could it be that his disguise wasn't accurate enough? But it doesn't matter, regardless of who you are. My goal is revenge on him. Do you dare? Will you sleep with me? Wang Yao stepped closer, hooking her arm around Yanfen's neck, gently wriggling her body against his. With their bodies pressed tightly together, the heat between them ignited, a unique warm flood traversing their contact points, transforming into martial energy, beginning to nurture Wang Yao's body. Even though Wang Yao had just entered the martial arts realm, after such intimate contact with Yanfen, her strength had increased. This peculiar situation was something she had never encountered before. Seems like she had struck gold. The man before her, while not Qing Xiaosheng, was undoubtedly a more formidable martial artist than him. Perhaps this man could rescue her from her predicament. With this in mind, Wang Yao's movements became more fervent, her hand even reaching towards Yanfen's chest. Revenge on Qin Xiao. A fierce gleam flashed in Yanfen's eyes. 5 years ago, Qin Xiao had been involved in the assassination attempt against him, and now he had slept with his girlfriend. And it was even the girlfriend who made the advance. It seemed quite reasonable. Miss, you're playing with fire. Yanfen stared into Wang Yao's eyes, trying to discern her intentions. No matter how many tricks Qin Xiao prepared today, Yanfen wasn't afraid at all. With the strength of a martial emperor, he could sweep everyone here. Brother, I willingly followed you. I don't need you to take responsibility. I just want revenge on Qin Xiao. He forced me with my parents' lives in the past, and now I want to humiliate him. It would be best if I could conceive someone else's child. That would be even better. Saying these words, a fierce light flashed in Wang Yao's eyes. He ruined my youth. I hate him. Hearing Wang Yao speak like this, Yanfen began to understand. Wang Yao had been forced to follow Qin Xiao, and now that she had this opportunity, she chose to take action on her own initiative. Maybe we should forget about this. It doesn't seem right. Yanfen touched his nose. Wasn't this like forcing oneself to be despicable? HMPH. What's wrong with it? He was thinking of killing my parents. Is there anything for me to fear? Do you dare? Can you handle it? Wang Yao deliberately provoked Yanfen, hooking her arm around his neck, as if about to fall onto the bed. Having already been provoked by Yamada Keiko, and lacking a way to vent, now there was a beautiful woman coming to him. If he didn't make a move, it would seem unfair to his conscience. How can a man say no? Yanfen smirked, hugged Wang Yao, and swiftly rushed towards the window. But not here. Wang Yao was suddenly picked up, watching Yifan holding her and jumping out the window. She was scared and let out a shout, but then worried that her cries might alert Qin Shuai and others next door, so she quickly covered her mouth with her hand. In a quick flash, Wang Yao noticed Yifan using the window frame to push off and head towards a window upstairs. A room card flipped out of Yifan's pocket, unlocking the room. Watching Yifan's crazy actions, Wang Yao was stunned. This guy had actually made so many preparations in advance. Time was running out as Qin Shuai could barge into the room at any moment. Although the water was running, they wouldn't be able to DC for long. They had to hurry. Despite being surprised by Yifan's actions, Wang Yao didn't hesitate and directly took action, pushing Yifan onto the bed with her hands. In an instant, robes and coats were flying around the room. It revealed an inappropriate scene. After Wang Yao and Yifan became intimate, sensing the surging warm energy on Yifan's body, transforming into martial energy, Wang Yao's strength rapidly increased. In just a few minutes, Wang Yao found her strength had directly broken through to the control realm from the condensed energy stage. At this rate, she could quickly grow into a master-level expert, right? If she had the strength of a master at that time, Qin Shuai wouldn't be able to threaten her anymore. That bastard. Just thinking of Qin Shuai made Wang Yao even more vigorous in responding to Yifan's every move. Meanwhile, downstairs, in the adjacent room, Qin Shuai paced back and forth in the room, occasionally glancing at the phone on the table. It had been 5 minutes already. Why hadn't Wang Yao called him yet? 5 minutes was plenty of time to do many things. Typically, Qin Shuai only needed 10 seconds. Let's go. Go over and see what's going on. What's the matter? Qin Shuai's face turned somewhat green. Damn it, that Wang Yao, could she really have slept with Qing Shao? To scheme against Qing Shao, she even involved his own wife. That's just not worth it. Around him, He Kong and a few others who had joined him in taking action didn't dare to speak much. They all went to the door of the adjacent room to listen. Hearing the sound of running water inside, Qin Shuai breathed a sigh of relief. She's still showering. Let's wait a bit longer. When Qing Shao puts his clothes on, we'll catch him in the act. Then we can threaten the Qing family and gain some advantage. He Qiang's martial strength was slightly higher, and he had just used his perception to sense inside. Although he heard the sound of water, He Kong didn't sense anyone inside. However, seeing Qin Shuai's grim expression, He Kong refrained from saying more. But in He Qiang's mind, a bold guess emerged that even if Qin Shuai's plan succeeded today, he might end up wearing a green hat. They all returned to the adjacent room to continue waiting. Half an hour had passed in a blink of an eye, and the room next door was still showering, with no other movements. Young Master Qin, something doesn't seem right. Could it be that sister-in-law has already? The other wealthy young men saw the situation and realized something was off. Shut up. Ziao is not that kind of person, Qin Shuai said, though he himself started to doubt it. A half hour with no sound at all. Was that normal? Just as Qin Shuai was about to call his brothers to smash down the door and barge in, his phone suddenly chimed, a photo message coming through. He Kong, who was closer to Qin Shuai's phone, opened it and was instantly stunned. In the picture, Yifan was lying on the bed, and Wang Yao, without clothes, was lying intimately in Yifan's embrace, pouting as she kissed Yifan's cheek. There was a caption below. Young Master Qin, your girlfriend took the initiative. Heh. It's juicy. Of course, although the person in the picture was Yifan, his appearance had been altered to look like Qing Shao. Young Master Qin, He Kong held the phone, not handing it over to Qin Shuai for a long time. The other wealthy young men nearby snatched the phone, and instantly saw the provocative scene on the screen. They were all left speechless. Was this something we could see without paying? Sister-in-law actually slept with Qing Shao. Damn it. Even though she wasn't their girlfriend, these wealthy young men all felt greatly insulted. What are you guys up to? What's in the message? Say it quickly. If we're going to take action, we should do it right away. Qin Shuai scolded them, his phone snatched away by the others. Looking at the picture and text on the screen, Qin Shuai was no longer calm. Damn it. Damn Qing Shao. Qin Shuai roared madly, feeling like he was running wild on a vast grassland, under a green-blue sky. Even his own hair looked green. Doom. Qin Shuai furiously overturned the table in front of him. Then, with his bodyguards, he angrily smashed down the door of the adjacent room, camera in hand. Bastard. Actually sleeping with his own wife. He must kill that guy today. Expose him. But as the door was pushed open, Everyone was dumbfounded. There was no one in the room. Nobody. Weren't Wang Yao and Qin Shao still taking those intimate photos moments ago? How did they disappear in the blink of an eye? Thinking that Wang Yao might still be intimately engaged with Qin Shao, Qin Shao felt torn. A bunch of idiots. How can you not even keep an eye on to people outside the door with so many people here? Bastards. Can they just vanish into thin air? Find them for me. Qin Shao felt like he had been hit by a 10,000-point critical strike. In the room upstairs, Yifan could have continued fighting for another 2 hours. But unfortunately, under the current circumstances, Yifan needed to go downstairs to deal with Qin Shao and He Qiang's matters, so he could only temporarily put a stop to it. Hurry up and get dressed. Qin Shao must be feeling very uncomfortable right now. Yifan got up, looking at Wang Yao in his arms, feeling a strange sensation in his heart. As Wang Yao wriggled in Yifan's arms and got up, she hesitated for a moment and continued to speak. Big brother, that warm flow on your body. My martial cha has already broken through to the realm of control. Big brother, can you take me away? Wang Yao looked at Yifan with eager eyes. As long as Big Brother is willing to take me out of this hellhole, I am willing to serve Big Brother for the rest of my life. Wang Yao knew that the person in front of her, Yifan, was a golden thigh. Perhaps his unique physical qualities indicated that he was a son of some ancient martial arts family who had come out for training and happened to encounter her. Wang Yao felt that if she didn't seize this opportunity, she might not have another chance in the future. Especially since she had such intimate contact with Yifan today, Qin Shao would definitely not let her go easily. Take you away? Probably not possible. But helping you deal with the Qin family shouldn't be a problem. Yifan smirked, then quickly rubbed his face a few times and restored his original appearance. Do you recognize me? When Yifan resumed his original appearance, Wang Yao was shocked. You're Yi Shao from the Yi family, but aren't you supposed to be a fool? How? The Qin family had always been studying how to deal with the Yi family, although Wang Yao had not participated in any core meetings. But being by Qin Shu's side every day, she naturally heard some news. Wang Yao probably knew something about the Yi family's situation. Wang Yao never expected that today, she was just out for revenge against Qin Shao. So when Qin Shao asked her to seduce Qin Shaokan, she planned to outsmart him and give Qin Shao a cuckold. As a result, she ended up sleeping with the monstrous genius from the Yi family. Wasn't it rumored that Yifan was a fool? But now, it seemed that Yifan was nothing like a fool. He deceived everyone. Thinking about the inexplicable downfall of the three major families in Yun City, and then associating it with Yifan's situation, Wang Yao instantly understood. Yifan was pretending to be a fool on purpose, quietly eliminating those who opposed the Yi family. This is a secret. It's good that you know. Yifan smiled faintly. Rest assured, starting from today, the Qin family no longer exists. Before the Yi family encountered trouble, the Qin family had been wavering, disobeying the Qin family's orders and even plotting an assassination against themselves 5 years ago. So in the Zhuanwu war zone, their actions towards his second brother must also be related to the Qin family. Downstairs, Qin Shao, accompanied by a group of bodyguards, turned the room upside down, searching everywhere for Yifan and Wang Yao's whereabouts, but still found nothing. Is this witchcraft? So many people, and they just disappeared like that in front of us. Is this magic? Qin Shu's face darkened. Damn it, they must be found today, cut into 1,000 pieces. Qin Shu's girlfriend had actually been slept with by Qin Shaokan. If this news got out, where would Qin Shao put his face? Originally, in this operation, Qin Shao had accepted the advice from above and planned to make Qin Shaokan make a move, force the Qing family to make concessions, suppress the Qing family, and then strike at the Yi family. The recent covert actions of the Yi family had already made their mortal enemies above feel a strong threat. Jin Sao and Sun Sao encountering incidents in Yun City had infuriated the higher-ups. They didn't dare to directly attack the Yi family easily, but dealing with the families supporting the Yi family around them was always an option, right? Qin Shao, are you looking for me? While Qin Shao was raging, a deep voice sounded at the door. Yifan, hugging Wang Yao's slender waist, suddenly appeared at the door. Of course, the current Yifan once again looked like Qin Shaokan. However, Wang Yao, who already knew the truth, was now very intimately clinging to Yifan's shoulder, almost wanting to hang her body in Yifan's arms. He was the #1 monstrous genius in Daxia. Under normal circumstances, she would never have had any contact with Yifan. Now, Inexplicably, she had become Yifan's woman. Naturally, Wang Yao wanted to seize the opportunity. Shocked, Qin Shou saw Yifan and Wang Yao suddenly appear from outside the room, his eyes full of confusion and anger. What's going on? Weren't they in the room all along? How did they suddenly appear from outside the room? Qin Shou, the window. They must have gone out through the window. Among the bodyguards arranged in the room, there were also a few martial arts experts who finally reacted when they saw Yifan. Yifan smiled faintly and said, "It seems your men are smart too." "Indeed, we were just upstairs. I have to say, your girlfriend is really well moisturized." Yifan smirked, hugging Wang Yao and even being affectionate with Qin Shou face to face. "Qing Shaokan, you lasted half an hour, which is much better than your 3 seconds." Wang Yao looked affectionately at Yifan, cooperating with Yifan to act, deliberately provoking Qin Shou. "Ah, damn it." Qin Shu's shortcomings were exposed, and he turned ashen with anger, especially when he saw how intimate Wang Yao was with Yifan. He was furious. "Wang Yao, you forgot your identity. Get over here to me immediately." Not only did she earlier send him photos to infuriate him, but now she was so intimate in front of him, which truly disrespected him. "Come over." "Why should I come over? I'm already his woman now." "It's none of your business." Wang Yao looked at Qin Shou resentfully. "Qin Shou, you've ruined my youth. Now, this cuckold hat goes to you. Have a safe trip home." Safe trip home? These 4 words were like a repeated playback, constantly echoing in Qin Shu's ears. Qin Shou was about to explode. "You slut, Qing Shaokan. You bastard. Today you're dead." Qin Shou was thoroughly enraged. "Men, come in. No mercy. Kill them all." Ah, such humiliation. If he didn't kill Qing Shaokan in front of him, Qin Shou would not be able to find peace. Yet, Qin Shou was also curious. Qing Shaokan had always been submissive, and now he suddenly had such audacity. He really dared to sleep with his woman and be so arrogant. After reprimanding, Qin Shou finally noticed that apart from a few bodyguards' actions in the room, dozens of martial arts experts arranged on the corridor outside had no movement at all. What's going on? Are those guys useless? Qin Shou couldn't help but look outside the door. Yifan smiled faintly. "No need to look. I've taken care of those bodyguards outside. I deliberately brought your girlfriend in to provoke you." Ah, slap in the face. This is a blatant slap in the face. This is the ultimate provocation. Can this be tolerated? Deal with it. Qin Shu shouted at the bodyguards in the room, sneering at Yifan. "Qing Shaocheng, do you think I don't know about your mediocre skills? Although I don't know how you dealt with those trash outside, my elite experts in the room, do you think you can handle them just like that?" Over the years, the Qin family has received many elixirs and martial arts from Japan, cultivating a group of dead soldiers and experts, and has accumulated quite a number of strong martial experts. This is why Qin dares to detach from the Yi family and betray their foundation. Even if the Yi family wants to cause trouble for the Qin family, Qin believes that his group of martial experts, including some grandmother experts, are sufficient to handle it. But what they don't know is that the Yi family's grandmother experts are just the beginning. Yifan's mother left behind a profound heritage, and the four maids are all grandmother-level experts, along with 81 dead soldiers who are mostly superior to grandmother-level experts, not to mention some secret cards. Moreover, the powerful institution, Yaun, is also a gift left by his mother to Yifan. Yaun, with a martial emperor sitting in power, makes the Qin family insignificant in front of the Yi family. Most importantly, Yifan himself has awakened and reached the level of a martial emperor, standing before Qin Shu, who is completely unaware. Whoosh! The experts by Qin Shu's side swiftly rushed over to Yifan and Wang Yao, surrounding them, but not rushing to take action. Wang Yao has already learned about Yifan's identity, knowing that the Zhao family, Wang family, and Li family members who went to Beijing have all fallen into Yifan's hands. Yifan, that monstrous genius, is probably at least above the martial venerable level in strength. Facing the martial arts bodyguards who control realms, Wang Yao remained calm without any panic and even spoke up for Yifan. "Qin Shou, if I were you, it would be best to kneel down and beg for mercy now. Maybe he'll spare your life if he's in a good mood." "Spare my expletive. Damn it, shameless wench. Just took a nap, and now you're already supporting your wild man. When I go back, I'll make sure someone will kill your parents. Damn it." Just a moment ago, Wang Yao was his own woman, but in the blink of an eye, Wang Yao not only slept with Yifan but also started speaking up for him. This is like stabbing Qin Shu in the heart with a knife. Qing Sha-Chen, you, a small member of the Qing family, standing against the Yi family, is already outrageous. The pressure from the Yi family's enemies has left you breathless, yet you dared to oppose Qin Shao. I advise you to cooperate with Qin Shao. Although he sensed that something was amiss, as a member of Qin's team, he still had to try persuading Yifan. If you cooperate with Qin Shao and complete the mission, perhaps Qin Shao can consider letting your Qing family off the hook. Initially, Yifan was planning to take action to deal with them directly, but upon hearing He Qiang's words, he couldn't help but be curious. Oh, is that so? I'll have to consider it. No need to consider. Qing Sha-Cheng, you are no match for us. Apart from the martial arts experts by Qin Shao Suai, there are also strong ones from Japan. Let me tell you the truth, Miss Yamada Keiko from the General's Mansion of Japan is already on her way. Miss Yamada Keiko said, she has reached the level of martial venerable. No matter how formidable you are, can you be her opponent? Another big shot on the side spoke with a hint of satisfaction. Listening to the flattery from his subordinates, Qin Shu couldn't wipe the smug smile off his face. Qing Sha-Cheng, considering our past drinking sessions, I will spare your life after cutting your bird off. While Qin Shu was proud of himself, the frustration of his woman being taken by Yifan was building up inside him. Yifan chuckled lightly. He naturally knew that Yamada Keiko had already reached the level of martial venerable, thanks to the effects of the medicine pill he gave her. However, is Yamada Keiko coming here to help Qin Shu deal with him? That seems unlikely. The list of names from the Qin family, He family, and the various other undercover families in Huadu provided by Yamada Keiko was a clear indication that she recognized Yifan's identity as her master, as Yamada Keiko's mother was once his mother's sore attendant. Yamada Keiko's visit was probably to help clean up the trash. In that case, there was no need for him to personally take action. Qing Sha-Chen, are you looking for trouble? Surrender now. Qin Shu and He Kong, seeing Yifan hesitating, thought he was afraid. One of the bodyguards even held a sword to Yifan's neck, threatening him. Seeing Yifan hesitating, Wang Ya became anxious, reaching out to grab his hand tightly. What is this Yisha waiting for? Yifan, of course, wanted to see what schemes Qin's group was planning. Qin Shao, how about you have your men put down their weapons first, and we have a nice chat. How should I cooperate with you? Yifan deliberately reached out to Wang Ya's waist, also sniffing the scent on his hand in front of Qin Shu. Very fragrant. Your mother. Qin Shu had initially intended to accept Yifan's suggestion and have a chat with Qing Sha-Chen, hoping to manipulate him into action. However, seeing Yifan's provocative actions, he couldn't hold back anymore, drawing his sword and fiercely slashing towards Yifan. Be careful. Wang Yao, seeing Qin Shu's move, exclaimed in fear, even wanting to push Yifan away. Yifan's eyes narrowed, simply using the energy of the grandmother level to easily block Qin Shu's sword, sending a shockwave. Crack! Clang! The sword in Qin Shu's hand instantly shattered into pieces of metal and fell to the ground. This shocking scene completely astonished Qin Shu. What? When did Qing Sha-Cheng become so powerful? At this moment, Qin Shu finally realized that something was wrong. Although this person in front of him looks exactly like Qing Sha-Cheng, his temperament seems completely different from Qing Sha-Cheng. Qin Shu had a sense of foreboding in his heart. Oops. I'm sorry. Qin Shao, I was just too scared. It was a reflexive reaction that broke your sword. I'll compensate you later. Okay? Yifan put on a weak and helpless look, as if he were powerless and humble. At this moment, everyone present dared to not underestimate Yifan. This Qing Sha-Cheng seems to be different from before. Being able to shatter a sword with a single hand using energy, Qing Sha-Cheng is no ordinary person, at least a grandmother-level expert. What now? With Qing Sha-Cheng being so strong, the people at the scene might not be able to control him. Just as Qin Shu and He Kong were at a loss, Yifan spoke again. I thought about it seriously just now and realized that Qin Shao was absolutely right. My small Qing family should, indeed, cling to Qin Shao's style. Qin Shao, please tell me how I should cooperate with you. Seeking a way out for the Qing family. I'm so scared of that martial venerable master from Japan. I've worked so hard to cultivate my strength until now. I don't want it to go to waste. Qiu. Upon hearing Yifan's words, Qin Shou couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, instantly feeling his posture straighten up. Indeed, it's best to lean against the old man for shade. The Black-Clothed Society of Dongjing, the general's mansion, any big tree was enough to give Qin Shou a great sense of security. Even though this young Lord Qing Cheng is impressive, is he still afraid of the power of Dongjing? Cooperating is simple. Just do 3 things. Qin Shu's face was full of disdain, yet his words were filled with anger. First, as a gesture of your cooperation, I won't cut off your bird. You cut off one of your own arms. Damn it. After sleeping with his own woman, how could Qin Shou not want to cut off Yifan's bird? But the key is Yifan's demonstrated strength, which has reached the level of a grandmother. Qin Shou doesn't have the strength to cut him now. First, stabilize Yifan. When Miss Yamada Keiko arrives, he can easily control this guy. Right? Cut off my arm. Why? If you break my arm, I won't be able to touch your girlfriend. Right? Yifan deliberately moved his arm, taunting Qin Shou. This word pierced directly into Qin Shu's lungs once again. Damn it, you're stuck on this one thing, aren't you? Qing Cheng, don't push your luck. Qin Shou has been very lenient. You slept with someone else's girlfriend. Cutting off your bird is a normal thing, you know. Now all I need is one arm. It's out of many years of brotherhood. If you're ungrateful, isn't that too much? He Kong chimed in, helping out on the side. Qing Cheng, who was previously a simple-minded person, might really be fooled by Qin Shou and He Kong. But standing in front of them now was Yifan. Yifan was well aware of Qin Shou and He Kang's plan. He just wanted to see how it would handle it in the end. Oh, is that so? How do I cooperate with the second thing? The second thing is also simple. Take this bag of powdered medicine back, put it in your parents' and sisters' tea, making them lose their ability to move, thus saving their lives. Qin Shou said casually, but a hint of fierceness flickered in his eyes, unmistakable to Yifan. Putting a bag of powder in his parents' and sisters' tea to make them lose their ability to move. Lies. Clearly, it's to poison Qing Cheng's own parents, yet Qin Shou spoke of it so nobly. As for the third thing, go back and steal the seal of the Qing group. Transfer all of the Qing group's shares to me. This way, it ensures the safety of the Qing family. After saying all these things, Qin Shou shook his head helplessly, patting Yifan on the shoulder. Qing Cheng, I'm sorry. It's not that I want to do this to you, it's just that your ties with the Yi family are too close. The higher-ups have made it necessary for us to deal with the Qing family this way. Otherwise, our days won't be easy either. Cut off an arm, poison your own parents, and hand over shares. These 3 things would mean the complete annihilation of the entire Qing family. If Qing Cheng had indeed done so much, how could he still have a chance at survival? Is it that scary? Just a few martial arts experts from Dongjing. If provoking them means fighting to the death, I'm not afraid. What is Qin Shou afraid of? Yifan continued to probe Qin Shou with a puzzled expression. Qin Shou Mensch and the people above. Who are they exactly? Even if you want me dead, make it clear. Qin Shou squinted at Yifan, unable to tell if he was pretending or genuinely ignorant. However, with Miss Yamada Keiko about to arrive, there was no harm in telling Yifan. Qing Cheng, you're oversimplifying things. Those people from Dongjing are just support. The ones truly going after the Qing family are Mr. Tang from the capital and Old Man Zhang from the northwest. Qin Shou smiled faintly. I'll tell you the truth, Old Man Zhang's grandson Zhang Feng is on his way, and he even enlisted the help of experts from one of the four holy sites. Jiu, think your Qing family can handle that? And what about the idiot from the Yi family? Zhang's grandson Zhang Feng is personally coming, and he enlisted experts from the Jiu, one of the four holy sites. It seems that those old men couldn't resist starting to act themselves, right? Humph. It seems that pretending to be foolish won't last long. When those old men themselves take action, the bosses behind the scenes will also surface. Then it will be time for Yi's family to settle scores with those criminals. Oh, so it's them? Yifan had a sudden realization, then casually sat down in a chair in the room, with Wang Ya by his side. This scene stunned Qin Shou and the others. What the hell are you doing? Didn't you just say to cut off your arm? Why aren't you acting? Qin Shu's lackeys were getting impatient. If Qing Cheng had surrendered the Qing family, it would be a huge achievement for those above. Everyone could benefit greatly. Yifan crossed his legs and spoke mischievously. Do I have a problem? Why should I cut off my own arm? Why don't you demonstrate it for me? Although Qin Shu's lackeys were very annoyed, they didn't dare to act rashly, considering Yifan's formidable strength. Instead, they looked to Qin Shou for guidance. Qin Shou shook his head slightly, signaling to his men not to act recklessly. Miss Yamada Keiko had already arrived downstairs. Once she came upstairs, everything would be resolved. The scene fell silent instantly, and Yifan continued his actions, opening the water pitcher in the room and dissolving the powder Qin Shou had just given him. He poured 7 or 8 cups of water and said to Qin Shou and He Kong, "Qin Shou, you said this powder will only make people lose their ability to move. I'm not familiar with the actual effects of this powder. Here, would you mind verifying it for me first?" Hissing. Seeing the tea with a greenish glow, Qin Shou, He Kong, and the others couldn't help but take a cold breath and instinctively retreat a few steps. When they received the powder earlier, it was said to be lethal poison. Even a small amount could kill 10 elephants. Now that Yifan had poured the whole bag into the teapot, wouldn't it kill everyone on the scene? Who would dare to drink it? Why are you all running? Didn't you say this was just a soft gold powder that weakens people? He Kong, you seemed to be the most excited earlier. Come, let's have a drink. Give the brothers a taste. Yifan stared sharply at He Kong, his sharp gaze causing He Kong to tremble all over, his legs almost giving out. Ching Cheng, don't joke around. These powders were prepared to save your parents and the entire Qing family. I wouldn't waste it like this, right? He Kong awkwardly explained. Is that so? Since you know this is a lifesaver, then. Now this is your lifesaver ... Have a drink. I can't wait to see the effect of this powder. Yifan's mom made everyone feel uneasy, even smelling a hint of death in the air. This drug, clearly a deadly poison, who dares to drink it on the spot? Qin Shou, He Kong, and others kept pushing each other, standing in the back row one after another. Wang Yao looked at these trash in front of her and her face was filled with a sense of revenge. Qin Shou, this bastard, finally has his comeuppance today. Humph, he forced me back then, ruined my youth, but luckily I met He Shao. You said this drug only causes parents to fall into a coma, right? Why don't you drink it then? Wang Yao stared at Qin Shou firmly. Qin Shou, those who commit many wrongs will eventually meet their downfall. You will not have a good ending. Whoever speaks pales in comparison to the psychological trauma Wang Yao inflicted on Qin Shou. Wang Yao, you smelly woman. Don't think I won't dare to do something to you. Let me deal with the Qing family's matters first, then I will definitely make you regret today's decision. In fact, Qin Shou is the one regretting the most right now. If he had known it would end up like this, why did he let Wang Yao seduce Qing Shacheng? Now he really has lost everything. HMPH. You still want to deal with me? Qin Shou, will you even live to see the day you deal with me? Wang Yao knows Yifan's true identity. She knows that the Yi family and the Qin family are definitely archenemies, and today, Yifan came instead of Qing Shacheng, specifically to confront Qin Shou. And the key point is, there is a huge secret in Wang Yao's heart that she has not told Yifan. Qin Shou, don't forget the video data you showed me back then, of you and the head of the Qin family joining forces to pursue and kill the second young master of the Yi family. If that information is exposed in front of the Yi family, what would your fate be? One sentence from Wang Yao instantly changes Qin Shu's expression. Wang Yao, don't talk nonsense. When did I participate in the pursuit of the second young master of the Yi family? When did I record video data? You're digging your own grave, aren't you? Qin Shou glanced at Qing Shacheng, full of worry. Now Qing Xiaosheng's strength exceeds all present. If they can't stop him and let him go back to report the information here to the Yi family, the Qin family would be finished. Although the Yi family has been severely damaged now, if the Yi family goes all out against the Qin family, it would probably be a disaster for the Qin family. The chief next to him frowned and looked sharply at Wang Yao. Wang Yao nodded. I'm not lying. Qin Shou has a secret base filled with his treasures, and also contains some videos and images. It seems that there are videos secretly recorded during the pursuit of the second young master of the Yi family some time ago. Wang Yao reported all the information she knew to Yifan. After drinking alcohol, Qin Shou took me there once. There were even videos recorded during their pursuit back then. This news instantly sparked a gleam in Yifan's eyes. Qin Shou actually recorded videos during their pursuit back then. Although Yifan has already found the map fragments left by his second brother, he is troubled about how to find those scoundrels who directly targeted his second brother. With the Yi family's connections and power, it is only a matter of time before those jerks are exposed. But now, Yifan doesn't have much time left. After resolving the situation at the Zhuanwu War Zone, He must go to the Vermilion Bird War Zone to search for the clues left by his elder brother. The map fragments of the celestial god's altar are crucial, and none of them should fall into the hands of his adversaries. Why refuse? Hurry up and drink it. Do you want me to force you to drink it? This is just a cup of water. Isn't it too awkward to make such a fuss? Yifan's eyes flashed with fierceness as he picked up a cup of tea and handed it directly to Hikon. You have 3 seconds. Drink it. Yifan truly intended to harm these trash wealthy young men. They invited Qing Xiaocheng out for a drink today, only to have him disable himself, poison his own parents, and destroy the entire Qing family. How cruel-hearted they were. If he had not impersonated Qing Xiaocheng, could Qing Xiaocheng's strength have dealt with their despicable methods? If Qing Ruolin, his sister-in-law, had announced her marriage to him in such a decisive situation and died like that, Yifan would have regretted it for life. These jerks like Qin Shou, who coordinated all these actions, were all targeting the Yi family. They even participated in the pursuit of his second brother. Yifan had no intention of sparing any of those present. Qing Shou, you're not joking, are you? I'd rather not drink. Hikong held the water glass in his hand, his face turning blue. If he drank this, he would instantly concede. How could he dare to drink it? Do I look like I'm joking? Yifan's eyes flashed with sharpness, and with a powerful lure emanating from him, he grabbed Heqiang's arm. Crunch! A crisp sound, and the bones in Heqiang's shoulder were instantly shattered, breaking on the spot. Heqiang's arm was immediately broken. 2 seconds left. Either drink this cup of water, or give me a reason not to kill you. My shoulder. Damn. Hikong instinctively wanted to curse, but seeing the fierce look in Yifan's eyes, he held back his words. However, when he heard that there was a reason not to kill him, Heqiang's brain began to spin rapidly. It was just a guess before, but after such close contact with Yifan just now, Hikong was almost 100% sure that the person in front of him was not Qing Xiaocheng. Moreover, Wang Yao is not stupid. If it was really Qing Xiaocheng who came today, would Wang Yao so easily hand herself over? And if someone with such strong power could come instead of Qing Xiaocheng, who else could it be? Hikong instantly thought of a person who came to the provincial capital yesterday, Yifan. Although there are rumors that Yifan is still a fool, the Thunder God Doctor has declared that Yifan now has daily periods of lucidity. You should know that the grandson of the former Op Heaven Tang clan patriarch, Shenzi, died at the hands of Yifan. If Yifan knew that his little nephew, whom Qin Shou was about to bully today, was Yifan's cousin, how could Yifan just sit idly by when he was awake? Thinking through all this, Hikong immediately began to shout, I report, I expose, I report what Qin Shou and his group have secretly done to the Yi family. 5 years ago, in Yun City, the Zhao family arranged an attack on Yifan young master, and staged a car accident. Qin Shou and his father personally planned it, and Liu Ran, the head of the Liu family. And 2 years ago, Yi family's third aunt died in a hospital. That was not a natural death at all, but Qin Shou personally poisoned the medicine there. There are also people from the Qin family in the Yi family chef team, and I also know that Qin Shu's father, Qin Zan, is contacting some people in the Sky Dragon army, preparing to cause trouble. As soon as Hikong opened his mouth, he talked like a burst of beans. While speaking, Hikong also kept observing Yifan's changing facial expressions. When he saw Yifan's expression change drastically, Hikong knew that his guess should be correct. The person in front of him is the young master of the Yi family, Yifan. Since Yifan could impersonate Qing Xiaocheng and come here, it means Yifan must be in a clear state, and the strength Yifan displayed surpassed the grandmother realm. It means that Qin Shou prepared today were all just clowns. Holy crap, you bastard. Hikong, are you looking to die? Damn it, when did I ever? Upon hearing Heqiang's words, Qin was so agitated that he was about to jump up. Hikong was Qin's most loyal confidant, almost always acting together with Qin in whatever he did. So Hikong knew almost all of Qin's plans and actions. Furthermore, the He family and the Qin family were deeply intertwined. Every action of the Qin family involved the He family as well. That's why Qin trusted Hikong so much. But now, his most trusted brother suddenly stabbed him in the back, and Qin hadn't reacted in time. What was Hikong up to? And on top of that, his favorite woman had also betrayed him today. At this moment, Qin felt like he was the pitiful protagonist in a novel, betrayed by his brother, betrayed by his woman. According to the storyline, wasn't it time for him to fight back? But today, Qin felt like he was about to be doomed. This feeling was terrible. Looking towards Qing Shaokan, Qin just couldn't understand why he had gone crazy and suddenly disclosed so many secrets to Qing Shaokan. What was the point? When Miss Yamada Keiko arrives, Qing Shaokan will definitely be taken to see King Yama. How could he immediately pass the message to the Yi family? After hearing He Qiang's words, an icy expression appeared on Yi Fan's face. The Qin family had ambitious plans to actually dare to make a move against the Heavenly Dragon Army. The Heavenly Dragon Army was the foundation of the Yi family. The enemies of the Yi family went to great lengths to kill all 10 core descendants of the Yi family within a day, in order to make the members of the Heavenly Dragon Army lose confidence and feel that the Yi family was doomed. But even if they dared to make a move on the outskirts, they wouldn't dare to cause trouble within the Heavenly Dragon Army. Under Yi Fan's gaze, Qin suddenly felt a strong pressure on his heart, as if he was falling behind. What's going on? Why are there so many people lying outside? Haven't I acted yet? Just as Qin was about to wet himself in fear, a figure flashed at the door, and Yamada Keiko suddenly appeared in the room, with a surge of martial arts energy emanating from her body. Hearing Yamada Keiko's voice, Qin felt as if he had heard the voice of a heavenly being. Miss Keiko, my lady, you have finally arrived. If you hadn't come, your loyal servant would never have seen you again. Please act immediately. Take down that couple. Qin breathed a sigh of relief, almost jumping up in excitement as he pointed at Yifan and Wang Yao. Next to Qin, his other brothers, seeing Yamada Keiko's nervous expression, also relaxed. The savior had finally arrived. Miss Keiko, we are all counting on you today. Qing Shaokan, you are doomed today. It's too late for regrets now. Let me tell you, what we had you do earlier was just a warm-up. Qin set up this trap today to wipe out your family completely. Who allowed you to be in cahoots with the Yi family? While everyone was excited and elated, He Qiang by Qin's side couldn't bring himself to feel happy. After reporting Qin's crimes to Yifan, Yifan had no intentions of continuing to attack him. This indicated one thing. The information He Qiang had provided had reached Yifan's heart. It was certain that the person standing before them as Qing Shaokan was actually Yifan in disguise. If that was the case, since Yifan dared to come, he must have his own means. Even the formidable Shen Zi had fallen into Yifan's trap. There was a strong expert of the martial saint realm by Shen Zhao Sai, so even if Miss Yamada Keiko came, it was likely to be futile. And the brutal truth that was unknown to Qin and He Qiang was that because Yifan had spanked Yamada Keiko a few times, she had confirmed Yifan's identity and had long since sworn allegiance to him. When Yamada Keiko came here to find Qin, she originally intended to help Yifan clean house. Take them down. Why? With a cold smile, Yamada Keiko turned her head to look at Yifan. With her powerful perception, as a martial saint, Yamada Keiko instantly recognized the aura on Yifan as being very familiar. This isn't you. Although Yifan's appearance had changed, he had not intentionally hidden his aura, so Yamada Keiko noticed right away that the man before her was the same man she had encountered at the foreign food company. Yifan. Yifan had disguised himself as Qing Shaokan, getting a step ahead to find Qin and the others. Quick-witted as she was, Yamada Keiko immediately understood Yifan's intentions. Yifan had planned to use himself as bait, infiltrate the trap, and expose Qin and the others. Seeing Yifan nod slightly, indicating his identity, Yamada Keiko smiled immediately, then respectfully bowed to Yifan. She was very satisfied with her master. With just a slap on the rear, she could receive such a powerful energy flow, and with a mere pill, she could directly break through to the martial saint realm. Fortunately, she had encountered her master ahead of time, or else she would have ended up going against her master, even if it meant helping the general's mansion and the scoundrels of the Black Cloth Society. Miss Keiko, what are you waiting for? Why are you bowing to him? Yamada Keiko's bizarre actions puzzled Qin's brothers and the guards. Everyone is waiting for Miss Yamada Keiko to show her skills. When Yamada Keiko's face darkened, she turned sharply towards the eldest young man who had spoken and said, "Why would I need to explain to you when doing things? Get out." With those words, Yamada Keiko's martial energy exploded. The strands of martial energy seemed to have eyes, striking at the people around her. Doom. Under the impact of the powerful martial energy of the martial saint realm, dozens of people in the room, except for Qin and He Qiang standing beside him, were sent flying. They crashed into the walls and passed out completely, unaware of their life or death. Miss Keiko, what are you doing to our own people? Qin's pupils dilated. Completely bewildered, Yamada Keiko represented the Eastern Country General's Mansion and the Black Lot Society, the biggest supporters behind the Chin family. How could his big supporters suddenly collapse like this, unexpectedly and all of a sudden? Master, all the other small fries have been cleared. How should we deal with these two fellows? Under Kin's shock, Yamada Keiko walked quickly to Yifan's side, respectfully bowing to him. Then, she humbly approached Yifan, leaning her large phoenix onto Yifan's arm, saying, Master, are you tired? Let me massage you. Is this strength okay for you? Chin Shou is completely crazy. What on earth is happening in this world? His greatest reliance, the strong warrior Yamada Keiko from the land of the rising sun, a powerful expert in the martial realm, is actually addressing Qin Shao-cheng as master. Did he hear it wrong? Miss Keiko, are you mistaking the person? He is Qin Shao-cheng. You. With such a noble status, how can you address him as master in such a humble manner? Qin Shou felt greatly insulted. In Qin Shu's eyes, Qin Shao-cheng has always been a useless person whom Qin Shou has always despised. And now, his greatest reliance is actually kneeling before Qin Shao-cheng. Li Fen sat calmly on the sofa, enjoying massages from Wang Ya and Yamada Keiko, looking quite content. Mistaken identity. How is that possible? Keiko Yamada smiled faintly. How could Keiko forget the scent on this person's body? Right, Master. I initially planned to take care of them, but Master took the lead. Master's elder brother was killed by them. Hearing Keiko Yamada's words, Hikong by the side was already in despair. Yes, the person in front of him, Qin Shao-cheng, is not Qin Shao-cheng at all but Li Fan. At this moment, Qin Shou also reacted from Keiko Yamada's words, his elder brother. Then thinking back to Hikiang's accusations towards Qin Shao-cheng earlier, Qin Shou finally understood. You are not Qin Shao-cheng, you are Li Fan. You are Li Fan. You are not a fool at all. Are you deceiving us? Understanding everything, Qin Shou was more infuriated by Hikong beside him. This bastard, clearly sensing something was wrong, did not inform me, and even sold me out, revealing all the things he did to the Yi family. At that time, Qin Shou was lucky, as the current Qin Shao-cheng in front of him never had a chance to pass on that critical information to the Yi family. But Qin Shou never expected that the person standing in front of him was Li Fen himself. Not too foolish. Do you understand now? Li Fen no longer pretended, swiftly rubbing his face and reverting to his original appearance. The truth ultimately presented itself to Qin Shou and Hikong, causing them to collapse and sit on the ground. It's over. It's over. Completely over. The Qin family and the He family, originally the most loyal vassal families of the Yi family. However, in recent years, they began to distance themselves from the Yi family and even colluded with the Japanese, causing a lot of harm to the Yi family. How could Li Fen let them off? Come on. Start your performance. Cut off one arm, then take the powder back and let both the Qin and He families taste it. Finally, either hand over your shares obediently, or I will use force. Li Fen sat on the sofa, calmly stating his way of dealing with them. Li Fan's methods were all the same ones that Qin Shou and Hikong had planned to use against him earlier. Ruining themselves, poisoning their parents, destroying their own families. Qin Shou and Hikong collapsed on the ground, utterly hopeless, full of regret. If they had known this would be the outcome, they should not have been so ruthless earlier. They dug their own graves and jumped in, burying themselves in the end. I'm so foolish, really. I'm so foolish. Qin Shou, deeply stimulated, with a vacant expression, self-recriminated while slapping himself. Originally, if today's operation had gone smoothly and they had defeated the Qin family, there would have been a huge reward waiting for them. But now, the Qin family was about to be destroyed just like that. Qin Shou, let's act quickly. To avoid suffering a bit less, Hikong glanced at Li Fan's sharp eyes, turning around to dissuade Qin Shou. Currently, all the experts and bodyguards they brought with them were all defeated by Li Fen and Keiko Yamada. Keiko Yamada was already at the level of a martial expert, and the fact that she called Li Fen master indicated Li Fan's strength. All their struggles were in vain. It's all because of you, you damn bastard. Why didn't you remind me? I'll strangle you, strangle you. In his confusion, Qin Shou, upon hearing Hikiang's words, pounced and started fighting fiercely, using their hands, legs, and even teeth. It was a brutal melee. Master, is this? Keiko Yamada watched the two struggle and looked towards Li Fan for guidance. Let them fight it out. Keep an eye on them. Don't let them escape, Li Fen calmly instructed, watching their performance quietly. From the moment when Li Fen revealed his true self to them, their death verdict was already sealed. The Qin family and the He family, as the core vassal families of the Yi family, not only did not stand up to help the Yi family, but also participated in the plan to annihilate the Yi family. Li Fen naturally could not let them off so easily. When Qin Shou and Yi Kong finally tired out and stopped, the two of them were completely unrecognizable. Their hair was ripped out, noses battered, and pieces of flesh torn from their bodies. Call your dad. Tell him Li Fen is coming for a visit, and make the arrangements. Li Fen gestured, and Keiko Yamada immediately took out a phone from Qin Shu's pocket and handed it to him to make the call. Qin Shu was once again dumbfounded. What was Li Fen planning now? How could he dare to make a call at this moment? Wasn't he afraid of them leaking information? Earlier, when he was fighting with Yi Kong, Qin Shu had several times wanted to communicate with his family, but with Keiko Yamada and Li Fen watching, he didn't dare to make a move in the end. Li Fen, I don't dare to call. Give me a quick death, please. Qin Shu, having witnessed Li Fen's power, decided not to make the call. If he had made the call, Li Fen might torture him even further. If I tell you to call, then call. Why so much nonsense? If you don't make the call, do you believe I will do it for you? Li Fen shouted, causing Qin Shu to tremble. I'll call. I'll call. Trembling, Qin Shu dialed his father Qin Zhan's number. Dad, the plan failed. The person who came to see me today is not Qin Sha Chen but Li Fen. My arm has been broken, and all my men have been taken care of. Li Fen said he will come to visit you soon. Qin Shu reported the situation to his father in a panic, constantly glancing at Li Fen, feeling slightly relieved when Li Fen didn't make any specific movements. Dad, make sure to invite their uncle and his friends over. Make sure. As he spoke, a flash of darkness passed through Qin Shu's eyes. Humph. Li Fen, you've brought this upon yourself. If you don't kill me now, then when I return to the Qin family compound, third uncle's friends will already be in Huadu. With formidable experts from the Nine Hades ready to act, what threat will you and Keiko Yamada pose? The friends Qin Shu referred to were Zhang Jela's grandson Zhang Feng and the powerful experts from the Nine Hades he invited. With them present, Qin Shu felt he had a chance to turn the tables, but what he didn't know was that this was just the beginning of their calamity. After hanging up the phone, Qin Shu looked nervously at Yi Fang. Young Master Yi, the call has been made. Qin Shu had no idea what he was going to face next. Yi Fang smiled lightly. You've already made your own fate clear just now. Do you still want me to personally take action? Cut off your own arm. If I do it myself, it won't be so simple. Yi Fang only gave Qin Shu a sharp look, making Qin Shu feel as if he was being stared at by a venomous snake. He shivered all over and said, I will. If he had known earlier that the consequences he described to young Master Qing were actually his own, he wouldn't have spoken so harshly just now. The tables have turned, and it's finally his turn. Qin Shu, with a desperate look on his face, picked up the ashtray on the table, gathering his strength, preparing to smash it on his wrist. However, he hesitated and couldn't bring himself to do it. Let me help you. Yi Kong, who was next to him, couldn't stand Qin Shu's indecisiveness and snatched the ashtray from him, fiercely smashing it down on Qin Shu's wrist. Crack! A clear sound echoed, and Qin Shu's arm broke at a 90-degree angle, with the white bones exposed halfway, causing Qin Shu to leap up in pain. Thank you. I curse your whole family. Damn it! Did I ask for your help? Damn it! Qin Shu was truly going crazy. This Yi Kong, is he so eager to curry favor with Yi Fan? Don't forget, behind the Qin family's support from Japan, there are other powerful backers apart from Japan. As long as Yi Fan doesn't kill him now, when he returns to the Qing family compound, if Uncle San's friends rush over, it will be Yi Fan's death sentence by then. Come on. Now it's my turn to take action. Earlier, Qin Shu and Yi Kong almost fought each other to the death, their tempers flaring up. Qin Shu scolded and snatched the ashtray from Yi Kong. And with a crack, he also broke Yi Qiang's arm, feeling a bit more balanced. Wang Yao, watching the situation between Qin Shu and Yi Kong, breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, all that pent-up resentment, now finally released. But thinking that her innocence was ruined by Qin Shu, Wang Yao still felt a lingering anger. After hesitating, Wang Yao spoke to Yi Fan beside her. Young Master Yi, I have a request. Can I punish that bastard myself? Qin Shu ruined her, and Wang Yao had to seek revenge. Of course, you can handle it as you see fit. Yifan looked at Wang Yao beside him. This girl, her waist was really slender. Although Wang Yao had slept with him just to retaliate against Qin Shou, she was still his woman in a way. For Wang Yao's request that was not excessive, Yifan naturally agreed. Thank you, young Master Yi. I will definitely behave. Wang Yao shyly responded, kissed Yifan on the cheek, then looked around the room, picked up a broken chair leg at the bedside, and walked quickly towards Qin Shou. Hearing Yifan and Wang Yao's conversation, and seeing Wang Yao's actions, Qin Shou's face darkened. Wang Yao, what are you doing? What do you want? You bitch. I'll tell you, if you dare to lay a hand on me, after today, I will kill you. Young Master Yi, I have done as you requested already. Up to this point, Qin Shou was still hoping that Yifan could save him, speak up for him. Yifan coldly smiled. This is between Wang Yao and you. I can't interfere. But let me tell you, Wang Yao is already mine. If you dare to touch a hair on her, I will make you wish you were dead. Yifan's tone was flat, but his words struck Qin Shou with utter despair. Damn it, does this mean I have to stand there obediently and take the beating? Can't I dodge or resist any attacks from Wang Yao? Xiao Yao, looking for some compassion in this unexpected encounter, can you please not hit my face? Qin Shou looked embarrassed, his heart still holding on to some hope. Ignoring Qin Shou, Wang Yao waved the stick in her hand and fiercely smashed it down on Qin Shou's crotch. Plop. Plop. Two crisp sounds rang out, and Qin Shou instantly went blank. Where did this woman hit me? Why do I hear the sound of a watermelon bursting? The next moment, Qin Shou felt a piercing pain in his crotch, as if something had disconnected from his body. Oh, have I been disabled? How am I going to eat bugs and save all those younger sisters waiting for me? Wang Yao, you bitch. Clutching his crotch, Qin Shou jumped up, trembling in pain in the same place. Almost instinctively, Qin Shou wanted to strike back at Wang Yao, but Higoshino Keiko, who appeared next to him at some point, shot him a glance, causing Qin Shou's movements to pause. Plop. Plop. Wang Yao seemed unsatisfied with the force of her blows, waved the stick in her hand, and struck Qin Shou another 7 or 8 times before feeling relieved, then tossed the stick aside. Wang. I want to go home and find my mom. Oh God. Wang. Qin Shou collapsed on the ground, his mouth whimpering, tears and saliva streaming down his face. This is fatal. More than the physical wounds, the greater damage to Qin Shou was psychological. He Kong, next to him, seeing Wang Yao's actions, didn't even have to be hit. Yet his body shuddered, feeling a chill down his crotch. Fortunately, he didn't bring his girlfriend here today to flirt with Yifan, otherwise his girlfriend might have also suffered the same torment, and he, too. Let's go. Time to go to the Qin family, can't keep them waiting too long. Yifan stretched his hand to quickly rub his face a few times, and in the blink of an eye, he transformed back into Qin Shou's appearance. Qin Shou and He Kong, seeing Yifan's actions, both felt frustrated and on the brink of going crazy. This damn bastard. Does he want to keep pretending? Clearly, he's already so strong, yet he deliberately acts as if he's weak. Those experts from the Qin family, upon seeing young Master Qing, will surely underestimate him, and by then, the Qin family will be in big trouble. Too sinister. Dang. Qin Shou and He Kong wanted to say something, but Higoshino Keiko stepped forward and kicked the two of them, causing them to faint, then dragged them out the door of the room like dragging dead dogs. Young Master Yi, are you really going to the Qin family compound? The Qin family has connections with the officials in the capital, and the grandson of the Northwest's Zhang family has also hired experts from the 9 hells of the 4 great holy lands to help out. Won't it be dangerous for young Master Yi to go? Wang Yao leaned on Yifan, voicing her worries. Although only becoming Yifan's woman by accident, in her heart, Wang Yao felt a sense of belonging, starting to worry about Yifan. Yifan smiled faintly. I've come to Huadu just to stir up trouble. I'm not afraid of them not coming. As long as they dare to come, I guarantee they'll leave happily. Over at the Tang family, senior outer grandson Shenzi has already been sent to the western heaven by me. And over at the Zhang family in the northwest, it's time to make them bleed as well. Zhang Feng dared to come to Huadu. In Yifan's eyes, that's a man coming to deliver his own head. Yifan had already mastered the legacy of the ancestors passed down from the divine fragments, setting it up in the Yi family courtyard. Let's see the power of this formation. Furthermore, With the hidden presence of Yukong, a martial emperor realm expert from the Sky Pavilion, Yifan felt no pressure at all. In Huadu, within the Qing family's courtyard, Qinzhan was constantly urging his subordinates to call Qin. Still can't get through. Today, Zishou brought so many experts to escort, not a single call can get through. Qinzhan's face turned pale, just receiving a call from his son saying he was beaten by Yifan. This left Qinzhan very puzzled. Isn't Yifan a fool? And why hasn't he fully recovered from his foolish state yet? Isn't Lei Qianyu taking care of Yifan? How did Yifan suddenly come to Huadu? And what is Qin planning to do today? Qinzhan naturally knows. Qin received orders from those few elders, planning to meet Qing Xiaocheng and then force Qing Xiaocheng to betray the Qing family in order to strike at the Qing family and intimidate those families close to the Yi family. When Qinzhan was preparing to call back to inquire about the specific situation with a full sense of doubt, he found that Qin Shu's phone was already unreachable, He Qiang's phone was also unreachable, and all the bodyguards who went with him, their phones were all unreachable. Qinzhan faintly sensed that something was amiss. Tang Zheng, the grandson of the elder of Tang Zheng Pavilion who aimed to deal with Qing Xiaocheng, had already made a move yesterday, setting up a trap to take Qing Xiaosheng's father away. But after Yifan arrived, Tang Zheng directly died in the fire. Is Yifan really that foolish? Master, they've been trying to call for 10 minutes, and none of them can be reached. A middle-aged, bespectacled man next to Qinzhan spoke with some concern. Master, do you think our actions at the Qin family have been exposed? Otherwise, if Qing Xiaocheng didn't come for the appointment today, but Yifan came instead, and wanted to visit you, what does this mean? Qinzhan murmured, feeling a bit helpless. Yes, this was also something he was puzzled about. Is Yifan truly conscious now or still acting foolishly? This situation, no one is clear about. What exactly happened at the hotel today, Qinzhan also does not know. Regarding Yifan's sudden arrival, Qinzhan also felt uncertain. Exposed, it shouldn't be so. Qinzhan contemplated for a while before continuing. If Yifan comes today, on the surface, we naturally have to entertain him. Later, Master Zhang Fun and people from Juyu, as well as the Black Robe Society from the East and the Military Marshal's Mansion, will come to the Qin family to discuss dealing with the Yi family. If Yifan dares to come today, he's walking into a trap. Yifan's top 10 core disciples have all been eliminated, leaving only a fool and an old man. When those enemies of the Yi family planned to continue their moves, they found that the last lineage of the Yi family was tough to chew on. In just over a week, all the families and means arranged in Yun City have failed, and the hidden forces in Yun City have almost been completely wiped out by the Yi family. Now that Yifan has arrived in Huadu, Qinzhan vaguely senses that Huadu will also be stirred up by Yifan. Order them to deploy the assassins that the Qin family has raised. After nurturing them for so many years, it's time for them to work. In addition, have the enhanced crossbowmen all set up in ambush, awaiting my command. If the Yifan were to be killed at the Qin family today, then the Qing family would definitely make a name for themselves today, and clear out a major trouble, and the higher-ups will surely reward the Qin family well. After everything at the Qin family was arranged, Qinzhan gathered the core disciples of the Qin family at the gate to prepare for the welcoming. When Yifan and Wang Yao appeared at the gate of the Qin family with the unconscious Qin Shou, Qinzhan and others also happened to come out. As for He Khan and the other big shots, they were being watched by Yamada Keiko and Guo Li, and were waiting elsewhere. Yifan wanted to personally handle the Qin family first and then deal with He Khan and the others afterward. Yifan would not spare anyone who betrayed the Qin family. Yifan could have directly wiped out the Qin family, but upon hearing that Qinzhan was colluding with a general in the Sky Dragon Army and planning trouble within the Sky Dragon Army, Yifan had to come in person to uncover the truth and clean up the mess in the Sky Dragon Army. Qing Shao, why are you here? Isn't young Master Yi coming? Qinzhan saw Yifan in the appearance of Qing Xiaocheng, naturally not thinking that the person in front of him was actually Yifan. What? Uncle Qin, not welcoming. I and young Master Qin are the best of brothers. Yifan smirked, reaching out to pull the beaten and unrecognizable Qin Shou out of the car. I was supposed to have a drink with my brother, but young Master Qin insisted on provoking my brother-in-law. You know, my brother-in-law's head is not working well, so young Master Qin ended up like this. I really can't stand it, so I personally escorted young Master Qin back. Oh, look at this young Master Qin eating too much and being too heavy. Why didn't any of you come and help? Bang! Just as Qin Shou was about to step out, Yifan suddenly loosened his grip, directly smashing the unconscious Qin Shou to the ground, head first. Crack! Qin Zan and the others present clearly heard the sound of bones shattering. Zi Shou. My dear. Qing Xiaocheng, what are you doing? Qin Zan roared, almost charging towards Yifan. Are you doing this on purpose? Clearly only from that height, he actually directly smashed Qin Shou's head into the ground, leaving his skull with a large depression. Combined with other injuries he had suffered, even if Qin Shou could survive, he would probably be a vegetable. Uncle Qin, I don't like hearing those words from you. What do you mean I did it on purpose? I just slipped accidentally. How could I have any bad intentions when I'm so kind-hearted? Yifan deliberately refuted Qin Zan with a touch of annoyance. Qin Zan was so angry his beard was blowing, but he couldn't articulate a reason. My relationship with young Master Qin is so good. You see, to burden young Master Qin's pants is already mashed up, and I promised young Master Qin to take care of his girlfriend properly. Isn't that brotherhood? Yifan continued speaking, while at the same time, he intimately held Wang Yao in his arms. Qin Shu's crushed. Qin Zan was shocked, quickly tearing open Qin Shu's pants to see a mush of flesh and blood. Ah, damn it. Qin Zan was about to go crazy. Although there were 3 brothers in Qin Zhan's generation, in Qin Shu's generation, Qin Zan had only one son. Qin Shou was the hope of the whole Qin family, and now that Qin Shu's manhood was crushed, it meant that the Qin family would come to an end. What was more infuriating was that Qin Shu's girlfriend, Wang Yao, was so intimate with Qing Xiaocheng in front of him. Is this a blatant insult? Qin Zan was about to go mad, but thinking about his follow-up plan, no matter how angry Qin Zan was in his heart, he could only continue to endure it. Since Yifan was still that big fool, the best way was to win over Qing Xiaocheng first, and let him bring his foolish brother-in-law Yifan over to be eliminated on the spot. To achieve this, he first needed to placate Qing Xiaocheng. Qing Xiao, you are indeed a good brother to young Master Qing. I thank you here, Qing Xiao, for bringing back young Master Shou. You've also worked hard. Please come inside for a cup of tea. Let's chat about a few things. Qin Zan had no idea that what he was doing now had already been done by Qin Shou, but the person in front of him was not Qing Xiaocheng but Yifan. Qin Zan didn't know anything and was just like a clown, ready to start his performance. In a little while, a few more friends will also come over, and I'll take the opportunity to introduce them to you, Qing Xiao, so you can get to know each other. Qin Zan had no idea what was happening at the Floraland Hotel Suai. The current Qing Xiaocheng seemed a bit dull to Qin Zan, but in his heart, Qin Zan had already made a decision. He must bring Qing Xiaocheng over and continue to complete the task assigned to him. Since Qin's plan to seduce Qing Xiaocheng through his girlfriend had failed, Qin Zan planned to try a different approach. He intended to showcase the powerful background of the Qin family to Qing Xiaocheng, satisfy his various requirements, and perhaps change Qing Xiaocheng's allegiance. The Qing family is currently siding with the Yi family and is undoubtedly under immense pressure. That young Master Yi is like a troublemaker for the Qing family. With a little manipulation, pulling the Qing family to their side shouldn't be a problem. Good. Yifan smiled lightly. He had come to the Qing family today to stir up trouble, and naturally wasn't afraid to escalate things. As they entered the lobby, they found it already filled with core members of the Qin family. Upon seeing Yifan enter, their expressions turned slightly unfriendly. After all, they had just received news that Qin Shou had been seriously injured during his meeting with Qing Xiaocheng. The very foundation of the Qin family was now at stake. Everyone, welcome Qing Xiao. It was all thanks to Qing Xiao's intervention that Yifan, that fool, didn't cause more trouble. From now on, Qing Xiao is part of our family. Qin Zan glanced at everyone, and their expressions eased a bit. After exchanging some pleasantries, Qin Zan went straight to the point. Qing Xiao, since your sister Qing Ruolin announced her marriage to Yifan, your Qing family has been facing all-around suppression lately. You must have felt this, right? Have you considered providing your family with a different way out? Finally, the old fox started to lose patience. Yifan inwardly sneered but put on a look of finding a confidant on his face, nodding. Yes, Uncle Qin, you're right. My sister must have lost her mind to want to marry that fool Yifan. He only brings trouble to the Qing family. He got into a big mess yesterday by confronting the grandson of a powerful figure in the capital. I can't even sleep well at night worrying about how it will end. Yifan continued along with Qin Zhan's lead, Uncle Chin, do you have any good ideas or suggestions? Seeing Qing Xiaocheng easily taking the bait, Qin Zan and the other members of the Qin family exchanged glances, a look of satisfaction on their faces. This manipulation was going smoothly, and it seemed they could easily achieve their goals. Qing Xiao, I consider you as my own nephew. That's why I'm being honest with you. The big shot in the capital is someone behind our Qin family. If you lead the Qing family away from the Yi family, I can help speak on your behalf. Qin Zan bragged about his connection with Tang Zhan, looking quite pleased with himself. Moreover, we also have deep ties with the Black Cloth Society of Dongjing and the General's office. All of our core members have green cards from Dongjing. If any trouble arises, we can seek refuge in Dongjing at any time. With these green cards, no one dares to touch us easily. Furthermore, Qin Zan had already decided that he must bring Qing Xiaocheng under their control today. If Qing Xiaocheng cooperated, it would be great. If not, they would ensure his silence forever. So Qin Zan didn't hold back, revealing all secrets of the powerful figures behind him to Yi Fan, in the hope of winning him over. Is that so? As far as I know, you were originally considered an affiliated family of the Yi family. Shouldn't you be on the same side with the Yi family? Why are you colluding with the Dongjing people? Yi Fan pretended to doubt and said, Are you trying to sow discord by asking me to leave the Yi family? Qin Zan sneered, an affiliated family of the Yi family. Ha ha, Qing Xiao, your information is outdated. 5 years ago, the Qin family already knew that someone was targeting the Yi family. We cleverly chose to separate from the Yi family. Otherwise, your Qing family would have shared the same fate as the Yi family. Still don't believe me? I'll show you a video. As he spoke, Qin Zan pulled out his phone, opened an encrypted file, and played a video in front of Yi Fan. The video was a bit shaky but clear. It showed a group of people chasing a wounded man, a man that Yi Fan was all too familiar with, his second brother, Yi Lingjun, Yi family's second young master. Yi Fan was deeply shocked, his eyes showing a fierce glint as he carefully examined the people in the video. There were experts from the Qin family, the He family, and others that Yi Fan recognized. Were they the ones who had chased his brother then? A week ago, we received orders to chase and kill Yi family's second young master, Yi Lingjun. Qin Zan put away his phone, looking smug as he said to Yi Fan, Now you see, our Qin family was well aware of the Yi family's impending downfall, so we made the right choice. With only Yi Chanfang and that foolish young master left in the Yi family, what storm can they raise? Don't think you can rely on the Qianlong army's support. Humph. Even at the Qianlong army's side, I have arranged for several captains to work with us. We can easily take over the entire camp when the time comes. The Qin family was indeed ruthless. If not for the information obtained by Shan Qianhu, Yi Fan wouldn't have realized the true face of the Qin family. Qing Xiao, don't hesitate anymore. Join us with your family. If you have any concerns or requests, just let Uncle Qin know. As long as I have it, I can meet your needs. If I can't, I'll seek approval from above to satisfy you. Qin Zan was excited, sensing Yi Fan's emotional fluctuations. If he could convince Yi Fan to make the decision to leave the Yi family and announce it, it would be a significant achievement. Really? Uncle Qin, everything I want can be satisfied. Yi Fan glanced sideways and saw a charming beauty, Mrs. Yan, his eyes showing a mischievous smile. Outrageous. Qing Xiaocheng, what are you saying? You're actually lusting after my wife. Qin Zan exploded upon hearing Yi Fan's words. This Qing Xiaocheng was becoming more and more impudent. Not only did he monopolize Qin Zhan's son's girlfriend, but now he was eyeing his wife. This was simply unacceptable. Yi Fan appeared calm at the time. Uncle Qin, you said it yourself. If I have any requests, I can bring them up. Look, don't your own words count now? Qin Zhan's face turned ashen. He did say those words just now, but he didn't expect Yi Fan to make such a shameless request. Mentally tagging his son's girlfriend was one thing, but tagging his own wife, Yang Ro, was different. They had already held a formal ceremony, and Qin Zan had brought her to many occasions. Almost everyone in Huadu knew about their relationship. If this matter were to spread today, how could he continue to live in Huadu in the future? Husband, don't. Yang Ro, wearing a light yellow thin gauze dress, her fair shoulders vaguely exposed, her slim figure showcased under the skirt, exuding a certain charm. Even though Qin Zan was getting older, he still found himself completely enthralled by his wife. Several of Qin family's core disciples, especially the younger ones with hot tempers, rushed out. Qing Shacheng, you picked the wrong place to act recklessly. This is not where you can act recklessly. Dig brother, Qing Shacheng is going too far. I've been tolerating him for a long time. Let's just chop him up and feed him to the dogs. In my opinion, why bother with so much trouble? Just declare war against the Qing family. Cut them all down. The atmosphere around them was becoming increasingly tense. Yifan's behavior not only involved Qin Zhan's face, but it also concerned the entire Qin family's reputation. If Qing Shacheng tarnished the reputation of the Qin family's female family head, the entire Qin family's reputation would be at stake. Qin Zhan's facial muscles twitched rapidly. Although Qin Zhan had already made a decision and was prepared to agree to any conditions Qing Shacheng proposed, even making a significant sacrifice, he couldn't bring himself to sacrifice his wife. Damn. Qin Zhan thought about the promise made to him. Once the Yi family was defeated, the Qin family would take their place, becoming the top aristocratic family in Daxia, taking over the Qianlong army, dominating the northwest. Furthermore, they promised to provide the Qin family with numerous elixirs to help all their core disciples advance to the level of grandmasters, extending their lifespans by decades. At that time, the Qin family would surely become a century-old family. Sacrificing his wife, wearing a metaphorical green hat, in exchange for the family's legacy, Qin Zhan was still somewhat tempted. Ring ring. While Qin Zhan was still conflicted, his encrypted phone suddenly rang, and it was Zhang Lao calling personally. Agree to him. We must bring the Qing family over. Disrupt part of the Yi family alliance, even if it's just a small crack. Otherwise, we'll be too passive. Don't worry. I've discussed with Tang Lao. We won't treat you unfairly. Once this matter is settled, we will consider promoting you to the position of the 9 senior elders. What? Senior elder? Hearing Zhang Lao's words, Qin Zhan was severely shocked. That was a senior elder, one of only 9 in all of Daxio, an incredibly influential position. Zhang Lao was planning to elevate him to such a high position. The temptation was too great. I keep my word. And my superior has said, the Qin family has performed exceptionally well in recent years. A batch of elixirs and medicinal herbs will be sent to Huadu immediately to further enhance the strength of the Qin family. In the future, the superior will personally come to Huadu to impart you with extraordinary martial arts techniques. As for women, I have a granddaughter. With a series of promises, Qin Zhan felt a bit dazed. Turning his head to glance at Yang Ro, he reassured himself. It was just a woman, right? Even if she slept with Qing Shacheng, so what? She could still be used after a bath. Moreover, according to Laodu's intentions, it seemed like he would be engaged to his granddaughter as compensation. At his age, Qin Zhan didn't care as much about a woman's beauty. What he valued was the relationship with Zhang Lao. If Zhang Laodu's granddaughter was really given to him, his future prospects in Daxia would be very promising. Good. After a few seconds of rapid thinking, Qin Zhan made a decision in his mind. He was determined to do whatever it took to win over Qing Shacheng. Old Qin. Although Yang Ro didn't hear what Qin Zhan said on the phone, she could sense something ominous from his changing expression. Qin Zhan was planning to sacrifice himself. For a woman, it was a great insult. Just bear with it. Entertain Qing Shacheng and don't worry. I won't mind. Qin Zhan's facial muscles twitched twice. Although he said he didn't care, he was hurting inside. Damn it, Qing Shacheng, once you announce the Qing family's departure from the Yi family, you will have no more use. By then, I must tie you up and cut you into pieces with a knife. Avenging my father, stealing my wife. This was the most intense hatred in Daxia. Dig brother, what are you doing? Qin Zhan's audacious action shocked all the core disciples of the Qin family present. Qin Zhan was actually willing to sacrifice his own wife. This is an order from above. We must win over Qing Shacheng. We will receive 20 grandmother elixirs from above, already on their way. Qin Zhan knew that his current decision was damaging his dignity, so he directly revealed a part of the rewards from above. What? Grandmother elixirs. They are priceless. You can't even buy them on the market. Does this mean that we can all break through to the grandmother level and become true martial arts experts? Upon hearing about such valuable elixir rewards, the attitude of the others towards Qin Zhan instantly changed. As for Yang Ro, she looked at him with a strange expression. Madam, thank you. Your sacrifice will surely make the Qin family a top aristocratic family in Daxia. We will remember you." Beside Yifan, Wang Yao coldly watched Qin Zhan's actions, feeling nothing but disdain. Like father, like son, Qin Shou let his girlfriend seduce other men, and Qin Zhan was willing to sacrifice his own wife for the family's benefit. "Qin Zhan, are you still human? I am your wife." Yang Ro looked angry, wanting to make a last-ditch effort. But Qin Zhan had already made a decision and would not repent. He pushed Yang Ro into Yifan's arms. "Qing Xiaocheng, I have handed her over to you. I have kept my promise to you. Don't forget what you promised me." Yang Ro sat in Yifan's arms, and he immediately felt a breeze of fragrance hitting his face. The charm exuded by the beautiful woman was indeed different from others. "Madam, look at your little hand. So tender." This Qin, Yifan unabashedly played with Yang Ru's hand, scrutinizing it carefully. Such indulgent actions were displayed right in front of the core disciples of the Qin family. The heated atmosphere made the others feel like they were about to explode, especially Qin Zhan, who had already made a decision, but seeing Yifan being so shameless, he felt his body shaking. Despicable. He actually dared to touch his woman. "Let me go, you shameless scoundrel." Yang Ro struggled violently in Yifan's arms, trying to escape. But how could a girl like her possibly escape from Yifan's grip? And in the process of struggling, the straps of her dress had slipped off, revealing her fair skin inside. "Shameless? There's something even more shameless." Yifan smirked devilishly. "Now that you're mine, let's not waste any more time, shall we?" With that, Yifan lifted Yang Ro around the waist and turned to Qin Zhan with a mischievous grin. "Uncle, where is your bedroom?" "Ah." Qin Zhan felt as though he had been stabbed in the chest at Yifan's intentional actions. How could he ask for the location of the bedroom while holding his wife? Wasn't this a blatant slap in the face? But thinking of Zhang Jilan's promise to him, Qin Zhan gritted his teeth and reluctantly gave in. "Go out, turn left, and straight for 20 meters. It's the first room." Yifan flirtatiously smiled. "All right, wait for me for an hour." With a kick against the ground, Yifan dashed out of the room, carrying Yang Ro. Outside, Yang Ru's wosakote. "Qin Zhan, you're not human." "Qing Xiaocheng, let me go. You will have a bad death." Yifan swiftly entered the bedroom, threw Yang Ro onto the bed, and stared at her with a seductive gaze. "Uneasy?" Yang Ro asked. What do you want?" At this moment, with her hair slightly disheveled and a blush on her face, combined with her clothing slipping off, she exuded a fatal charm to men. Yifan hooked his finger under Yang Ru's chin. "Tell me, when a man and a woman are in bed together, what else can they do?" With a swift motion, Yifan tore open Yang Ru's dress, revealing her black bra, unable to contain her ample assets, almost bursting out. Yifan, surprised by how well Yang Ro had maintained herself despite her age, couldn't help but be intrigued. However, compared to his unexpected relationship with Wang Yao, he decided to let go of any thoughts involving Yang Ro as he had more important matters to attend to. As Yifan set up the events in Qin's household for a surprise involving Zhang Jilan's grandson Zhang Feng and the young master of the Jiuyu Holy Land, Chen Tang, Yifan expressed his intention to provide them with both visible and hidden surprises. In the meantime, Yang Ru's cries of distress could be heard outside the bedroom, making Qin Zhan and the core disciples in the hall appalled and infuriated. In a fit of rage and frustration, Qin Zhan clenched his fists and closed his eyes in pain, while the other disciples expressed their eagerness to receive the rewards promised for their contributions. Amidst this chaos, Yifan proceeded to exploit the moment of distraction, setting up a powerful formation within the Qin family estate to eliminate evil forces. With meticulous planning and implementation, Yifan prepared numerous formations throughout the estate, ultimately totaling over 20. Satisfied with his work, Yifan eagerly awaited the arrival of Zhang Feng and Chen Tang, anticipating the purifying effects of the formations on these important figures in their midst. After setting up the formations, Yifan returned to the bedroom, incapacitated Yang Ro, and then proceeded to the hall whistling casually, leaving Qin Zhan and the others brooding with resentment at his actions, but unaware of his true intentions. Theft. Qin Zhandu is about to go crazy. Intentional, that bastard must be doing it on purpose. Damn it, the land you just plowed belongs to me. Damn it, fine. You plowed it, but now you dare ask me, are you trying to piss me off? But now that my wife has already gone inside, Qin Zhan can't act recklessly for now, and the matters to be dealt with haven't even begun yet. Young Master Ching, shall we discuss what we need to do next? Qinzhan didn't respond to Yifan's words, instead steering the conversation towards the previous cooperation between the Qing family and the Qin family. Yifan naturally sat down on the chair and chuckled. Our matters. Qin uncle, what matters are you talking about? I don't quite understand. Yifan pretended to be confused. You see, Qin Shou and I are brothers. He was so heavily injured, and I risked my life to bring him back, promised to take care of his girlfriend. Qin Shou is also generous, insisting on thanking me. Even Annie was so reluctant to part. I am very satisfied today. I've keenly felt Qin Shou's kindness. If there is any relationship between me and Qin Shou, it should be considered as kindred spirits. Ha ha. Yifan blabbered for a while, and Qinzhan's face immediately darkened. Damn kindred spirit. Who said we are kindred spirits? Young Master Ching, haven't you forgotten? We just agreed earlier that I would fulfill all your conditions, and then you would announce taking the Qing family out of the Yi family and joining the Qin family, right? Can't trust your word. Qinzhan's heart sank completely. He had a feeling that he had been played. Leave the Yi family? Join the Qin family. Qin uncle, when did you mention that? Why don't I remember anything? I only remember Qin uncle pushing Auntie into my arms. That touch of charm. I am deeply impressed. Qin uncle, Auntie has 3 black moles near her right shoulder towards her chest. Have you observed closely? Adding a touch of allure, Yifan deliberately avoided mentioning bringing the Qing family into the Qing family, instead clinging to matters related to Yang Ro. It felt like continuously stabbing Qinzhan's chest with a knife. Stab once, then stab again. Shut up. Qinzhan couldn't take it anymore. He stood up in anger from his seat and reprimanded. Young Master Qing, are you planning to back out after making a deal? You clearly agreed earlier to bring the Qing family into the Qin family. Now that my wife has fallen into your hands, do you plan to renege? Tell me, have you picked the wrong person to mess with? Yifan took a sip of the tea on the table, mischievously reply. Qinzhan, if you say that, I won't be happy. Think back. When did I ever agree or promise to bring the Qing family into the Qin family? It was all your blathering. I never agreed to anything you said. Why should I fulfill promises I never made? Yao, did you record the video I asked you to record just now? Yifan asked Wang Yao, who was beside him. Yes, I recorded it. When Yifan asked Wang Yao to record the video earlier, Wang Yao didn't know the purpose. Now Wang Yao finally understood. Yifan was here to deal with Qin Shou. Impressive. Yifan not only tricked Qinzhan but also took advantage of his wife. This was quite a blow to Qinzhan. Wang Yao had been to the Qin family before and was familiar with the setup. While responding to Yifan, she skillfully turned on the large screen in the hall and projected the video recorded on the phone onto the screen. Young Master Qing, as long as you agree to lead the Qing family into the Qin family, I can fulfill any condition you have. After a video clip finished playing, it was clear that only Qinzhan was seen in the video, and young Master Qing had not made any promises or commitments. Qin uncle, did you see that? I never agreed to any of your statements from start to finish. You were the one who generously pushed Auntie into my arms, and I was almost embarrassed. But the taste was truly good. Qinzhan was really about to explode on the spot. Damn. How can you be embarrassed? Where's the embarrassment? Damn it, young Master Qing, I can see now that you had no intention of keeping your promise, right? Qinzhan stared coldly at Yifan. In that case, don't blame me for being impolite. Man, take young Master Qing to where he belongs. At this moment, Qinzhan felt as uncomfortable as if he had swallowed a fly. The head of the mighty Qin family being played by a wet behind-the-ears youngster, and his wife being taken advantage of. Ow. The mere thought of this made Qinzhan wish he could tear Yifan apart. Following Qin Shu's command, a large group of martial art experts with swords and a few grandmasters instantly flooded into the room from outside, surrounding Yifan in the middle. Seeing the imposing lineup from the Qin family, Wang Yao beside Yifan became somewhat nervous. Brother. This. Wang Yao had witnessed Yifan's prowess at the hotel, but only to a certain extent. It was Eiko Yamada who had last injured Qin Shou, so Wang Yao wasn't quite sure how capable Yifan truly was. According to previous information, Yifan had reached the grandmother level before going foolish. With 1 or 2 grandmother level experts from the Qin family, Yifan might still handle them, but with so many grandmasters suddenly appearing, Wang Yao wasn't sure if Yifan could manage them. Don't worry. Yifan reassuringly patted Wang Yao's hand, feeling how soft it was. Though it was accidental that she became his woman, he couldn't just throw her away casually. Young Master Qing, I'll give you one last chance. Now, if you agree to announce leading the Qing family out of the Yi family and joining the Qin family, there's still time. I can pretend nothing happened before. Qin Zhan glared coldly at Yifan with his heart weighing heavily, surrounded by so many martial experts, hoping to force young Master Qing to comply through this method. But Yifan had come today to stir up trouble and wasn't afraid to escalate things further. My sister is already married to my brother-in-law, so it's impossible for the Qing family to leave the Yi family. But I'll give you one last chance as well. Now kneel before me and repent for your actions. Regret that you shouldn't have laid a hand on the Yi family. I can plead with my brother-in-law and maybe spare your lives. Yifan's actions made Qinshu chuckle. Kneel down and repent. Young Master Qing, who do you think you are? Letting you represent the Qing family was an overestimation. Can you even represent the Yi family? You are right. I can indeed represent the Yi family, and at the same time, I can represent the Qing family. Yifan smiled mischievously, then reached to his face and pinched it a few times, instantly reverting to his original appearance, Yifan. From the moment Yifan stepped into the Qin family's gate today, he had already condemned everyone here to death. Therefore, Yifan wasn't afraid to expose himself in front of them. Transformation technique. You are not young Master Qing. You are Yifan. Oh my god. Qin Zhan was dumbfounded by the situation unfolding before him, completely stiff in place. The silly young master of the Yi family turned out not to be foolish at all. No wonder Qin Zhan suddenly realized young Master Qing had become so clever. Yifan, how is that possible? Isn't that guy a fool? Damn it. This time, Yifan went too far, actually slept with Qin Zhan's wife. If this news gets out, the Qin family will lose face big time. Oh, this isn't just about losing face for the Qin family. Even the bigwigs behind the Qin family will be embarrassed. Yet, in the eyes of the outside world, Yifan is still a fool who slept with someone else's wife. That means how stupid the people under the Yi family's enemies must be. Exactly. I am Yifan. Yifan's eyes flashed with fierceness, his figure flashed, and in the blink of an eye, he was already in front of Qin Zhan. Qin Zhan didn't even have time to react to what was happening as Yifan had already taken his phone away. HMPH. When your Qin family betrayed the Yi family, did you ever think this day would come? There were videos on Qin Zhan's phone about the killers who tried to assassinate his younger brother 5 years ago and were now involved in the Yi family's extermination plan. To be safe, Yifan naturally had to get hold of the phone first. 5 years ago, they participated in the assassination attempt against me, and now they are involved in the Yi family's extermination plan. Qin family, none of you will survive today. Yifan's eyes scanned the surroundings sharply. At this moment, Yifan was not afraid at all, because Guo Li and Yukon had already led people to blockade the entire Qin family, blocking all phone signals. None of the information here could be transmitted outside. Qin Zhan realized that Yifan had taken his phone without a word, and despite his mastery-level strength, he felt nothing. He fell into despair completely. Yifan's strength was definitely beyond what the intelligence reports claimed, not just at the master level. It seemed he had reached the level of a martial emperor. If that was the case, even Zhang Fan and the Lord of the Nine Hades might not necessarily be Yifan's opponents. Hand over the list of names from within the Qianlong army, and I'll let you go quickly. Arriving at the Qin family, Yifan had already gathered most of the information he needed. Mentally torturing Qin Zhan had also achieved its purpose. His son was disabled, his girlfriend was taken, and even his wife was taken by his enemies. With so much resentment, Qin Zhan probably wouldn't even be able to close his eyes in death. You're dreaming. Finally realizing the situation, Qin Zhan regained his composure and directly refused, coldly snorting at Yifan's words. The generals connected in secrecy within the Qianlong army were engaged in a top-secret plan. If the information leak, it would be disastrous, destroying the network the Qin family and affiliated families had built over the years. This is Yifan. Everyone attack him together and kill him. If we don't, we will all die. As the head of the Qin family, Qin Zhan, after a moment of contemplation, immediately called for all the core disciples of the Qin family in the hall to directly attack Yifan on the spot. However, these core disciples of the Qin family were, at best, master-level experts. How could they possibly be Yifan's opponents? Moreover, Yifan had arranged the ancestral evil exterminating formation from the god fragments. With the strength of a peak martial emperor, dealing with these trash was just a matter of moving his fingers. But Yifan wanted to test the power of the formation, so he sat calmly in place, lightly drawing an arc in the air with his fingers, saying, "Activate." Such an understated action meant utter contempt for the martial arts experts around him. HMPH. Yifan, do you think you are a god? Can you kill us all with a divine move? Do you think you are a martial emperor level expert? Yifan, you are arrogant. Today is your death day. All the core disciples of the Qin family rushed forward, surrounding Yifan in the center with their martial energy exploding. However, they were also somewhat afraid of Yifan suddenly exploding with power, so they only stood about a meter away from him, shouting and taunting, but not daring to rush forward to offer their heads. Yifan, give up resistance. Do you think we, the Qin family, dare let you aim without making preparations? Qin Zan, facing the crowd, signaled the hidden archers who all rushed out, aiming their crossbows at Yifan. Ready to shoot. No matter how strong you are, even if you are at the martial emperor level, you can't withstand all these crossbows striking at once, right? Even a war of attrition would tire you out. What are you doing by waving your wrists? Do you think you can kill people by just moving your fingers? Do you think you are a martial emperor level expert? Qin Zan, seeing so many of his men and archers coming out, felt a little relief and began to boast again. Besides, Zhang Shai and the Lord of the Nine Hades are on their way today. If you can safely leave this place, I will make you kneel down and call you father. But before Qin Zan could finish his sentence, his assistant interrupted with a horrified expression. Master, something big has happened. Brothers, look at this. Qin Zhan's heart skipped a beat, turning his head to see what the commotion was about, only to find that with Yifan's movements, a golden aura enveloped the entire hall. In an instant, all the archers, including those prepared to attack, began bleeding profusely from their nostrils, eye sockets, ears, and mouths. Then, under the erosion of the golden aura, their bodies began to decay at a visible speed. In less than 3 seconds, after the golden light swept over them, those archer experts instantly turned into powder, dissipating in the hall. The attack was so sudden that even from a distance, all living things, including a cat that darted past the balcony, couldn't escape the devouring gold light. The remaining core experts of the Qin family in the hall, who were surrounding Yifan, also noticed the anomaly. Seeing the eerie scene, they were all stunned, frantically trying to activate their energy to escape the hall. But the entire hall was sealed off by Yifan's formation. Waves of light flow everywhere, and with just a thought from Yifan, he could make them disappear instantly. Where could they possibly run to? After a wave of the core disciples' deaths, the remaining strong members of the Qin family dared not move recklessly and could only stay quietly in place, looking at Yifan in fear. Young Master Yi, we were wrong. It's nothing to do with us. It's Qin Zan. All the Qin family's plans were arranged by Qin Zan. Yes. Young Master Yi, offenses have a source, debts have an owner. If young Master Yi seeks revenge, go after Qin Zan. Please spare us. The core disciples of the Qin family, realizing Yifan's formidable power, made a complete turnaround in attitude, all kneeling on the ground, begging for mercy. Even some of the core disciples of the Qin family stood up, eager to try. Young Master Yi, if you are willing to take action, we can take down Qin Zan ourselves and make him apologize to you. How about that? Leading the way was Qin Ming, Qin Zhan's own younger brother. Nonsense. Seeing the situation before his eyes, Qin Zhan roared in anger. You fools, do you think Yifan will let you go just because of this? Dream on. Shut up. Qin Zhan was still reprimanding when a distant Qin family nephew by his side, holding a mop, directly stuffed it into Qin Zhan's mouth. And several core disciples of the Qin family rushed over, each drawing out their daggers and stabbing towards Qin Zhan's dantian. Spurt. Spurt. Before Qin Zhan could react to what was happening, his dantian was destroyed, his entire martial energy lost, and he was firmly escorted by a group of Qin family core disciples, kneeling in front of Yifan. Master Yi, look, I have taken down Qin Zhan for you. How would you like to handle this? Just say a word, and we can take care of it all. The group of Qin family core disciples fawned obsequiously, kneeling respectfully before Yifan, not daring to make a sound. The power displayed by Yifan was terrifying. Were you all arrogant just now? Weren't you the ones who said I wouldn't be able to walk out of here standing up? Didn't you say I was in the wrong place? Yifan looked devilishly at the group of people, now I'm the one causing havoc. What do you want to do? In fact, Yifan was also shocked internally. He had never expected that the array to kill evil left by his predecessors would have such immense power. With the activation of the array, so many core disciples of the Qin family were directly purified and disappeared. And there were several dozen arrays set up in the Qin family compound. If they were all activated together, wouldn't Zhang Feng, the grandson of Elder Zhang, and the 9 nether young master, Chen Tang, who were on their way to the Qin family, also be purified directly? Master Yi, we were wrong. It was us who spoke out of turn, underestimated you. Yes, it is an honor for Master Yi to visit the Qin family. How could we say you were causing trouble? We deserve to be punished. We should die. As these Qin family core disciples reflected upon themselves, they kept slapping their faces. Some core members also took care of Qin Zhan, hitting his mouth fiercely a few times, causing Qin Zhan's face to swell up. With fresh blood flowing from his abdomen, Qin Zhan's face turned pale, and his body swayed as if he was about to collapse. A bunch of fools, idiots, are your brains eaten by dogs? Qin Zhan looked at these incompetent core disciples of the Qin family, almost exploding with rage. Have you forgotten? Zhang Feng's grandson is studying in the 9 Nethers, a disciple under the 9 Nether Holy Lord's banner, already bringing the 9 Nether young master and will arrive at the Qin family soon. Why are you in such a hurry? These idiots, if they persisted a little longer, wouldn't there be a chance of turning the tables when Zhang Feng and Chen Tang arrived? The 9 Nethers of the 4 Holy Lands were so wicked. With Chen Tang and Zhang Feng already reaching the realm of Martial Emperor, coupled with the sinister methods of the 9 Nethers, their combat power might even reach the level of Martial Sovereign. Wouldn't a top experts teaming up be able to kill Yifan? At that time, the Qin family would still be the benefactors. Yet these idiotic Qin family members were so impatient, attacking their own family head directly. Dang. Qin Ming, Qin Zhan's brother, afraid that Qin Zhan would continue to provoke Yifan, took off his shoe and forcefully stuffed it into Qin Zhan's mouth. Master Yi. Now he's quieter. I, representing the Qin family, sincerely apologize to Master Yi. All of the Qin family's properties, I am willing to unconditionally transfer to Master Yi. Just please spare our lives. How about it? Seeing Yifan disguised as young Master Qing appearing at the Qin family, Qin Ming felt a sense of foreboding. Yifan was not dumb. It was very possible that 5 years ago, Yifan was already awake. After 5 years of development, with Yifan's monstrous talent, what realm had his power reached? The Zhao family, Wang family, Li family of Yuncheng, as well as many vassal families and experts arranged by Longmen and Elder Zhang, did not manage to take down the Yi family, and all were killed by Yifan. They still had no information. What did that indicate? It indicated how terrifying Yifan was. Dealing with the silly Yi family against the Qin family might have had a chance of success, but facing an awakened Yifan was seeking death. Oh, unconditionally transfer. Yifan's brow twitched slightly, seeming a bit interested. Without any hesitation, Qin Ming took out the family seal from his elder brother, Qin Zhan, and ordered his men to print a contract. Stamping and signing it on the spot, he respectfully handed it to Yifan. Master Yi. This is the Qin family's greatest sincerity. Upon seeing Yifan holding the contract in his hand, Qin Ming finally breathed a sigh of relief secretly. Could they finally escape this disaster? Elder brother, I'm sorry. For the sake of the Qin family's continuation, I have to sacrifice you. I don't want to die. Moreover, it was Qin Zhan who was originally in collusion with Elder Zhang and others. It was only right for him to bear the consequences now. After taking a few glances at the contract in his hand, Yifan handed it to Wang Ya beside him, then continued to speak to Qin Ming. If I destroy the Qin family completely, do you think Qin family's properties will still belong to me? Since that's the case, what difference does it make whether you transfer them or not? With just one sentence, Yifan instantly made Qin Ming feel as if he had been drenched in cold water, his heart freezing over. Master Yi. You. Qin Ming understood that Yifan had no intention of sparing anyone from the Qin family at all. Woo woo. Next to them, Qin Zhan struggled madly in the hands of a few core disciples, seemingly accusing Qin Ming of his foolish actions. What interests me are the undercover operatives of the Qin family within the Celestial Dragon Army. If Qin Zhan can provide a list, I might consider it. The reason Yifan had spent so much effort dealing with the Qin family today was mainly because of the operatives they had developed within the Celestial Dragon Army. What? Qin Ming's heart had already sunk to the depths of despair, but upon hearing Yifan's words, hope was reignited. Quick, let's all work together. The core disciples of the Qin family promptly removed the shoe from Qin Zhan's mouth and began to torture him. Elder brother, quickly hand over the list of undercover operatives in the Celestial Dragon Army, otherwise, we'll all die. Dream on. Ha ha. No. Stop. Ha ha. Ah. Damn it. Don't pull my hair. Are you all crazy? Qin Zhan was being held down by others, enduring excruciating torture that was completely inhumane. What made it worse was that it was Qin family's core disciples who were doing it, making Qin Zhan feel even more anguished. Ah. In just a short while, Qin Zhan's hair was nearly all burnt off and his egg cracked. Qin Zhan was barely hanging on. I will never tell you the list. You won't, believe me. Seeing Qin Zhan being tortured to such an extent but still not revealing the list of undercover operatives in the Celestial Dragon Army, Yifan's brow furrowed. It seemed like he had to take matters into his own hands. Isn't that so? I'm afraid you think you can get away with not disclosing it if you refuse. Yifan swiftly moved forward, grabbed Qin Zhan's head, and said, 7-star soul extinguishing hand. The 7-star soul extinguishing hand is a heritage skill that Yifan obtained from the Dragon Pattern Ring, allowing him to enter the target host mental domain and control them with a powerful spiritual force. Sensing Yifan's actions, while Qin Zhan's face showed confusion, a touch of fear emerged as well. What? What do you want to do? Just hearing the name made Qin Zhan feel that Yifan's methods must be terrifying. There were some secrets in Qin Zhan's mind that he couldn't reveal even if he was beaten. However, as Yifan circulated his cha and the ancient breath entered Qin Zhan's body, his mind was instantly overwhelmed by an immense and irresistible force, and he was completely under Yifan's control. Tell me, who participated in the attack on Yilingjun back then? Yifan gently spoke, but to Qin Zhan, it sounded like a divine command. Qin Zhan, unable to control himself, revealed everything he knew. It involved many families, far beyond what Yifan had expected. Several of the families had even participated in the ancestral alliance meeting convened by grandfather some time ago. The Su family from the provincial capital. In addition, in the Qianlong army, besides your Qin family's covert activities, which other families are involved? The Qianlong army is the foundation of the Yi family, and any problem elsewhere could be tolerated, but not within the Qianlong army. An internal cleansing must be carried out in the Qianlong army. I'm not sure about this. We only follow orders directly given by Elder Zhang. The specific operation details are known only by Elder Zhang. Our Qin family has few operatives, just a few centurions, and a few colonels, whose names are Qin Yushan and Lia Feng. Qin Zhan's face showed some struggle, reaching the depths of his thoughts. These names were the most highly classified information in Qin Zhan's mind. Under Yifan's powerful mental pressure, Qin Zhan's body trembled violently. Yifan glanced coldly at Qin Zhan. Damn Qin family, it turned out they had participated in the extermination plan against the Yi family 10 years ago. Elder Zhang and those conspirators had been planning for quite some time. If he hadn't fortunately obtained the Dragon Pattern Ring by chance and inherited the Qianji Pavilion, waking up at a critical moment after 5 years, the Yi family would probably have been a thing of the past. Besides that, do you know of any of their latest plans? Yifan was already planning to release Qin Zhan, casually asking a question, but unexpectedly, he heard another piece of news that made his heart tremble. The others. I heard from a friend from Dongjing. They plan to set up an ambush in a canyon on the southeast coast tonight, targeting the first Valkyrie of Daxia, Yulinglong. There will be personnel from the Zhuanwu military region providing corresponding information. What? Yifan's body was covered in goosebumps upon hearing this news. Yulinglong? Wasn't she his wife? When they left Yuncheng, Yulinglong told Yifan that she was going to the southeastern border to deal with the Japanese invaders. With so many experts from the Black Society and the General's Mansion having already colluded with high-ranking figures like Tang Zhan, infiltrating Daxio was now even easier. Yulinglong and the others guarding the border were still unaware, and with the Vice Commander Zhou Yao in the Zhuanwu military region having already betrayed, Yulinglong was in danger. Yifan touched the few talismans he had given Yulinglong at the time, thankfully finding them intact. This meant that Yulinglong was temporarily safe. It seemed he had to quickly deal with matters concerning the Qin family and swiftly head to the border of the Zhuanwu military region to find Yulinglong. His wife, standing up to support the Yi family in such a dangerous situation, couldn't be allowed to encounter any problems. Yifan released Qin Zan, and he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Oh my god, what have I said? Gosh. Although Qin Zan was under Yifan's control, he still had some understanding of his actions. Just now, Qin Zan clearly knew that he had revealed all the bigwigs behind himself. Where was his way out now? Yifan was now in a state of awakening, his strength surpassing the realm of martial masters. If Zhang Feng and Chen Tang couldn't keep Yifan here today, and the Yi family started to purge, all those people would be in trouble, wouldn't they? Master, they're here. If you need support, just call me at any time. Yifan was worried about whether Zhang Feng and Chen Tang would come. A soft voice suddenly came through the earpiece, belonging to Yamada Keiko, who was nearby with Yikan and tasked with monitoring. All right. Yifan trembled a bit in his heart. This little devil, a hybrid of Dongjing and Daxia, calling everyone master, was too enchanting. Sooner or later, you'll see how powerful I am. As for support, Yifan naturally didn't need it. Yukong, the head of the killer hall at the Tianji Pavilion, was a powerhouse on the level of Emperor Wu. He and other experts were secretly lurking around the Qin family estate. If Yifan encountered any danger, they would appear first. Moreover, Yifan had just witnessed the power of the ancestors' extermination array. Even if Zhang Feng and the 9th Underworld Lord came, they might escape with severe injuries at best. Regarding Yifan's life, it wouldn't be so easily taken. Outside the Qin family estate, Zhang Feng and Chen Tang got out of the car, looked at the grand gate of the Qin family estate, and Chen Tang complained. Zhang Feng, let me tell you, I really don't understand you guys. Why do you have to recruit such a bunch of garbage families and hold meetings at the Qin family? In my opinion, what's there to discuss? It's just one Yifan. Why not just make a move directly? All of Yi family's top 10 core disciples have been dealt with, and you still haven't killed the last fool and old man. You're even relying on those attached families of the Yi family to restrain them, really to garbage. The one speaking was Chen Tang, the 9th Underworld young master, a strong man at the level of martial masters before even 30. Among the younger generation in the from major sacred grounds, he was a freakishly talented individual. Young Master Chen, the situation in the secular world is different from the ancient martial world. It's very complicated. Some things can't be solved by just fighting and killing. Zhang Feng was also a bit helpless, but now it's different. With young Master Chen here, we can definitely handle the Yi family easily this time. However, the mission for today is to first deal with the big young master of the Qing family. Let the Qing family break away from the Yi family, complete Grandpa's task first, and give a taste of power to Yi family's allies. Zhang Feng and Chen Tang were about to enter the estate when Zhang Feng suddenly stopped and frowned. Young Master Chen, do you feel that something is not right inside the Qin family estate? Why do I feel that there's a formation running there that can counteract our techniques? Could there be an ambush in the Qin family? Zhang Feng was very cautious. After all, he was also at the level of a martial master, learning alongside the 9th Underworld Lord Chen Tang, and his strength was not bad. But the 9th Underworld young master Chen Tang was too arrogant. Hehe. What can secular world formations do to us? To two of us, to great martial masters, can't move freely in the secular world. Even if those old guys, the martial emperor level experts, come forward, they're not necessarily able to hold us back. What's there to fear? Bring it on. Chen Tang grew up in the Jiuyu Holy Land since he was young. Because his father was the Holy Lord, the big shots and powerful figures in the Holy Land always treated Chen Tang with deference. Even during occasional sparring matches, they dared not exert full force against him. Chen Tang lived a very smooth life from a young age, with almost no failures in life. However, Grandpa Zhang Feng was an elder in the Zhongclan and had climbed up step by step in Daxia, witnessing to many intrigues and schemes, which made him cautious. Yun Chen, we should be cautious. Call Qin Zan and have him come out to meet us. Zhang Feng grabbed Chen Tang and took out his phone. Zhang Feng was indeed very cautious. He had already noticed that something was amiss in the Qin family's mansion and decided it would be best to have Qin Zan come out first to assess the situation before proceeding. Before coming to Huadu, Grandpa had briefed him on the situation in Yun City. Captain Chu Feng was also a martial saint, leading many master-level experts when they acted against the Yi family, all of whom perished. Although the outside world said it was the work of wandering spirits, John Elder had no clear idea of the actual situation. Added to the recent events in Yun City, up until yesterday, Tang Zheng's grandson Shen Zi had also perished in Huadu. When all these events were connected, both John Elder and Tang Zheng Elder did not dare underestimate the Yi family. Despite the fact that the top 10 core disciples of the Yi family had all fallen, the foundation of the Yi family could not be underestimated. Moreover, John Elder had strong suspicions that Yifan had already awakened. If Yifan had awakened 5 years ago, he was already at the master level. With his monstrous talent, it was unknown what level of strength Yifan had reached after 5 years. You are too timid. All right, I'll listen to you. Although Chen Tang was somewhat displeased, he still listened to Zhang Feng and did not continue towards the Qin family's mansion. Before leaving the Holy Land, his father had instructed him that when encountering major events in the mortal world, he should listen to Zhang Feng. The Holy Lord of Jiuyu knew that his good son was a bit lacking in nerves, and Zhang Feng was much more meticulous in his thinking. No signal? How strange. Zhang Feng took out his phone and tried several times, realizing that there was no signal at all. This shouldn't be the case. Huadu was a core city in the southwest region, with very good basic facilities, equivalent to a bustling urban area. So how could there be no signal? Zhang Feng began to have even more suspicions. After all, 10 years ago, Grandpa had begun to lay out plans and brought the Qin family over. What if the Qin family was a puppet family of the Yi family and joined forces with them to ambush him? Zhang Feng decided not to go in today. Upon learning that Zhang Feng and Chen Tang had arrived from Yamata Keiko, Yifan took Wang Yao and quickly dashed to the door, secretly observing Zhang Feng and Chen Tang. He noticed that the two of them were lingering and hesitated to enter the Qin mansion. This greatly upset Yifan. Zhang Feng and Chen Tang were both peak martial saints with life-saving abilities. It should be no problem for Yifan to take them down with his strength, but using formations required more reliability. Now, how could he guide them into the dozens of formations in the Qin mansion? Zhang Feng was already suspicious that something had happened in the Qin family, so normal methods would certainly not work. After thinking for a moment, Yifan smirked, coming up with a plan. You stay here and don't move. I'll go out for a moment. After waving to Wang Yao, Yifan put on a look of bewilderment on his face, walking towards the gate, saying, catch butterflies, don't try to snatch them from me. At this point, Yifan acted just like a fool, making gestures to catch butterflies in the air. He ran towards the gate. Damn. Why is Yifan here at the Qin family? The moment Yifan appeared, Zhang Feng immediately noticed him. His pupils dilated, showing a hint of joy in his eyes. The people above urgently wanted Yifan's life. Grandpa had said that a price had already been set, and anyone who could take Yifan's life could be given a high position, even stronger than the royal family of Daxia. They would also provide any resources necessary to break through the Saint Realm. Yifan, isn't he the fool from the Yi family? The one you all have been plotting against day and night. He's actually right in front of us now. Isn't this the perfect opportunity? Chen Tang rubbed his hands. Zhang Feng, let's do this together. Don't hesitate. Just kill him off to prevent any more trouble. Although Zhang Feng was usually cautious, the trouble Yifan had caused for Grandpa and those big shots behind him, as well as the rewards promised by the big shots, made Zhang Feng's eyes gleam with greed. At this moment, Yifan, in front of Zhang Feng, was like a walking treasure trove. All right, Zhang Feng responded. After using his powerful perception to confirm that there were no other hidden experts lurking around, he felt completely at ease, activating his martial energy to prepare to take action against Yifan. In a flash, before Zhang Feng could react, Yifan suddenly dashed towards him and slapped him in the face, saying, "What are you trying to do? Want to kill my butterflies? Dream on. I'm telling you, don't try to steal my butterflies." Zhang Feng, feeling the fiery pain on his face, nearly went crazy. Who the hell wants to kill your damn butterflies? I just wanted to take your life. But seeing Yifan's demeanor, it was clear that he was in a foolish state, so confronting him will only prove Zhang Feng was a fool as well. Yifan, come over here. Let's catch some butterflies together. Okay, look, I have so many butterflies here. Zhang Feng coaxed Yifan while giving a signal to Chen Tang on the side, planning to attack Yifan together from both sides. Really? Where are the butterflies? Yifan's face lit up with a joyful smile, quickly turning around, apparently not noticing Chen Tang's movements behind him. Just when Zhang Feng thought his plan would succeed, Yifan suddenly acted. He lifted his foot and kicked directly at Zhang Feng's crotch. HMPH. You lied to me. There are no butterflies at all. You are all liars, liars. F***CK. My balls. Zhang Feng instantly felt a sound like the smashing of a watermelon coming from his crotch area. His balls were definitely crushed. The piercing pain made Zhang Feng instinctively cover his groin tightly. And it wasn't over yet. You are all liars. I'm not playing with you. With threats in his mouth, Yifan reached out and violently grabbed Zhang Feng's hair, pulling it forcefully. Kacha. After a crisp sound, a piece of Zhang Feng's scalp along with his hair was torn off. To make matters worse, Yifan even managed to poke one of Zhang Feng's eyes, causing it to swell up, nearly bursting. FCK your mother. Stand still and don't run. Seeing Yifan do all this, Zhang Feng couldn't care much and activated his martial energy, beginning to chase after Yifan frantically. Zhang Feng, wait a minute. You just said there's a problem at the Qin family mansion. Let's not act impulsively. Chen Tang saw Zhang Feng looking like he had gone crazy, so he quickly reached out and pulled Zhang Feng back to try to stop him. Look, Yifan suddenly appeared at the Qin family, and the Qin family master hasn't shown up. That's very suspicious. Besides, with your strength at the warlord level, Yifan was actually able to slap you and kick you in the groin, and you couldn't dodge. That's very abnormal. Though Chen Tang was usually unruly, at this moment, he seemed to understand the situation that was off. Most importantly, no cell phones on site could connect, so the Qin family must have been in trouble. Unfortunately, at this moment, Zhang Feng's groin had been crushed, and he was no longer in control. He couldn't care less about anything else. Let me go. My groin is crushed. What's the use of this life? I'll kill him. Zhang Feng had faced elite women several times through his hard work in training and always managed to control himself. He had just returned from the Jiu and planned to relax in the capital, but before he could even start, everything was ruined. With the Zhang family line relying solely on him, if Zhang Feng failed, the Zhang family would be finished. Struggling out of Chen Tang's grip, Zhang Feng kicked his ankles and rushed towards the Qin family mansion. Chen Tang, with no other choice, glanced at Zhang Feng's back and reluctantly followed him inside. However, Chen Tang's intuition told him that today the Qin family mansion seemed like a dangerous place. As soon as Chen Tang entered the mansion, the gates automatically closed behind him. Simultaneously, a pressure like Mount Tai crushed down upon Chen Tang's head, and he felt an uncomfortable force invading his body. Zhang Feng. Chen Tang called out to Zhang Feng in front, trying to get him to stop. But at this moment, Zhang Feng seemed energized and lightning fast as he continued rushing towards the Qin family hall. Finally here? If you don't come in, I'll have to work a bit harder to kill you. When Chen Tang rushed into the hall, he heard the strong voice of Yifan inside. Yifan was sitting at the head of the hall, legs crossed and looking mischievously at Chen Tang and Zhang Feng. His sharp gaze seemed to pierce their souls. This scene surprised Chen Tang. John, what are you doing? Are you going to attack Yifan? Hurry up. Why dilly-dally? Meanwhile, Zhang Feng next to him looked bitter and shocked. I want to attack too, Chen, but I can't move. It's so mysterious. Chen, think of a way to escape. There's a formation in the hall. Zhang Feng finally came to his senses and anxiously tried to warn Chen Tang to flee. Chen Tang reacted quickly. After hearing Zhang Feng's words, he kicked his ankles and tried to escape from the hall. However, Yifan had set up dozens of formations in the Qin family mansion. How could they easily escape? Get up. Yifan waved his hand lightly, and the ancient ore activated the formation, sending powerful light ripples swirling, seemingly forming a substantive air around Chen Tang. Each of Chen Tang's moves faced considerable resistance, almost immobilized. This. Chen Tang now understood why Zhang Feng couldn't move. Everything was orchestrated by Yifan. Damn it, Zhang. Our intelligence was wrong. Yifan isn't an idiot. We've been fooled. Chen Tang roared belatedly, his martial energy fluctuating wildly, trying to break free, but to no avail. Zhang Feng stared at Yifan with resentment. I didn't expect it. Yifan, you hid so well. Zhang Feng glanced around the hall. Most of Qin family's core disciples had been cleared by the evil elimination formation, while the rest knelt obediently, looking terrified. It was apparent that the whole Qin family had fallen under Yifan's control. Zhang Feng's initial intuition was right. There was something wrong with the Qin family. But, Yifan, dare you kill me? My grandfather is an esteemed member of the Zhang clan. Do you know who's behind him? Your insignificant Yi family can't afford to offend. The downfall of your Yi family is inevitable. Even at this moment, Zhang Feng tried to threaten Yifan. You better release me now. I might pity you and take care of your wives. Zhang Feng laughed hysterically, secretly channeling a mysterious seal, all accumulating power. As one of the four holy lands, Jiuyu relied on sinister means. As a closed-door disciple of the Saint Lord, Zhang Feng naturally learned some life-saving tricks. While speaking, Zhang Feng tried to grab Yifan's attention, hoping to give himself an opportunity to attack. As Zhang Feng made his move, he signaled to Chen Tang, and both of them began to act simultaneously. With the terrifying assassination techniques of Jiuyu, it wouldn't be hard for them to take down Yifan. When they briefly clashed earlier, Zhang Feng and Chen Tang perceived that Yifan's martial strength barely reached the level of a war emperor. Release you? Dream on. You better prepare your last words. When you attacked the Yi family back then, you should have thought about facing this outcome. Yifan coldly addressed Zhang Feng and Chen Tang while contemplating the best way to deal with them. Doom. When 10 seconds were up, black, powerful martial energy erupted from Chen Tang and Zhang Feng, breaking through the surrounding formations. Chen Tang and Zhang Feng were liberated, and without hesitation, they unleashed two fierce attacks filled with intense black energy toward Yifan. Their attacks aimed straight for Yifan's heart and neck. Die. Doom. Doom. At that moment, Chen Tang and Zhang Feng exerted all their martial strength, piercing through the air with intense black energy and causing the entire space to tremble and shake violently. Although Yifan was a powerhouse above the level of a war emperor, facing the relentless and life-threatening attacks launched by the two geniuses from Jiuyu, he was still under some pressure. However, with so many formations set up in the Qin family mansion by Yifan, it couldn't be all in vain. Rise. Yifan stood in place, waving his hand gently as golden lights emerged from the 13 formations, forming barriers like bagwood diagrams in front of him. After their attacks were blocked by the formations, Chen Tang and Zhang Feng fell silent, unable to make any noise. In just a blink of an eye, they were once again restricted and controlled by the formations. To their frustration, with a movement of Yifan's finger, more formations were being activated and directed at them. There were at least 40 or 50 formations, each one unbearable, and more just kept coming. Yifan, is this necessary? Of course it is. Now that everyone's here, it's time to set off. In the beginning, Zhang Feng and Chen Tang struggled a bit, but in the end, they didn't even have the courage to struggle. This Yifan is ridiculously strong. Who knows where he got these formations from, with such terrifying power that specifically counters their martial arts and techniques. Are you going to kill us? Chen Tang stared at Yifan with blazing eyes. Do you dare to kill us? Do you know who my father is? My father is the Lord of Jiuyu, one of the four great holy lands. If you kill me, do you think Jiuyu Holy Land will spare you? Yifan smiled faintly, as if I won't be let off by Jiuyu Holy Land if I don't deal with you. Today, if I wasn't strong enough, you would have killed me 1,000 times already. The Yi family has been targeted by too many people, countless individuals hoping for the downfall of the Yi family. Yifan's existence is the spiritual support that allows the Yi family to continue. Those mortal enemies of the Yi family want to kill Yifan. And in Dazia, there are other families seeking to grab power, waiting for Yifan to fall. Yifan waved his hand, and a powerful ancient aura began to spread, activating all the formations set up in the Qin family's mansion. The powerful ancient aura permeated the entire courtyard, and every golden wave harvested the lives of everyone in the Qin family's mansion. Hearing the screams around them, Zhang Feng and Chen Tang's eyes showed a hint of desperate fear. What kind of strange formation is this, turning people into powder that dissipates with the wind? Yun Chen, be careful. I feel like my body is being invaded, as if a powerful force is tearing me apart. There's a mental force entering my body. Ah. Zhang Feng seemed a bit weaker, and during less than 5 minutes under the purify formations, began rolling on the ground in agony. Chen Tang also tried to resist Yifan's formations by using the secret techniques of Jiuyu, but the power of Yifan's formations was too overwhelming. In just a few seconds, Chen Tang and Zhang Feng lost all resistance. Countless powerful golden light streams began to cleanse the evil aura from their bodies, like a comb straightening out the evil energy in them. Unlike the other court disciples of the Qin family, Zhang Feng and Chen Tang were not immediately destroyed by the purify formations. Their bodies remained intact, but seemed to undergo a process of purification mentally. Yifan also curiously observed the mysterious patterns inside the formations. Setting up these formations according to the inheritance fragments, Yifan was not entirely clear on their functions and power. But now, Yifan had at least discovered two major functions of the purify formations. One was the ability to directly destroy living beings, crushing them into nothingness. The other major function was purification, which could cleanse all the evil from the target's body. Yifan had a strange connection with these formations, clearly sensing that the evil factors in Zhang Feng and Chen Tang's bodies seemed to have been completely purified by the purify formations in a short time. After the formations finished running, only Yifan and Wang Yao were left sitting in the main hall of the Qin family. Chen Tang and Zhang Feng lay on the ground. At this point, Zhang Feng and Chen Tang had stopped struggling, but their expressions were peculiar. Zhang Feng seemed completely foolish, as if his thoughts had been cleansed. Chen Tang looked confused, and after glancing at Yifan, suddenly knelt down and said, "Father-in-law, please accept this bow from your child." Ha! Upon hearing Chen Tang's words, Yifan was stunned. What was going on? Had the purify effect of the formations actually made Chen Tang stupid? Calling himself his father-in-law, "Son," Yifan tentatively called out, releasing his powerful perception at the martial emperor level to sense Chen Tang's emotional fluctuations. The young master of Juyu was definitely not a fool. Was he pretending to be stupid in front of him, trying to escape? Oh well, father-in-law, rest assured, I, Chen Tang, will always listen to your orders in the future. I will spare no effort in annihilating anyone who opposes you. That scoundrel Zhang Feng, who tried to kill you just now, I will kill him now. Carefully feeling Chen Tang's emotional fluctuations, Yifan finally determined one thing. Chen Tang's thoughts had indeed been cleansed, and all the bad and evil thoughts in his mind were gone. How miraculous! In that case, having such a capable son was not a bad thing, Yifan thought. In the great holy land of Juyu, a hidden nail could play an unexpected role when necessary, causing unforeseen effects. Wait a minute. I'll record a video. Yifan smirked mischievously. The scene of the young master of Juyu killing Zhang Feng, the only grandson of Elder Zhang, was so exciting that he naturally wanted to share it with Elder Zhang. At this moment, due to his severe injuries and the mental purification being more effective than Chen Tang's, Zhang Feng looked as foolish as a fool, grinning when he heard that Chen Tang wanted to kill him. With Yifan's permission, Chen Tang didn't hesitate at all, dragging a war knife and ruthlessly stabbing Zhang Feng. In just a moment, Zhang Feng was stabbed beyond recognition, beyond dead. Yifan smirked, processed the video on his phone, then picked up the phone on Zhang Feng, found Elder Zhang's number, and sent the video. "Father-in-law, how was my performance?" Chen Tang asked eagerly, almost wagging his tail. "From now on, I will be a dog by your side. If you want me to bite someone, I won't hesitate. You did well, but for now, I don't need you by my side. After dealing with the Qin family, go back to Juyu. Find out who in Juyu Holy Land wants to kill me, and kill them all." Yifan's expression turned cold. The Lord of Juyu Holy Land was probably the one who wanted him dead the most. How satisfying would it be if Chen Tang went against his own father in front of him? Now it's time for retribution for those who always wanted to kill me. I, Yifan, the killing son of the Yi family, have risen. In the northwest, Elder Zhang sat in the intelligence room. Since his grandson Zhang Feng landed in Huadu, Elder Zhang's right eyelid had been twitching continuously. "How is it? Any news from Huadu? Has that brat Yifan also gone there? I have a feeling that something is off about that brat. We must remind Yun Feng to be cautious." Elder Zhang muttered, but the assistant beside him, after watching a video on his phone, trembled and said with fear, "Elder, I'm afraid we don't need to remind him anymore." "What?" Zhang Jie heard the words from his assistant. His heart couldn't help but skip a beat, and his face changed instantly. Without needing a reminder, what does this mean? Just a few days ago, Zhang Ji's capable assistant Chu Feng had already died in Yuncheng. If Zhang Feng runs into any trouble again, Zhang Ji's heart might not be able to take it. Most importantly, Tang Jiang's grandson on that site has already fallen in Huadu, and a video of it was uploaded online. Due to face issues, the royal family directly suspended Tang Zheng. Even the big shots behind the scenes couldn't intervene, and they were unable to protect them anymore. Zhang Lao, young master. Young master ... He's already dead. The assistant struggled to say the two words, looking at the screen, his expression stiff. Zhang Fan is dead. Chen Tang actually killed him. And what's even more bizarre is that Yifen was also at the scene. The young master of Jiu actually called Yifen father-in-law. Chen Tang killed Zhang Fan to seek revenge for his father-in-law. Isn't that ridiculous? Almost everyone knows that Zhang Fan was a disciple of the Jiu Saint Lord, and should have had a very close relationship with Chen Tang. Jiu and Tang Zheng, the faction where Zhang Jie and others belong, all are against the Yi family and want to destroy them. When it was a critical moment, Chen Tang actually attacked Zhang Fan and killed Zhang Ji's grandson. What did you say? Say it again. Zhang Ji's pupils dilated for a moment, looking almost insane. He snatched the tablet computer from the assistant's hand, replaying the video. Hey, I'm an idiot. I'm really stupid. Chen Xiao, why did you stab me? Why is there blood in my chest? Zhang Feng's innocent appearance, seeing blood on his chest, he even extended his hand to pick up the blood and licked it. Yuck. Why is it salty? Not delicious. I'm feeling dizzy. Snickers. Snickers. Seeing the video of Chen Tang continuously stabbing Zhang Feng in the chest, Zhang Ji's heart trembled along with it. Bastard. What the hell ... f***ck ... Who can tell me what's going on here? Wasn't Chen Tang the one who listened to Zhang Feng the most? Before the Jiu Saint Master left, he even reminded Chen Tang to listen to Zhang Feng. How could Chen Tang kill a grandson? Zhang Jie directly squeezed the tablet computer in his hand, bursting into a hysterical roar. He couldn't understand it. Jiu Chen Tang obviously went to deal with Yifen along with Zhang Feng. Why did he suddenly turn against Zhang Feng and attack him? What does Jiu want to do? Want to betray and rebel against the boss? What they did was enough to warrant their deaths 100 times over. Even if Jiu sided with the Yi family, would the Yi family let them go? Theft. Zhang Jie, too furious, spat out a mouthful of black blood. It's over. To Zhang family is over. In Zhang's lineage to Zhang Feng's generation, there was only Zhang Feng as the male heir, the only hope of the Zhang family. With Zhang Feng's outrageous talent, that's why Zhang Jie spared no effort to send Zhang Feng to the Four Holy Lands to study martial arts. And Zhang Feng did not disappoint. Before 30 years of age, his strength had already surpassed the martial emperor realm, and his future prospects were boundless. But now, Zhang Feng is dead. No, it must be Yifan's doing. Chen Tang, as confused as he is, couldn't possibly harm Zhang Feng. After a moment of buffering, Zhang Jie wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and spoke coldly. Put the video we just watched on the big screen. Yes. The assistant answered and quickly acted. At the same time, he hesitated and said, But, Zhang Lao, Yifen is just a fool. He didn't do anything at all. How could he do anything? Zhang Jie didn't speak, but played the video frame by frame on the big screen. At the moment when Zhang Feng died, Zhang Jie suddenly froze the screen, seeing a gesture in Yifan's hand. Yifen had lifted his middle finger, a gesture of contempt, mockery, and calling someone an idiot. *ck his ancestors, it really was him. He's provoking, blatantly provoking. Zhang Jie stood up excitedly again. Damn it, Yifen has already woken up. But he deliberately acted innocent, despicable. Damn despicable, Zhang Jie raged, constantly pounding his chest. He had clearly noticed Yifan's provocation towards him, but unfortunately, he couldn't present that detail as evidence. Even if he did, no one would believe him. All the information gathered, all the information available to the outside world, proved that Yifan was a fool. Zhang Jie insisting that Yifan had woken up, who would believe it? Bring everyone back in the court, disciples of the Zhang family immediately. My Zhang family will go to war with the Yi family on all fronts. With his grandson's death, the Zhang family's lifeline was thus broken. Zhang Jie was also done pretending. His face darkened as he made the decision to gather all of the Zhang family's strength and go to war with the Yi family. Economically, politically, in the military, as well as in public opinion. In all aspects, Zhang Jie intended to come out openly and confront the Yi family. Zhang Jie had actually guessed right, and carefully grasped Yifan's gesture. Yifan did it on purpose, and the video he sent to Zhang Jie was intended to provoke him. Only by driving John Jay completely crazy and coming out openly could the situation become more chaotic. The more chaotic, the more likely John Jay and the big shots behind John Jay and Tang Jun will come forward. Yifan could then find the real mastermind behind them. With the situation having developed to this point, with John Jay and Tang Jun coming out in the open, it was now impossible for the big shots behind them to escape, withdraw, and retire. Qin family. Yifan watched as Chen Tang obediently cleaned up the Qin family, nodding in satisfaction. Well done, good son. Father has to leave Huadu for a while. Yifan had just learned from Qin Zhan's mouth that the deputy commander of the Japanese United Genbu Combat Zone was plotting against the first Valkyrie of Daxia, Yulinglong. She's your legitimate wife. How could Yifan not care? Moreover, the deputy commander of Genbu had participated in the assassination of the second son of the Yi family, Yelingjun. Yifan wouldn't let him off. Okay, father-in-law, rest assured, I will take care of Huadu. I will protect everything that father-in-law likes with all my heart, and I will eliminate those who wish to harm father-in-law. Yifan originally thought Chen Tang was just talking nonsense, but soon Chen Tang's importance became apparent. Chen Tang killed Zhang Feng, and also annihilated the Qin family. Another video prepared by Yifan quickly went viral on short video platforms. Such a shocking, violent scene completely shattered everyone's comprehension. Those martial arts experts could be so crazy, outsiders watch for the spectacle. But some observant people immediately noticed clues. That's Yi family's fool, right? How did he become the father-in-law recognized by the young master of Jiuyu, Chen Tang? Impressive, impressive. How can that fool have such good luck? Becoming Chen Tang's father-in-law. Those who want to deal with the Yi family should think twice. I wonder if this was Chen Tang's own idea, or the idea of the Jiuyu Saint Lord. How come I feel like the situation is tilting in favor of the Yi family? Damn it, what madness is this? The cursed disaster. In the Jiuyu Holy Land, the Holy Lord Chen Liang saw the video on his phone and was so angry that he immediately crushed the phone in his hand. This idiot. How can I explain to the bosses above me? Give me the phone. Chen Liang angrily called his son, Chen Tang. Chen Tang, is the video circulating online real? You actually killed Zhang Feng and destroyed the Qin family. Yes, Dad. Didn't I do a great job? Yifan is my adoptive father. Those people wanted to kill him. I had to eliminate them all. As soon as Chen Tang spoke, Chen Liang realized that something was wrong. Chen Liang knew that his foolish son, although lacking in strategy, was not lacking in intelligence. Although not very smart before, Chen Liang was clear about the general direction and strategy of Jiuyu, as well as their position. But now, Chen Liang seemed brainwashed, only thinking about Yifan and calling him his adoptive father. Nonsense. Although not clear on what exactly happened, Chen Liang knew that someone must have manipulated Chen Tang. All right, I got it. Come back immediately. I have something important to tell you, Chen Liang said with a stern face, deciding to summon Chen Tang back first. If Chen Tang's mind was indeed being controlled by Yifan, then appropriate measures had to be taken to break the control. Otherwise, if things continued to develop in this way, Chen Tang might cause even bigger trouble. At that point, he wouldn't even be able to settle things with the bosses above him. Ding ding. Chen Liang just hung up with Chen Tang when the boss above him called. Chen Liang, is this the son you raised? Damn it, we've worked hard for so many years, setting up plans to deal with the Yi family. Now we're left with the last idiot and the old man. It's already enough to give us a headache. And now, your stupid son actually went against us, killing Zhang Feng. Yesterday Shenzi was suddenly insulted by a dog, and today your son kills Zhang Feng. Aren't we just hitting ourselves in the face? How are we supposed to proceed from here? Do you know how much impact today's events will have in the mortal world? The 7 daughters-in-law of the Yi family have announced they will marry Yifan to support the Yi family's future generations. The families that previously pledged support to us are now wavering. With all these events happening one after another, they're even more likely to waver. Yi's old man is even going to the capital. If the Yi family survives this, we're all in trouble. The boss on the phone was getting agitated, and gave Chen Liang a harsh tongue lashing. Previously, it was only Tang Zhang and Zhang Heng who were anxious. But now that the Yi family had eliminated all the hidden family factions in Yun City, even Zhou Ming, the spokesperson for the Holy Envoy, had been seriously injured, almost killed. Tang Zheng and the bigwigs behind Chen Liang also started to panic. Ever since they started going against the Yi family, it had been a fight to the death, killing off all the core children of the Yi family. If they couldn't completely destroy the Yi family this time, it would be their downfall. Boss, please calm down. The video circulating online is indeed real, but I just spoke with Chen Tang. From Chen Tang's words, I sense something amiss. It seems like his mind is being controlled. Those at this level were the elite among the elite. With just one sentence from Chen Liang, the boss on the other end of the line instantly understood. Chen Tang is being controlled. Thinking of the scene in the video where Yi Fan was present, if Chen Tang was being controlled, then it could only be by Yi Fan. There were rumors that Yi Fan was still a fool, but Lei Qianyu said he was beginning to awaken. Who was telling the truth? Initially, the boss thought Lei Qianyu's words were just to gain the support of the wavering families for the Yi family. But judging from Chen Tang's situation, it was likely that Yi Fan had already awakened. I understand. The boss took a deep breath. If Chen Tang's mind is really being controlled, then it's terrifying. Yi Fan has probably already awakened long ago. Our plans in Huadu may not be able to stop Yi Fan. Be careful. Zhang Feng and Chen Tang were supposed to go to the Qin family to discuss matters today, but before they could make a move, Yi Fan had already taken down the two peak-level warrior elders. The people from the Gu teachings and the Black Cloth Society behind them were probably in vain as well. In the boss's mind, Tang Zheng, Zhang Heng, and others were already considered disposable pawns. If Yi Fan moved too quickly and they were implicated, he would not hesitate to cut off ties with himself and Juyu, as well as Tang Zheng and the others. What he didn't anticipate was that Tang Zheng and Zhang Heng were also shrewd individuals. When they cooperated with the bigwigs, why didn't they leave some backdoors for themselves? In critical moments, those were the trump cards that could save their lives. After watching the video in the capital, Tang Zheng closed his eyes, sighed in resignation, and entered his secret room to sort out the evidence from his cooperation with the bigwigs. He could already sense that Yi Fan would soon come after them. At this moment, Yi Fan left the Qin family's compound without any hesitation, and immediately had Guo Li arrange several private planes to rush towards the Zhuanwu war zone with his 4 handmaidens. His eldest wife, Yulin Lan, had already departed on her mission, her phone silent and unreachable. Hopefully, nothing happens. Otherwise, I will make everyone pay the price for my eldest wife. In the southeast border, at the Dongshan Pier, Yulin Lan, in combat attire, scolded the hundreds of well-equipped martial artists in front of her. Everyone, today we received intelligence that the members of the Black Cloth Society are lurking in the Penlai Gorge, one of their important strongholds. Most of their forces are out today. I am going to raid their stronghold, catch them off guard, and kill them. They have looted many ancient texts from the Great Xia, as well as rare treasures from ancient tombs, all hidden in the stronghold at the gorge. We must not let them take these things away. But I must tell everyone, the people of the Black Cloth Society are not pushovers. There will definitely be sacrifices in today's battle. But this is a battle for honor. Only by scaring and hurting them will they fear and tremble. The children of Great Xia are not to be trifled with. Do you have confidence? Yes. 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 Everyone present was an elite from the Zhuanwu war zone. All were hot-blooded men. Not a single person flinched. Yulin Lan's thinking was correct. By attacking their stronghold proactively, they were going on the offensive. If successful in this battle, the first female war god of Great Xia would surely go down in history. However, unfortunately, as Yulin Lan was planning the operation, behind a building at the pier, a few young men were staring intently at Yulin Lan with binoculars, their faces dark as they spoke into their earpieces. Matsumoto, the woman is already on her way. I've prepared the gift for you. Make sure to accept it, and send more people. Rest assured. Zhou Yao, I've already dispatched 5 times the number of ambushes. If they dare to come, this will be their grave. The person reporting into the earpiece is none other than Vice Commander Zhou Yao of the Zhuanwu war zone. That's good, but for such a splendid scene, I should be there to enjoy. Zhou Yao's face showed a wicked smile. Matsumoto, if you capture the Jade Linglang alive, don't be too hasty to kill her. You must let me taste the flavor. This damn woman has spoiled so many good things from me, and now she dares to announce loudly that she will continue to marry into the Yi family, causing trouble as always. Ha ha. Rest assured, Zhou, if we can capture her alive, we will certainly save her for you. capturing the first female war goddess of DRIZZLE, Zhou has made a great contribution to our Black Cloth Society. When the time comes, Zhou, when you come to Japan, we will arrange everything for you properly. Very well, let me remind you once more, Matsumoto, do not take it lightly. Although I have arranged my close followers around Jade Linglong, for some reason, her strength has now reached the level of a martial sage, making her difficult to deal with. Zhou Yao hung up the phone, watching as Jade Linglong left with her followers, a fierce look flickering in his eyes. Jade Linglong, if heaven has a path you won't take, and hell has no door you won't enter, don't blame me this time. Jade Linglong is not only the first female war goddess of DRIZZLE, but also a spiritual symbol of DRIZZLE. Zhou Yao's mission this time is more because Jade Linglong has stood by the Yi family, and her symbolic declaration of continuing to marry into the Yi family has a significant impact. On the Yi family's side, Tang Zheng and Zhang Heng have used so much effort to suppress the fool and the old man of the Yi family without much progress, instead sacrificing their own subordinates one by one. Those above are already very dissatisfied with Tang Zheng, Zhang Heng, and others. Failing to suppress the Yi family, the Su family, and the Qing family would make the enemies of the Yi family lose face, and their supporters would be shaken. Therefore, temporarily unable to deal with the Yi family, they decided to suppress the supporters of the Yi family instead. Everyone, follow my orders, we will take a detour. Wait until the Black Cloth Society and Jade Linglong fight to the death. Then we will enter the scene. Zhou Yao's eyes darkened. Also, find out where those members of the Blood Demon Gate are now. Let them converge at the coordinates I provided before taking action. Despite his intention to act on sight, Zhou Yao would not be foolish enough to rush to the front as cannon fodder. With Jade Linglong's strong combat power, she would definitely fight to the end in desperate situations. It would not be profitable to risk his own life. After dealing with Jade Linglong, the next step is to deal with the old man and the fool of the Yi family. Regarding Tang Zheng, Zhang Heng, and others' complaints, Zhou Yao held them in contempt. What's the big deal about a fool? Are they really that difficult to deal with as they claim? With so many people involved, they are still no match for Yi fan. Even the arrangements in Yun City were completely wiped out. Zhou Yao. Humph. This time, I should settle accounts with you. From the plane flying from Huadu to the Zhuanwu war zone, Ethan looked at the information about Zhou Yao on his phone, his face darkening. He had just participated in killing his second brother, and now he wanted to harm his wife. Humph. As long as I am still here, none of you will touch a single hair on my wife. As he spoke, Ethan touched the several talismans in his pocket. When Jade Linglong left Yun City, Ethan had given her several talismans. During this exchange, Ethan had some ulterior motives. He gave her the mother-child talismans. Whatever the situation is on Jade Linglong's side, Ethan would be the first to notice. From the situation on the talismans, it appeared that everything was fine on Jade Linglong's side. If there were no anomalies on the talismans, it meant that Jade Linglong was currently safe. Yifan's Che fluctuation strength and the mysterious runes on the mother-child talismans in accordance with the inheritance from the dragon mark ring. These mother-child talismans could influence each other. Hopefully, in case Jade Linglong encounters any danger, the power of the talismans could help resist it. Young Master Yi, a call from the Zhuanwu war zone commander. The maid next to him handed the phone to Yifan, casting an inquiring glance at him. It was a call from the commander-in-chief Xie Feng of the Zhuanwu war zone. Years ago, when Yifan was only 15 years old, he had secretly gone to the southeast border area to gain experience on a mission, and coincidentally saved Xie Feng's life. Xie Feng had recognized Yifan's potential at that time, and quietly absorbed Yifan into the Zhuanwu war zone, even obtaining the authorization from the four great heavenly kings. Zifan, you've hidden yourself well. If not for Guo Fei's report, I would have thought you had really become an idiot. As soon as the call connected, Xie Feng sighed on the phone. At that time, when they were in Yun City, the uncle of Zhuan Yufei had planned to act against Zhuan Yufei's father and even use the city's defensive forces. Guo Fei discovered Yifan's identity in time, avoiding a conflict. Since then, Guo Fei had reported Yifan's situation to Xie Feng, who immediately realized that Yifan was deliberately pretending to be foolish. Xie Feng, it's been a long time. Have you seen the information I sent you earlier? Yifan said somewhat heavily. Zhou Yao, as the vice commander of the Zhuanwu war zone, has actually colluded with Japan and attempted to assassinate the first female war goddess of DRIZZLE. I have enough evidence proving that he also assassinated my second brother. This is a big deal. Zhe Feng pondered for a few seconds on the other end of the phone. Regarding Zhou Yao's issue, we in the Xuanwu war zone have already started to be vigilant internally. Initially, we thought he was just doing some small tricks, forming cliques and factions, but we didn't expect this rogue to be so insane, colluding with strong Japanese martial artists, and trying to assassinate Yi's second young master. Rest assured, young Master Yi, I have gathered manpower and will immediately go to support Jade Linglong. I will personally lead the team. Zhou Yao daring to be so arrogant. Today I will personally clean house. Yifan nodded. With Zhe Feng taking action, the odds are much better, but we need to speed up the process. Yifan looked out the window. The sky was already starting to dim. Calculating the distance, Yifan was less than half an hour away from Penlai Gorge. He hoped that the actions of Jade Linglong and her team would be slower, giving him time to arrive. Penlai Gorge is located above the sea, in the southeast of Dalzia. It is a naturally formed huge gorge with fresh water on top, capable of blocking typhoon attacks, and can easily accommodate thousands of people. When Jade Linglong and her hundreds of followers arrived in several small boats outside the gorge, there were already flickering lights here. When Jade Linglong's few followers landed and took just one look, they effortlessly wiped out the Japanese guards at the mouth of the gorge. Jade Linglong released her perception to sense the situation. It was surprising that such an important defensive position at the mouth of the gorge was only manned by less than 10 people. The strongest of them were only in control realm, with not even a single martial master present. Jade Linglong's few followers advanced, easily eliminating the stronghold at the mouth of the gorge. A group of people quietly moved towards the gorge in the darkness, intending to directly attack the Black Cloth Societies in the core area, seizing the treasure inside. Commander Jade, isn't it a bit too calm here? It's unnaturally quiet. Actually, there was no need for subordinates to remind her, as Yu Linglong also sensed that something was amiss. The valley was not fully developed, still covered with jungle everywhere. Even the roads were just simple muddy paths. In such a jungle, there should have been many species of birds nesting. Yu Linglong led over 100 people, divided into 10 combat squads. Though they were infiltrating, it was impossible for there not to be any activity. And those birds were more sensitive than humans. With so many people entering the jungle, some birds would definitely be startled. But now, there were no birds at all, which could only mean one thing. Someone had already been to the jungle, or they were hiding in the shadows. These birds were all driven away in advance. Someone was planning to ambush Yu Linglong's squad here. Everyone, stop moving forward immediately and gather around me quickly. As the first female Valkyrie of Daxia, Yu Linglong was not only strong in martial arts, but also had the strategic thinking of a general when it came to combat skills. After realizing that something was wrong, Yu Linglong's first thought was to gather everyone together to avoid being cut off by the enemy. Team 1, received. Team 2, received. Hearing timely responses from her squads, Yu Linglong also breathed a sigh of relief. Since all the squads were responding, it meant everyone was safe. Yuling Marshal, things seem off today. Are we retreating? At this moment, an oppressive atmosphere seemed to permeate the air, making some of the weaker-minded warriors in the Xuanwu war zone wary. Yu Linglong warily assessed the surroundings and shook her head. It's too late. If we retreat now, it will only lead to chaos in our squad and be easily consumed by the enemy. Oh, really? Beside Yu Linglong, a young man who had been asking questions all along was disappointed to hear Yu Linglong's cautious approach and lack of intentions to retreat. Zhao Yu, what are you thinking? We haven't even started the battle and you are already thinking of retreating. Are you still a man? Several other young men nearby scolded the young man by Yu Linglong. As Yuling Marshal's guard, you should lead everyone into battle, understand? Zhao Yu smirked. Yes, I was just asking. Despite Zhao Yu's verbal response, his eyes kept scanning his surroundings. Yu Linglong watched Zhao Yu's movements and a cold smile played on her lips. Humph. It seems General Gafeng was right about the situation. She already had people arranged around her. Today, when she attacked Penlai Canyon, from the intelligence obtained, there was a treasure in Penlai Canyon, with very few defense personnel. All this was a lure. The aim was to attract Yu Linglong to lead her people here. When deciding on the course of action, General Gafeng repeatedly warned Yu Linglong to think it over, but Yu Linglong insisted. Faced with no other choice, General Gafeng reminded Yu Linglong to be wary of a few people around her. One of them was Zhao Yu. Yuling Marshal, what do we do next? Zhao Yu's eyes roamed around, and under the faint moonlight, he suddenly saw a vague mark of a Dongjing symbol on a nearby tree, a glint of understanding reflected in his eyes. Zhao Yu inquired of Yuling Long while discreetly moving closer to her, his hand reaching for the war blade at his waist. Let's wait until everyone is gathered. No retreat. Continue towards the core zone to kill. Yuling Long already felt the rapid approach of martial energy waves around her. Sensing the energy, the opponent had at least dispatched 5 or more martial masters, even a martial emperor sitting in the background. There were also numerous grandmother warriors and elite controllers, making it a formidable force. In order to deal with Yuling Long, the Black Cloak Society had almost mobilized all their elites. Yuling Long knew that she was definitely being set up today, with compromised intelligence, and more importantly, betrayal from within the Xuanwu war zone. But even if she knew it was a death trap, Yuling Long wouldn't let the enemy off lightly. Rushing to the core area of their hideout, blowing up their command room, destroying all their infrastructures would not be in vain. And more importantly, if Yuling Long were to die today, there would be clear clues to the traitors within the Xuanwu war zone, including General Gufen. Good. Zhao Yu's face lit up with a proud smile as he drew his war blade and rallied his comrades. Let's charge together. Attack. Zhao Yu suddenly shouted aloud, causing the other martial masters in the Xuanwu war zone to be stunned. You idiot. We are on a stealth mission, and you yell like that, yad. What are you trying to do? Yuling Marshal. Watch out. Beside Yuling Long, several loyal followers were grumbling, but in the next moment, everyone started shouting. Suddenly, Zhao Yu turned the blade and lunged towards Yuling Long's heart. Zhao Yu was already at the grandmother level of strength and being Yuling Long's closest guard. Launching a surprise attack on Yuling Long without any defenses could easily prove fatal. Yuling Long's other followers wanted to rescue her, but they were several feet away, too far to intervene. Everyone could only watch helplessly as Zhao Yu thrust his blade towards Yuling Long's heart. You didn't expect this, did you? Ha ha. In fact, I've long joined the Black Cloak Society. I'm no longer a Daxia person. Today, especially to send you all on your way to the afterlife. At this moment, Zhao Yu thought his plan had finally succeeded, and no longer bothered to hide. Laughing hysterically, killing Yuling Long would prevent her attacking team from succeeding today. Assassinating the first female Valkyrie of Daxia would be such a glorious feat. His position within the Black Cloak Society would soar, surely gaining favor from the president. Theft. A crisp sound. Zhao Yu finally let out a sigh of relief. After lurking in Daxia for so many years, he finally infiltrated Yuling Long's circle, becoming her guard and right-hand man. As a core member of the Xuanwu war zone and one of the 12 great generals, killing Yuling Long would be an enormous loss to Daxia. It would also deal a heavy blow to the Yi family, making those who wanted to approach the Yi family think twice. Around Yuling Long, her loyal followers heard the sound of flesh being pierced, their eyes closed in despair. It was over. Yuling Marshal's most trusted guard had betrayed her, launched an attack, and was about to kill her. How could the battle continue today? Not to mention, the deadly ambush set up by the Black Cloak Society in the surrounding jungle. Everyone's morale plummeted, instantly losing the will to fight. Today is a conspiracy. Zhao Yu, as the personal guard of the Jade Marshal, unexpectedly rebelled at a critical moment, dealing a significant blow to the morale of the entire battle. The Black Cloth Society has been causing trouble for more than a few days. The members of the Xuanwu martial arts group feel even worse seeing their fellow countrymen died at the hands of the Black Cloth Society's martial arts experts, and if they were killed themselves. Finally finding an opportunity to eliminate the Black Cloth Society's nest in the Penlai Gorge. But now, before the operation even began, the leader was directly killed. The oppressive killing intent emanating from the approaching Black Cloth Society experts in the surrounding forest was felt by the Xuanwu experts present. They must have planted spies next to the Jade Marshal, so the people of the Black Cloth Society must be well aware of today's operation and have set up a meticulous trap here. As the Black Cloth Society experts approach from the surrounding forest, the leader at the forefront is Matsumoto Byron. Seeing Zhao Yu's actions, a dark smile appears on Matsumoto's face. It seems that the #1 female war goddess of Daxia is nothing special after all. Heh. With just one of my undercover agents in place, the situation was resolved so easily. If I had known earlier, why did we need to go to such lengths? That's right. Matsumoto is indeed powerful. Everything was prepared in advance by Matsumoto. Exactly. This time, we can hold a celebration to mark the slaying of the #1 female war goddess of DRIZZLE, surely making all DRIZZLE warriors fear for their lives. As Matsumoto listens to the flattery from his subordinates, he feels somewhat elated, of course. After this victory, those who dared to oppose us, the Black Cloth Society, within DRIZZLE will have to think twice. Collecting treasures in the future will be much easier for us. Matsumoto is absolutely right. We pledge to follow Matsumoto in life and death. When Matsumoto rises to power, don't forget us, his brothers. Well said. Matsumoto puts on a generous appearance, smiling and greeting those around him. But in the next moment, he mutters under his breath, "Gah, damn it." Matsumoto, originally hidden behind the trees, now stands up in excitement, looking in terror at the situation in the gorge. Upon hearing Matsumoto's exclamation, the other Black Cloth Society experts around couldn't help but turn their heads to look at the gorge, equally shocked by what they saw. In the gorge, Zhao Yu's sword in hand was blocked by Yu Linglong, while Yu Linglong's other dagger pierced Zhao Yu's heart. The sharp stabbing sound just now did not come from Yu Linglong but from piercing Zhao Yu's heart. Zhao Yu's mad laughter abruptly stops as he stares incredulously at the dagger in his chest and the blood dripping down his clothes, his whole being numb. "Marshal, you actually..." Zhao Yu's pupils dilate in disbelief as he feels the life force rapidly draining from his body, his eyes filled with disbelief. How could Yu Linglong have realized his attack in this cautious atmosphere and not only blocked it but also counterattacked, fatally wounding him? Where did he expose himself? Yu Linglong pulls the dagger out of Zhao Yu's body, allowing him to collapse to the ground. HMPH. "Zhao Yu, didn't expect that, did you? You failed to kill me, heh." Yu Linglong sneers, leaning down to Zhao Yu's ear. "You used Penlai Gorge as bait, trying to lure my Xuanwu people into an ambush, only to be turned against and killed by us. But have you considered that our squad was already at bait itself?" You..." Zhao Yu gasps in shock, his last thought violently shaken. He never imagined that the Xuanwu domain had such means. Zhao Yu tries to convey information to Matsumoto and others around him, but all his life force disperses, his head droops, and he breathes his last breath. "Marshal, you're okay? That's great. Truly extraordinary. Marshal." Around them, those loyal to Yu Linglong, upon seeing her unharmed and killing Zhao Yu, excitedly gather around. "Zhao Yu rebelled, conspired with the Black Cloth Society scoundrels, and attempted to attack me. He's now been killed by me. Brothers, shall we spare the Black Cloth Society scum?" Yu Linglong raises her bloodstained sword, rallying all the combatants present. "Never spare them. Let's fight them to the end. Fight on. Kill. At this moment, everyone realized that the Black Cloth Society had set up an ambush around them, rendering their prior stealth meaningless. It was now a fight for their lives. Under Yu Linglong's guidance, the atmosphere becomes increasingly intense, filled with the fervor of battle, and the surrounding trees begin to rustle without wind. Although Yu Linglong had brought only 100 members, their powerful resolve made their combat strength undeniable. The Black Cloth Society's ambushers surrounding Yu Linglong and her team consisted of all the undercover agents that could be mustered, outnumbering them fivefold. "Vice President Matsumoto, Zhao Yu's operation has failed. Should we act now?" Design Matsumoto, a scar-faced man, speaks coldly. "If Zhao Yu couldn't kill or severely injure Yu Linglong, we might have a big problem. Yu Linglong's forces, known as the Killing Squad, pose a terrible threat overall. In particular, Yu Linglong, the soul of this team. If she remains standing, their combat power would at least double." "Don't rush. Who told you that Yu Linglong only has Zhao Yu by her side?" Matsumoto smiles devilishly. "I'm afraid Yu Linglong is unaware that 2 of her most elite warriors have already been bought by us. The Black Cloth Society, right?" "Whistle." Matsumoto signals, with his finger at his mouth for action. In the next moment, behind Yu Linglong, another key lieutenant took the opportunity while Yu Linglong was rallying the combatants and stabbed at her back. Plung. This time, everyone witnesses it clearly with no time to react. The lieutenant in the Grandmother Realm's dagger has visibly punctured through Yu Linglong's clothes and into her body. "Yu Linglong, you must be finished this time, right?" Matsumoto by Leon snorts in cold satisfaction, once again feeling relieved. And the middle-aged man who attacked shares the same sentiment. If Yulinglong could withstand Zhao Yu's first assassination attempt, she wouldn't be able to resist the second one, right? Doom. Feeling a sharp pain in her waist, Yulinglong instinctively turns around, delivering a blow to the assassin. Yan Tong, I didn't expect you to be another traitor. Despicable. Angered and slightly pale, Yulinglong rebukes, while Yan Tong retreats a few steps away, sneering, Yulinglong, it seems you realize it too late now. My blade is poisoned. Lethal upon contact. Yulinglong, you are destined to die today. Yulinglong's followers around are dumbfounded. Another assassin besides Zhao Yu wants to take down the marshal. Yan Tong has been waiting for quite some time but notices that, apart from Yulinglong looking a bit pale, there's no other unusual sign in her body. He furrows his brows. What's going on? Has his poison become ineffective? And Yulinglong, perplexed by the lack of excruciating pain in her waist after being stabbed, wonders why there's no blood and feels a warm sensation along with a flow in her body. She reaches to her waist, pulling out a yellowed talisman. At this moment, the faded talisman was glowing with golden light, exuding a faint, ancient vibe. There was still a trace of a battle axe mark on the talisman, but it was evident that the talisman had blocked Yan Tong's fatal attack. Yulinglong's mind raced, immediately realizing that this talisman was the one Li Fen gave her when she left Cloud City. Li Fen had mentioned that this talisman could save her life in a critical moment and had instructed Yulinglong to keep it close at all times. Although 5 years ago Li Fen was considered a monstrous genius of the Yi family, now he was widely regarded as a fool. At that time, Yulinglong hadn't taken Li Fen's word seriously, thinking that regardless, it was a gift from her future husband, so she carried it with her. She hadn't expected that it would save her life at a crucial moment. Yulinglong took a sharp breath, feeling shocked, amazed, joyful, and curious, full of wonder and bewilderment. Li Fen's talisman actually possessed such powerful abilities. It managed to block a full-force attack from a grandmother-level expert. A gentle breeze swept by, and the flow of light on the talisman quickly dimmed, turning into a pile of powder before disappearing into the air. Yulinglong hesitantly lifted her clothes, looking at her waist. To her surprise, aside from a red mark, there were no wounds on her fair waist. And with the warm flow from the talisman, even the red mark and the sense of pain on her waist swiftly faded away. Warmth. More warmth. Li Fen, oh Li Fen, what secrets are you hiding? Back in Cloud City, Yulinglong could clearly feel a mysterious warmth when holding hands with Li Fen, which could transform him into martial Che or other vital forces to nourish her body. A piece of paper? What the heck is going on? Yan Tong eagerly awaited Yulinglong's downfall, but found her standing there unharmed, pulling out a faded piece of paper from herself. Yulinglong had no injuries, no bloodshed, no harm done. What kind of sorcery was this? I'll take you on. Yan Tong realized he couldn't kill Yulinglong and, swaying, attempted to charge again, but at that moment, Yulinglong's guards had already reacted. Sout, sout, for battle knives stabbed into Yan Tong from all four directions behind him. Ah! With a cry of despair, Yan Tong spat out blood, dropping his weapon to the ground before collapsing and twitching, never to move again. Two down. Yulinglong looked at Yan Tong and Zhao Yu's bodies, recalling what Gufan had told her. The intelligence system of the Zhuanwu battle zone had limited capabilities, only discovering two important moles, Yulinglong's eye, but not their identities. It seemed that all the undercover agents from the East Asian Black Robe Society had been exposed. Next, the martial arts experts from the East Asian Black Robe Society would likely begin their move. Brothers, our internal traitors have been eliminated. It's time for a tough battle ahead. Yulinglong coldly surveyed her subordinates. This valley ahead leads to a chaotic world hill. We must head there, using the terrain to block the enemy and prevent them from gaining a numerical advantage. Today, our operation plan is named the Hearthfire Art of War. Our task is to defend this position. The specific tactics of the Hearthfire Art of War involved using Yulinglong's fighting squad as bait to attract the strong fighters of the East Asian Black Robe Society. Gufang would then gather the forces of the Zhuanwu battle zone to surround the skilled fighters of the East Asian Black Robe Society, clearing out those beasts congregated in the Penlai Valley. Of course, Yulinglong didn't explain these detailed strategic arrangements to her subordinates. She wasn't certain if she had any Black Robe Society spies among her elite group. Along the sides of the canyon, within the jungle, Matsumoto Hiron and his group, seeing Yan Tong in action in the valley, had come to witness a spectacle. However, they were taken aback when Yulin Long's single talisman saved her life. By the gods, what sorcery is on Yulin Long that a piece of paper can block an attack from a grandmother-level expert? Are the martial arts experts of the Great Xia dynasty truly this terrifying? Matsumoto's men were filled with fear upon witnessing Yulin Long's peculiar methods. Having infiltrated the Great Xia dynasty, they had faced persecution by various martial powers and were preparing to ambush Yulin Long to reclaim their lost prestige. However, before they could even launch an attack, they were frightened. Why be scared? It's just a Great Xia talisman skill, Matsumoto sternly shouted. By the gods, Yulin Long's luck is too good, managing to escape two attacks consecutively. It seems a major battle is inevitable today. Instruct them. Leave no one alive from the Zhuanwu battle zone. Understood. Matsumoto's warriors from the East Asian Black Robe Society began harnessing their martial chat, swiftly moving towards Yulin Long and her team. Several dozen kilometers away from the Penlai Valley, in the air, the moment the talisman on Yulin Long shattered, Li Fan had already sensed something amiss. They're starting this fast. Li Fan was startled, urging the pilot ahead. Faster, please, faster. Young master, we are already flying at maximum speed, but it will still take at least 10 minutes. I'll try to hurry. The pilot pushed the aircraft to its limits, reaching the outskirts of the Penlai Valley in just 8 minutes. While he was finding a place to hover, Li Fan couldn't wait any longer. He jumped directly from over 10 meters high onto the beach, smashing the rocks beneath him. Although it was now dark outside, the moonlight provided decent visibility, and some shadows could still be made out. Li Fan's powerful perception spread out, clearly sensing significant martial Che fluctuations within the valley. This slightly reassured Li Fan. As long as martial Che was fluctuating, it meant that battle was ongoing. At least there was no immediate danger to his beloved. As Li Fan was about to rush towards the depths of the valley from the beach, his gaze suddenly caught sight of a pale figure on the sandy shore. A girl? Her dress almost completely washed away by the sea, her beautiful figure exposed. Especially the phoenix tattoo on her back, about to take flight, and a faint pulse. Was she drowning? To save or not to save? Li Fan was extremely anxious about his beloved's safety. But encountering a living person in distress, he couldn't ignore it. It wouldn't take long to help her, and at most, he could carry her while running, treating her simultaneously. With that in mind, Li Fan swiftly moved over, lifting the breathtaking girl in his arms. Quickly, keep up. Behind Li Fan, his four-hand maidens couldn't help but be surprised. Their young master's luck with women was truly extraordinary, wasn't it? Just trying to save someone, yet he found a beauty. Li Fan picked up the young girl and rushed forward quickly, while infusing a powerful life force from his palm into her body. When he first saw the girl, Li Fan discovered that she had suffered severe internal injuries, but still had a hint of breath left. After being washed by the sea for so long, her breath was very weak, and without careful examination, one would think she was already dead. The girl's meridians were damaged, blood stagnation was present. Her whole body was in a completely disabled state. For others to handle, it would be impossible to save her. However, Li Fan himself had received the inheritance from the dragon pattern ring, surpassing the healing skills of the great summer medical saint Lei Qianju. With the assistance of the mysterious powers from the god fragments, it wasn't difficult to heal the girl. As Li Fan infused the ancient breath from his body into the girl's body and helped clear the accumulated stagnation, the girl let out a cry and her body twisted in Li Fan's arms. Since Li Fan was holding her around the waist, when the girl's body twisted, the phoenix on her flew straight into Li Fan's hands, completely ungraspable. Damn it! Although Li Fan was already experienced in countless battles and had seen the peaks of the world, at this moment he was struggling a bit. Life is full of scenery, but each view is different. But thinking about his first wife, Yulin Long, facing a life-threatening situation at the moment, Li Fan quickly suppressed his inner turmoil and accelerated towards the valley. He continued nurturing the girl's meridians in his arms. The girl's meridians were quite unique, seeming different from normal people. While clearing them just now, Li Fan noticed a faint ancient breath hidden in the girl's blood vessels. That breath seemed to be similar to the one from the god fragments. Although Li Fan was curious, now was not the time to investigate. Li Fan and his four maids were approaching the valley, easily handling the high-level experts of the Black Clothes Society along the way without even needing to intervene. The sounds of the battle ahead were becoming clear, and you could faintly hear Yu Linglan's voice scolding. Less than 2 minutes after Yi Fen carried the girl away, several speedboats quickly approached the sea, and a group of strangely dressed martial experts jumped off the boat and swiftly searched the surrounding area by the sea. Have you found the miss? Not yet. Nothing over here either. Captain, what should we do now? Among the group were strong experts at the martial emperor level, all looking anxious. What to do? Continue searching. The chief instructed us explicitly to protect the miss's safety at all costs. If anything happens to her, we will all lose our heads. The captain reprimanded the people around him. Additionally, pay special attention to monitoring General Nanba. He was the last person seen with the miss. I suspect he might have done something to her. General Nanba has brought experts with him and has already entered the valley from another direction. I will lead some men to follow him and check the situation, while others continue searching around. We must see the person alive or see the corpse, understand? Yes. On the other side of Penlai Valley, Zhou Yao and a pale-faced man stood on a high peak overlooking the valley below, where the battle was raging. A touch of sinister smile appeared on Zhou Yao's face. General Nanba, the battle below is almost over. It's time for us to make our move. Zhou, rest assured, your matters won't be delayed today. Zhou Yao burst into laughter. General Nanba, you are mistaken. It's not just my matter today. It's also a great opportunity for you, General Nanba. Once you resolve the internal obstacles, if we can take down Penlai Valley today, the entire Blood Demon sect will have to listen to your commands. Ha ha. That's well said. Let's go. We should move in. After this is successful, we will rely on you, Zhou Yao, for the future development of the Blood Demon sect. However, for safety reasons, we shouldn't expose all our forces at once. I've kept 2/3 of our people lurking under the sea outside, just in case. Before taking action, Zhou Yao didn't intend to be cannon fodder but preferred to watch the tigers fight. When Yu Linglan and the Black Clothed Society were close to finishing their battle, he would enter again. This way, Zhou Yao could gain more advantages. Inside Penlai Valley, Matsumoto and his strong subordinates had cleared most of the 100 warriors around Yu Linglan. At this point, out of the 100 people Yu Linglan led, more than half were dead or injured, leaving less than 30. They were now making a final struggle, using the Chaos Mountain as cover, surrounded in a fin shape by Matsumoto's men. Miss Yu Linglan, don't make pointless struggles. I must admit, the warriors from your Zhuanwu domain are indeed powerful. 100 of you have killed 200 of us, a 1-2 to death ratio, which is quite remarkable. Matsumoto's face darkened. But now I still had at least 300 men at my disposal. How long can your 30 wounded soldiers hold out? Moreover, besides our Martial Emperor experts, we still have Martial Emperor masters in reserve. Yu Linglan, as long as you surrender, I guarantee no harm will come to any of you. You will all be treated well, and you might even be given a position higher than the masses. Recruiting the first female warrior of DRIZZLE, strategically speaking, was more important than the recruitment itself. Matsumoto understood this. Surrender. Dream on, Matsumoto. Do you think the people of the Zhuanwu domain are so easy to bully? Humph. Tell me, who will die today? We'll have to wait and see. Although everything had been arranged in advance, there was still no movement outside, making Yu Linglan a bit anxious. It had been almost an hour since she entered the valley, and she didn't know if the attack had been repelled by ancient maple outside. If her furnace was pierced before the circle was completed, Matsumoto's elite forces from the Black Clothed Society might all escape. Matsumoto, as the overall responsible person of the Black Clothed Society in DRIZZLE, the vice president of the Black Clothed Society, was no pushover himself. Upon hearing Yu Linglan's words, he began to act cautiously, asking the intelligence personnel beside him, "How is the situation with the brothers responsible for guarding the periphery?" Dealing with Yu Linglan from the Zhuanwu domain, Matsumoto was extremely cautious. The Zhuanwu domain guarded the southeast of DRIZZLE, and their strength was not to be underestimated. If things went wrong and he ended up surrounded, it would be troublesome. Sir, we just received news. Everything is normal on the Zhuanwu domain headquarters side. There are no signs of martial experts being mobilized. Everything is also normal around Penlai Valley, with no other activities except for Vice General Zhou Yao, who seems to be leading some men and approaching from the east side of the valley, but the movement is not fast. Upon hearing the report from his subordinates, Matsumoto felt a little relieved, but upon learning about Zhou Yao's slow progress, he couldn't help but snort. Humph, this Zhou Yao is still playing tricks in front of me. Baga, if I didn't need to use his status and position, I would have killed him a long time ago. Brothers, go all out, end the battle within 30 seconds. They couldn't drag this out anymore. If Zhou Yao had any other intentions, Matsumoto would be under immense pressure. So he decided to end the battle before Zhou Yao's arrival. In the midst of urgency, Yuling heard the voice of the leader Gufeng coming through the earphones. Yuling, all our forces have reached the designated position. Hold on for another 10 minutes, we will come to rescue you soon. Upon hearing Gufeng's words, Yuling finally breathed a sigh of relief. Brothers, Leader Gufeng has surrounded this place with his men. Next, we don't need to fight hard. Everyone, protect yourselves. Hold on for another 10 minutes, they will be here to attack. Yes. Hearing that Gufeng had finally brought reinforcements, although there were only 30 people left at the scene, the fighting power surged instantly. Looking at the situation in front of him, Matsumoto couldn't help but shudder. Did Xuanwu territory really dispatch reinforcements? But the information he just received showed no movement from Xuanwu territory's forces. President, bad news, bad news. The brothers responsible for external vigilance have been attacked, and the brothers who were supposed to go and take over the posts have seen a large group of Xuanwu territory experts heading rapidly towards the canyon. What? Weren't you saying there were no reinforcements yet? How did they suddenly come directly to our doorstep? Matsumoto was starting to panic. If Xuanwu territory really had reinforcements, then sending Yuling to them today might really be part of a conspiracy. How many of them are coming? Evaluating the situation of his own forces, Matsumoto realized that there were only over 300 martial experts left. Even with a martial emperor backing them up, if the experts from Xuanwu territory charged together, the forces of the Black Cloth Society would likely be decimated. Currently, it's not clear, but based on our estimations, there are at least 700 to 800 people. Hiss. Listening to the report from his subordinate, Matsumoto couldn't help but draw in a breath of cold air. Damn it. 700 to 800 people, instantly reversing the situation, outnumbering his forces several times over. Xuanwu territory was definitely serious. Damn it, he had fallen into Xuanwu territory's trap. Elder Kozumi, please mobilize and hold the retreat route with your brothers. Matsumoto was now really frightened. He bowed to the empty space and quickly ordered his subordinates, 2nd Squad, 3rd Squad, take your forces to hold the retreat route with Elder Kozumi. We'll be there soon. Matsumoto was truly frightened now. If Xuanwu territory really had reinforcements coming, they would be practically unleashing all their forces. Tenlai Canyon was definitely not defensible today, but at least most of their people needed to withdraw. Yuling, you're cunning, but don't be too proud. Even if Gufeng sends reinforcements, I can still kill you before they arrive to save you. Everyone, attack together. End the battle in 10 seconds. Kill this troublemaker. Baga. Matsumoto was really going crazy. He had thought it was an ambush, one-sided crushing battle, but it turned into a fleeing battle in the end. Matsumoto glanced towards the east, sneering inwardly. Fortunately, there were still Zhou Yao's forces and the Blood Demon's forces there. Perhaps they could hold on for a while, giving him time to escape, then let them fight each other. Swish! Matsumoto's forces received the command and, without holding back, unleashed their strongest martial energy, rushing towards Yuling and the others. Splatter! Splatter! Yuling's front line of men blocked a few rounds before being surrounded and taken down. Yuling's fighting and command skills were exceptional, tactically retreating towards the depths of the rocky valley. But in the face of absolute strength, no amount of skillful tactics could resist. Seeing batch after batch of his men dying, in a matter of moments, Yuling was left with less than 10 people beside him. Matsumoto even personally drew his sword and charged forward. With 3 martial emperor experts joining the battle, it was a complete slaughter for Yuling's side. Hiss! In an attempt to save one of his subordinates, Yuling's shoulder was slashed by Matsumoto, leaving a huge gash and blood flowing down his shoulder. Staggering, his already pale face turned even paler. Leaning on his sword, Yuling looked towards the direction of Daxio with reluctance. He muttered to himself, "Is this really the end this time? That silly Boyefin doesn't know how lucky he was. I didn't even have the chance to marry you. What a waste. If only I had absorbed more warmth from you before leaving, perhaps my strength would have increased, and I wouldn't be in this situation now. Suai. At this moment, Yefan finally reached the canyon. Yefan was accompanied by 4 attendants, all strong masters at the grandmother level, with powerful martial energy and rich combat experience. Charge after charge, Matsumoto's men couldn't hold them back. Yefan held the exquisite girl in his arms, continuously transferring ancient energy and vitality to her. Yefan could already feel the girl's body squirming in his arms, but strangely, she still didn't wake up. Unknown to Yefan, the girl had already quietly opened her eyes, looking at the handsome man holding her. Bold brows, firm features, sharp lines. Had he saved her? The girl glanced at her almost naked body, trying to cover herself up, only to realize that darn it, the head wife is injured. When Yefan rushed to this side of the rocky hill in the gorge, he happened to see Yuckling Long being struck by a powerful martial emperor next to Matsumoto, making Yefan's heart ache. Nan-shun, stay here to take care of this girl and find her some clothes to wear. Yefan shoved the girl in his hand to the maid beside him, kicked his foot on the ground, and his body rushed towards Yuckling Long like lightning. Over there, Matsumoto had already gathered 3 big martial emperor warriors, planning to harvest Yuckling Long's life at the same time. Just as Yefan left, the girl in Nanshang's arms had already opened her eyes and let out a groan. Beauty, you're awake. Nanshang watched the beauty struggling to stand up from his embrace, asking with a hint of confusion in his eyes. She woke up so quickly. Did this beauty wake up earlier than she let on? Humph, these enchanting women. Thank you for saving me. Do you have a phone on you? Let me borrow it. After borrowing the phone from Nanshan, the beauty immediately made a call. Eldermu, where are you? Please stop the operation immediately. After a brief exchange, the beauty hung up the phone, returned the phone to Nanshan, bowed respectfully and said, I have to leave for a while, but I'll be back soon. Take care of your young master. I'll give him a surprise later. With that, the girl kicked her foot on the ground, and her body was already dozens of meters away. She's also a martial emperor level strong. Nansheng and the other maids were stunned. How did the young master encounter such extraordinary girls, one after another? What kind of surprise is this beauty planning for the young master? On the other side, there were 5 remaining elite guards by Yuckling Long's side. But at this moment, due to Matsumoto by Leon's relentless attacks, the 5 guards were also injured, blood flowing. After defeating several more stray dogs of the Black Society, Yuckling Long, exhausted, was almost about to collapse, relying on the rocky hill and her war blade to barely remain standing. Yuckling Long, you are truly strong. If you were not born in Great Xia, perhaps I would have given you a chance to be my woman. Now, do you think any of your struggles still have meaning? Matsumoto by Leon stared grimly at Yuckling Long. You damn woman, dared to scheme against me. Today, I will send you to hell. Kobe, Lucian, attack together. Blow Yuckling Long, this bastard, to pieces. Matsumoto was so anxious that he was about to jump up. The people who reported to him about Gufeng had already formed a siege around the perimeter. They thought they would have dealt with Yuckling Long and the 30 others quickly, but now it had been 8 minutes, and they couldn't finish killing them. If they dragged on, there would be no chance to break through later. The only martial emperor in Penlai Gorge, Elder Kozumi, led 2 squads to guard the breakout point, but there was still no movement. Matsumoto was already very uneasy, wanting to end the battle as soon as possible. Doom, doom, doom. 3 fierce martial arts energies locked Yuckling Long and the last 5 guards from 3 directions, fiercely smashing towards them. Yuckling Long and others were already at their limits, almost fainting from exhaustion, and had no strength to resist. Helplessly watching Matsumoto and others' final deadly attacks, they couldn't do anything. Yuck leader. We fought along with the Yuck leader. No regrets, yes. If there is a next life, we will fight alongside the Yuck leader again. Being able to fight alongside the Yuck leader, even if we die, it's worth it. Under the pressure of the powerful energy, the air was distorted. The rocky hill that Yuckling Long and others relied on and shelter in began to collapse inch by inch, turning into a pile of rubble. Such a terrible killing move. Yuckling Long had only barely reached the martial emperor level. Coupled with her several elite guards at the master level, they were in a dead end. Yuckling Long was so pressured that her body trembled violently. Her eyes started to blur, blood streaming from her eye sockets. She was on the verge of losing consciousness completely. But in the instant before passing out, Yuckling Long actually saw a familiar figure behind Matsumoto and others. Yifan, how did that silly guy get here? Did she see an illusion? Yuckling Long tried hard to open her eyes to see clearly if the man she wanted to protect really came. But her eyelids uncontrollably wanted to close. However, a hint of smile still appeared on Yuckling Long's lips, almost instinctively saying, "Perhaps we might not have to die." In her haze, Yuckling Long herself couldn't understand why she had such a thought. It seemed to be a kind of unconditional trust. The talisman Yifan had given her had saved her life. Yifan had such a unique physique, his strength was probably even stronger than anyone imagined, right? Yuck leader, what are you saying? Several of Yuckling Long's guards, even though they had reached their limits, endured the extreme pain to try to protect Yuckling Long in the middle. After a violent explosion, the place where Yuckling Long and the last few guards stood had turned into a huge crater. It was 3 zhang wide and 2 zhang deep. The surrounding rocky hill was completely leveled, and within a 10 zhang range, there was no sign of any life force. Is she finally dead? With the dust settled, Matsumoto looked at the horrifying scene before him, secretly breathing a sigh of relief. Although the process was arduous and even faced with encirclement, as long as he could kill the great Zio female war god, it would all be worth it. Matsumoto, shall we make sure again? I feel something's not right. The person beside Matsumoto, Kubo, sniffed a few times. Yuckling Long's aura in the air has not disappeared, you say. Could the great Zia female war god still be alive? How is that possible? The 3-peaked martial emperor strength united in an attack, equivalent in power to a martial emperor expert. Yuckling Long was already at the end of her strength. How could she still be alive? Impossible. Matsumoto was very confident, once again used his formidable perception to sense inside the large pit, finding no trace of Yuckling Long. Yuckling Long must be dead. Prepare to break out immediately. Brothers, Matsumoto excitedly shouted at Kubo. But Kubo stood still, not moving, his eyes fixed on Matsumoto, making Matsumoto look puzzled. Kubo, are you dumbstruck? Why are you staring at me like that? Hurry up. If you don't go now, it'll be too late. Faft. Kubo didn't speak, but instead, a bloody sword pierced through Kubo's chest from behind, spraying black blood from his mouth, his face full of unwillingness, but he helplessly collapsed to the ground. Behind Kubo, a resolute figure emerged, who was none other than Yifan. Yifan coldly spoke, "You hurt my head wife. Today, none of you will leave. Stay here and accompany me in death." Yifan's voice was not loud, but it seemed to carry a voice of soul invasion, resounding throughout the venue, stirring the depths of everyone's soul. The Black Society strongmen who were planning to retreat could not help but stop in their tracks, looking at the direction where Yifan was. Who is this? One person standing against a million armies. Whoa. You are Yifan. Matsumoto immediately realized. A few days ago, the vice president of the Black Clothes Society, Murano Koji, led a large group to Yun City, intending to cooperate with Elder Zhangje to act against the Yi family. As a result, all the experts led by Murano Koji from the Black Clothes Society, along with those prepared by Jinyin Yang, were completely defeated. Although the outside world says it was Jinyin Yang who accidentally detonated the bomb, leading to the deaths of Murano Koji and others, I don't believe a word of it. Jinyin Yang, as the eldest son of the Jin family of Huadu, selected by Elder Zhangje, is not stupid at all. Moreover, Shangjing Zhoushao, who is the spokesperson for the Holy Anmo organization, was seriously injured in that battle. It's a pity that Zhou Ming's memories were completely erased, and he couldn't remember what had happened. Such a coincidence. The only result of the external investigation is that Yifan, that fool, actually left unscathed with Xuan Yufei, Su Yixu, and Qing Ruolin. Seeing Yifan at this moment, Matsumoto understood everything. Yifan is not a fool, and if Yifan can easily kill Shinko, it means Yifan's strength is at least above Shinko's, reaching the level of a martial emperor. Damn it, everyone has been played by Yifan. While Matsumoto was shocked, without any hesitation, he retreated rapidly. Seeing Yifan chasing after him, Matsumoto maliciously grabbed his colleague, another martial arts expert, Lu Qie, and smashed him towards Yifan. Matsumoto, baga, Lu Qie, who reacted, looked terrified, trying to manipulate the energy in the air to escape. His legs flailed in the air hastily but to no avail. HMPH. No need to run. Today, you all shall die. Yifan coldly chastised. His martial emperor 6th rank power on full display without any reservation, as he smashed a punch towards Lu Jie. Even though Lu Jie had the strength of a martial sovereign, his entire body's energy disintegrated like paper in front of Yifan and crumbled in an instant. Doom. Lu Jie did not have any chance to react. He was directly obliterated into pieces. The air was filled with a bloody smell, and this brutal scene caused all the more than 300 elites of the Black Clothes Society to freeze in shock. In their minds, Lu Jie, Shinko, Matsumoto, the 3 great martial sovereigns, were already considered the pinnacle of combat strength. But unexpectedly, the young master, the fool of the Yi family, from the greatest family of Dia, directly and effortlessly killed one of the great martial sovereigns. These with which he crushed them was terrifying. The first thought that crossed everyone's mind was to escape, but their legs felt like they were made of lead, impossible to control or move. And most shocking was Matsumoto, who was already retreating behind his subordinates. What startled him was seeing Yifan, with his other arm, holding a Yu Linglan. Just now, shouldn't Yu Linglan have been shattered by the 3 great martial sovereigns? Damn it, what's going on? Not only was Yu Linglan unscathed, but even the 5 injured guards around her were standing confused behind Yifan, their faces filled with disbelief. They were just besieged by the 3 great martial sovereigns and were facing certain death moments ago. But now, they were unharmed. This young master Yifan, the fool that Princess Yu insisted on marrying. Turns out, young Master Yi was so powerful that he rescued them from the 3 great martial sovereigns. Earlier, when they heard about Princess Yu, that queen-like woman, marrying the fool from the Yi family, they were indignant and felt it was unfair. But now, they were truly convinced, because Yifan suddenly appeared, saving Yu Linglang and the guards. The whole scene fell silent instantly, as if time had frozen. After slaying Lu Jie, Yifan walked step by step towards Matsumoto. The thudding golden footsteps sounded like they were hammering on Matsumoto's heart. Attack! Everyone, attack! Archers, shoot all the crossbows and arrows! Matsumoto felt like his heart was about to jump out. He was very clear that with Yifan's current strength, he had no chance of winning in a one-on-one fight. A mature martial emperor expert could wipe out a country single-handedly, let alone these elites brought by the Black Clothes Society. Even if they all charged at Yifan, it would probably be challenging to eliminate him. Right now, all Matsumoto hoped for was that his subordinates could buy him some time for him to escape. As the leader of the Zhuanwu region, Gufun has already led his men to besiege Penlai Gorge. If he delayed a little longer, it might be difficult for Elder Kozumi's guards stationed there to retreat. Swish, swish, swish. As Matsumoto's words fell, countless advanced crossbow arrows shot madly towards Yifan. These were enhanced crossbow arrows, capable of harvesting the lives of even grandmother-level experts within the shooting range. They still posed a fatal threat to the martial sovereigns. But now, they were facing Yifan, a martial emperor expert above the level of a martial emperor 6th rank. When those crossbows were about 3 feet away from Yifan, a visible air ripple formed around Yifan's body like a barrier, blocking the hundreds of arrows outside. Yifan simply waved his hand, and the powerful martial energy carrying those arrows lifted them back, immediately killing all the archers who shot the arrows. In an instant, Yifan wiped out 100 people. Moreover, most of those martial experts of the Black Clothes Society were experts at the mastery level. In the mundane world, they were all powerful figures in their own right, the elites of the Black Clothes Society. It was such a large number of deaths in an instant. Matsumoto felt his heart convulsing violently. These were the backbone of the Black Clothes Society, the hope for its future. But despite feeling sorry for their lives, Matsumoto was more concerned about his own fate. Continue attacking. 4th squad, go. Even if you have to self-destruct, stop him. We can't let the Black Clothes Society completely perish here. It's time for you to sacrifice for your comrades. At this critical moment, Matsumoto was still brainwashing the young members of the Black Clothes Society. But those brain-fop chickens were insistent. Several master-level experts directly used evil means, burning their life force forcibly, instantly boosting their strength to the level of martial sovereigns before charging towards Yifan, intending to perish together with him. Martial sovereign-level experts wouldn't be able to cause fatal harm to Yifan, but their numbers were causing quite some trouble for him. Yifan had already felt his mental power and martial energy depleting rapidly as he made consecutive strikes. If Gufun couldn't arrive in time, he might really be in trouble. But he wouldn't let Matsumoto get away like that. "You take care of Linglong," Yifan ordered the four female attendants who were approaching him, activated the teleportation characteristic, and instantly appeared in front of several black-clothed society members, preparing to self-destruct. While forming seals with his hands, he shouted, "Rotating stars change." With a wicked smile, Yifan turned his palm towards Matsumoto's direction and struck. Once, Yifan used this trick and pit those assassins who wanted to kill Lei Qianyu at a critical moment. Now, this time, it was Matsumoto Bijian who suffered a loss, who, in an instant, a visible ripple of gazes stirred in the air. Matsumoto hadn't figured out what was happening when he suddenly realized that his body had mysteriously turned around. Wasn't he just rushing towards the outskirts of the battle at high speed? How did his body suddenly return to the center of the battle, as if an invisible powerful force forcefully pulled him back? When Matsumoto realized what had happened, he suddenly discovered that the position he was standing in was exactly where Yifan had just stood. In front of Matsumoto, the four controlling masters of the Black Cloth Society had ignited their life force, forcefully raising their strength to the martial master realm, about to self-destruct. The power generated by such an explosion would be equivalent to a heavy bomb. Moreover, these masters had forcibly raised their realm to the martial master level, which was enough to end Matsumoto's life. Damn it! Die, people! Die! Asahi! While the four masters in control of the realm shouted loudly, they tightly embraced the person in front of them, fearing that Yifan would run away again. Feeling the increasingly intense fluctuations of martial arts chair around him, Matsumoto's hair stood on end. He hysterically roared, "For heaven's sake, let go of me! I am Matsumoto Bijian. Hurry! Scared the hell out of me!" The four Black Cloth Society experts burned themselves by force, and simultaneous explosions, the power, unimaginable. Just now, Matsumoto and the three martial masters from Kobe had blasted a huge crater in Rock Hill. Matsumoto did not think he could withstand the encirclement of the four Black Cloth Society experts. Damn it, what is going on? Obviously, it was to have his men attack Yifan, but how did all the damage end up on me instead? Oh. When the four Black Cloth Society members heard Matsumoto's familiar voice, they finally reacted, looking bewildered at Matsumoto, who was surrounded. "President Matsusaka, didn't you already leave just now? How come you're here again?" Hearing his subordinates still expressing doubts, Matsumoto was about to go crazy. "Damn it, let go. How the hell should I know? Damn." The secret technique of the Black Cloth Society's burning life was irreversible. Once activated, it was like gasoline. It could only be extinguished by burning itself out. "Oh. Okay. Mr. Matsusaka, run quickly. I can't control it anymore." The subordinates quickly let go of Matsumoto's hands and urged him to flee. "Fuck off. Don't I know how to run? You were holding me so tight just now. How could I have run away?" Free from captivity, Matsumoto ran away like he had fire under his ass, but it was already too late. Doom. 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 Matsumoto had just left less than 3 meters when four consecutive muffled explosions echoed behind him. Oh my god, my ass. In an instant, a song came to Matsumoto's mind. Kikuko remains, full of wounds. Theft. The tremendous impact of the explosions directly pierced Matsumoto's flower, hair, beard, and eyebrows, burning them all into blackness and ash, his face covered in soot. When the dust settled, Matsumoto, holding his painful rear, his face covered in black ash, looked as if he had crawled out of a coal kiln. With one mouthful, he spat out a mouthful of black ash. And the most crucial thing was that Matsumoto found a huge hole in his crotch, seemingly missing a bit of flesh inside. Looking down, Matsumoto saw that his toothpick was gone. Everything was gone. Instantly, Matsumoto's heart went cold. "Yifan, you won't die a good death. You." Matsumoto was so angry he could only roar madly, but with a little effort, the flowers behind him began to throb violently. "I'm going to kill you, you bastard." Although Matsumoto cursed like this, his body was actually retreating backwards, quickly hiding behind the Black Cloth Society subordinates. He knew very well that with Yifan's emperor-level strength, it would be very easy for him to kill him. For example, just now, with a move of the Doomsday Awaken, if Yifan wanted to make a move, Matsumoto would have been dead long ago. Now Yifan was just keeping him around to play with him, to torment him. Now Matsumoto could only hope for good news from Elder Kozumi. Matsumoto looked in the direction where Elder Kozumi had left, suddenly seeing Elder Kozumi rushing towards him. Elder Kozumi, is the evacuation route arranged over there? Hurry! Hurry up and kill this dire monster. We must not let him grow up. Ifan is already so young and is already an emperor-level powerhouse, and in the future, he will definitely be a leader in the martial saint realm. If a country produces a strong man in the martial saint realm, it would be enough to dominate a continent, even the entire globe. If a genius monster like Ifan really appeared in Daozia, there would be no hope for the rise of the Eastern Sei behind the Black Cloth Society. Elder Kozumi said, in a dark tone, with a bloody trace on his shoulder, apparently just experiencing a fierce battle and not gaining any advantage. But when he saw Ifan, Elder Kozumi did not hesitate, directly waving his hand to attack Ifan. Elder Kozumi naturally knew about this monster genius from Daozia. 5 years ago, at the age of 15, Ifan had already reached the realm of a martial master. At that time, the Black Cloth Society had planned to assassinate Ifan, but because Ifan suddenly became foolish, the plan was aborted. Now, it has caused such a huge disaster. Dear me. Elder Kozumi was the sitting elder of the Black Cloth Society. His strength had reached the Martial Emperor 3rd grade. The powerful martial arts chant wielded by him tore through the air, emitting a sharp wail and a visible ripple of gazes towards Ifan. These ripples seemed chaotic, but in fact, each one carried a strong murderous intent. Encountering trees, rocks, they were directly crushed. Ifan, aren't you showing off? This time you must be dead, right? Matsumoto saw Elder Kozumi make a move and finally breathed a sigh of relief. You think you, a martial arts level expert, are invincible? Humph. Don't forget, we in the Black Cloth Society also have a martial emperor strongman sitting here. Matsumoto thought the sky was clear. He was back in the game. Elder Kozumi made a move, giving him hope for victory by killing Ifan. However, Ifan just lightly sprinkled some runes in the air. Juzi formation. Break. Since there was an extremely powerful formation, inherited from the broken fragments of a deity, Ifan naturally didn't waste his martial arts chat. With a gentle wave of his hand, the golden Juzi formation had taken shape and lightly floated towards Elder Kozumi. Is that all? The firm major maids behind Ifan have already sensed the powerful attack of Ziquan. They were a bit worried and advised Ifan, young master, be careful. Is your defense like this? While speaking, several maids wanted to rush forward to help Ifan block. Ifan quickly grabbed the maids and shook his head, saying, do you all doubt your young master so much? On the opposite side, Elder Ziquan saw Ifan's actions and sneered, kid, you underestimate my strength too much. Humph, even if you are the top demon genius of Daozia, what does that matter? Being so careless, you wouldn't even know how you'll die later. As Elder Ziquan scolded Ifan, he ordered his brothers to retreat towards the second exit to the west. Kufeng arranged powerful figures on the level of the Emperor to intercept at the eastern retreat exit, and it was impossible for another Emperor-level figure to be sitting there on the west side. Elder Ziquan was actually quite frustrated today. He sat at the Penlai Gorge, only acting to intimidate, to prevent any trouble from Yulin Long's powerful attack squad, with the possibility of encountering problems here in Songbin's area. However, it turned out that today's battle was just a game within a game. Yulin Long and the others' attack was just a distraction. Kufeng actually sent many strong figures to besiege the Penlai Gorge. And the idiot from the Yi family that Yulin Long married turned out not to be foolish at all, but had reached the level of the Emperor. But so what? There was still a gap between the Emperor and the Emperor level. Yes, Songbin responded, but the next moment, he stood frozen in place. What's going on? Why did Elder Ziquan's attack seem to have no effect, disappearing like mud into the sea? Elder Ziquan, something's not right. Songbin reminded Elder Ziquan with a fearful look, swiftly retreating backward, wanting to escape quietly. Shoo! A war blade shot towards him, piercing through Songbin's throat and pinning him to the ground. What a brilliant show! Where do you think you're going? Ifan chastised nearby, but with such powerful intimidation, Songbin dared not make any other moves. Oh my god! Looking at his foot pinned to the ground, Songbin wanted to reach out to pull out the blade but was afraid of the pain and dared not act recklessly. On the other side, Ziquan finally realized that something was amiss. His full-force attack as an Emperor's 3rd tier had produced many energy blades in the air, but after encountering Ifan's golden formation, they all disappeared completely. It seems I underestimated you. Humph. Ziquan snorted, violently pounding his chest several times, spitting out blood, once again raising his strength level, and swinging his war blade toward Yifan in the air. Yamaraka / break. At the moment of spitting blood earlier, Ziquan also used a hidden technique to increase his power level to a 5th-tier emperor. Ku Feng and his companions had already come to kill, and the squad left by Ziquan had a small number and couldn't hold out for long. They had to kill this genius seed of Daozia before Gu Feng arrived. Otherwise, with attacks from both sides, no one here today could possibly leave alive. Doom. A powerful surge of energy formed the mad dragon of Marshal Che in the air, seemingly devouring everyone present. The strongmen of the Black Cloth Society on the scene were full of adoration. Do we finally have help? The Elder is indeed the Elder. The trash from Daozia can't possibly match the Elder. Everyone was excited and hopeful, but the result was different from what they expected. The ferocious Marshal Che on Ziquan's war blade, upon hitting Yifan's formation, only caused ripples in the air just like before, then disappeared instantly due to being cleansed. Oh my god. This bizarre scene left Ziquan completely dumbfounded. How is this possible? Even though it was a powerful attack at the Emperor level, Yifan could effortlessly neutralize his attacks. Retreat. Ziquan was completely panicking at this moment. As per the current situation, if he continued to attack, he wouldn't be able to harm Yifan and might even exhaust himself to death here. With none of his attacks having any effect, what's the point? But just as Ziquan intended to retreat, Yifan's golden formation suddenly shifted its direction. And then, a ferocious Yamaraka / rush towards Ziquan. Damn it, did all my attacks just reverse? Ziquan's pupils dilated, feeling intense fear and anxiety towards Yifan's methods. It was horrifying. Your attacks have no effect, and the opponent seems to have a mirror-like ability to reflect all your attacks back. The stronger your attack, the stronger the backlash. How do you combat that? While Ziquan was still pondering his next move, waves of air blades from Yifan's formation were rapidly hurtling towards him, the same attacks he had launched at Yifan previously. Damn it, Ziquan was going crazy. His true strength was only at the Emperor's 3rd tier. Having forcibly raised his strength to the Emperor's 5th tier before and attacked Yifan, now all those attacks were coming back at him. It was like shooting oneself in the foot. Doom. After a deafening roar, Ziquan barely managed to intercept the attacks rebounded by the formation, but in the end, he suffered almost as much as Songbin, a broken arm and a hole in his chest. Although Elder Ziquan was still panting, he was already heavily injured. Trying to fight again was almost impossible. Hiss. Elder Ziquan was defeated too. He was an Emperor-level expert. The remaining strongmen of the Black Cloth Society looked on, stupefied, with expressions filled with intense despair. How strong was this demon genius from Daozia? So terrifying. Yifan retracted his formation, and with the remaining members of the Black Cloth Society too scared to make a move, Yifan knew they wouldn't dare to attack him even if he stood there. Now, it's your turn. Tell me, how do you want to die? As for the remaining strongmen of the Black Cloth Society, Yifan knew they were completely terrified. Standing there now, letting them attack him, they probably wouldn't dare to. Young Master Yi, I was wrong. Songbin looked at Yifan bitterly, realizing that he was doomed today. Even when Songbin was in utter despair, Zhou Yao suddenly appeared in the gorge with a group of people. Songbin, why is the battle over for you so soon? Oh, Songbin, your combat power seems a bit lacking. Do you need my help? With Zhou Yao's appearance, behind him emerged numerous strongmen of the Blood Demon tribe. Songbin was shocked to find that besides Zhou Yao, there were even 2 Emperor-level experts behind him together. Zhou Yao brought reinforcements. Leader Zhou, quick, save me. Kill Yifan. I agreed to all the conditions we spoke of before. How about that? When Zhou Yao and the Black Cloth Society cooperated before, she proposed some conditions, but Songbin had been hesitant to agree. Zhou Yao's arrival with the Blood Demons at the time of the near defeat of all his men was undoubtedly meant as leverage. Though Songbin hated it, he had no other choice at this moment. Thank you, Matsumoto-kun, for your assistance, but Matsumoto-kun, my people have come from so far away and have worked so hard. I want to compensate you for your efforts. I'm sure Matsumoto-kun wouldn't mind, right? Zhou Yao was intentionally trying to raise the price. By now, most of the Black Society members around Matsumoto had either been killed or injured, while Li Fen still had fighting strength and could easily kill them all. There were also members from the Gu Feng clan quickly closing in. The only woody strongman on Matsumoto's side, Elder Kozumi, was severely injured. If Zhou Yao didn't step in, none of Matsumoto's people would survive. Alright, Zhou leader can request any conditions. If Zhou leader can join our black society, it would be our honor. Well, then, I won't be polite. First of all, I need to be the vice president of the black society, with real power, and all my direct subordinates must hold positions higher than hall masters. Additionally, I need 300 energy pills, 2 pieces of undying bone, and I also want the shard of the god hidden in the Penlai Gorge. Zhou Yao didn't hold back at all and directly listed out a set of demands. Hearing Zhou Yao's words, Matsumoto's face darkened. Zhou leader, is this even negotiating? Are you trying to empty the entire black society? You are going too far. Some of the demands were already beyond Matsumoto's permission. Heh, Matsumoto-kun, you were the one who said any conditions. Are you saying that Matsumoto-kun doesn't need my help? Zhou Yao smiled wickedly, staring at Matsumoto, completely having him in his grasp. At this point, Matsumoto had no choice but to agree. If he agreed, it meant sacrificing some benefits for the black society. If he didn't, he and many promising black society members would all be left there. Alright, I agree. Zhou leader, rest assured, as long as Zhou leader helps us get out of here today, I'll agree to all your conditions. Matsumoto reminded Zhou Yao, but I kindly remind Zhou leader, the leader of the Gufeng territory and the experts from the Gufeng territory have already surrounded us outside. If Zhou leader has any plans, it's best to speak up now, and let's figure it out together. There's no need for Matsumoto-kun to worry about this. Since I dared to come, naturally, I have my own methods. Zhou Yao, the deputy leader of the Xuanwu territory, openly colluding with the black society. If exposed, there would be no place for him in the entire Greater Xia. So today, Zhou Yao brought his blood demon group with him, with no intention of letting anyone from the Xuanwu territory leave alive. While speaking, Zhou Yao brought out the prepared list. Matsumoto-kun, please sign here, or else, after this is over, it won't be good if Matsumoto-kun denies it. Matsumoto didn't expect Zhou Yao to be this cunning, already having a list prepared and wanting him to sign. Damn it. Although Matsumoto was 100% unwilling, seeing Li Fan in the front, he had no choice but to grit his teeth and sign. Zhou leader, as long as you can kill Li Fan, I'm willing to pay any price. This troublemaker made him lose his dignity and turned him into less of a man than Zhou Yao. Zhou Yao and the blood demon group surrounded Li Fan, the Four Maidens, and Yu Linglan's subordinates in the middle. The powerful aura suppressed everyone's breathing. After obtaining the list, Zhou Yao finally turned to Li Fan. Leaf, we haven't seen each other in 5 years. I hope you've been well. 5 years ago, when Li Fan was appointed as one of the 4 kings of the Xuanwu territory, Gufeng, Zhou Yao and Li Fan had a brief encounter. Back then, Zhou Yao had murderous intentions towards Li Fan but never had the chance to act. Zhou Yao, you have no shame. Leader Gufeng was right. The traitor of the Xuanwu territory is indeed you. Before Li Fan could speak, several bodyguards behind Yu Linglang viciously scolded Zhou Yao. Zhou Yao, you beast, have you forgotten that your blood flows from the Greater Xia? To collude with these scraps of the black society, you will not have a good end. People from the Xuanwu territory harbored deep hatred towards the black society, a hatred that was engraved in their bones. I am shameless, so what can you do about it? Might makes right. It's time to send you on your way. Zhou Yao's face turned cold, activating his powerful martial aura, signaling 2 experts from the blood demon group to attack Li Fan, his Four Maidens, and Yu Linglan, with 3 woody strongmen, attacking at the same time, especially southern leader Nanba from the blood demon group. Their strength was comparable to that of a woody 5th-rank expert like Li Fan. The overwhelming pressure made Li Fan feel significantly more challenged. Having experienced multiple battles just before, Li Fan had already drained his physical strength and mental energy. He even found it difficult to activate his offensive formations. Get up. Seeing the attacks by the 3 woody experts approaching, Li Fan forcibly endured his physical weakness and activated an offensive formation to block their attacks. However, the power of the 3 woody experts was on a completely different level than a Wuzhen rank expert. Although the offensive formation blocked most of the attacks, the strange aura emanating from the blood demon group was rapidly corroding the offensive formation, gradually destroying Li Fan's only defense. At this rate, Li Fan's offensive formation would soon be completely destroyed. Li Fan's body staggered violently, almost falling to the ground. One of the maidens, Non Shun, quickly reached out to support Li Fan. "Young master, are you okay?" Li Fan took a deep breath. I'm fine. Just the consecutive battles have left me weak. Quick, take Linglong towards the Chaos Stone Ridge to retreat." Li Fan looked worriedly towards the outskirts of the gorge. Hadn't leader Gufeng already brought people here? Why hadn't they arrived yet? If he continued draining his energy like this, his offensive formation would be completely destroyed, leaving Li Fan and his group defenseless. Li Fan had little fighting strength left, and although his four maidens were masters, they wouldn't be able to withstand the attacks from Zhou Yao's group. Small Quan Elder and Matsumoto also noticed Li Fan's weakness. "Hurry, Zhou leader, step up the attack. Li Fan can't hold on any longer. He's at the end of his rope. Once his formation is broken, Li Fan will surely die today." Ha ha. Small Quan Elder had a large hole blasted in his chest, all thanks to Li Fan. Seeing Li Fan in such a dangerous situation, Small Quan Elder snorted. "Zhou leader, let me lend a hand." Despite his injuries, Small Quan Elder forced his martial aura, displaying the strength of a Woody realm expert, and joined in attacking Li Fan, accelerating the destruction of Li Fan's offensive formation. With the four Woody experts attacking at the same time, especially Small Quan Elder's Woody aura, it was the final straw that broke Li Fan's back. Doom. Doom. In less than 3 seconds, Li Fan and his group's offensive formation finally couldn't withstand the martial aura impacts from Zhou Yao's group, instantly exploding and dispersing. The powerful impact sent Li Fan, Yu Linglong, and the others flying back 7 to 8 meters, landing in a disheveled state on the ground. Li Fan, the #1 monster genius of the Greater Xia, is finally about to fall. "Let me end your life." Zhou Yao coldly stared at Li Fan. "I love killing geniuses the most." The four great martial emperors, along with Matsumoto, step by step, approached Yi Fan heavily. Although everyone wanted to kill Yi Fan very badly, they were also aware that, regardless of anything else, Yi Fan was already a powerful figure at the martial emperor level. If they pushed Yi Fan to hard, his final struggle might lead to a mutual destruction. So everyone was very cautious. "Yi Fan, you never expected this day, right?" Ha ha ha. Matsumoto was the most furious. Originally, today's ambush was meant to be a direct attack on Yu Linglong, but now they were almost completely wiped out, with Matsumoto himself being crippled by Yi Fan. If they didn't kill Yi Fan, Matsumoto vowed not to rest in peace. Ha ha. Killing the first devilish genius of Daxia. This will cut off Daxia's fortune. "Leader Zhou, you've made a great contribution. No matter what price we pay today, it's worth it." Elder Kozumi also burst into laughter. At this moment, the four great martial emperor powerhouses were surrounding Yi Fan. Yi Fan had already faced attacks from many people earlier, exhausting a significant amount of his strength. In this situation, even if the gods came, would they be able to save Yi Fan? By Yi Fan's side, the four maidens were protecting Yi Fan and Yu Linglong in the middle, looking anxiously at the situation before them. "Young master, you and young mistress Yu Linglong should leave first. We'll hold them back. You go quickly and rendezvous with leader Gufeng." "Yes, even if we die, we must delay them for a moment." Yu Linglong's few guards also spoke up. Yi Fan shook his head faintly. "It's no use. They are all martial emperor powerhouses. You can't stop them at all." At this moment, Yi Fan was secretly using his techniques to absorb the remaining power of the immortal bones in his meridians, rapidly restoring his energy. In just a few tens of seconds, Yi Fan had already regained 50% of his strength. He had to drag it out until Elder Gufeng arrived, or wait for his strength to recover once more. Perhaps there would still be a chance for another battle. However, Yi Fan knew that Gufeng had already brought people close, and naturally Zhou Yao knew as well. Although Zhou Yao had made all the arrangements today, almost all the martial arts powerhouses of the clan were involved, preparing to ambush the elite of the Xuanwu sect. But if Yi Fan and Gufeng were to join forces, Zhou Yao was still worried that there might be unforeseen variables. "Quick! Let's not waste time. Let's attack together. Blast them into pieces." Zhou Yao could already feel Gufeng's presence approaching within a few hundred meters. Gufeng had been in charge of the Xuanwu domain for so long, always superior to Zhou Yao, with a natural coercion. Moreover, Zhou Yao had never won against Gufeng in their past exchanges, so Zhou Yao was always very cautious of Gufeng. Doom. 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 The two great martial emperor powerhouses of the Xuanwu sect, Elder Kozumi and Zhou Yao, were fierce characters. As they scolded, they did not hesitate to unleash all of their martial chat, tearing the air apart into visible cracks, all fiercely smashing towards Yifan, Yulinglong, and the others. After a whirlwind of dust and darkness, the dust settled, revealing a massive pit 10 yards in diameter on the ground. The air was filled with a bloody smell. Elder Kozumi extended his perception into the pit and felt no trace of Yifan and Yulinglong's presence. The first devilish genius of Daozia and the Daozia female war god, have they all fallen? Looking at the situation before him, Elder Kozumi breathed a sigh of relief. Although today's operation was full of twists and turns, the final result was satisfactory, as Yifan and Yulinglong were eventually killed. A black cloud passed overhead, blocking the bright moonlight. Everything in the canyon returned to calm. A genius had fallen. Hundreds of meters away from the canyon, Gufun also sensed the terrifying aura of the four great martial emperor powerhouses simultaneously taking action. Young Master Yi is in danger. Quick! Speed up. Young Master Yi must not come to harm. The Heavenly Furnace battle formation was originally proposed by Yifan himself, but he did not expect that in the end, his wife would be the one to execute it, and in order to save her, Yifan himself was drawn into it. Yifan, as a prodigious genius, was the only bloodline of the Yi family. If he died here, Gufun really didn't know how to face the patriarch of the Yi family. On the other hand, Leader Yukong of the Assassin Division of the Qianji Pavilion also noticed the powerful aura from within. Leader, I can't sense Leader's presence. Yuqiang's face darkened. Everyone, rush over immediately. Whoever dares to harm the young master, today they will all be buried along with him. Though the Qianji Pavilion had been silent for many years, a new leader had finally emerged, and he was a truly prodigious genius. It was entirely possible for him to lead the Qianji Pavilion to rise once again, and Yukong didn't want anything to happen to Yifan. But now, he couldn't sense Yifan's vital energy from hundreds of meters away. Yukong was very anxious. In the canyon, Matsumoto, Elder Kozumi, Zhou Yao, and Leader Nanda of the Blood Demon were surrounding the huge pit and investigating several times. After confirming multiple times, they found no trace of Yifan, Yulinglong, and the others. Yun Zhou, it seems that your Daozia's devilish genius is not that impressive after all. It was so easy to kill him. Was all this trouble necessary? Leader Nanba shook his head in disdain. I thought we were going to have a big battle today. However, Matsumoto's brow furrowed, showing signs of panic. Yun Zhou, Leader Nanba, we shouldn't be careless. This Yifan is a bit mysterious. Take a closer look. Just now, Matsumoto, along with the two martial emperors, had attacked Yulinglong, and as a result, Yifan had used a technique to teleport Yulinglong away at the last moment. Matsumoto was now in a panic. While reminding them with his mouth, Matsumoto turned his head to look around. When his eyes passed through a bush, his pupils suddenly widened. He's not dead after all. Quick, they are over there. Quick, Leader Zhou, don't give them a chance to react. Keep attacking. Matsumoto's voice was full of fear and urgency. On the other side of the bush were Yifan, Yulinglong, the four maidens, and Yulinglong's guards. It turned out that when Zhou Yao and the others made their move just now, Yifan took advantage of the regained energy to launch the technique again, saving Yulinglong, the four maidens, and some guards at the last moment. However, due to Yifan's weakened strength, he only saved 4 out of Yulinglong's 5 guards. The bloody smell in the air just now was from the guard who was shattered by the attack. But Yifan, having overexerted himself, fainted instantly after teleporting everyone, lying in the arms of the maiden Nanshan. Hearing Matsumoto's rebuke, Zhou Yao turned his head to look at the thicket and saw Yifan and Yulinglong silently escaped from the blockade of the 4 great martial emperors. Zhou Yao was also shocked, his heart turning cold. This prodigy is too terrifying, never dying. If allowed to continue growing, what kind of threat would he pose in the future? No, Yifan must be killed. Continue. Zhou Yao signaled Nanba and Elder Kozumi to attack Yifan again. The 4 great martial emperors, mighty as they are, have also noticed the anomaly of Yifan at this moment. Even facing a deadly siege, Yifan can still escape, taking several people with him. This eerie method is too terrifying. He must be killed. Such a monster must not be allowed to live. At this moment, Yifan has already fainted, completely unaware of the impending danger. The four maids and the four personal guards of Yulinglong, seeing the situation before them, despair flickering in their eyes. Despite knowing that death is certain, they exchange glances and stand in front of Yifan and Yulinglong without hesitation. For the young master Yulinglong will fight to the death. They are just at the control level, with the strength of master level. Under the attacks of the four great martial emperors, it is like hitting a rock with an egg. However, they still persist in hopes of protecting the young master, Yulinglong. Zhou Yao's face showed a cruel smile as he muttered to himself, "The foolish young master of the Yi family didn't expect to die in my hands. Hehe, after today's actions, perhaps I won't even need to go to Dongjing. There are too many people in Daozhou who want Yifan dead. The big shots who went to the capital land Zhou. If Yifan is truly killed, they will definitely protect Zhou Yao. Hu. Powerful energy tears through the void, advancing towards Yifan and his companions. A figure rushes over at high speed. "Stop, you scoundrel!" Accompanied by a strong energy impact. With just one person, Zhou Yao and Kozumi, along with Nambas for men, are guided to one side, avoiding Yifan and Yulinglong. "Zhou Yao, I have long suspected you. Never thought that as one of the controllers of Zhuanwu domain, you would collude with the Black Cloth Society, betraying Dazia's loyalty. Has your conscience been eaten by dogs?" Zhe Feng stands in front of Yifan and Yulinglong, rebuking Zhou Yao angrily. Although Zhe Feng had already speculated during the reasoning at Zhuanwu domain headquarters that Zhou Yao was likely a traitor, witnessing everything in person, Zhe Feng still found it hard to believe. Zhou Yao was an orphan, raised by Dazia officials from a young age, providing him with tuition, daily necessities, educational opportunities, and finally entering Zhuanwu domain, where he achieved a lot of merit and climbed to his current position. Zhe Feng couldn't understand why Zhou Yao would betray. HMPH. Old man, spare me the talk of conscience. Now that I've taken action, I won't let you leave this place alive. Zhou Yao coldly stares at Zhe Feng. Old man, do you think you alone can stop us for great martial emperors from acting? I am well aware of the martial emperors in Zhuanwu domain. The other three heavenly kings, only Azure Dragon barely reaching the level of martial emperor. Even if he joins the battle, do you think you can stop us? Namba, you and I will stop this old man together. Kozumi elders. You take action quickly. Kill Yifan and Yulinglong. Although Zhou Yao was still arrogant, feeling the powerful martial energy rapidly approaching, he began to feel uneasy. Damn it, something seems off. Previously in Zhuanwu domain, only Zhou Yao, Zhe Feng, and the Azure Dragon were the three martial emperors in charge. But at this moment, Zhou Yao sensed that there were several other martial emperors closing in. This is getting troublesome. If they don't kill Yifan before the others arrive, it will be very difficult to kill him today. HMPH. Who told me there was only one martial emperor? Zhe Feng snorted, and before he finished speaking, another black-clothed figure wielding a battle knife arrived instantly. None other than Yu Qiang, the head of the assassin hall under Qianji Pavilion. Daring to harm our young master, there will be no mercy. Yu Qiang flashed to Yifan's side, sensing his breath. Although weak, fortunately, Yifan was not seriously injured, just exhausted. Yu Qiang felt a bit relieved, and with a wave of his hand, he issued orders into the void. Swish! Countless crossbow arrows pierced through the void, shooting towards the remaining Black Cloth Society strongmen on site, instantly harvesting most of them. Then Zhe Feng's men from Zhuanwu domain and the Qianji Pavilion assassins appeared, confronting Zhou Yao's blood demon group. In terms of the situation, Zhe Feng and the men from Qianji Pavilion had a numerical advantage, forming an encirclement around Zhou Yao, with Yu Qiang joining the battle as another martial emperor, accompanied by three strongmen at the level of martial monarchs guarding Yifan. It was a fierce situation. The strength of those three martial monarchs was comparable to martial emperors. Kozumi Elder was already seriously injured, likely to be killed in one blow. With Namba and his subordinates, along with Zhou Yao himself, in terms of martial emperor level strength, they could only compete evenly with Zhe Feng's side. Under these circumstances, it was virtually impossible to kill Yifan, unless they had an absolute advantage and could wipe out all of Zhe Feng's men and Yu Qiang. It was destined to be a bloodbath. The situation instantly reached a stalemate. Surrender. Zhou Yao, given your previous merits, I can guarantee that you will receive a fair trial. Zhe Feng calmly stared at Zhou Yao, attempting to persuade him to give up resistance. But Zhou Yao's ambitions for higher status and greater power have come to this point. How could he give up? He even intended to betray Matsumoto. How would he listen to Zhai Feng's advice? Zhai Feng, you are underestimating me too much. Since I've made a decision, how can I have only this much power? Zhou Yao calmly turned to Nambo on his side. Leader Nambo, let the remaining elite of the Blood Demon group come over. A plan within a plan. Jade Linglong wanted to use her own squad as bait to encircle Matsumoto's Black Cloth Society squad, but Zhou Yao, with a third of the Blood Demon group's men, lured Zhai Feng to surround them, while the remaining two-thirds then performed a counter-encirclement. In the other two squads, there were also two senior elders of the Blood Demon group, both basically at the level of martial emperors. In the end, whether in terms of martial emperor strength or numbers, Zhou Yao's side had an absolute advantage. Eventually, Zhai Feng and the others are doomed to be wiped out. Good. Nambo responded, just as he was about to open his communicator to contact his squad lurking outside Penglai Gorge. He suddenly felt a familiar energy rapidly approaching the gorge. They are so clever. They've arrived ahead of time. Nambo was a bit puzzled and called one of his direct subordinates, trying to understand what was happening. But after several attempts, he found that he couldn't establish a connection. What kind of crappy signal is this? I can't even make a phone call. Nambo angrily smashed his communicator on the ground, then turned to Zhou Yao. Zhou Xiao, no need to call them, my men. Zhou Yao also felt the familiar aura of the Blood Demon part, a wicked smile creeping onto his lips. Old thing, surrender in your own words. If you surrender, I guarantee that out of our past friendship, I will spare your life. We only want to kill Yifan and Yulinglong. As for the colleagues in Zhuanwu domain, I will consider sparing their lives. Zhou Yao felt extremely pleased. With the support of the Blood Demon part behind him, Zhou Yao had gained enough benefits from the Black Robe Society. Now, if he could completely eliminate people like Gu Feng here, he might be able to return to Zhuanwu domain with the support of Shangjing Tangjun and Zhang Lao. And perhaps the position of leader in Zhuanwu domain would be his. Watching the scene in front of him, Matsumoto couldn't help but give Zhou Yao a thumbs up in his mind. This Zhou Yao was indeed cunning enough. He had invited the people of the Blood Demon part to come out, divided his men into two groups, and now it seemed they were about to complete the surrounding of people like Gu Feng, forming a crushing situation. Yun Zhou, you were really impressive. Matsumoto couldn't help but praise. Elder Koizumi also nodded beside him. Leader Zhou, if you make a move, this time you must completely wipe them out. Amazing, amazing. Zhou Yao waved his hand, casually responding, just a small matter, just a small matter. At this moment, Gu Feng and Yukon also felt the rapid approach of the martial arts experts around them. Although the killers of the Tianji Pavilion were elite, they were few in number. When combined with the people of Gu Feng's Zhuanwu domain, there were only about 1,000 people in total. But at this moment, the approaching Blood Demon people on the outskirts numbered at least 2,000. With such a huge numerical advantage, even if Gu Feng and Yukong were powerful, they would have no chance of winning. Moreover, among the people responsible for the encirclement outside, there were clearly two martial emperor level experts arriving. In addition to Zhou Yao and his subordinates present, the martial emperors had the upper hand. Leader Yukon, when the battle starts, you protect Yifan and Yulinglong and escape from here. Don't let the whole army perish. You must save Yifan and bring him back. The future of Zhuanwu domain depends on him. The situation in front of them was beyond Gu Feng's expectations. Gu Feng had thoroughly investigated all the forces Black Robe Society had deployed in Daxia, and had already overestimated their combat power, so he had almost mobilized all the elites of Zhuanwu domain, intending to make a clean sweep. But he did not expect Zhou Yao's betrayal to be so thorough. He had even colluded with the Blood Demons from Nanyang, becoming a treacherous enemy behind them, and now he was planning to turn on them. Even though Yifan had the support of elite killer factions from the Tianji Pavilion on his side, it was already difficult to achieve victory in the battle. Good. Yukong, as the leader of the Tianji Pavilion's assassins, was not one to waste words. Moreover, in Yuqiang's heart, the lives of others were not much of his concern. He only cared about Jifan's life, and at most, also the life of the future wife of the patriarch. Doom. Doom. Powerful martial arts experts gathered. In a small valley, in an instant, there were thousands of martial experts gathered. and all of them were martial arts experts. Such a splendid scene was rare to see in the world. The remaining double strength of the Blood Demon Park quickly completed the encirclement of the Zhuanwu domain forces under Gufan. However, they did not rush to launch an attack, but stopped at a safe distance of 3 yards, forming neat battle formations. What's going on? Zhou Yao saw the situation in front of him, and was also puzzled. They were already in a situation where the number of people on the Blood Demon side had an absolute advantage. Why wait? Why not strike immediately? Leader Nanba was also curious. Seeing the two elders stepping forward from the team, he immediately reprimanded, "Ruin Liu, what are you doing? Let your men attack right away. And also, Chen Zhengxing, where did you go? Why didn't you answer my call just now?" Chen Zhengxing was arranged by Nanba to temporarily command from the rear and was also a follower of Nanba. Ruin Liu and the other elder, although they listened to Nanba's commands, they were loyal supporters of the Blood Demon leader. Nanba was worried that they wouldn't listen to his command, so he sent his own direct followers to supervise them. No need to shout. Nanba, Chen Zhengxing, and those rebels you arranged have already been executed by us. Ruin Liu coldly replied, and the remaining forces of the Blood Demon behind them did not react at all. Huh. Nanba felt a pang of strong foreboding. Ruin Liu, what are you doing? Are you trying to rebel? How dare you kill the people I arranged? Have you forgotten? Before we set off, the leader instructed that everyone must follow my command. Nanba's brows furrowed tightly, thinking about all his actions before. All the action plans were seamless and perfect. Humph. With a cold snort, Ruin Liu waved his hand behind him, and the people of the Blood Demon faction instantly split up to create a passage. A searchlight shone on the empty space in the middle, and a stunning girl in a white gauze skirt stepped forward. "Princess Arya, you." Seeing the stunning girl, Ruin Liu's face changed drastically in an instant, and he couldn't help taking a step back. Wasn't Princess Arya killed by his own pawn and thrown into the sea? How is she still alive? The girl did not hesitate and jumped onto a boulder, shouting to the surrounding people, "Listen, all members of the Blood Demon faction, I am Princess Arya. An hour ago, Nanba used the pretext of discussing an important matter with me, and then struck me into the sea with a palm. Fortunately, I was rescued by Yifan, the young master of Daxia, so I managed to survive. Now I declare, Nanba is a traitor. All members of the Blood Demon faction are to execute Nanba, and those who do will be directly promoted to the position of elder. All Blood Demon factions are to suspend cooperation with Zhou Yao and fully support the Zhuanwu domain of Daxia, as well as Yifan." Arya coldly scanned everyone, continuing, "Those who give up following Nanba will not be held accountable, but those who remain obstinate will be mercilessly killed." Princess Arya, as the young master of the Blood Demon faction, had to be said to have some skills. In just a few words, she made Nanba's crimes very clear, arranging the handling of the situation in a very reasonable manner. Wow. Princess Arya's words immediately caused an uproar on the scene, especially for the hundreds of people who had previously acted with Nanba. They were all bowling with rage. Several deputy generals close to Nanba, with shocked looks on their faces, looked at Nanba. "Leader Nanba, I didn't expect this of you. To lay hands on the princess, you are truly disappointing. That's why we couldn't reach Princess Arya earlier." Humph. As the deputy generals spoke, they planned to leave Nanba with their men. "No, that's not true. Don't listen to his deceptive words. This princess is definitely an imposter. The real princess has already..." Nanba was now panicked, speaking too fast. He almost revealed everything. This caused another round of commotion below. Damn it! Damn it! Who dares to move? I'll kill him." The furious Nanba no longer cared about anything else, drew his sword, and directly killed the deputy general who had spoken earlier. "Those who follow me live. Those who oppose me die. Who dares to try to fight me?" Nanba was planning to completely tear off the mask. Sensing Nanba's actions, Zhou Yao beside him closed his eyes in pain. Idiot. At this time, acting so recklessly by killing his own subordinates who oppose him, isn't this a bit suspicious? Originally, perhaps some were still doubting whether Princess Arya was telling the truth or not. Some even doubted the authenticity of Princess Arya herself. But with Nanba killing someone, it confirmed Nanba's actions. It means that Nanba did indeed lay hands on Princess Arya, becoming a rebellious figure in the Blood Demon tribe. Completely foolish. How could such a big fool become the leader of the Blood Demon tribe? Whoever dares to oppose the leader Nanba again, this will be the consequence. Listen up, everyone from the Blood Demons. The chief of the Blood Demon tribe is incompetent, and Nanba has prepared to take over the Blood Demon tribe, leading everyone towards a brighter future. Support leader Nanba. Support leader Nanba. Leader Nanba is mighty. Nanba has been managing the Blood Demon tribe for so many years. Naturally, he still has a loyal faction of followers. Under the commands of several key followers, over 100 people expressed loyal support. But the current key point is that this is a standoff between three factions. Although Princess Aria's strength may not be on par with Nanba's, her status is there, and even the first group of strong blood demons brought by Nanba, many of them remained indifferent, showing no enthusiasm, especially when they saw Nanba directly kill another lieutenant. A few loyal followers of the chief and Princess Aria even exchanged glances, nodded to each other, gripped their swords, and quietly approached leader Nanba. The current situation is actually very clear. Princess Aria's appearance completely shifted the balance in favor of Yefen and Gufen. Matsumoto from the Black Society and Elder Kozumi's side, almost all of the Black Society members have been killed or injured, and Zhou Yao's own faction brought less than 50 people, unable to affect the overall situation. Together, Zhou Yao and Nanba's forces are now less than 200 people, while on Yefen's side, there are nearly 1,000 strong individuals from the Zhuanwu territory, supported by Princess Aria, giving them a crushing 20x advantage. Even comparing on the Emperor of War level, Yefen's side with Gafeng, Yuqian, along with Elder Ruin Filiu and others, already have an absolute advantage. Zhou, what should we do now? You have to figure something out. Do you have any other loyal followers from the Zhuanwu territory? It's time to let them act. Seeing some of his followers gradually turning against him, Nanba felt uneasy and approached Zhou Yao, speaking out. At this moment, Zhou Yao was feeling extremely frustrated. I really want to say I don't know you, but now, Zhou Yao has completely torn his face with Gafen, and the current situation leaves no room for maneuver. We must find a way to leave here first. Leader Nanbo, with such a small number of us, it's impossible to contend with Aria, Gafeng, and the people from the Qianji Pavilion. There is only one way now, which is to take hostages and leave this place. Later, you take Aria hostage, I'll take Yefen hostage, let your other deputy capture Yulinglong. Then we can safely leave this place. Hostages? Nanba exclaimed, as Zhou Yao quickly covered Nanba's mouth. Quiet, damn it, with so many Emperor-level powerhouses on the scene. Are you afraid they don't know? Nanba despondently glanced at Yefen and Yulinglong, with determined Emperor-level figures Gafeng and Yeqian, along with the Tianjigate assassins and several martial art grandmasters from the Zhuanwu territory, alertly surrounding Yefen and Yulinglong. How do we charge in? Right now. Do you still have a choice? Even if we can't charge in, we must. Zhou Yao was also feeling hopeless. This was the only way out. If they could hold Aria, Gafeng, and the others hostage, perhaps they could escape and skate. But if they tried to fight their way out from another angle, the Zhuanwu territory and the Blood Demon tribe had no qualms. With so many powerful figures taking turns, even if it was a war of attrition, they would surely be overwhelmed. In fact, Zhou Yao had a trick up his sleeve. With two Emperor-level stalwarts on Aria's side, it would be difficult for Nanba to easily capture Aria, and Ruin Filiu and the other Blood Demon strong fighters would definitely be on high alert and not allow Nanba to succeed easily. But Nanba's sudden movement would surely attract everyone's attention. Afterwards, Zhou Yao and Nanba's lieutenant, along with Elder Kozumi and Matsumoto, launched an attack on Yefen's side, gaining a numerical advantage at the level of emperors, hence a higher probability of success. However, when Zhou Yao looked towards Yefen's side, another unexpected development occurred. Yefen lay in Nansheng's arms, suddenly called out and twisted his body slightly, as if waking up directly from his coma. Young master, you're awake. Are you okay? When Nansheng hugged Yefen earlier, she had been transferring her martial energy into Yefen's body, trying to help him recover from the depletion of his martial energy. But to Nansheng's shock, when the young masters had leaned against her big phoenix, the intimate contact made Nansheng feel a bit bashful, but also unexpectedly received a powerful warm current with a strong aura. The continuous warm flow was elevating Nansheng's martial energy while also revitalizing Yefan. Nansheng's pupils dilated in astonishment, realizing the secret about the young master. Just through intimate contact with the young master, she could gain the warm current, enhance her own strength. In just a moment, Nansheng felt on the verge of breaking through to the martial emperor level with the benefits she received. The others nearby who wanted to take turns hugging Yefan were politely rejected by Nansheng. With such a treasure, how could Nansheng let go? Initially, she only wanted to help the young master, but she ended up gaining more benefits than expected. Nansheng had decided that she would stick by the young master, the source of warmth by her side. I'm fine. My body still has the primordial ore and energy from absorbing the immortal bone earlier. Besides, the divine fragment is providing me with recovery energy. The depletion I experienced earlier has been completely restored. Yefan stood up from Nansheng's embrace, patted her shoulder, then whispered in her ear, "Remember, keep it a secret." Having also received the feedback of the warm current, Yefan naturally understood that Nansheng must have discovered the secret of the internal embers. Got it. Zhou Yao, sensing the fluctuations in Yefan's aura from afar, had a bitter expression on his face. Damn it, Yefan not only woke up but also recovered to his peak state, and gained another emperor-level powerhouse. Yefan, you're awake. That's great. Thank you for saving me. Arya, seeing Yefan awake, rushed towards him without hesitation. As Arya moved, Filiu, along with other emperor elders, and a group of guards, also followed suit. This scene threw Nanba into a panic. If Princess Arya and Yefan were to unite, it would be even more challenging to make a move. Infuriated, Nanba activated his energy and planned to rush towards where Arya was standing. But unexpectedly, 5 blades suddenly attacked him from behind, stabbing directly into his waist. Behind Nanba, 3 martial masters and 2 grandmasters of the sect had plunged their battle knives into Nanba's body. One of them even stirred the knife inside Nanba's body. Crack! Nanba could almost hear the sound of bones breaking inside him. Damn it, you bastards! Looking for death, Nanba looked resentfully at a few of his subordinates, 2 of whom were his most trusted aides. Nanba believed that everyone else might betray him, but not his own subordinates. However, it was one of his own subordinates who led the attack against him from behind. Hindered by this, Nanba realized it was impossible to continue launching an attack against Aya. Nanba, I'm sorry, we don't want to die. Nanba's subordinates were well aware that the current situation made Nanba's victory nearly impossible. Killing Nanba now was their only chance at survival. You bastards, don't want to die. Even if I die, I'll drag you all down with me. Nanba furiously exclaimed, unleashing a burst of fierce fighting power and sending his subordinates flying with a single punch. Nanba was fully aware that he was nearing the end of his life, so, without hesitation, he burned his life force, empowering himself several times over and unleashing his full strength. Doom. Doom. The 2 martial masters at the forefront were killed on the spot, and the remaining 3 martial masters were sent flying back, vomiting blood. Capitalizing on the rebounding force, Nanba wasted no time and launched himself towards Aya, bypassing ruined Filiu and another blood demon elder, charging straight at Aya. Knowing today would most likely be his last, Nanba was determined not to let Aya off easily. Although Aya's martial arts skills had reached the level of a martial master, she found herself momentarily stunned and unsure how to respond to Nanba's sudden attack. Be careful. Yifan, who had just realized the situation, knew that the princess he had coincidentally rescued by the seaside was actually a member of the Blood Demon clan, and had saved him and Gu Feng when they were in a life-threatening situation. With the overall outcome already decided, Yifan was determined to protect Aya from harm. While scolding, he swiftly moved to shield Aya in his arms, dodging to the side, and using his hand to guide Nanba's powerful blow towards Zhou Yao. With a deafening roar, Nanba's attack on Aya mysteriously changed course, targeting Zhou Yao instead. Zhou Yao was on the verge of madness. Nanba, what are you doing? Are you seeking death? What's the point of attacking me for no reason? The blow Nanba had aimed at Aya was intended to kill her directly, fueled by his life force. Zhou Yao had no chance to evade it and could only grit his teeth and withstand the attack with his che. Doom. Doom. Following the consecutive deafening sounds, Nanba was drained of energy, staggering back a few steps. Before he could stabilize himself, Yifan extended his hand and struck Nanba's chest, creating a huge hole in his torso. Nanba was sent flying, falling 10 meters away, struggling to catch his breath with the help of a nearby rock. Blood gushed out of the hole in Nanbo's waist, resembling a punctured water bucket. Weakened from loss of blood and with his vital points damaged by his own subordinates, Nanbo knew there was no way for him to survive. Damn it! With eyes fixed on Aya and Yifan several yards away, Nanbo glared at them with intense hatred. His final deadly strike failed to take Aya down with him, leaving Nanbo somewhat regretful. However, as his life force rapidly drained away, he had no choice but to accept his fate. As blood trickled from his mouth, nose, and eyes, his life force dwindled rapidly, his body growing weaker by the moment. Nanbo, how are you? Several loyal followers of Nanbo rushed over, concerned by his condition, and attempted to use their own energy to help him. Nanbo stopped them. It's useless. Those treacherous devils have damaged my internal organs. I can't survive. Find a way out for yourselves. Either surrender for your lives, or find a way to escape. With those words, Nanbo's body began to collapse to the ground. His loyal followers understood the circumstances and realized that in their current situation, surrender meant death, and escaping was nearly impossible. Brothers, let's fight them. Kill. Nanbo's followers, witnessing their leader's demise, armed themselves, ready to face the forces of Xuanwu Domain Nandaya. What ensued was not a battle, but a one-sided slaughter. With Nanbo dead, his support dwindled to only half, with only a few dozen loyal followers fighting to the death. Others chose to surrender. In less than a minute, Aya's forces, led by Elder Ruin Filiu and another martial emperor-level elder, along with strong individuals from the Blood Demon clan, Gufeng, and the Qianji Pavilion, swiftly captured all of Nanbo's remaining forces. It was an overwhelmingly one-sided battle. Yifan held Aya close, paying no attention to the fighting around them, focusing instead on the immense pit created by Nanbo's attack, redirecting Nanbo's deadly strike towards Zhou Yao, who managed to withstand the blow, though he fell into the pit. Coughing, Zhou Yao climbed out of the pit, disheveled and injured, one arm broken and limbs bruised. Commander Zhou, was it you who said you'd send me on my way earlier? Well, looks like you're demonstrating first. Yifan stood beside the pit, his expression ambiguous as he looked at Zhou Yao. Astonished, Zhou Yao realized that Yifan, who had just seemed exhausted and at his limits, had fully recovered. In a matter of minutes, the situation had turned once again. Zhou Yao, previously overconfident in his control over Yifan, now found himself at Yifan's mercy. Yifan, I was wrong. I, too, was a victim. It was all Nanbo. He manipulated me to betray Xuanwu Domain and Daozia. Please, spare my life. Whatever you ask, I'll comply. Swallowing his pride, Zhou Yao knelt before Yifan, pleading for mercy and offering his cooperation. Around them, Elder Shaquan and Binglian Song were filled with despair. On the scene, the last remaining members of the Black Cloth Society were wiped out by the forces of Qianji. The subordinates of Nanbo were slaughtered by the combined forces of a portion of Blood Demon and Gufeng. At the scene, only Elder Shaquan, Song, and Zhou Yao were left alone. The deputy commander under Nanbo, who was originally a strong figure on the Emperor level, was lightly slapped by Yifan just now, causing the expert on the Emperor level to directly ignite and turn into a pile of ash. It's over. This time it's completely over. Originally, they knew it was a plan to exterminate and kill Yulinglong and others, but in the end, it turned into a battle where the entire Black Cloth Society was annihilated. Go. Elder Shaquan looked at the situation in front of him and knew that resisting was no longer meaningful. While cursing, he used all his strength to try to send San away. You must live and seek revenge for us. Elder Shaquan's intentions were good. If the strength on the Emperor level was shown before others, perhaps San could really manage to escape. However, Yifan had already awakened. He had mastered the ability to teleport from the undead bone and had obtained the profound and ancient martial arts and techniques from the divine fragments. How could Elder Shaquan's actions possibly work in front of Yifan? Sweeping away Song to a distance of less than 10 meters, Yifan had already seized the opportunity, teleported, easily caught Song, and slammed him to the ground, causing trouble for Daxia for so many years, and you still want to run. Do you think it's possible? Crack. At the instant Yifan acted, he directly sealed off Song's blood vessels. Although Song also had some martial energy, he couldn't use it at all at this moment. When he fell to the ground, numerous bones were shattered by the impact. Song struggled several times on the ground, trying to stand up but unable to do so. With a look of despair on his face, Elder Shaoquan's last hope was extinguished. Yefan, although you are a monster, let me tell you, you won't succeed. Daxio will not allow such a strong genius like you to appear. Haha. I won't beg you. While speaking, Elder Shaoquan drew a dagger from his body and cut his abdomen. Unlike Zhou Yao, Elder Shaoquan did not kneel and beg for mercy, but chose to commit suicide on the spot. Seeing the situation in front of him, Sun wriggling on the ground, a flame in his eyes completely extinguished. After so many years of Black Cloth Society's layout in Daxia, this time, they were greatly injured, and the organization of Black Cloth Society could no longer be restored. Alas, I just hope that the other teams will still have some achievements in Daxia. With the last bit of strength, Sung also took out a dagger and committed suicide. In the end, only Zhou Yao was left kneeling on the ground, looking at Yefan, Gu Feng, and others with a look of despair. At this moment, although the danger had been lifted, Aya had been hugging Yefan's arm tightly, wishing to merge her body into Yefan's embrace. Princess Aya, that's enough, cough. Yefan twitched his arm a bit. Aya's phoenix was very soft and white, and Yefan's arm had deeply felt that he was almost out of breath. Even though he had been taking advantage of the girl like this, Yefan still felt a bit uneasy and wanted to withdraw his hand. However, Aya didn't agree and held on to Yefan's arm even tighter. Not enough. Fenjie, in Daxia, isn't there a saying, if you save someone's life, you should repay with your body? Moreover, Fenjie has saved my life twice. Unfortunately, I don't have sisters, otherwise, I would definitely offer my body to Fenjie. Aya kept shaking Yefan's arm, with a face full of enjoyment. Helpless, Yefan's body was like a natural furnace. As long as there was intimate contact with Yefan's body, one could obtain a continuous stream of warmth, rapidly boosting one's own strength. If there weren't so many people around, Aya would probably want to push Yefan away. Yefan was speechless. This Princess Aya was also a monster, but thinking about how Aya had almost not been wearing clothes before, Yefan couldn't help feeling a bit perverted. Yefan, for the sake of us all being people of Daxia, can you? Zhou Yao was shamelessly pleading with Yefan, trying to fight for a chance to survive. Although he felt extremely unwilling, Zhou Yao had to admit that all the plans and arrangements he made for many years had been ruined today. It was all because of the unexpected turns with Yefan and Yu Linglong. If not for Yefan and Yu Linglong, Zhou Yao might already have been the leader of Zhuanwu domain by now. Zhou Yao had already secretly decided, if he could survive today, he would spare no effort to kill Yefan and Yu Linglong at all costs. Before Yefan could respond, Gu Feng spoke up. No, such a traitor must be severely punished, otherwise how can we repay those brothers from Zhuanwu domain who died? With a sneer, Gu Feng pierced Zhou Yao's heart with the knife in his hand, instantly shattering Zhou Yao's dantian. You, Gu Feng, you are ruthless. Zhou Yao looked at Gu Feng incredulously. He could not believe that Gu Feng, who had been both a mentor and a friend, would have no hesitation in killing him and putting an end to his life. The vitality in Zhou Yao's body rapidly faded away, and a strong sense of unwillingness appeared in his eyes. With a cold snort, Gu Feng said, Humph, Zhou Yao, you betrayed Daxia, causing the death of so many brothers, betraying the interests of Daxia. If you don't die, how can you face those heroes of the Zhuanwu domain? After scolding Zhou Yao, Gu Feng continued to reprimand the surrounding martial experts of the Zhuanwu domain. Everyone, take a good look. This is the fate of betraying Daxia and Zhuanwu domain. Above the canyon, the moon, previously shrouded by dark clouds, emerged again from the clouds, illuminating the entire canyon. A light breeze blew, bringing with it a scent of blood in the air. If it weren't for the many corpses still visible in the canyon, one could hardly imagine the fierce battle that had just taken place here. Young master, these were found on Shaoquan and San. Yefan's attendants, Nansheng and Shaowen, brought over two boxes and handed them to Yefan. Yefan opened the boxes and his eyes couldn't help but chill. Fragments of the Celestial Palace map, fragments of the Divine Relics. It turned out that these top members of the Black Cloth Society had these precious items in their hands. Seeing this scene in front of him, Gu Feng hurriedly signaled his subordinates, turn around, we didn't see anything, understood. What the? Because the battle today was led by the Zhuanwu domain. According to reason, all the spoils on the scene should be confiscated. However, Gu Feng's actions clearly indicated that he wanted to give these items to Yefan. because only in Yefen's hands could these items exert their greatest effects. Thank you, Commander Gufeng. Yefen put away the items, slightly nodding to Gufeng. Gufeng nodded back. Yefen, with Zhou Yao now dead, we in Zhuanwu domain have a critical position vacant. I wonder if Yefen would consider taking on this role. I'm getting old, and Daxio will need Yefen to support in the future. What does Gufeng mean? Naturally Yefen understands. 5 years ago, Gufeng broke the rules and allowed Yefen to enter the core of Zhuanwu high level, serving as one of the 4 heavenly kings, the Zhenqian Wang, with immense authority. And now that Zhou Yao has passed away, Gufeng naturally wants Yefen to take on the role of deputy leader of the Zhuanwu domain, in order to find a successor for himself in the future. In the past, Yefen might not have considered these things, but now, after the Ya family has been targeted, those hidden enemies have no intention of sparing the last trace of the Ya family's bloodline. They are determined to exterminate them completely, so Yefen must gain more powerful background support to ensure the safety of the Ya family. Good. I agree. Yefen had just spoken when Gufeng immediately cut in. Everyone in the Zhuanwu domain, listen up. Yefen has agreed to take on the role of deputy leader of the Zhuanwu domain. As long as Yefen is willing, he can take over my position as leader at any time. Yefen's authority supersedes mine. Is that clear to everyone? Gufeng was afraid that Yefen might change his mind, so he quickly announced Yefen's agreement in public. Leader Ye is mighty. Leader Ye is mighty. Willing to follow Leader Ye. Everyone in the Zhuanwu domain had witnessed Yefen's courageous performance just now. Having already reached the level of emperor, at the age of 20, his future prospects are truly limitless. Following such a monstrous genius, even receiving a little favor would be enough for an ordinary person to enjoy for a lifetime. Moreover, Yefen was already one of the 4 heavenly kings of the Zhuanwu domain before, and now serving as the deputy leader is legitimate, so naturally no one objected. I hope everyone will cooperate in the future to protect DRIZZLE together. Yefen greeted all the strong people of the Zhuanwu domain present, then turned to look at Yulinglan beside him. Yulinglan had passed out earlier when someone from Matsumoto's group had cut a gash on her shoulder. Although Yefen had already helped stop Yulinglan's bleeding, the wound still needed to be treated and couldn't be left unattended. Leader Gu, please handle things here. I'll take Yulinglan back to Huadu immediately to treat her wounds. Alright, Yefen. Rest assured and go back. Remember, from now on, the Zhuanwu domain is your home, your backing. If you have any needs, inform me anytime. A phone call, and I, Gu, will do everything I can. Gufeng looked sincerely at Yefen. When the Ya family suffered a disaster before, Gufeng only expressed his support for Yefen in secret. But now, with Yefen already the deputy leader of the Zhuanwu domain and the only candidate for the future leader, Gufeng naturally began openly supporting the Ya family. Thank you. Yefen nodded to Gufeng, then went to pick up Yulinglan, planning to call his helicopter to return to Huadu overnight. However, Aya on the side was dissatisfied. Brother Fan, you saved me, and you've seen me so much. I'm already your woman. I want to go back to your home with you, to meet your parents. Aya's words shocked Yefen. What? How did you become my woman? Yefen said somewhat helplessly. Princess Aya, in the heat of the moment, I saved your life. Even if I saw your body, it was unavoidable. We haven't done anything before. I saved you, but you also saved me from Zhou Yao and others. We're even. Although Aya was indeed very beautiful and had a good background, Yefen already had 7 sisters-in-law by his side. With 7 sisters-in-law to deal with, where would he find the time or energy to provoke Princess Aya? Evened out. Hearing Yefen's words, Aya was momentarily dazed. Was it really evened out? If that was the case, when Yefen returned to DRIZZLE and she returned to the Blood Devil department, wouldn't they have no intersections in the future, missing out on each other in this lifetime? Seeing Yefen about to leave while holding Yulinglan, a determination surfaced in Aya's eyes. She had decided that she must fight for her own happiness. Wait. Brother Fan. Aya hurried to Yefen and stopped him. In the moment Yefen was still stunned, Aya suddenly hugged Yefen's neck, raised her head, and kissed Yefen's lips forcefully. The kiss was sweet and a bit naive. This sudden action left Yefen dumbfounded. Is this girl serious? This situation is getting exciting. Yefen, with his main wife Yulinglan still in his arms, was forcibly kissed by another beautiful woman, all in front of so many people. including the martial arts experts from the Zhuanwu domain and the Blood Devil department. Yefan tapped Aya's backside with his hand. This stubborn girl wouldn't listen. Ouch. Yefan slap made Aya cry out involuntarily, as she squirmed in his arms, then struggled out and said to Yefan with a coquettish tone, "Brother Fan, don't we need to even things out now? This was my first kiss, and there are so many witnesses here. You have to take responsibility from me." Aya appeared like a sly little fox, with a smug smile on her face. "This is taking responsibility. Just one kiss, what does it mean?" Yefan smiled slightly, teasing Aya. He wanted to see what else Aya could do in this situation. Is even this not enough to be responsible? Then what exactly do you want? Do you still? Aya was confused and thought of some sayings in DRIZZLE, hesitated for a moment, and actually started to unfasten her neckline. "Oh, you naughty. Well, forget it, since I'm yours sooner or later, come on." Seeing Aya really intended to undress here, Yefan was taken aback and quickly grabbed her wrist. "You silly girl, do you still want to do something here?" Aya was stunned, then nodded thoughtfully. "Right. Can't do it here. Let's go. Brother Fan, let's go to the small grove nearby. Although you already saw my body earlier, I have a secret about my body that you'll definitely like." Aya had partially undone her neckline, with a big phoenix motif inside faintly visible, as if it was going to take off at any moment. Seeing this, Yefan felt a bit agitated. This girl is also extraordinary. Want to go to the small grove with so many people around? All right. Stop fooling around. Aya, there's been a serious situation in the Blood Devil department. You must go back to the Blood Devil headquarters first and explain things to your father. After settling the Blood Devil's affairs, you can come back to Huadu in DRIZZLE and find me. Okay. Yefan sighed helplessly. Aya had already made her intentions clear, and Yefan seemed to have no reason to refuse. But the situation in the Blood Devil department was a bit complicated now. Aya would definitely have to go back to the Blood Devil headquarters first. The translation is as follows. Aya is too naive, but Elder Ruin Filiu from the Blood Monster clan next to him has already seen through it. Yifan's current performance is considered to have accepted Aya, but Aya herself is still unaware. Now that the rebellion in Nanba has been resolved at a critical moment, but if Aya doesn't return with them, Ruin Filiu and his men fear that even with 10,000 mouths, they won't be able to explain it clearly. Princess Aya, how about this? You come back with me first, explain what happened here to the old clan leader, and then I'll accompany you to DRIZZLE to find Leaf Shake. Ruin Filiu said with a bitter expression. As you can see, in the current situation, if you don't come back with us, the old clan leader might think we are rebelling, and we will all be in danger. Another elder beside Ruin Filiu, as well as other high-ranking members of the Blood Monster clan, all nodded in agreement. Although Aya is in love with Yifan and likes him very much, she also understands that what Ruin Filiu and the others are saying is correct. If she doesn't go back, the current chaotic situation of the Blood Monsters cannot be fully resolved. Alright then, Brother Fan, don't forget, I'm already yours. Here, take this. With these words, Aya took a strange-shaped pendant from her body and put it around Yifan's neck. Remember, think of me. After saying that, Aya bid farewell to the members of the Blood Monster clan and quickly retreated towards the seaside. Watching Aya's departing figure, Yifan couldn't help but sigh. The pendant that Aya put on him, Yifan could clearly feel the ancient aura inside, and it seemed to contain some vitality. Must be something good. Alas, in this world, emotional debts are the hardest to repay. And now what Yifan is most worried about is his primary wife, Yulin Long. Things have already developed to this point. Cooperating with Zhuanwu Domain to wipe out the forces of the Black Clothing Society in Penlai Gorge, and Ancient Maple even publicly announced himself as the leader of the Zhuanwu Domain. Yifan's identity has basically been completely exposed, and Yifan is not a fool. Yulin Long, who is so clever, naturally cannot be deceived. Yifan has also investigated the heads of Zhang Lao and Tang Zhang. Zhang Feng and Shenzi have already died, and the Yi family, Tang family, and Zhang family have completely torn apart. Yifan also has no intention of continuing to pretend to hide his identity, because it is unnecessary. After experiencing so many things, even if the people behind the Yi family are idiots, they also know that the situation of the Yi family is abnormal. And many things, although Yifan did in secrecy, it is also impossible that no information leaked out at all. The other party will definitely investigate various traces of Yifan. Moreover, Yifan does not need to continue pretending. He has already found out about Tan Zheng and Zhang Lao, the bigwigs behind them. Even if they want to cut off the connection with Tang Zheng and the others, it is impossible. The true culprit behind the destruction of the Yi family will eventually be revealed. However, now how to explain to his primary wife? If Yuling Long knows that he was lying to her before, will she beat him up? Alas, on the plane, after placing Yuling Long on the seat, Yifan without any hesitation used the Guigu 13 needles technique to quickly nurture Yuling Long's vitality and remove the toxins from her body. When Yuling Long's vitality stabilized, Yifan took out a porcelain bottle from his body and applied some ointment to the wound on Yuling Long's shoulder. The wound on Yuling Long's shoulder began to heal visibly at a rapid pace. Whimper, as the energy circulated in Yuling Long's body. After a moment, Yuling Long's body twitched, let out a cry, and slowly opened her eyes. Yifan stretched out his hand to hold Yuling Long in his arms and gently said, "You're awake." How to address Yuling Long? Yifan felt a bit awkward for a moment. Yuling Long glanced around the plane. Besides Yifan, there were 4 maidens with him. Yukong and other killers from Tianji Pavilion were sitting on another plane, escorting from the Suai. HMPH. Yifan, tell me the truth. Have you been pretending all along? You bad guy. Have you been thinking about us the whole time? Yuling Long's face was full of anger as she tried to struggle out of Yifan's embrace, but she couldn't muster enough strength to think that all 7 sisters had announced their intention to marry Yifan in front of so many people. This guy really hit the jackpot. No. Ling Long, I really haven't been pretending all along, completely relying on the skills of the Thunder God Doctor. I only recently started to wake up. I heard that you were besieged by the powerful members of the Black Clothing Society, so I rushed here. Luckily you are okay. Although Yifan is already a powerhouse at the level of Martial Emperor now, in front of Yuling Long, who used to be his elder sister-in-law, he still felt a little nervous. HMPH. I don't believe you. Even Yixu already told me, at night in the bedroom, you didn't act like a fool at all. Yuling Long stared intensely at Yifan, trying to see something from his eyes, but Yifan had already decided. He absolutely couldn't admit that he had already woken up during the funeral, otherwise, his future days would be even more difficult. Ling Long, am I that kind of person? Before, I was the fool you all were protecting. But now, Yifan spoke without any hesitation, directly hugging Yuling Long in his arms and leaning in to kiss her red lips. At this moment, any explanation is redundant. Actions speak louder than words. If you need further translation or had any questions, feel free to ask. Scream. Yuling was suddenly attacked by Yifan, causing her whole body to tense up instantly. As the first female Valkyrie of Xia, Yuling excelled in combat and martial arts talents, but when it came to matters of love, she was clueless. And Yuling was completely caught off guard by Yifan's sudden attack, kissing her directly. Feeling the rush of his masculine presence, Yuling was momentarily dazed, while Yifan had already made his move, occupying her red lips, and his big hands were feeling restless, planning to go to other places. This scene frightened Yuling. Don't. This guy, must have been eyeing me for a long time, to be so bold. Yuling pouted, hastily pushed Yifan away, her face blushing, and she playfully hit Yifan's chest. You are so bad. Although Yuling appeared angry on the surface, her eyes showed no signs of anger. At that moment, Yuling seemed more like a spoiled girl. Yifan gazed mischievously at Yuling, elated. So, even the queen wasn't that intimidating. As long as a man takes the initiative, he can succeed. Yifan thought that with such an impulsive kiss, Yuling would definitely slap him or beat him up. But to his surprise, Yuling only lightly hit him symbolically. Hehe. Yuling, they say women don't like men who are good. Yifan spoke as he attempted to embrace Yuling again, but Yuling pushed him away, saying, you took my first kiss. Let's call it a day for now, we can talk about the rest later. Yuling was not quite comfortable with the sudden intimacy with Yifan, despite her composed demeanor. If Yifan insisted on embracing her, what should she do? Should she comply, resist fiercely, or resist a little before yielding to him? It seemed she would need to discuss with an experienced girlfriend after today. Yifan, you rogue, you were definitely faking it earlier. Feeling embarrassed, Yuling's emotions fluctuated wildly, contemplating numerous thoughts in an instant. Suddenly realizing that her shoulder was mostly exposed and her phoenix had a cut with a big gash during the fight with Song Ben and the others, Yuling looked worriedly at Yefan. Xiaofan, my chest was injured before. It will leave a big scar. It will look bad. Will you mind? Although Yuling was usually tough, she was still a normal girl who cared about her figure and appearance. Moreover, Yuling had already accepted that Yefan was her husband. Hence, she was concerned about Yefan's attitude. Yuling, what are you talking about? Even if you turned into a monster, I wouldn't mind. You are my beloved wife. In those difficult times, you didn't abandon the Yi family or me. How could I ever let you down? Yefan replied sincerely, not giving Yuling a chance to object, and forcefully hugged her. Feeling Yefan's hold again, Yuling felt embarrassed and struggled a bit, but when she realized it was futile, she stopped resisting. In front of the plane, Yefan's four concubines turned away tactfully, and even set up a barrier between the cabins to form a closed small space. With this setup, Yuling was not as shy as before. Before, you all protected me together. From now on, it's my turn to protect you. Yefan held Yuling in his arms, sincerely declaring, as long as I'm here, you will not suffer any harm or indignity. The seven sisters-in-law's great kindness to the Yi family was eternally remembered by Yefan, and Yuling nestled in Yefan's arms, feeling a bit awkward. But with Yefan's protective words, the feeling of being cared for seemed quite nice. And I have a surprise for you. Yefan lowered his gaze at Yuling. Don't forget, I'm also an excellent doctor. Given the time, the salve should have worked fully. Your wound will not leave any scars. Startled by Yefan's words, Yuling sat up from Yefan's arms. No scars? Really? You're not lying to me, are you? Of course, let's witness the miracle together. While speaking, Yefan reached out to remove the salve from Yuling's wound. Don't move. I'll do it myself. Turn around. That wound was in a sensitive place, and if Yefan were to handle it, then everything would be exposed. That was too embarrassing. Yuling's thoughts were clear to Yefan, that after the intimacy moments earlier, Yefan's courage had grown. This first Valkyrie of Zio was not as aloof as he had imagined. As long as he had enough cheek and wasn't afraid of failure, there would always be a chance. With these thoughts, Yefan mischievously said, no, cleaning these wounds requires skill and steps. Let me do it. Otherwise, if done incorrectly, you may end up with scars, and that would be troublesome. Really? Yuling halted her movements upon hearing Yefan's words. Though her instincts told her something was unusual about Yefan's words, anything related to the wound on her chest, affecting her future beauty, Yuling didn't dare to be careless. Of course it's true. Why would I lie to you? Yuling reluctantly released her hand and helplessly said, come on then, but you're always bullying me. I wonder how our sisters will fare with you in the future. Since Yefan would be her husband, it shouldn't be a big deal to just take a look, right? But if Yefan wanted to go further, she would definitely refuse. This rogue. Yefan slowly reached out and began to untie the clothes on Yulinglan's shoulders. It was a leather jacket on the outside, and a white t-shirt inside, both already with a cut in them. When Yefan helped apply medicine earlier, they had already been torn open. At this moment, Yulinglang only casually covered them up. So, with just a light tug, most of the clothes on Yulinglang's body slipped off. The broken bra strap inside, and the faint outline of a white phoenix, were clearly visible. You. Not allowed to look. Although Yulinglang had mentally prepared herself, when Yefan actually began to clean the medicine on her chest, Yulinglang was still extremely nervous, softly protesting, her body slightly trembling. For some reason, when Yefan's fingers touched Yulinglang's skin, she felt a mysterious warmth throughout her body, almost making her make strange sounds. This Valkyrie, who didn't shed tears even during battles in the past, was now truly on the verge of breaking down. Linglang, you said it yourself. If I don't look, how can I help you clean the ointment? Be good. Don't move around. Or if I touch certain areas, don't blame me. Yefan smirked mischievously, suddenly feeling that his wife, although usually displayed a cold queen-like demeanor, was actually quite adorable. Yefan drew out his combat knife and gently cleaned the ointment on the wound on Yulinglang's shoulder. After scraping off the layer of black ointment, revealing the fair and rosy skin underneath, the wound had completely healed, with the skin slightly reddened but otherwise normal. Initially, when he was scraping the ointment off her shoulder, Yulinglang bit her lip but could still bear it. However, as Yefan's wrist continued downward, Since the skin was softer and harder to apply force to, he had to grip, and with just that light pinch, Yu Linglan's body almost went limp. Intentional. This darn Yifan must have done that on purpose. 5 years ago, Yifan was known as the Devil King of Yunchang, up to mischief with Wang Fugui, Guo Li, and others. Yu Linglan never thought that this guy would eventually be up to no good with her. But now, in such a critical spot on her chest, although Yu Linglan felt embarrassed, she didn't dare make any rash moves and could only endure it, allowing Yifan to gently clean the ointment. In fact, Yifan was feeling a bit nervous at this moment too. The size of the phoenix was something he had only glimpsed from afar before and thought it wasn't anything special. Even when he had seen Yu Linglan's partially undressed body leaving Penlai Gorge, at that time, Yu Linglan was unconscious. But now that she was awake, as Yifan touched her again, the level of stimulation was completely different. The former sister-in-law had become his wife. Actually, cleaning the ointment off the wound was not a complex task. In just 2 minutes, Yifan had cleared all the ointment from the wound. Beneath the ointment was perfect skin, fair and rosy, seamlessly blending with the surrounding skin without any difference. If Yifan hadn't seen it with his own eyes earlier, he wouldn't have believed Yu Linglan had such a large wound on her shoulder. Yifan looked at Yu Linglan's tightly closed eyes, with her eyelashes fluttering non-stop, clearly extremely nervous. Yifan deliberately called out, causing Yu Linglan's body to tense up again. "What's wrong? Xiaofan, did the ointment not work? I told you. There's no miraculous drug in the world." Sigh. Yu Linglan thought that if such a large wound had been added to her chest, even if she had the most beautiful face, it would all be ruined, and she felt uncomfortable instantly. If Yu Linglan wasn't the top Valkyrie of Daxia, with a very strong mind, she might have cried long ago. Sigh. Yu Linglan shot a fleeting glance at Yifan, questioning if he really didn't mind her condition. Perhaps he was just catering to her emotions, that's why he was being so casual. Yu Linglan tugged at her clothes with a hint of disappointment, her gaze turning cold. This darn Yifan, if he knew her wound wasn't healed, why deceive her and raise her hopes like this? Although Yu Linglan had already accepted this fact in her heart, when she tried to tidy up her clothes, she instinctively looked down at her chest. What's this? When Yu Linglan noticed her perfectly flawless skin from her shoulder to the middle of her chest, her entire body went numb. What was going on? Had her skin completely healed? Or had she not even been injured in the first place? Yu Linglan's mind went blank for a moment as she tried to recall the battle. She was very aware that she had been cut from her shoulder to her chest by Matsumoto and others, or blades. The wound had cut deep into her bones, causing excruciating pain that had left a deep impression on her. How could she not have been injured? But now there was no trace of the wound whatsoever. Had it really healed just like that? Unbelievable. Was it her imagination? Yu Linglan rubbed her eyes in disbelief and looked carefully at her chest again. Afraid she hadn't seen clearly enough, she even tore off the black bra to examine her wound closely. Although Yifan didn't want to look, she forced herself to meet Yifan's eyes. Even if Yifan didn't appreciate it, it was almost a disservice to such a beautiful sight. This was a disrespect to art. With the eyes of an artist, Yifan started measuring her with his gaze, occasionally bending his fingers and nodding in contemplation. When Yu Linglan, who had lowered her head, didn't believe it, stretched out her hand to press against her chest wound. Indeed, it had healed with no trace left behind. This was truly miraculous. As she pressed down, she could still feel a faint pain beneath her skin. It indicated that the wound did exist, and it had healed completely due to Yifan's miraculous ointment. Xiaofan, Yu Linglan raised her head, intending to express her gratitude. However, when she met Yifan's gaze, she saw him staring directly at her, gesturing with his hand. Yu Linglan immediately blushed in embarrassment, scowling at Yifan and scolding, "Shameless! Yifan, what are you doing?" As she spoke, Yu Linglan quickly dressed herself, covering up her alluring figure. Sout. Yu Linglan was overwhelmed with shyness, lifting her leg to kick Yifan. She had only planned to teach Yifan a small lesson, but unexpectedly hit Yifan's crotch. Sigh. Linglan, are you trying to murder your husband? Yifan did not have any defenses against Linglan's sudden kick. Yifan was immediately bent over in pain, clutching the nearby chair, his face contorted in agony. Seeing Yifan in such pain, Linglan's face changed drastically, filled with distress. "Xiaofan, are you okay?" I didn't mean to." Linglong only intended to give Yifan a light knock, never expecting to actually hurt him. After all, Yifan was at the level of a martial emperor. Facing her kick, he could have easily dodged it. Why did Yifan look so pained now? Oh, I can't feel it anymore. I feel like my eggs are broken. Yifan's brows furrowed, sucking in a cool breath, displaying a very painful expression, but a mischievous smile appeared on his lips. Yifan had found a way to handle this queenly wife. Dealing with this formidable wife of the first female war god of DRIZZLE, who was usually aloof and distant, if Linglong was not kept in check from the beginning, Yifan's future days would not be easy. Linglong was a fiery mare who needed to be tamed first. What should we do? Linglong, at this moment, no longer cared about covering herself up, quickly got up from her seat, assisting Yifan to sit properly. Why didn't you dodge? If something happens to you, how will I explain to my sisters or Yi? With such a huge incident happening in Yi family, where all the core disciples were wiped out, there was only Yifan left as the direct descendant. When Linglong chose to marry Yifan with her 7 sisters, even if Yifan was just a fool, it was to branch out the Yi family. Currently, only Suyixu had been in close contact with Yifan, still unsure if there were any developments in Suyixu's stomach. Now that Yifan had awakened, if his functions were damaged, Linglong would be the culprit of Yi family's downfall. Do you need me to massage you? Linglong sat next to Yifan, feeling awkward. What should we do? Hearing Linglong's words, Yifan couldn't help but gasp in disbelief. This wife was quite generous. It's not good. Yifan purposely teased Linglong. Linglong didn't think much. Oh, what's wrong with that? It's already so late. Hurry. A few minutes later, a coquettish voice of Linglong echoed from the back cabin. You bad Yifan. How could you? You are really bad. You acted like nothing happened. You lied to me. I'm going to strangle you. Linglong blushed with embarrassment, grabbing Yifan's waist tightly, pinching him, causing Yifan to grimace. However, remembering Linglong's delicate and fair hands from earlier, Yifan couldn't help but feel a sense of satisfaction. Although Linglong's movements were a bit awkward, the sensation was beyond what an ordinary person could imagine. Wife, be gentle. It's okay. We are close. What's the harm? Heh. There are more intimate actions to come. How about we try now? While Yifan and Linglong were joking around, Yifan continued to tease Linglong. You are dreaming. Humph. You've taken advantage of me so much. You are really bad. Linglong thought about her embarrassing actions earlier, what she saw, and the motions she made. Linglong never expected that she, the goddess of war of DRIZZLE, would do such things. Linglong felt like her mind was not clear. But the clearer she tried to rid thoughts of Yifan's body from her mind, the more vivid his sturdy physique appeared. Hammer. A word popped up in Linglong's mind to describe herself. Feeling dirty, Linglong rubbed her clothes a few times. But after the experience just now, Linglong realized something. Even when joking with Yifan, she must be careful not to hit his crotch. This matter had to be made clear to her sisters. Moreover, as Yifan was now the sole seedling of the Yi family, he needed to have descendants soon. Only Suyixu had already farmed Yifan, so it was necessary for Yifan to act with his other sisters soon. As for herself, humph. Even if she was taken advantage of by this wicked man, she would make him wait until the end. Linglong turned to look at Yifan, proud and aloof, turning her head away silently, ignoring Yifan. Yifan awkwardly touched his nose, realizing that asking Linglong to help massage the area she kicked earlier had gone too far. He had clearly crossed Linglong's boundaries. However, Yifan was not worried at all. Women like Linglong, once a boundary was crossed, breaking the next one would be much easier. But Yifan also knew not to rush things. Today was enough. If he continued further, Linglong might really turn on him. At most, she was just a bit shy and reluctant to let go for now. Alright, just teasing you. But Linglong's behavior today was too dangerous. If it happens again, I might have to spank you. Yifan shifted the conversation to another topic. If it wasn't for the ultimate reversal today, all of us in Zhuangwu domain would have been wiped out. HMPH. Who asked you to meddle? Linglong pouted like an uncontrollable pig, still huffing angrily. Yifan smirked. How can I not meddle? You are my wife. Before this, it was you and Yixu who protected me and my family. And from now on, it's my turn to protect you. Yifan sincerely spoke, drawing closer to Linglong and embracing her waist, looking mischievously at Linglong with a sly grin. You. How can you be like this? You really are. Upon hearing Yifan's words, Yulinglong was so exasperated she stomped her foot. This Yifan, without any offensive actions, managed to completely stir up Yulinglong with just a casual word or gesture. So annoying. Although Yulinglong was kissed by Yifan earlier, it was Yifan who initiated the kiss. Now this guy, going even further, wanted Yulinglong to kiss him. How could he be like this? In the Penglai Gorge, the hidden treasures are truly stunning. It's a pity about Elder Shaoquan and Matsumoto, Suai. Yifan completely controlled Yulinglong, deliberately keeping her hanging on his every word. Yulinglong was almost raising her ears to catch every word Yifan said, but when it came to the crucial moment, Yifan fell silent. Yulinglong was frustrated to the point of grinding her teeth. This Yifan was so wicked to the extreme. Now Yulinglong was starting to doubt whether it was right or wrong to marry Yifan with her 7 sisters. What would Yifan do to bully them in the future? Who could resist Yifan's methods? Suai? But thinking back to when she announced her marriage to Yifan, it was her own choice. And although Yifan was a bit mischievous, surprisingly, in Yulinglong's heart, there was some liking, and no rejection. Since he had already kissed her once, what harm would it be to kiss him again? Yulinglong consoled herself for a few moments and finally made up her mind. Suddenly, in Yifan's arms, she turned around, facing him and sitting on his lap, hugging his neck, and leaned down to kiss him on the lips. The previous kiss had left Yulinglong completely bewildered, and she hadn't fully experienced it. Since she wanted to kiss, then she wanted to be on top. Yulinglong's movement made her clothes, which had been half-covered, start swaying, revealing the phoenix hidden inside. Yifan had been skilled at catching birds since he was young, but as he grew up, he rarely caught birds of this level, not to mention a phoenix. Yet Yifan handled it well. Today, Yulinglong had already made a huge concession, which was already good enough here. She was able to enjoy the kiss that the main wife actively delivered to him, and Yifan was satisfied. If Yifan made any other moves, Yulinglong might just explode on the spot. Watching Yulinglong lean down towards him, Yifan reached out and hooked her slender waist, feeling the pressure of the queen. Who would have thought that the martial goddess, who was so aloof and cold, would have such a tender moment? This kiss, earth-shattering. This kiss shook the heavens and the earth. Yulinglong had started off being on top, but in the end, she reversed it, and her clothes were almost falling off. Yulinglong was completely confused about whether Yifan had made any other moves. The one thing was certain. Yulinglong felt like her whole heart was being sucked away, and she was almost merging with Yifan. She just wanted to hold him tighter, even tighter. This little rascal in front of her would be Yulinglong's man in the future. For a long time. Until Yulinglong's breathing became a bit difficult, the two finally separated reluctantly. At that moment, Yulinglong's eyes were misty, and Yifan also looked indulgent. HMPH. Yifan, if you dare not marry me in the future, I will definitely castrate you. Yulinglong looked at her disheveled clothes, blushing as she scolded Yifan playfully. If she was bullied like this by Yifan, how would she face the world in the future if he didn't marry her? In my heart, I have already married my wife 100 times over. Yifan tenderly held Yulinglong in his arms, indulgently saying, when everything is settled, I will definitely hold the most luxurious and grand wedding for you all. I will announce to the world that you are my wives. HMPH. That's more like it. Yulinglong squirmed in Yifan's arms, and without realizing it, the usually resolute her had become quite gentle in front of Yifan. Oh, I almost forgot. What about Matsumoto and Shaoquan? Yulinglong suddenly remembered the question she wanted to ask earlier and quickly sat up from Yifan's lap, staring at him with piercing eyes. With so many brothers dead in the Penglai Gorge operation, if Matsumoto and Elder Shaoquan managed to escape, it would be a loss. Oh, every member of the Black Cloak Society was wiped out, and Matsumoto and Elder Shaoquan are already dead, not a bone left. Yifan smiled as he told Yulinglong the truth, which made Yulinglong playfully hit Yifan's chest. Hate you. You did this on purpose. Purposely teasing me. HMPH. Clearly, they were already dead, but Yifan made it sound so mysterious that Yulinglong thought Matsumoto and Elder Shaoquan had escaped. What about Zhou Yao? Zhou Yao is the top traitor in Xuanwu domain. He had long been colluding with the Black Cloak Society, but ultimately died in our hands. Blood Fiend also played a big role this time. Yifan didn't hide anything and gave Yulinglong a detailed account of the battle. Of course, when it came to Prince's area, Yifan was evasive, choosing to ignore some key points. Otherwise, Yifan was unsure if his main wife knew about Area's advances and would turn hostile towards him. With 7 sisters already, and more coming up, Yifan was worried. The plane landed at nearly 2 a.m. when Yifan was about to invite Yulinglong to rest with him. But as soon as they got off the plane, someone from the Xuanwu domain came to specially escort Yulinglong back. As a key figure in the Xuanwu domain, Yulinglong still had many specific matters to handle personally. Xiaofan, although your strength is not weak now, you still need to be careful, understand? When parting at the airport, Yulinglong looked a bit reluctant to leave. After a moment of hesitation, she suddenly leaned over and kissed Yifan on the cheek. The scene shocked the strongman from Xuanwu domain who came to pick up Yulinglong. What did I just see? General, you kissed the young master of the Yi family. Damn. Is this a miracle? Wow. This is definitely big news. While the crowd was abuzz with speculation, Yulinglong's gaze turned cold as she sharply swept her eyes over the members of the Xuanwu domain. Shut up. Do you want to die? With just one sentence, everyone present immediately became serious. After all, in the outside world, Yulinglong had always been the ruthless and decisive female war god. In the whole Xuanwu domain, even those stronger than her did not dare to provoke her. As Yulinglong was about to get into the car and leave, Yifan suddenly stopped her. Darling, wait, I have something to give you. While speaking, Yifan threw a porcelain bottle with intense energy fluctuations to Yulinglong. This is a pill to assist a martial emperor in breaking through the martial deity realm. Darling, you should break through as soon as possible. What? A pill for a martial emperor? Yifan handed it over so casually. Yulinglong's pupils dilated. Xiaofan, this is too precious. A pill to break through the martial deity realm. That was a treasure many countries had been searching for with all their might. Would Yifan just give it to her like this? As martial arts gradually enter the mundane world, every country knows the importance of martial arts experts to a nation. If a country has a martial emperor sitting in power, the confidence is completely different. A pill that can assist in breaking through to the level of the martial emperor is at least a top-grade pill above the 8th grade. Billions, tens of billions, hundreds of billions. Those cannot be bought with money. Is it valuable? Linglong, you are my wife. What could be more important than this? Yifan looked sincerely at Yulinglong. In the future, I only hope for world peace, and for you to give birth to many chubby little bows. TCH, there are so many people here, it's embarrassing. Let's not talk about it. Yulinglong reached out and tugged Yifan's clothes. If there weren't so many people around, Yulinglong really wanted to hug Yifan and give him a good kiss. Go on. Yifan watched Yulinglong leave the airport, turned to Guolidao who came to pick them up. Let's go. Drive to Sister Wen's place. Just now on the plane, although Yifan was flirting with Yulinglong, it was actually a case of harming 1,000 to harm oneself 800, and Yifan was feeling uncomfortable. Suyixu is currently in Cloud City. Qingrulan has not yet been intimate, and the only one that can solve the urgent issue is Qiwan. Good. Guo Li reported to Yifan while driving. Young Master Yi, tonight, a foreigner named DRIZZLE asked me to pass a message to you. He has already arrived in Daxia and will handle some things in the northwest before coming specifically to meet you. DRIZZLE, several years ago, those guys he supported have now become well-known financial giants in Europa. Looks like they haven't forgotten their gratitude. But what does he have to deal with in the northwest? Tenlai Gorge, the joint headquarters of the Black Cloak Society, originally planned to kill the first female war god Yulinglong of the Xuanwu domain, severely damaging the reputation of the Xuanwu domain. Even the Black Cloak Society mobilized almost all their forces in Daxia, but the final result was a complete defeat. Yifan and the others have already retreated to Huadu, and the news is just reaching the headquarters of the Black Cloak Society in Dongjing. What? The Black Cloak Society's 1,000-strong experts were wiped out completely. How is that possible? In the Black Cloak Society's headquarters, President Madaparo directly crushed the teacup in his hand, looking incredulously at the intelligence he had just received. Is this intelligence wrong? Madaparo had been waiting for the news from Tenlai Gorge since dark this afternoon. Previously, the progress of the Black Cloak Society's advance in Daxio was very slow, especially those strong individuals from the Xuanwu domain, causing great trouble for the Black Cloak Society's forces. They were hoping that this battle would bolster the Black Cloak Society's morale and also provide an explanation to the royal family. But now, it turns out that all the Black Cloak Society's forces were wiped out. How is this possible? Hey, President Taro, the news is accurate. Mr. Matsumoto and Elder Kozumi, as well as all other members of the Black Cloak Society, have all perished. Even Vice Leader Zhou Yao, who had already pledged loyalty to us, has also fallen. Initially, we had the upper hand in the battle, but at a critical moment, the reinforcements brought by Vice Leader Zhou Yao suddenly sided with the Xuanwu domain, turning the tide. The most crucial factor is the sole surviving son of the Yi family in Daxia. Hearing the reports of his subordinates, Mada's heart sank halfway. To seize the fragments within Daxia, the Black Cloak Society had almost dispatched half of its forces. With this complete defeat, it was almost a catastrophic blow to the Black Cloak Society. Not only would the projects in Daxia be unable to proceed normally, but the position of the Black Cloak Society within Dongjin would also be greatly affected. The other families, who had long been eyeing the Black Cloak Society, now saw this as an opportunity to strike a blow while the iron was hot. Yi Fan, isn't he that foolish young master of the Yi family? Humph. All the core disciples of the Yi family have already perished. How can a fool like him stir up anything? Mada Taro, like before, recalled the intelligence regarding Yi Fan. It's not true. President Taro, we have all been deceived by Yi Fan. Yi Fan is completely putting on an act of foolishness. According to some information we obtained on the scene, it indicates that Yi Fan's strength is at least above the martial venerable realm, even stronger. He is not foolish at all. Moreover, behind Yi Fan, there is a powerful force supporting him, one that has experts at the level of the martial emperor. Martial venerable expert? Pretending to be foolish. Upon hearing the reports from his men, Mada Taro immediately thought of the Zhao family, Li family, and Wang family in Cloud City, who were annihilated. These families were all vassal families under the Yi family's archenemies. Although insignificant, according to the view of those enemies, regarding suppressing the declining Yi family or the Su family, it was not a big problem. Yet within a short period of less than a week, all three major families were wiped out. What was most bizarre was that the Wang family, in the end, was annihilated fighting desperately against Su Jian's men. In the end, all three major families opposing the Yi family in Cloud City were exterminated, and within the Yi family, Su Jian and his son, who had planned to swallow up the Yi family's assets, coincidentally perished as well. The internal and external troubles of the Yi family were suddenly greatly alleviated. Previously, everyone thought these were mere coincidences, but now Mada finally understood this was no coincidence at all. Everything was manipulated by Yi Fan behind the scenes. Quickly, immediately spread this news to the capital and throughout the northwest of Daxia. Yi Fan has fully awakened, and this news must be known to everyone as soon as possible. We cannot be deceived again. At this moment, Mada Taro gradually accepted the fact that the 800 members of the Black Cloak Society were annihilated. Since Yi Fan has fully awakened, and given that he was already a monstrous genius 5 years ago, now his strength has reached the level of a martial venerable, combined with his extraordinary talent. Mada Taro felt that with Yi Fan's planning, any outcome would not be surprising. However, Mada Taro was certain that he would not be at the forefront of dealing with Yi Fan. In Daxia's capital, Tanjung received the message passed on by Mada Taro with a bitter expression. We are too late to know this news. The forces controlled by Tanjung had been almost completely wiped out by Yi Fan prior to this. Even Tangjang's grandson Shenzi fell into Yi Fan's hands. Tanjung had no power left even if he wanted to do something. In Huadu, the just arrived Zhou Ming also received the news. Yi Fan is not a fool. Why does this name sound so familiar to me? When was he ever a fool? I have a strange feeling. I must study this carefully. In the northwest, John Heng also saw the message passed on by Mada Taro. Bastard, did these Dongjing dogs already know about Yi Fan's situation, and just now telling me? Humph. What's the point of telling me now? Zhang Heng smashed the table somewhat madly. My only grandson already died in Huadu. Lord of the heavens, are you making my Zhang family extinct? Zhang Feng had to call on the 9 ghosts young master Chen Tang to join forces against Yi Fan, and in the end, Chen Tang actually paid his respects to Yi Fan as a father-in-law and killed Zhang Feng. In such a strange situation, Zhang Heng naturally speculated that Yi Fan's strength had reached a very terrifying level. to the point where he could control Chen Tang to strike down Zhang Feng. I will definitely not let you go. Humph. Unable to deal with you directly, then I will mobilize all the power of the Zhang family to destroy your Yi family group. I will at least tear a piece of flesh from you. Zhang Heng understood that his deputy, Chu Fan, and his grandson, Zhang Fan, had already died at Yi Fan's hands. Given that it was difficult for him to defeat Yi Fan with his martial power alone, Zhang Heng thought of using economic means to grab all of the Yi group's assets. Even if he couldn't kill Yi Fan, he would still make Yi Fan nauseous. By taking over the Yi group, perhaps he could still turn the tide and bring those indecisive middle family's forces to stand against the Yi family. In the end, they could then join together to completely wipe out the Yi family. How is Mr. Rosaldi's contact going? Can we successfully launch an attack on Yi family's stocks tomorrow? Zhang Heng slammed the data on the table heavily and asked his deputy coldly. Mr. Rost has already entered the territory of Daxia, and it's confirmed that he will arrive in Ansi City early tomorrow, before the market opens, to launch an attack on the Yi family stocks. Mr. Rost, let's prepare the cash first. This round of trading may involve facing an old rival, requiring a significant amount of funds. Zhang Heng coldly snorted. All right. As long as we can bring down the Yi family, I don't care even if it costs the entire Zhang family. Now that Zhang Feng has already passed away, there is no future hope for the Zhang family. So why be afraid? When Ne Chue-du, Yi Fan, and Guo Li are about to arrive at Qu Wan's house, they suddenly receive a call from Lu Fight. Young Master Yi, I just received news that Rost from Europa has arrived at the Zhang family in the northwest of Daxia and plans to launch an attack on the Yi family stocks tomorrow. This is despicable. Young Master Yi, I've just left from beautiful country and arrived in Daxia overnight. I will definitely help young Master Yi win this battle. Young Master Yi may face some difficulty with funds here, so I brought 500 billion over. And if it's not enough, I can mobilize another 400 billion at any time. Without waiting for Yi Fan to speak, Lu Fight directly arranges all the plans. Yi Fan smirked. Rost has entered the Zhang family. Is Zhang Lao finally unable to resist and planning to personally intervene? Rost has actually taken over the Zhang family and plans to help them in attacking the Yi family. Interesting. Zhang Heng fears that the entire Zhang family might be buried along with it, and doesn't even know why. Alright. Let's start the operation according to your plan. See you tomorrow morning. The two big figures in the financial world, Rose and Lu Fight, are super tycoons from Europa and beautiful country respectively. But the outside world doesn't know that nearly 10 years ago, Yi Fan had already subdued these two tycoons. This time, even though there won't be any earth-shattering appearance, Yi Fan knows that it will be the first direct confrontation between the Yi family and their archenemies in the financial sector. Either the economic foundation of the Yi family will be destroyed from now on, or the Zhang family will be thoroughly defeated. In fact, when Zhang Heng invited Rose to enter the Zhang family, the outcome was already determined. Yi Fan's vehicle stopped outside Qu Wan's mansion. Guo Li said to Yi Fan, Big brother, the situation in Penlai Valley must have been exposed by now. Are you going to continue pretending to be ignorant? Yi Fan smiled faintly. No need. We've already gathered the basic clues. We've investigated Tang Jun and Zhang Heng. And even if the big shots behind them want to destroy the evidence, it's not that easy. I don't need to continue pretending to be ignorant. Guo Li nodded. Then I'll tell Wang Fugui the truth. That big fool has been bothering me for a while. Alright. Yi Fan responded and walked into the mansion. Meanwhile, Guo Li got into the car and called Wang Fugui. Old Wang, I have some good news to tell you. Actually, your guess was right. Since the day of Yi's funeral, Big Brother has not been foolish anymore. His previous foolishness was just to mislead the enemy. Damn. I knew it. When I saw Big Brother that day, I already noticed he was different from before. Damn it, I've asked you guys so many times, but you still wanted to deceive me. Guo Shukai. Right now, I want to strangle you. Wang Fugui complained on the phone. Where is Big Brother now? I want to see him. Guo Li glanced inside Qu Wan's mansion with a mischievous smile. Big Brother is about to start farming now and is busy. He doesn't have time to see you. Let's talk about it tomorrow. In the mansion courtyard, even though it was already 2 a.m., the lights were still on in the main hall. When Yi Fan entered, he saw Qu Wan curled up on the sofa, fast asleep. Wrapped in a white nightgown that accentuated her perfect figure, Qu Wan was truly a stunning beauty. Due to the hardships of life, Qu Wan's beauty had been worn down in the past. Even though Qiwen had only been with Yifan for 2 days, her innate Tao body had been awakened, giving her a unique aura, making her exude charm and elegance. Fanshe, you're back. Sensing the movement at the door, Qiwen immediately woke up. Blushing, she stood up and asked, "Have you eaten? Are you hungry? Shall I prepare something for you?" Seeing Qiwen's gentle appearance, Yifan couldn't help but feel warm inside. At this moment, Qiwen was like a young bride, waiting for her husband to return home. In this warm scene, Yifan felt a sense of peace. Perhaps in the future, after resolving all the matters of the Yi family, he would also return to such an ordinary and peaceful life. Little did Yifan know that 7 of his sisters-in-law had announced they all wanted to marry him. And with his mother's mysterious divine gate backing, how could Yifan's life ever be normal? Alright. Qiwen quickly busied herself in the kitchen and soon served a bowl of noodles. Yifan was indeed a bit hungry and quickly finished the bowl. "I've prepared the bath water for you. I'll be waiting for you upstairs." Although it wasn't the first time with Yifan, Qiwen still felt a bit shy thinking about what would happen next. A few minutes later, when Yifan entered the bedroom, Qiwen was already lying on the bed, covered with a blanket, with only her head exposed. Her nightgown hung on the rack by the bed. Needless to say, at this moment, Qiwen was completely naked under the blanket. Heh. Yifan smirked mischievously, lifted the blanket, and embraced the naked Qiwen without hesitation. "Odd, Xiaofan. You're so naughty. Slow down." Despite being prepared, Qiwen blushed furiously when Yifan suddenly attacked her. Although she was held in his arms, she still tried to squirm. What she didn't know was that the more she resisted, the more tempting she became to Yifan. "Do you mind?" Yifan stared intently at Qiwen in his arms, seeking her consent. As a powerhouse at the emperor level, Yifan's strength was unquestionable, but he was concerned that Qiwen, just an ordinary girl despite her inborn Tao body, might not be able to handle it. Blushingly, Qiwen responded and buried her head back under the blanket. "Oh my. This little rascal must be doing this on purpose. She's already in this state, yet still asking such embarrassing questions." However, thinking about how good Yifan had been to her, Qiwen couldn't help but feel touched. If it weren't for meeting Yifan, she wouldn't even know how she would have died with her daughter's situation, not to mention the assassins at night. Let alone how Yifan had taken her to the company to vent anger, arranged this mansion for her, and set her up with a job with an annual salary of 5 million. "Xiaofan, thank you." Thinking of all this, Qiwen's eyes misted over with tears of gratefulness as she looked at Yifan. "Xiaofan, should I give birth to a son for you?" Qiwendu is 26 or 27 years old now. Her life before was always in a terrible state, one could say was very bitter. Suddenly being elevated to her current state by Yifan. Many times Qiwen couldn't believe the situation in front of her was real. Yifan is several years younger than her, and Qiwen really can't understand. What exactly does Yifan want from her? The best way Qiwen could think of to repay Yifan is to give birth to a son for him. Seeing Qiwen's serious and shy appearance, Yifan smiled mischievously. "Give birth to a son? How do we do that?" "Oh my. You are so naughty. That's how we do it." After Qiwen finished speaking, she covered her head with a blanket, clearly knowing how, but pretending to be innocent in front of herself, simply too mischievous. "I don't know. Wenyan, could you teach me?" While speaking, Yifan also got under the blanket, as if biting onto something, his words becoming a bit unclear. Suddenly, Qiwen's sweet voice sounded in the room. "You don't ruin it." In an instant, inappropriate sounds filled the room, and a charming fragrance filled the air. After tossing and turning in the room for over an hour, Qiwen's body reached its limit and everything became calm. Watching Qiwen sleeping soundly in his arms, Yifan also sighed. The effects of the innate body and natural furnace were so evident. In just 2 days of being with Qiwen, Yifan found that his strength had elevated to a new level, reaching the strength of a martial emperor of the 7th rank. If this continued, he feared he would soon break through to the strength of a martial saint. Yifan gazed deep into the distance outside the window. Perhaps only when he reached the realm of a martial saint would the Yi family truly be worry-free. Strong individuals at the level of martial emperors, although already possessing enough intimidation, Yifan now knew that in this world, apart from the strong individuals of the mundane world, there were also the ancient martial world, the organizations behind his mother, the Temple of Gods, the Holy Anwa organization, and the heretic cult. Yifan was not sure if he could deal with those heretics after reaching the realm of a martial saint. Alas, according to grandfather, the scattered fragments of the gods around the world must be collected as soon as possible, as well as the remnants of the celestial palace map. Yifan was pondering, his powerful perception, suddenly sensing a car stopping quietly a few hundred meters outside the villa, a figure rapidly approaching the villa, and that person was muttering, "Damn, finally found it." After planting the poison goo, it was unexpectedly destroyed like this. That little girl is the best fertilizer. Absolutely cannot let this go. This man was none other than the Goo Sect's poison child. He was the one who arranged the poison goo on Qwen's daughter's head. After Yifan cleared all the poison goo from the little girl, the poison child suffered a backlash and was seriously injured. Last night, the poison child went to Qwen's previous residence to search, but didn't find any trace of Qwen and her daughter. After exerting a lot of effort, he learned that Qwen had moved to this villa area and immediately rushed over. Yifan's mouth formed a cold sneer. It would have been one thing if he and Qwen were still not acquainted, but now that Qwen was his woman, and moreover, she possessed the innate body, helping him improve his strength so much, she was Yifan's lucky star. Yifan would never allow Qwen to be harmed. Humph. Yifan made a cold snort, quickly put on his clothes, and then his body moved swiftly. In the blink of an eye, he was already outside the villa. Outside the villa compound, the poison child was still cautiously investigating, perceiving the poison goo he had set up yesterday was so calmly cleared out, indicating that the one who took action yesterday was definitely not weak. The poison child was very careful. "Hey, brother, what are you up to?" The poison child was concentrating on sensing when his shoulder was suddenly tapped, scaring him so much that he almost exploded on the spot. "Damn. Who the hell are you? Trying to scare me to death." The poison child jumped up 2 meters in place, feeling like his heart was about to burst out of his chest. Although the poison child's specialty was using poison goo, as a core figure of the Goo Sect, his strength was at the peak of the grandmother level, almost breaking through to the realm of martial lore. But why did Yifan, such a big person, suddenly appear behind him without him sensing anything? Could it be that Yifan's strength was much higher than his? The poison child's heart was beating violently, using his energy to look up and down at Yifan. Yifan didn't have any fluctuations of martial aura on him. Seeing Yifan like this, he didn't look like a martial warrior. Was he too focused on something else? Yet, that must be it. Why are you not sleeping and what are you doing here in the middle of the night? The poison child glared warily at Yifan. Although Yifan didn't have any fluctuations of martial aura on him, the poison child didn't want others to see what he was up to. Hehe. I heard the people in this villa are rich. I'm a little tight on cash, so I wanted to borrow some money from them. How about it, brother? Do you also want to go in to borrow money? Shall we work together? We can split the proceeds 50-50 later. The poison child came here for a specific reason, which Yifan already understood very clearly, but with his smooth talk, he befuddled the poison child. Borrow money. Oh, right. I also wanted to borrow money, but the main door is tightly locked, and there's an electronic fence on the wall. It won't be easy to get inside without causing a stir. Hearing Yifan's words, the poison child felt a sense of joy. So he was a thief? Well, having this guy probe ahead, if something goes wrong, he could escape first, and also be a scapegoat. It's just a lock, no big deal. I can open it in seconds. Yifan chuckled mischievously. The VO's front gate had a password lock with Yifan's fingerprint recorded in it. It would be a piece of cake to open it in seconds, right? But, under the cover of night, the poison child had no idea that the person in front of him, Yifan, was the fool who had stirred up the entire city of clouds, giving headaches to the 2 grand elders. As Yifan spoke, he stepped forward quickly, pretending to fiddle with the password lock a few times. Click. The next moment, the villa gate opened easily. Brother, amazing. The poison child was somewhat shocked by Yifan's actions. In just one breath, Yifan had opened the password lock, so skilled. Brother, have you heard? It's said that the owner of this villa has a treasure map in his hands, and inside the treasure is worth tens of billions. Brother, let's look carefully later. If we find that map, we'll be set. After realizing Yifan's powerful skills, the poison child's attitude toward Yifan changed, starting to instigate Yifan to take action. As for what would happen after Yifan found the things later, by then, whether to kill or mutilate, it would be up to the poison child to decide. Map? What map? What era is it now? Do you still believe in that stuff? You might as well have something of real value, like gold and silver. Ethan heard what the Five Poisons kid said, and couldn't help but pause in surprise. It seems that this Five Poisons kid also knows about the Yi family's map. Brother, have you heard of martial arts? It is said that in that treasure trove, there are many martial arts techniques, and the gold and silver there are thousands of times more than what you have seen. If you can get that map, any family can become the strongest family in the world. The Five Poisons kid continued to manipulate Yifan, not knowing that everything was actually under Yifan's control. Is it really that amazing? But I have never seen that map, and I don't even know what it looks like. If I knew what the map looks like, I can definitely find it in this villa. Yifan originally just had the idea of testing it out. Regardless of whether there were any problems, he would deal with it first. But he didn't expect the Five Poisons kid to actually take out a piece of map from his pocket and handed it to Yifan, saying, "Brother, it's fate that we met. Look, it's this kind of map. I only have one piece here. You should familiarize yourself with it first. When we find the other pieces later, we'll split the good stuff. Minus 150. The Five Poisons kid explained with a smile, but there was a hint of darkness in the corners of his mouth. This guy in front of him looks foolish. Although stealing things may have some skills, once he gets his hands on the treasure, how could Yifan have a share? Moreover, Yifan had discovered his actions today, so the Five Poisons kid couldn't possibly let Yifan live. Might as well use him as fertilizer for his own plans. Oh, is this the map? It looks quite impressive, Yifan responded, holding the map fragment in his hand and feeling the ancient aura it emitted, similar to the 2 map fragments he already had. Apart from the 7 map fragments from the Yi family, there seemed to be other fragments outside. Bro, I had no idea this was a treasure. Haha, I actually picked up the pieces somewhere else before, and almost threw them away as trash. Look, are they the same? Yifan smirked, as he took out the other 2 map fragments from his body, one of which was obtained from Qiwen, and the other was gifted by Liu Hao. My goodness, seeing the 2 map fragments in Yifan's hand, the Five Poisons kid's eyes nearly lit up. Damn. After struggling for half his life and playing so many tricks, he finally managed to get 1 map fragment. And this thief in front of him actually had 2 in his hands. Was this a gift from heaven, delivering such a big piece of meat to his mouth? No way. Today, he must snatch the things in this guy's hands. After all, he stole them. Brother, sounds good, but let me see them. The Five Poisons kid spoke while reaching out to take the 2 map fragments from Yifan's hand, but Yifan suddenly retracted his wrist, saying, "Let's just look at it like this." The corners of the Five Poisons kid's mouth twitched slightly. He secretly sighed at how cautious Yifan was. Humph. But in front of me, you're just a transparent little piece of junk. Squashing you is as easy as squashing an ant. Who do you think you are? If it weren't for exploiting Yifan to continue finding the map from Qiwen, the Five Poisons kid would have already wanted to kill Yifan right then. Little did he know that the map in Qiwen's hands had long been on Yifan. The Five Poisons kid continued to imagine that if he had a piece along with the Yifan had, and if he found the map from Qiwen, he would already have 4 fragments. At that point, once the complete map was crafted, he would be the first to enter the secret place, learning all those martial arts and techniques. Who would be his opponent then? Just as the Five Poisons kid had finally confirmed that what Yifan had was the real deal, Yifan directly put away the map fragments and stuffed them into his pocket. The one also being stuffed into his pocket was the one the Five Poisons kid had just shown him. Brother, did you forget something? It's fine to put away your own map, but give back my map fragment, won't you? The muscles on the Five Poisons kid's face twitched a couple of times as he extended his hand towards Yifan. Yifan suddenly spoke up. Your map? What map of yours? How would I know you have a map? Yifan had come out tonight to deal with the Five Poisons kid, but he never expected that there would be an unexpected gain from the Five Poisons kid. Brother, you're being unfair. You put away 3 sets of maps, 2 of which are yours. And the other is the one I gave you, remember? The Five Poisons kid patiently explained to Yifan, but he was starting to get impatient. Yifan shook his head and said, "Did you just give me a map? I have no recollection. And, big brother, you can eat a meal messily, but don't speak nonsense. You say I have your map. How about you ask it to confirm? If it agrees, then it's yours." Yifan's words left the Five Poisons kid speechless, his face darkening completely. Kid, what do you mean? Trying to play foul play? Are you looking for trouble in the wrong place? The aura of martial arts began to emanate from the Five Poisons Kid's entire body, and he felt extremely uneasy inside. Damn, eating too much has blinded him. A grandmaster level martial artist like himself explaining things to a petty thief. Ha ha. Big brother is joking. Something has come up at home suddenly, so I need to leave. Ethan smiled slightly, then pushed off the ground and rushed quickly towards the villa's exterior. Dealing with the Five Poisons Kid was child's play for Yifan. However, Yifan didn't want the Five Poisons Kid to die in Qwen's villa and make a mess. Bastard, trying to run. Dream on. I was just thinking of a reason to kill you, and this is just what you brought on yourself. The Five Poisons Kid saw Yifan planning to leave and immediately went mad, chasing after him frantically. Yifan ran at a moderate speed in front, not allowing the Five Poisons Kid to catch up easily, yet not letting him fall behind either. After a few minutes, he led the Five Poisons Kid into a dead end and then stopped. Run. Kid, keep on running. I'd like to see where you could go. Ha. Ha. The Five Poisons Kid, a bit tired from the pursuit, was starting to breathe heavily, but didn't realize that something was off with Yifan. The fact that a martial arts master like the Five Poisons Kid was panting while chasing Yifan left Yifan feeling extremely anxious. This fully indicated that Yifan was no ordinary person. However, the Five Poisons Kid, who was already distracted by the 3 map fragments, believed that he could easily control Yifan and didn't think too much. Seeing the Five Poisons Kid drawing his sword, Yifan felt a wave of fear wash over him and spoke anxiously. Big brother, let's talk it out. Don't scare me, okay? I'll give you everything. I'm scared to death. HMPH. Scared now, are you? Too late. Damn it. How dare you try to deceive me and take something I want? Go die. As a major protector of the Gu sect, the Wuduxiazi had killed many in the past and was known for being ruthless. While cursing, the Wuduxiazi swiftly waved the battle knife in his hand, aiming to slash at Yifan's neck. Humph. Yifan sneered and lightly used two fingers to grip the battle knife, blocking the Wuduxiazi's attack, looking at him with a smirk. Kid, you brought this upon yourself. Don't blame me. Have a safe journey to the underworld. Confident in the effectiveness of his knife strike, the Wuduxiazi believed that one strike could finish off Yifan, hence trying to reassure him. During the bleeding process, it might feel cold and dizzy. It's normal. Ha. Midway through his words, the Wuduxiazi suddenly realized something was amiss. Why did his knife stop midair? Looking up, he found his steel battle knife being firmly held by Yifan's two fingers, suspended in the air. Startled, the Wuduxiazi rubbed his eyes, almost not believing what he saw, and confirmed that Yifan indeed had his knife firmly grasped. Damn! The Wuduxiazi shouted, trying to use his energy to retrieve his knife. However, even with his utmost effort, he couldn't budge the knife at all. This realization made the Wuduxiazi understand the seriousness of the situation. Kid, are you playing with me? Disposing of his knife, the Wuduxiazi took a step back, activating the poisonous insects on his body, ready to launch a deadly attack at Yifan. Observing Yifan's face, the Wuduxiazi began to feel a sense of familiarity. Have we met before? Scratching his head, he finally recognized Yifan. Damn, you're that idiot from the Yi family. Who would have thought? Recently, the Yi family had caused quite a stir. Elder Lingyan of the Gu sect was said to have died in Yun City, and it was all somehow related to Yifan. The Wuduxiazi had always looked down on Lingyan, deeming it unbelievable that an elder couldn't handle a fool. Recognizing Yifan, the Wuduxiazi felt less nervous. Good bow, Yi. Give me the map fragment, and I'll buy you some candy later. Okay. The Wuduxiazi thought Yifan was truly foolish, given the widespread information about the Yi family's idiot fostering 5 years had suggested. However, Yifan seemed to have come to a realization after the battle in Penglai Canyon. He wasn't a fool anymore and didn't need to pretend. The transmission of information from the outside world seemed to have lagged behind. Yifan acknowledged he wasn't a fool, but others stubbornly believed he still was. Heh. Do I look like a fool now? Yifan dropped his knife, fixing a gaze on the Wuduxiazi. So, you're using the method of nurturing Gu worms in children's bodies. Is there any humanity left in you? Staring coldly at the Wuduxiazi, Yifan's gaze showed a hint of cruelty. Imagining if Qwen hadn't encountered him, the Wuduxiazi's Gu cultivation method probably would have succeeded. Torturing a child, the Wuduxiazi extinguished a woman's hope. Oh. It seems the Yi family's idiot can understand human speech now. Haha. Shall I tell you something? That little girl's worthless life could serve as fertilizer for my goo worms, which would be her honor. The Wadaxiazi boasted arrogantly. Moreover, let me tell you, when your third brother was attacked in the Suzaku domain, I was there. Haha. I personally gouged out his eyes. Unfortunately, even though I maimed your third brother, we couldn't find the clues on the map fragment in the end. However, soon there will be leads. A fool like you daring to roam around Huadu. Today, the 2 map fragments on you belong to me. Hand them over. While speaking, the Wadaxiazi reached for the map fragment in Yifan's possession. At that moment, the Wadaxiazi still believed that Yifan was in a state of idiocy. 5 years ago, Yifan was merely at the grandmother level. Considering his foolishness for 5 years, the Wadaxiazi doubted his current strength. Moreover, he had powerful goo techniques to control Yifan. Just as Yifan prepared to block the move, the Wadaxiazi suddenly screamed, "If you don't want to die, don't move." Haha. Do you think all my talking was out of affection for you? I was just buying time to set up my goo worms. Look down at your feet. Yifan glanced down and noticed numerous centipedes, snakes, and other poisonous creatures swarming around his feet, emitting a chilling sound. This horrifying scene would unsettle any normal person. As the poisonous creatures gathered, it was indeed a terrifying sight, indicating imminent danger if they attacked. Do you think it stops there? Let me tell you, my bloodthirsty goo has silently infiltrated your body from behind, and will soon drain your marrow. You will turn into a puddle of blood. By then, whether you are a real fool or pretending to be one, you must report to the King of Hell. The Wadaxiazi felt relieved. You trash bunch, still want to challenge me? Haha, you're no match. As he spoke, the Wadaxiazi tried to grab the map fragment in Yifan's possession. However, Yifan firmly held the Wadaxiazi's wrist, smiling wickedly. Then, with his other hand, Yifan spread several black bloodthirsty goo creatures in his palm, taunting the Wadaxiazi. Are these the creatures you were talking about? Seems like they have no interest in my flesh. Hissing. Witnessing the scene before him, the Wadaxiazi froze in shock. What's happening? Had his bloodthirsty goo lost its efficacy? Had they not listened to him, refusing to infiltrate Yifan's body? Get him. Indescribable fear gripped the Wadaxiazi. He urgently activated his commands, trying to unleash the bloodthirsty goo and the other poisonous creatures at Yifan. To his astonishment, none of the creatures seemed to be under his control. They were all restless, emitting frantic noises, before launching an attack on the Wadaxiazi's neck, savagely biting down. What the heck? Are you guys crazy? The Waduwo clutched his neck, his eyes almost popping out in shock. What in the world is going on? The venom he had raised as his primary poisonous goo was no longer under his control, and it was starting to devour him instead. Biting himself like a lunatic, the Wadubo, somewhat incredulous, once again frantically recited the incantation, urging the goo to continue attacking Yifan. But to his despair, the incantation he invoked was actually malevolent, and those vicious bloodthirsty goo were already inside the Wadubo's body, ferociously tearing at his innards. With his organs being shredded, the Wadubo's facial muscles twisted in pain, and to his horror, the goo that had been placed around Yifan seemed to have seen something terrifying and all avoid Yifan, instead beginning to gnaw at the Wadubo's ankles, hissing. In just a few seconds, before the Wadubo could even feel the pain, he found that the muscles on his ankles had been completely torn off, leaving only the stark white bones inside. Moreover, the goo continued to gnaw at the muscles on the Wadubo's legs, step by step, moving upward, and soon the flesh below his knees was all shredded to pieces. The Wadubo stood there, as rigid as a pole, facing a panicky situation. No, this can't be. Yifan, what kind of means did you use? The Wadubo staggered back a few steps, leaning against the wall to steady himself, looking at Yifan in utter disbelief, his eyes showing a mix of despair and confusion. Why was his proud goo technique, even the one that the current goo teachings did not dare to challenge, now ineffective against Yifan? Yifan clapped his hands and slowly took out a black small cauldron from his chest. Lord Wadu, do you recognize this? The 10,000 goo cauldron. What the heck? The 10,000 goo cauldron is in your hands. Damn. No wonder, heavens, the Wadubo, upon seeing the 10,000 goo cauldron in Yifan's hands, his eyes lit up once again. The 10,000 goo cauldron, that was a sacred object of the goo teachings, with enough power to command the entire goo sect. Everyone within the Gu sect knew very well that without the 10,000 Gu cauldron, the current Gu sect leader's position would be precarious. If he could seize the 10,000 Gu cauldron now and take control of the Gu teachings, it would be entirely possible to overthrow the current leader. As the Wadubo was shocked by this revelation, he couldn't help but envy Yi Fan. This young master from the Yi family indeed possessed many valuable treasures. To map fragments, the 10,000 Gu cauldron. In any place, these items would drive everyone mad with desire. The Wadubo was eager to snatch the items from Yi Fan's hands, but now it seemed entirely impossible. He had underestimated Yi Fan's power. The current Yi Fan was not the fool he had encountered before. He had fully awakened and wielded the 10,000 Gu cauldron, surpassing the Wadubo's abilities. The Wadubo looked outside the dead-end alley, and at that moment, he was considering whether he could use those poisonous Gu to block Yi Fan momentarily and buy himself some escape time. Finally, the Wadubo understood why the third elder, Ling Yun, had met his demise in Cloud City. The rumors suggested that Ling Yun was killed by explosives arranged by Jin Yang, but now, the truth seemed uncertain. The Wadubo had just started contemplating the idea of escaping when Yi Fan simply flicked his finger and issued a command. The poisonous Gu on the ground instantly changed their direction, surging towards the dead-end alley and forming a wall of poisonous Gu outside. You still think you can escape at this point? It's impossible. Yi Fan lightly waved his finger, and the bloodthirsty Gu inside the Wadubo's body accelerated their gnawing at his innards. Splurt. Despite the Wadubo's formidable Gu technique, in front of the 10,000 Gu cauldron, he was powerless to produce any results. The venomous Gu he had nurtured were now on the verge of devouring him to his death. Under immense pain, the Wadubo spat out a mouthful of black blood, collapsing to the ground and convulsing relentlessly. The centipedes and snakes that were previously under the Wadubo's control now swarmed around him, crawling all over his body and inside his clothes. But without Yi Fan's command, they held still. However, the more they stayed motionless, the more afraid the Wadubo became. It's a human tendency that when faced with death or strange creatures, one may not be afraid. It's the excruciating anticipation of the impending death and the fear of the unknown that truly terrifies. Yi Fan was now using the poisonous Gu to break the Wadubo's will. What do you want to do? If you want to kill me, just do it now. Give me a swift death. The Wadubo had long been accustomed to living on the edge, unafraid of death. Yi Fan gave a faint smile. Killing you is simple. With a mere flick of my finger, I can easily annihilate you. But since you plucked out my third brother's eyeballs, it would be too easy for you to die like this. HMPH. The entire Yi family was almost wiped out overnight. Even grandfather turned white-haired overnight. If Yi Fan hadn't awakened at that crucial moment, he would probably be deader than dead right now. Dealing with those archenemies of the Yi family was so ruthless that not even a fool was spared, aiming to exterminate the Yi family to the last trace. Yi Fan never forgot the deep-seated hatred, not missing a single one of those who had harmed his uncles, brothers, or himself. With a single command, several Gu crawled onto the Wadubo's eyeballs, starting to nibble on his eyelids. Today, start by giving my third brother his eyeballs back. Although the real action of the Gu hadn't started yet, the Wadubo already knew what was coming next. Yi Fan would let those poisonous Gu slowly, bit by bit, devour the Wadubo's eyeballs, making him endure that agony while still alive. Yi Fan had seen the Wadubo's brutality and the information he had gathered earlier, leading him to one conclusion. The Wadubo's hands were already stained with countless innocent blood, deserving punishment. Currently, even if the Wadubo were to be tormented endlessly, it wouldn't be enough to atone for his sins. Stop, please, spare me. I'll tell you the truth about what happened to my third brother. I'll tell you everything. Please give me a swift death. Yi Lingyu, your third brother, was ambushed and killed by his father-in-law. He was lured out by his father-in-law and caught off guard, which is why we succeeded in ambushing him. The Wadubo's words shook Yi Fan to the core. Sanmai Shen Mango, that was his third brother's fiancée. The one who had announced her intention to marry him alongside Yu Lingguan. Was his third brother's death actually a result of collusion and betrayal by Shen Mango's father? What did it mean for her to announce her marriage to him after his third brother's death? At the funeral, Yi Fan had already awakened. When Shen Mang announced that she was going to marry herself, Yi Fan also secretly observed Shen Mang's expression. That determination and steadfastness didn't seem like an act. Later at the cemetery, Shen Nang helped Yifan straighten his collar. The caring and tender look she had couldn't be faked. Shen Nang truly cared for the Yi family. Though why did the poisonous child say that Yi Lingyu's father-in-law betrayed him? Humph. On the brink of death and still trying to sow discord between our Yi family and Shen family. Yifan snorted coldly and stomped on the poisonous child's thigh, exerting a bit of force with his energy, directly breaking the poisonous child's thigh. The poisonous child instantly screamed in pain. No, I didn't lie at all. What I said is true. I was there at the time. It was Shen Nanfei, Yi Lingyu's father-in-law, who framed Yi Lingyu, and the first stab was done by Shen Nanfei to Yi Lingyu. If you don't believe me, check my phone. There's a short video. My leg. Please just make it quick. I've told you everything. The poisonous child was desperate at this moment. He knew that Yifan had fully awakened, and being in Yifan's hands today, there was no way out for him. He only hoped to die quickly and painlessly. The poisonous child also felt resentful. When the witch sect agreed to target the Yi family, the poisonous child hesitated, but in the end, it was Zhuang Baifan who sent him out to carry out the assassination mission, leading to his current predicament. Since he couldn't survive, no one else will. The poisonous child had made up his mind to reveal everything he knew, implicating all those involved. If he was going to die, everyone would die together, and the road to the Yellow Springs wouldn't be lonely. There were several high-level members from the Suzaku domain involved with the witch sect. I can't remember their names, but I know some strong individuals from other families, including the Han family from the south, the Cao family, and even strong martial artists from the Fun family were present. As the poisonous child spilled the beans, Yifan retrieved a phone from him. Opening the phone, Yifan watched an encrypted video. Though it was short, just a few seconds long, Yifan clearly saw third sister-in-law's father, Shen Nanfei, plunging a knife into Yi Lingyu's chest, and then the screen went chaotic. In the final scene, Yifan saw his third brother being kicked around like a soccer ball by numerous martial artists, his eyes gouged out. How despicable! Though he already knew his third brother had been murdered, Yifan didn't expect that the enemies of the Yi family would be so ruthless, not only killing but also torturing. Especially in the video, Yifan recognized several familiar faces, some of whom were close friends of the Yi family. Traitors. Betray the Yi family, and you will all pay the price. With the issue of Shen Nanfei still lingering, Yifan hesitated. The attitude of the Shen family before and after was completely contradictory. Could something have happened within the Shen family? Once the matter in Huadu was resolved, he must go to Haikang to personally uncover the truth. If it was indeed Shen Nanfei who targeted his third brother, Yifan would not hesitate to take action. But how should he handle Shen Nang then? She was his third sister-in-law before, but now she had declared her intent to marry him. She was his wife. It was a complicated situation to navigate with her father being the enemy who killed his brother, but he would have to deal with it when the time came. One last question. Where did you get this fragment of the map from in your hand? Yifan stared coldly at the poisonous child. The poisonous child was at his wit's end by this point. He had spilled almost everything he knew, and Yifan's only remaining question was about the map fragment. Previously, grandfather mentioned that mother had given one of the 7 map fragments to each of the 7 brothers, but the fragment the poisonous child held was clearly not from the Yi family brothers. This raised a question. There might be more than 7 fragments related to the Celestial Palace map. I happened to obtain it in an ancient tomb in the Miao region. Several archaeologists found this thing and said it was some kind of divine relic site, even containing cultivation techniques. I killed them all and took the map. An ancient tomb. Yifan's brow furrowed upon hearing this. The situation was becoming more complex. Archaeologists had obtained these map fragments from an ancient tomb, indicating that perhaps his mother hadn't entered that site yet. He surmised that even if he gathered all 7 map fragments of the Yi family, it might not be enough to access the site. After pondering quickly, Yifan understood. If the 7 map fragments of the Yi family formed a complete map, his mother would have taken the disciples to the location long ago. How many map fragments were there in total? How far along was he in gathering them? Sighing deeply, Yifan realized that for now, he needed to eliminate all of the Yi family's enemies first. With a wave of his hand, flame surged from his palm, engulfing the poisonous child and the surrounding poisonous insects. In an instant, the poisonous child and the insects were all reduced to nothing. How many more tricks do you have up your sleeve? The ethereal voice of the poisonous child echoed. Only in death did he realize the extent of the prowess behind the title of the top demonic genius of Daxia. Yifan utilized the flames to ensure thorough eradication since the spread of these poisonous insects in Huadu posed a significant threat. One wrong move could harm innocent civilians. After dealing with them, Yifan clapped his hands lightly, swiftly left the scene. Passing by an alley near a dead end, Yifan glanced over with a smirk, but said nothing more. With his keen perception, Yifan could sense individuals concealed in the alley, observing stealthily. He knew they were from the witch sect. Yet, Yifan paid them no attention. He needed the news to spread. No longer concealing himself, Yifan was now exposing himself, instilling fear and dread in all those who dared to oppose the Yi family. What's going on, big brother? Just now I saw that fool Yifan glance in our direction as if he was being marked by a venomous snake. Do you think he discovered us? Don't be afraid. He's just a fool. Our main focus now is that the poisonous child's protector was clearly with Yifan when they entered. So why is Yifan coming out now without the poisonous child's trace? What's happening? The chief had long suspected the poisonous child's ill intentions. Let's go and check. However, when they went to inspect the alley, they found no valuable clues and had to leave disheartened. Yifan returned to Q Wen's residence, slept until dawn, and was awakened by a call from Lawfight. Young master, the Zhang family in the northwest has officially declared war on the Yi family. There's only half an hour left before the financial battle begins. Do you want to con man watch together? In the call, Yifan could tell that Lawfight was somewhat excited. Of course. How can I miss such an exciting scene? Q-Wen shyly twisted in Yifan's arms, then got up to get dressed. Zifan, do you want breakfast? I'll make it right away. Q-Wen was indeed a very gentle and virtuous Jose as a wife. Yifan shook his head. No need. I have to handle some matters. You rest a bit and go to work at Shujo Group. Okay. Luofight set up his headquarters at Guo Group. Yifan and Guoli had just stopped at the main entrance when a young man rushed over. Dig bro. It was so hard for me to be kept in the dark by you. Why didn't you tell me earlier? I was so worried. The person who came was none other than Yifan's life and death brother Wang Fugui. In the precarious situation at Yi family, everyone chose to distance themselves, but Wang Fugui had always staunchly stood by Yifan's side. When Yifan was bullied, he was always the first to come forward to protect Yifan. Yifan was truly grateful for this brother. Isn't it because I'm afraid you'll spill the beans? If I told you in advance, the whole world would know on the day of the funeral. If Yifan's identity had been exposed so early, he would not have been able to smoothly resolve the internal conflicts of the Zhao, Li, Wan, and Su father and some within the Yi family. He would not have been able to trace back to Zhang Heng and Tang Zhang, the big shots hiding behind the scenes. After all, at that time, Yifan was seen by everyone as just a fool, and no one was on guard. If at that time, news of Yifan waking up had been leaked, with Yifan's strength still at the martial master realm, Yi family's mortal enemies would have been vigilant and would surely have sent their strongest experts to deal with him. At that time, if the Captain Chu from Elder Zhang's team had personally led the team to come, Yifan would really not have been a match. Cough. Dig bro, you really don't trust me. Am I that kind of person? Oh right. Dig bro, let me tell you. Someone familiar who knew the news came with me today. Look. While Wang Fugui was speaking, he gestured towards the entrance. Over there, a stunning woman in a red dress was stepping towards them. It was none other than Zhuan Yufei. Yifan couldn't help but feel speechless. Didn't Wang Fugui just say he wasn't a big mouth? And yet Guoli just told him the news. He turned around and went to tell Zhuan Yufei. Oh bo, Yifan still hadn't figured out how to face Zhuan Yufei. And here in the provincial capital, Qingruolan and Yulingguang were also here. With so many girls here, and Wang Fugui bringing Zhuan Yufei over, wasn't he creating a battlefield for himself? Fan brother, Zhuan Yufei stood in front of Yifan, gazing affectionately at him. Her eyes were almost about to shed tears. Currently, Zhuan Yufei deeply regretted listening to her uncle and breaking off the engagement at Yi family's funeral. I'm sorry for what happened before. As Zhuan Yufei spoke, she bowed deeply to Yifan. Zhuan Yufei was wearing a low-cut red dress, and as she bent down, the view in front of Yifan's chest revealed countless gullies. Such an apology was indeed sincere. Yifan took a deep look, recalling the beautiful moments he had shared with Zhuan Yufei growing out. His emotions were complex. Thinking about their past relationship, Yifan couldn't bear to be harsh on Zhuan Yufei. Moreover, when Su Yixu was kidnapped last time, Xuan Yufei had bravely rushed forward to protect her, disregarding her own safety, which had a significant impact on Yifan. Thinking back to the funeral day, when under Yi family's difficult circumstances, Xuan's uncle Xuan Zhengguo publicly announced the cancellation of the engagement with Yi family. Xuan Yufei didn't object and silently accepted the breakup. Later, although Yifan realized Xuan Yufei's soul-absorbing technique, he still couldn't forgive her. "There's no need for an apology. I've forgotten about what happened before." Yifan spoke lightly, with an indifferent tone that made Xuan Yufei stiffen. Had he hurt her too deeply? How should she act to earn Yifan's forgiveness? At the funeral, she didn't do it on purpose. The 10 core disciples of the Yi family were wiped out. Yifan was foolish for 5 years, unable to see any hope for the future. His father fell gravely ill, while his uncle took control of everything and forced the breakup. What could she have done? And now, Xuan Yufei herself was unclear about what had happened at that time. It seemed like another version of herself had been speaking at the scene. "Let's go. Let's head inside," Yifan said, walking towards the room. Guo Li and Wang Fugui exchanged a helpless look and shook their heads. As the 3 musketeers who had grown up together, they had witnessed the longtime childhood sweethearts Xuan Yufei and Yifan go through so much, and despite their strong emotional bond, they ended up in such a situation. Both of them were reluctant. "Sister-in-law, the big bro still hasn't let go of his grievances." Wang Fugui sighed deeply, saying to Xuan Yufei, "But sister-in-law, rest assured, the big bro definitely still cares about you. Otherwise, when he woke up so early, and Li Yunyang wanted to get engaged to you, the big bro wouldn't have killed Li Yunyang on the spot." Halfway through his words, Wang Fugui quickly covered his mouth, looking at Guo Li in despair. "You." Guo Li shook his head helplessly, following Yifan inside, leaving Wang Fugui slapping himself. "Did big bro say it was right? Am I really a big mouth?" Xuan Yufei was naturally a clever girl. Even with just a few words from Wang Fugui, she immediately grasped the crux of the matter. When Li Yunyang wanted to get engaged to her, Yifan had already woken up, and at that time, Yifan came out to save her. At that moment, Xuan Yufei had thought that Li Hu, Zia Hao, and others were standing in for Yifan. But now it seemed that Yifan had already awakened at that time. To save her from the fire, it must have been Yifan. Indeed, Yifan did have a place in her heart. Thinking through this, the clouds of doubt on Xuan Yufei's face dispersed instantly. Smiling, she exuded warmth, melting like snow in winter, soothing people's hearts. As long as Yifan didn't hate her so much, she would make sure to behave well from now on. Yifan would surely forgive her. This time, she couldn't afford to make any more mistakes. "Fan brother, wait for me." Xuan Yufei smiled at the corner of her mouth. This time when she came to Huadu, she didn't come empty-handed. Hearing yesterday that the Yi family was going to engage in a financial war with the Zhang family, Xuan Yufei was worried that Yi family might not have enough funds, so she directly transferred 1 billion from the Zhuan group to support Yifan. In the meeting room of the Guo group, as soon as Yifan and Guo Li entered the lobby, a bearded man eagerly came up to Yifan and embraced him. "Yun Yi, it's been 5 years, I missed you so much." This bearded old man was none other than the financial tycoon, Luofite. Seeing Xuan Yufei behind Yifan, Luofite exclaimed happily, "Yun Yi has a capable partner." Just now Miss Zhuan also transferred 1 billion in funds. With this, we're sure to have the upper hand against the Zhang family. Miss Zhuan and Yun Yi, you two are obviously a match made in heaven. Ha ha ha. Rothschild's words immediately created a somewhat awkward atmosphere at the scene. Guo Li and Wang Fugui's faces were full of embarrassment, hastily exchanging glances with Rothschild. This foreigner, does he not pay attention to domestic news? At the Yi family funeral, so many people witnessed the public breakup, it's almost common knowledge. Xuan Yufei has already separated from Yifan and is currently in the stage of repairing their relationship. You're still saying they are a natural match? Guo Li, Wang Fugui, and others felt as if even their toes were about to curl out of their shoes. However, Yifan remained calm, turning his head unexpectedly to glance at Xuan Yufei. This girl, did she really bring over 1 trillion to support him? Xuan's family's assets are not extremely large, so 1 trillion is probably the maximum Xuan Yufei can come up with. This is the first direct confrontation between the Yi family and their arch-rivals, and it's a decisive battle. This smokeless battle, if either side fails, The consequences will be very severe. If the Zhang family fails, they will undoubtedly be completely abandoned as discarded pawns, and the big shots behind them will definitely not care about their fate. And if the Yi family fails, all the sources of their funds will be completely cut off. Any subsequent actions by the Yi family will have no financial support. More crucially, those who originally planned to support the Yi family may have to reconsider whether to support them again. In terms of influence, once the Yi family fails, they will inevitably decline. There will be no chance of turning the tide again. Aren't you afraid that we will lose? If the Yi family loses, they will be completely finished. Have you thought it through? Yifan stared intently at Zhuan Yufei, reminding her, no need to think. Fan Jie, I missed the last chance. This time, I don't want to miss it again. Even if we lose in the financial showdown against the Zhang family, I will accompany you to rise again. Zhuan Yufei replied firmly, instinctively wanting to reach out and hold Yifan's hand, but considering their current relationship, she stopped herself. Fan Jie, on the day of the incident before, my memory was very vague, as if it wasn't my own decision. Fan Jie, I'm sorry. Zhuan Yufei apologized to Yifan again. I will be obedient in the future. While speaking, Zhuan Yufei looked obedient and expectant towards Yifan. Vague impression, as if it wasn't her own decision. Yifan couldn't help but be surprised. It seems that it might be related to soul manipulation to some extent. Could it be that Zhuan Yufei was controlled by Zhou Ming's soul manipulation technique at that time, so she didn't oppose Zhuan Zhengguo's decision to break off the engagement? Only by capturing Zhou Ming again can it be confirmed whether soul manipulation influenced Zhuan Yufei's decision. Last time, because of Zhou Ming's special technique, he managed to escape. But now that Yifan has mastered the exorcism array, specifically designed to deal with those evils, he should be able to completely kill Zhou Ming. Oh, let's discuss this later. Yifan sighed in his heart. No matter what, he couldn't be ruthless towards this girl who had grown up with him. While speaking, Yifan even patted Zhuan Yufei's shoulder. Although it was just a slight movement, Zhuan Yufei couldn't help but tremble, her heart shuddering violently. Yifan's subtle change in attitude was clearly felt by Zhuan Yufei. At least now, Fan Jie wasn't as cold to her as before, not treating her as a stranger. Furthermore, Yifan didn't refuse the trillion she brought. Finally, things seemed to be heading in a positive direction. Zhuan Yufei's face lit up with a smile once again, her heart suddenly filled with sunshine. If things continued like this, as long as she performed well, there was hope that one day she would enter Yifan's heart again. However, to Zhuan Yufei's surprise, when Yifan patted her shoulder just now, she once again felt that familiar warm flow. Yifan hadn't stopped controlling her, and the flickering warm flow quickly nourished Zhuan Yufei, making her feel extremely hopeful and successful in her pursuit of her husband. Let's begin. Yifan called out to Rothschild in the meeting room and sat down directly at the head of the table, while Zhuan Yufei obediently poured tea for Yifan. Although Rothschild was extremely talented in finance, he was emotionally blank. Listening to the conversations between Zhuan Yufei and Yifan, as well as the interactions between the two, he was full of confusion. Weren't these two the best couple before? Why does it feel like there's something wrong between them now? All right. Rothschild knew that it was not the time for gossip. All departments, be prepared. Today, we must squeeze out all the funds of the Zhang family. This deal will bring us at least billions in profits. Let's all work hard. Northwest, at the headquarters of Zhang Heng's Zhang Group, Zhang Heng, accompanied by the core disciples of the Zhang family, respectfully looked at a man with blue eyes and a hooked nose sitting at the top. Zhang family head, are you guys too poor? You've only prepared 3 trillion. How are you going to compete with the Yi family? The man with the hooked nose at the top was none other than Rothschild, the stock god of Europe. You need at least 4 trillion. You have to understand. The Yi family this time is being controlled by Lafit, the prodigy of the beautiful nation. My old opponent, if your financial strength is not enough, don't blame me when you lose. Rothschild stared seriously at Zhang Heng, seeming very dissatisfied with Zhang Heng's arrangement. Mr. Rothschild, it's not that we aren't prepared. Sigh. Previously, our Zhang family has already spent billions in operational expenses to deal with the Yi family. Combined with the recent awakening of the Yi family group, which has started a frenzied counterattack, our Zhang family has already suffered quite a bit and can't come up with more. Zhang Heng was very helpless and regretful. If he had known about this silly Yifan, who had caused so many troubles, he should have killed him off 5 years ago while he was still a fool. This won't do. The funds are too small. We need at least 1 trillion more. Think again. Is there anything in your family that can be mortgaged? The ancestral home, or the company group? Quickly mortgage them now, then gather the funds. We are preparing to start. The idea of having to mortgage even the ancestral home made Zhang Heng feel stunned. If the company is also mortgaged, in case this operation fails, how will the remaining Zhang family members survive? Will they end up on the streets? With everything mortgaged, Zhang family would truly have nothing left, and they would have to beg on the streets. Is this really a good idea? Mr. Rothschild, can't we hold out a bit longer? Plus, I can't find anyone willing to mortgage with us at the moment. And the appraisal time, it's too late. Zhang Heng actually wanted to lead himself a way out. Since his grandson was killed yesterday, he could clearly sense that the attitude of the higher-ups towards him had become somewhat distant. Moreover, some of the families that had good relations with the Zhang family before were beginning to distance themselves intentionally or unintentionally. If the stock hunting operation against the Yi family succeeds, he would be considered to have turned the tie, but if it fails, even if he stepped down to allow a capable successor, relying on the ancestral property to sustain the remaining Zhang family members' lives, can't find anyone. That's not an issue. I know the general manager of the Great Summer 9 States pawn shop. I contacted them yesterday, and they have evaluated all the Zhang family's assets overnight. While Rothschild was speaking, he gestured towards the door. A group of 7 or 8 people holding laptops and briefcases appear in an orderly fashion. Zhang family head. I am Chet Out, the general manager of the 9 States pawn shop. This is the evaluation form. When combined, all of the Zhang family's assets are worth quite a sum of money, probably around 500 billion. Take a look at the evaluation form. If possible, you can sign it and get the money immediately. In addition, these 2 are the public notaries of the Martial Arts League. Damn it! Zhang Heng looked at the people from the 9 States pawn shop and felt completely dumbfounded. Damn, Rothschild was so well prepared. Even the company mortgage by the ancestral property was taken care of. And they had also done the evaluation overnight. Damn. How did he feel like this was a trap set for him? The ancestral mansion of the Zhang family, assessed at 80,000. The 10 villas of the Zhang family, assessed at 88,000. The company building of the Zhang family, assessed at 140 million. The 2 jade lions at the entrance of the Zhang family, assessed at 500. The diamond-encrusted toilet of the Zhang family, assessed at 3,000. Zhang Heng felt his scalp tingling as he read through the dense assessment forms. Damn it! The ancestral courtyard of the Zhang family, which has been passed down for 100 years, located in the prime area, is only assessed at just over 2 million. 10 villas are worth less than 8 million. So each villa is only 800,000. What the hell? Are they robbing money? And they even assessed the diamond-encrusted toilet of the Zhang family. What are they trying to do? Search the house? Damn it! Have they installed surveillance in their own home? A sense of foreboding crept into Zhang Heng's heart. This time, as he made a desperate attempt and entered into a financial war with the Yi family, was it right or wrong in the end? That the thought of his only grandson dying in Huadu made Zhang Heng feel as if his heart was being twisted by a knife. He was the only heir of the Zhang family, and he died like that, leaving the Zhang family with no future. Although it looked like he was killed by Chenten, the Night Dark Lord Chen Lian had already explained over the phone that Chenten was controlled by Yifan. Yifan is no longer a fool. Everything is just a deception. This battle must be fought. But Zhang Heng still hesitated about this mortgage contract. It has begun. The Yi group has started making their move. They have actually begun to counter-acquire shares of the Zhang family, instantly absorbing 5% of the shares. Zhang Heng was still hesitating. While within the Rothschild team, the subordinate who monitored the stock market situation began reporting on the stock market situation. Master John, you make the decision. It's okay if we don't fight today. Calmly observing Zhang Heng, Rothschild said, I won't even take your commission if need be. Just buy a plane ticket back home. We have to fight. We must fight. Zhang Heng gritted his teeth and gave the final order. In the current situation, can we afford not to fight? Even if the Zhang family doesn't make a move against the Yi family, the Yi family has already begun to counter-acquire shares of the Zhang family. If we are careless, the Yi family might end up controlling the Zhang group. Mr. Rothschild, Let's use the funds in the group's account first. If it's not enough, I will think of a solution. Zhang Heng tossed the assessment form on the table, his face filled with anger. It's infuriating. Even the diamond-encrusted toilet was assessed. Master John, don't be angry. This assessment form should be kept well. You might need it soon. Che Dao took the assessment form and put it away. With a wicked smile on his face, he spoke to Zhang Heng. Let's start. Rothschild smiled at the corner of his mouth and also issued the command to his subordinates to begin. In Huadu, in the conference room of the Guo Group, Loft watched the screen displaying the fluctuation of stock prices. His eyes lit up. They have started to fight back. Listen to my command. Raise the stock price of the Yi Group by 5 times. With just a word from Loft, Guolian, Zhuan Yufei among others present were taken aback. Raise by 5 times. Financial battles are not fought like this. With the price raised so high, the Yi Group will face immense financial pressure. And with such a sudden sharp increase in price, the Zhang family might have to reconsider it. Brother, this Loft, although Guoli had great faith in Loft's financial strength, he felt somewhat worried about this chaotic approach. Even with 500 billion brought by Loft, it might not be enough for all this mess. Fawn, isn't this a bit inappropriate? Zhuan Yufei, also anxious, spoke up. But Yifan calmly drank his tea, appearing indifferent. Don't worry, the Zhang family and our Yi Group are at war. The outcome is already set. Just wait for the results with peace of mind. The outside world is completely unaware that both Rothschild and Loft are the 2 financial giants supported by Yifan. Upon learning that Rothschild was operating at the Zhang family's side, Yifan knew that this was a game set up by Loft and Rothschild. Today's battle, to the outside world, seems to be a monumental struggle that determines the life and death of the Yi and Zhang families. But for Yifan, it's just a show. Loft knows, Rothschild knows, Yifan knows, and everyone else is kept in the dark. As soon as Yifan finished speaking, Grandpa Yi Changfeng called. Xiaofan, what's happening with the stocks? Why are they fluctuating so dramatically? I heard that the Zhang family is targeting the Yi Group. Can you handle it? If you can't hold on, I'll make a call to my old friends to help. The situation in Chengdu has temporarily stabilized, and Yi Changfeng was originally planning to go to Beijing today. There are some things that need to be unfolded. At this stage, given that Yifan has completely awakened now, and considering the resources and support available, Yi Changfeng needs to offer his support. But upon seeing the drastic fluctuations in the Yi Group stock, Yi Changfeng suspended his trip to Beijing and immediately called Yifan. No need. I can handle this little battle. Grandpa can just sit back and watch the show. Although he knew his grandson was extraordinary, Yi Changfeng still had some worries. Really no need. The other side can leverage billions of funds. Where do you have that much money? Yi Changfeng is still unaware of many of Yifan's activities from 5 years ago. Ascending to the Zhuanwu domain Heavenly King, fostering to financial giants, saving General Songpa. There are many things Yi Changfeng doesn't know yet, including the biggest secret, the Qianji Pavilion. Under Qianji Pavilion, the Zhuzhou Group is a behemoth with assets exceeding tens of trillions. Just a word from himself, Pang Hai can provide him with the required funds. However, with the funds brought by Loft and the support provided by Zhuan Yufei, it should already be sufficient. Really no need. Grandpa believes in me. I will have my ways. Don't worry. The Yi Group is the lifeblood and hard work of our Yi family. I will not let the Yi Group collapse. Yifan knows that the Yi Group's inherent value may not be that substantial, but crucially, the Yi Group has become a symbol of the Yi family's existence. Naturally, nothing can happen to the Yi Group. Oh, okay then. After hanging up the phone, Yi Changfeng was still somewhat worried. He thought for a moment and called Zhang Cheng, the head of defense in Chengdu. Zhang, Yifan has already arrived in Huadu. Today he is doing something. Help check his specific situation. In the northwest city of Fangxi, headquarters of the Zhang Group, as Rothschild saw the Yi Group stock surge by 500%, he immediately issued the order. Start the comprehensive acquisition, buying whatever quantity is available on the market. We want it. Let's pump into trillion first. Yes. Rothschild's subordinates quickly began operating their accounts, buying up all the shares of the Yi Group. 2 trillion was poured out instantly, but due to the price increase of 5 times, in reality, the Zhang Group only managed to acquire 1/5 of the shares here. Zhang Heng on the side became anxious. Mr. Rothschild, this won't work. Buying at 5 times the price, we still need to defend our own stocks from being taken away. Our funds will definitely not be enough. Zhang Heng suddenly realized the problem and hastily reminded Rothschild. Was this Rothschild intentionally setting out to ruin them today? With this approach, wouldn't 300 billion be gone in the blink of an eye? I've told you long ago, we don't have enough funds. If you want to take down the Yi Group without acquiring enough shares, how is that enough? Rosard said with a look of disbelief. Master John, stop dawdling and hurry up to find a way to raise money. The Yi Group stocks are still rising. What should we do? Continue to follow through. Buy up the remaining 100 billion shares. Rosard didn't hesitate at all, swiftly giving out orders. However, the Yi Group stocks on the market were like a tidal wave. Even with Zhang Heng's 300 billion funds poured in, not a splash was made. Surprisingly, they only acquired less than 10% of the Yi Group's shares, far from being able to control the Yi Group. What made Zhang Heng even more desperate was that after he had spent all 300 billion, the Yi family's stocks plummeted as if by magic. They quickly fell from a skyrocketing 600% to a normal price, then continued to drop further. In just a few minutes, the Yi family's stocks had plummeted to 30% of their normal level. What the heck is going on? Zhang Heng stared at the screen, dumbfounded. In just a few minutes, the Yi family's stocks had decreased from a 6-fold increase to 30% of the normal price, meaning the Yi family's stock had shrunk 20 times relative to the highest price. This meant that Zhang Heng's 300 billion now worth only 15 billion, in the blink of an eye. Damn it, this was simply a money grab. The other parties seemed to know exactly where their limits were. After selling the Yi Group stocks at a high price and running out of money, the stock price immediately dropped. Master John, we need more money. Continued to ask for more money. This is the best time to turn things around. Now that the price has gone down, we can purchase Yi Group stocks at a price 3 times lower than the market. It's a bargain. Rosard urged Zhang Heng anxiously as he looked at the data on the screen. Where could they get so much money now? All of the Zhang family's money had been pooled together, and Zhang Heng was left with nothing. Master John, Juzhou Pawn Shop is here to serve you wholeheartedly. We're only lending bridges. If you buy back the items within 24 hours, we'll only charge 5% more. The general manager of the nearby Juzhou Pawn Shop, Che Dao, spoke timely with the evaluation sheet in his hand. Damn it, Zhang Heng was close to cursing at this point. His years of experience told him that what he was facing was a meticulously designed trap. Yet, Zhang Heng still had no choice but to jump in. Jumping in may mean death, but not doing so was a definite death sentence. The problem was that no matter how much Zhang Heng contemplated, he couldn't connect Rosard and the Juzhou Pawn Shop with Yifan. In his view, at most Rosard was trying to profit from the situation. Bring the contract, I'll sign it, Zhang Heng demanded, gritting his teeth at Che Dao. As Zhang Heng's two sons furrowed their brows, they could sense that something was amiss with the current situation. Dad, maybe we should hold off for now. Something doesn't feel right today. Yet, Dad, if we use the 500 billion as collateral again and fail, we'll truly have nothing left. Tang Zheng from the capital had already been suspended from his position, considered a lost cause. Although Zhang Heng's position hadn't been suspended yet, upon learning that Zhang Feng'an, the second master of 9 hells, had fallen into Yifan's hands, it was clear that there were plans to abandon Zhang Heng. Hold off. Do you think I don't want to hold off? If we hold off now, the 300 billion we just spent will be totally wasted. This is a life and death battle. If we don't increase our investment, the Yi Group will devour us completely. Fun has already fallen into Yifan's hands. Do we add any way out? As an elder in the council, Zhang Heng had weathered many storms and could see through almost everything. But even if he could see through everything, he had no options now. Sign. Under the supervision of 2 notary publics from the Martial Arts League, Zhang Heng reluctantly signed the contract. The Juzhou Pawn Shop personnel swiftly confirmed the funds had been transferred. Master John, the money has been deposited. Wishing you victory in this battle. Buy everything. Zhang Heng started to angrily shout at all of Rosard's staff present, only to realize that the Yi Group stock price had skyrocketed again, back to 5 times its previous value. At this point, Zhang Heng's 500 billion investment couldn't acquire any shares. I'm being played. Zhang Heng scanned the surroundings with a sharp gaze. Apart from Rosard's team, the rest were all Zhang family core disciples. Who is the spy in the Yi family? Whenever I have money, their stock soars, but when I don't, it plummets. This bizarre pattern couldn't be just a coincidence. Master, things are getting out of hand. The Zhang Group stocks are on the verge of collapse. Our stocks have already dropped by 50% and continue to fall. Someone is targeting our stocks. What should we do now? The Zhang family financial analyst standing beside John Heng, feeling alarmed at the change in Yi Group stock prices, spoke out. Due to the steep price drop, panic selling has started. Without protecting our positions, the Zhang Group might really go bankrupt. John Heng glanced at the screen, and blood spurted out of his mouth, seeing his own stocks plummet so drastically. With more people continuing to sell and the prices being driven down, if things continued like this, the Zhang Group would soon collapse entirely. Master John, it's your call. Will we continue buying Yi Group stocks or protect the Zhang Group stock price? Rossard's post attitude made John Heng go almost berserk. Protect the position. John Heng closed his eyes in resignation and gave the order. He knew that with only 500 billion in his hands, it would be challenging to maintain his position in the Zhang Group. 5 minutes later, as predicted by John Heng, the outcome unfolded. Despite Rossard buying up 300 billion worth of stocks and dumping them at a huge loss, they still couldn't protect the Zhang Group stocks. Master, the 500 billion is gone. The Zhang Group is under siege. We now have a new boss. It's called Yunchengyi Technology Co., Ltd. They've gained absolute control of the company. When the Zhang family financial trader read out the results on the screen, John Heng could no longer hold on and slumped down from his seat. No. Impossible. Why? Why is the Yi family so powerful? Today, all of the Yi family's actions were extremely mysterious, as if they had complete control over John Heng's every move. Even John Heng's son sat in confusion and despair on the floor. The rest of Zhang family's core members were also staring at the big screen, feeling utterly lost. Rossard, it's you. It must have been you who interfered. With your abilities and all that money, how could you lose so quickly? John Heng finally voiced his suspicions. Rossard's performance today was akin to a lucky charm. In less than an hour, he squandered over 300 billion of the Zhang family's cash reserves and leveraged the entire group and ancestral assets at the Juzhou pawn shop. Adjusting his spectacles, Rossard smiled and addressed John Heng. Master John, thank you for your cooperation. Today's mission went smoothly. I can finally report back to young Master Yi. Young Master Yi? Hearing Rossard's words, John Heng was dumbfounded. Which young Master Yi? All eyes in the room were fixed on Rossard. Rossard calmly took out his phone. Don't worry. Once the video call connects, you'll know instantly. The phone connected, the screen projected onto the big screen, and it was none other than Yi Fan. Young Master Yi, I pay my respects to you. This operation was a success. We had finally completed the mission. Despite the distance through the screen, Rosaldi still respectfully bowed to Yi Fan. Well done. Come find me in Huadu. If you have any questions about martial arts, I can offer some guidance. By the way, I believe Lafit would also be very willing to exchange insights with you. Thank you. Young Master Yi, I will take care of things here and come to Huadu immediately. Rosaldi expressed gratitude, as if it were a great honor for Yi Fan to agree to meet him. While Yi Fan was speaking, he turned the camera to the side, facing directly at Lafit. Nicely done. Rosaldi, I think today might be the first time we've cooperated so well. After Lafit appeared on the screen, he and Rosaldi high-fived across the distance. Some people probably still can't understand why they lost today. Previously, Rosaldi and Lafit were either arguing or on the path to an argument. Even in the stock market, they were longtime rivals. No one could have expected that these mortal enemies would be teaming up because of Yi Fan. Heh. Because they don't know what fate awaits them for offending the godlike young Master Yi. What a fate it will be. Rosaldi responded, then turned to look at John Heng, who was lying limp on the ground beside him. At that moment, John Heng, looking at Yi Fan on the screen, and seeing Lafit and Rosaldi conversing so intimately, instantly collapsed. You were all in this together. You conspired to deceive me. John Heng gasped, spitting out blood once again. When Rosaldi made those strange decisions before, John Heng had suspected something, but he had never imagined that Rosaldi and Lafit were truly working together. And from the conversation between Yi Fan and Rosaldi just now, Yi Fan actually managed to bring both the financial giants of Guangzhou and Orlaba into his fold. HMPH. Master John, You're mistaken. This is not deception. This is revenge. On the screen, Yifan's face darkened, speaking in a cold tone. When you dared to act against the Yi family, you should have anticipated the consequences. Our 10 loyal believers of the Yi family have all become souls under your blade. And from now on, for what you've done to my uncles and brothers, I will repay tenfold and 100-fold. Even though separated by the screen, Zhang Heng and his sons keenly felt the powerful murderous intent emanating from Yifan. That intense killing intent was almost breaking through the screen, as if it would strangle them all. Yifan at that moment showed no trace of foolishness. It seemed like the information coming from the Black Cloth Society in Dongjing was completely accurate. Yifan had been pretending to be a fool and had deceived everyone. By not immediately acting against the idiot Master Yi of the Yi family and their backer, Yifan had the time to eliminate all the power they had in Cloud City, as well as killing his grandson and Tang Zheng's grandson. Now, he had begun clearing out the enemies in Huadu, in the South Sky province. He was getting closer to the mastermind behind him. Yifan's steps were steady. After eradicating all the enemies of the Yi family, it was time to deal with these big fish behind the scenes. However, since the Zhang family rashly launched a financial war against the Yi family, they would inevitably be the first to fall. Katao, have all the procedures been completed? Yifan called out to Katao, the general manager of Kyushu Pawn Shop, on the screen. Katao respectfully bowed to Yifan, saying, "There are representatives of the Martial Arts Assassinations Notary Office here for the public notarization, and all procedures are legal and compliant." After Katao responded to Yifan, he turned to Zhang Heng and said, "Master Zhang, I am here on behalf of Kyushu Pawn Shop to seek your opinion. Do you now have the ability to redeem the properties mortgaged by the Zhang family? If not, 3 days from now, we will proceed with a legal auction of all the Zhang family's properties." Zhang Heng, upon seeing Katao's attitude towards Yifan, once again spat out blood, as if all the blood in his body was being drained. Damn it, had Yifan also arranged for Kyushu Pawn Shop to be here? Should have realized earlier. Wasn't Kyushu Pawn Shop a property under the Kyushu Group? When Cloud City went against the Su family, the Kyushu Group supported them. At that time, Zhang Heng and the others were unaware of the relationship between the Kyushu Group and Yifan, and now it seemed that the Kyushu Group deeply feared and respected Yifan. Could it be that the master behind the Kyushu Group was also Yifan? The pawn shop belonged to Yifan. Rosaldi belonged to Yifan. Putting the pieces together, were all the people in the conference room of the Zhang family just outsiders? Zhang Heng suddenly felt a whirlwind. Then everything went black, and he completely collapsed mentally. "I'm so foolish, truly. I'm so foolish. Hehe. I'm hungry. I need to eat." Zhang Heng suddenly started to laugh foolishly and crawled towards the trash can on the ground like a dog, picking up used tissue to feed into his mouth. Delicious. So delicious. Zhang Heng had gone crazy. In this battle, the Zhang family's failure was so complete, there was no chance of turning the tables. What went in couldn't possibly come back out. Zhang Heng couldn't accept it. A great dignitary like himself had been utterly humiliated by a foolish young master, causing him to lose his grip on reality. Father, what's wrong with you?" Zhang Heng's two useless sons saw their father in that state and lost their composure as well, rushing over to help him up. "Hehe, are you also hungry? Come over. Let's eat together. It's delicious," Zhang Heng said, handing them some tissues. "Father, we've lost. Please don't do anything rash. Come, let's get you seated first. I'll help you rest over there." The two sons tried to lift Zhang Heng but were stopped by Katao. "I'm sorry, you can't do that here. Please leave the building immediately." Why can't we sit here? This is our company. We can sit wherever we want." The elder son of Zhang Heng started to argue, but when he remembered the mortgage contract his father had just signed, he shut his mouth. "Hey, Zhang family. You think too much. This place has been renamed. It's no longer yours. You are not welcome here. Please leave immediately." Renamed? The sons of Zhang Heng understood instantly, without Katao even having to say it. "Can't we at least go home?" Zhang Heng's two sons glared resentfully at Yifan on the screen, roaring hysterically. "Yifan, you ruthless man. If anything happens to my father, it's not over between us." The enraged eldest son grabbed an ashtray and hurled it at the screen, but it was all futile. "Go home." "Mr. Zhang, have you forgotten that all of the Zhang family's properties are also listed as collateral? including anything inside the Zhang family properties, even a toilet, no longer belongs to you. Che Dao spoke clearly, shaking the appraisal document in his hand in front of Zhang Han's eldest son. Che Dao's words were crystal clear, stating that now all members of the Zhang family have lost their home, have no assets, and can only wander the streets. Humph. Even if you've mortgaged it. So what? Don't forget, this is Anxi City in the northwest. This is the territory of my Zhang family. What are you all? I'm going home. Let's see what you can do. Let's go, everyone, back home. Zhang Heng's eldest son, Zhang Hong, still had some disbelief, calling the car members of the Zhang family, hurriedly coming out of the Zhang group building, ready to drive home from the parking lot, but from afar, he noticed several staff directing a tow truck to tow away Zhang Hong's car. Zhang Hong became anxious. What are you doing? You're too bold. This is my car. Why do you have the right to tow it away? I'm sorry. According to Mr. Zhang Hen's mortgage agreement, your sedan is also listed as collateral. Now these cars belong to our Juzhou pawn shop. Please cooperate. As the man spoke, several other staff members approached, blocking Zhang Hong and slapping an appraisal document on his face. Cooperate my ass. Zhang Hong held the appraisal document and looked at it, feeling extremely frustrated. Looking at his father beside him dumbfounded, Zhang Hong was also full of complaints. Father, how could you not leave us anything when signing the mortgage agreement earlier? But how could Zhang Hong understand Zhang Hen's state of mind at the time? In that life and death battle, all Zhang Heng could think of was victory. And under the collapsed nest, how could there be any intact eggs? If the Zhang family loses, even if they could retain something, would Yi Fen spare them? Big brother, what do we do now? Zhang Heng's second son saw the situation in front of him, and became somewhat panicked. With their cars impounded, if their houses were also to be seized, where would everyone live? Let's take a taxi back home first. Second brother, do you have any cash on you? Damn it, I just found out that our bank cards have all been frozen. These bastards. Zhang Hong had planned to use bank payment earlier, transferring some money into his WeChat for emergency use, but when he tried, he found out that all his bank cards and accounts had been frozen and thus unusable. The banking and financial institutions must have known about the battle between the Zhang and Yi families. If the Zhang family loses, they will be completely ruined. Zhang family had a lot of debts before, and at this point, the financial institutions would surely try to minimize their losses by freezing all bank cards of the Zhang group members. Damn it, my bank card is also frozen. It's over. It's over. Does this mean we won't even have money for food? Zhang Heng's second son felt his heart sink completely. After scraping some cash together, they took a car back to the Zhang family mansion. At the entrance of the mansion, Zhang Han's wife and other family members were all being evicted, with staff members sealing the entrance and martial arts experts guarding the scene. Listen up, everyone. All the mansions of the Zhang family have been mortgaged to Juzhou pawn shop. They are now officially sealed. You'll have to find another place to live on your own. Zhang Han's wife saw Zhang Han coming back and immediately rushed over, crying and expressing her confusion. Husband, what is happening? My set of gold jewelry is still inside, and they won't let me take it out. Alas, Zhang Han was completely hopeless. Juzhou pawn shop even assessed the toilet, so other valuable items in the house were surely within the scope of appraisal as well. The Zhang family had initiated the attack against the Yi family first, and now that the Yi family had risen, how could they spare the Zhang family? It was all the fault of their father. Why did he choose to go against the Yi family back then? The karma is coming back now. Though Zhang Han's abilities were not as good as Zhang Heng's, he could see through the problem clearly. This financial battle between the Zhang and Yi families was just the beginning. Zhang family had participated in the attack against the Yi family, killing all 10 core disciples of the Yi family and almost wiping out the Yi family. It seemed like the entire Zhang family would have to accompany those fallen heroes of the Yi family to the grave. No need to think anymore. Let's go. Zhang Hong thought that in Anxi, the Zhang family was considered local tyrants, with all their bodyguards being martial arts experts. Even with people from Juzhou pawn shop coming, they might not be able to forcibly take away their houses. However, upon arriving at the scene, Zhang Hong discovered that all their bodyguards had vanished. None remained. Big brother, where do we go now? We don't have any money on us. Zhang Heng's second son looked disheartened, staring at Zhang Hong beside him. Zhang Hong sighed helplessly. Let me make a call to a friend and see if I can borrow some money. Maybe 500,000 yuan. What do you think? Zhang Hong felt extremely embarrassed. His father, as a high-ranking official, wielded tremendous power, and the scale of the Zhang group was in the hundreds of billions. In the past, he wouldn't even have bothered to look at 500,000 yuan, but now, he had to humble himself and ask for help for the 500,000 yuan. Can't do 500,000 yuan. How about 200,000? If not, 100,000, or even 50,000 would do. Zhang Hong's expression kept changing, trying to hide his anger. Those trash who had groveled in front of him like dogs were now refusing to lend him even 5,000 yuan. What kind of people were they? Mr. Zhang, not to mention 5,000 yuan, even if it's 5 yuan, I wouldn't lend it to you. I don't dare to lend it to you. Humph. When the Zhang family started planning against the Yi family 5 years ago, they should have thought about today's consequences. You have brought this upon yourselves, the man on the phone said, then hung up directly. Damn it, bastard. What the hell? Zhang Hong was furious and wanted to smash his phone, but thinking about everyone's situation, he finally suppressed his anger and continued to call other brothers. Mr. Ning, Mr. Wang. Zhang Hong made dozens of phone calls in a row, either getting no answer at all, or a direct and decisive refusal, and they did answer. Just like what Mr. Lin said, not to mention 5,000 yuan, they wouldn't even lend 5 yuan to Zhang Hong. The Zhang family had been completely defeated by the Yi family now, like a bereaved dog, who would dare to provoke them. The attack the Zhang family launched against the Yi family was so insane, so the retaliation from the Yi family would definitely be even more insane. At this moment, Zhang Hong truly felt the harsh reality. On the side, the other members of the Zhang family were also trying to figure out solutions, seeking help from brothers, friends. But the results were all the same. Not a single penny was raised. I'm hungry. I'm so hungry. I want to eat something. Quickly go find me something to eat. Zhang Heng stood on the side, looking dazed, giving orders to Zhang Hong. Seeing his father in such a state, Zhang Heng's second son felt resentment. It's all because of father. Back then, he insisted on going against the Yi family, and now he has put all of us in such a situation. Big brother, I have an idea. What if we personally take father and bring him to Yi Fan's side? Will Yi Fan forgive us? Mess. What are you thinking? He is our real father. How can you have such thoughts? Zhang Hong angrily reprimanded his brother, but couldn't help feeling a shiver in his heart. Other thoughts instantly came to his mind. Perhaps the second brother's method might be one of the ways to solve the problem. After all, when they decided to take action against the Yi family years ago, all decisions and execution plans were personally ordered by the old master, and had nothing to do with them, right? If Yi Fan were to hate someone, he would only hate the old man. If sending the old man to be killed by Yi Fan could save the lives of other Zhang family members, then this deal should be worth it. But both brothers were unaware that, upon hearing the second brother's words, Zhang Heng's facial muscles twitched violently. Honey, what do we do now? I'm hungry too. We didn't even have breakfast today, and we were kicked out. Yet, everyone started clamoring, with the patriarch Zhang Hen losing his mind, leaving everyone without a leader. Zhang Hong looked at the 3 coins left in his pocket, then waved his hand to everyone, saying, let's go to the streets and beg for food. Huh? Beg for food? Honey, are you kidding me? Do I look like I'm kidding? Our family assets have all been confiscated, our bank cards frozen. If you want to live a few more days, what other options do we have? At this point, who cares about face? Zhang Hong sighed helplessly, picked up a stick from the side, took a piece of iron, and went to the street to start begging, saying, Big brother, please, give us a little. Now, the only way to survive is like this. And perhaps, the situation of the Zhang family is exactly what Yi Fan most wants to see, right? In Huadu, in the conference room of the Guo group, Yi Fan watched the behavior of Zhang Han and others on the monitoring video, snorting in derision. Did Zhang's people also have such days? Humph. When you decided to take action against the Yi family back then, you should have thought about such consequences. Brother, why not just send people to kill them all directly? The 7 brothers and 3 uncles of the Yi family were all planned to be killed by them. These bastards, each of them deserves to die. Wang Fugui beside Yi Fan spoke indignantly. If Big Brother can't bring himself to do it, old Wang can personally lead people to kill them, ensuring that they pass away peacefully. Can't bring himself to do it? Yifen snorted. These bastards were close to wiping out the Yi family. What's there to hesitate about? Yifen was not someone who would consider this and that. Being kind to the enemy is being cruel to oneself. Yifen understood this principle very well. It would be very easy for Yifen to cut down these trash from the Zhang family. But to let them die so easily would be too cheap for them. Yifen wanted to keep them alive to make them suffer more than death, to make them repent for their crimes and atone for their actions. Another important reason is that Yifen wants to use these people from the Zhang family as bait to lure out the real masterminds behind the scenes. Zhang Heng, as an elder of the council, already has a high status, even though he is just a puppet of those bigwigs behind the scenes. He is a key piece. Yifen intentionally wanted the Zhang family to have nowhere to go, intentionally wandering the streets, begging openly, to let the bigwigs behind the Zhang family see. Yifen wants to see if they can tolerate it, if they turn a blind eye, letting the Zhang family, who worked for him, end up in such a situation, as a boss who does nothing. Then in the camp of Yifen's mortal enemies, there will definitely be divisions, people will be disheartened, and they will drop out. This will lead to the fragmentation of the alliance against the Yi family, reducing the opponents. But if he intervenes to help the Zhang family, then Yifen can follow the trail and quickly expose the real culprits behind the scenes. Kill with a borrowed knife. No rush. Crabs in the pot. Would they be able to run away? I have already ordered people to monitor them closely. They can't escape. The specific execution of the operation will naturally be handled by the members of the Celestial Pavilion. At this stage, Yifen gradually felt that his power was a bit inadequate. After the Yi family suffered heavy losses, their own power to mobilize was very limited. Many of those subordinate families were still observing from the sidelines, and even if they contributed to help Yifen couldn't easily trust them. As for Guo Li and Wang Fugui, as Iron Brothers, they could be fully trusted, but their numbers were too few. It seems like it's time to build his own independent fighting team, but they still lack an absolute commander for the fighting team. Wang Fugui's combat skills and loyalty are not a problem, but in terms of intelligence, he might be better as a deputy commander, still lacking somewhat to be the sole leader. That 250 nickname for unreliable person, he might have been sold out by someone and still helping others count money. Young Master Yi, someone outside wants to see you, saying he is the chief of defense in Tianan province. Just as the battle with the Zhang family ended and everyone had just breathed a sigh of relief, the bodyguard arranged outside suddenly entered to report. Oh. Quickly let him in. Yifen knew this chief of defense, named Zhang Cheng, was a student promoted by his grandfather in the past. Previously, when Xia Heofu assisted Yifen, grandfather had told Xia Heofu that if there were any troubles, he could look for Zhang Cheng. Greetings, young Master Yi. Zhang Cheng entered the hall with a lofty bearing, bowing respectfully. When he saw Yifen, the master is concerned about you and asked me to come and check on you. If young Master Yi has any difficulties with funding, my side can provide some support. Zhang Cheng's words made those present, including Lafit, Guo Li, Xuan Yufei, and others, all slightly stunned. The old master was indeed deeply concerned. A financial war against the Zhang family was fully just a performance for young Master Yi. What other support was needed? Please accept Zhang's kindness on behalf of young Master Yi. Although it may not be necessary, the battle has already ended. Behold, the Zhang family has been defeated. Yifen pointed to the large screen, where the green stock indexes were still fluctuating. It's over. You've won. Young Master Yi. You. Zhang Cheng's impression of Yifen remained stuck in his previous foolish state. Although the old man had said that Yifen had awakened, Zhang Cheng was still somewhat doubtful. Moreover, in his impression, this kind of financial warfare should continue for a long time, shouldn't it? Yes. So, thank you for making the trip, Chief Zhang, but the support is indeed not needed. However, there are still some arrangements the Yi family has in Huadu in the future, and we will trouble Chief Zhang more. Yifen slightly bowed to Zhang Cheng, politely expressing his words. Although Zhang Cheng had been promoted by his grandfather, Yifen's respect was absolutely in place. After all, in the Tianan province official circles, Zhang Cheng was a top 5 figure and could indeed be of some use at times. Young Master Yi, spare the courtesy. Zhang will never forget the grace bestowed by the master, and as long as young Master Yi has any needs, Zhang will do anything without hesitation. Zhang Cheng quickly bowed respectfully, expressing his sincerity. John Cheng was a loyal person. Even though the Yi family had encountered such a crisis before, his support for the Yi family had never wavered. Now that the genius prodigal young master had already awakened, John Cheng would naturally become even more loyal to the Yi family without any hesitation. Young Master Yi, there is something I really must remind young Master Yi about. The Xia family may soon encounter some trouble. Oh, what's the trouble? Yifen frowned and asked John Cheng. It had been 2 days since Yifen arrived in Huadu from Yuncheng. Naturally, Xia Hao had also returned from Yuncheng. During these 2 days, Yifen had been busy handling Qing family matters, then encountered Qi Wan, and went to Penlai Gorge to save Yulinglong. He hadn't had much communication with Xia Hao, so he was not well informed about the specific situation. Mainly, the Xia family is involved in real estate business, but recently, 7 or 8 of their construction sites have had consecutive incidents, either caught on fire or collapsed. Because of this, several supervisors of Xia family's construction sites have already been arrested. Nearly all of Xia family's construction sites have been under investigation or shut down. John Cheng roughly went over the situation. Yesterday, it was said that the young master of the Xia family almost got into a car accident. It seems that someone truly wants to destroy the Xia family completely. John Cheng explained the situation. The old master had told me before that if the Xia family encounters any trouble, I should lend a hand. However, the matters involving the Xia family are quite complex, and my connections and power may not be sufficient to resolve them immediately. It is highly possible that the Ma family is causing trouble in secret, that the Ma family has intricate ties with the Yi family. So, John Cheng didn't finish his sentence, but the meaning was clear. Upon hearing John Cheng's words, Yifan's mouth twitched involuntarily. In the list provided by Yamada Keiko and the one from the Qin family, there was an important figure, Ma Wenkai, the head of the Ma family. As a heavyweight figure in the Yi family's camp, the Ma family had connections with the Black-Clothed Society of Dongjing. According to Qin Zan, the Ma family was also involved in the assassination of second brother Yilingjun. Since Yifen had to rescue his wife Yulinglong yesterday, he had only dealt with the Qin family based on Yamada Keiko's list. He hadn't yet had the opportunity to deal with the He family and other families. Now that the Ma family was in conflict with Xia Hao, it seemed that Yifen had to pay them a visit. It's the Ma family in the southwest, and Ma Wenkai used to be the assistant general of the old master Yi. John Cheng sighed helplessly. That as to whether this information is true or false, I'm not completely sure. It's just speculation based on some clues from the current investigation. Yifen nodded. I understand. I will handle this matter. When Yifen was fighting against Zhu Feng, Zhou Ming, and others, he had received information. After the Yi family's enemies failed to shake the core power of the Yi family, they shifted their focus to the allied families, striking at those connected to the Yi family. It seemed that the same strategy was being applied to Xia Hao now. Ding ling ling. Just as the group was preparing to celebrate with a meal, Yi Changfeng called again. Xiao Fan, I just received news that the Yi family and the Zhang family have gone to war, and the Yi family has emerged victorious. They've swallowed up all of Zhang family's assets. How does our Yi family have such a great appetite? Yi Changfeng knew his Yi group very well. Most of his attention was on military affairs, so the Yi group scale was not much smaller than that of the Zhang family. Hearing about the victory in the battle with the Zhang family, Yifen reassured Yi Changfeng, but how could Yi Changfeng not worry? It's over. Not only were all the Zhang group's assets swallowed up, now, the entire Zhang family's properties, including the toilets at home, no longer belong to the Zhang family. Grandpa, you can watch the live broadcast online. There should be a live stream of the Zhang family members begging on the streets. Yifen smiled slightly. Because I happen to know financial tycoon, Mr. Loft, we emerged victorious. Yifen didn't hide the truth from his grandfather and brought up Loft. Loft, the legendary stock god with assets worth tens of billions? How did he come to help the Yi family? Yi Changfeng was astonished on the phone, full of doubts. Wasn't his grandson seemingly foolish for the past 5 years? When did he get to know so many influential people? Now, Yi Changfeng also realized that beyond the power of the Yi family and the allied families, there seemed to be a hidden force outside helping Yifen secretly. With a faint smile, Yifen thought to himself that Loft had come to help him for a reason. Even if Yifen asked for all of Loft's assets now, Loft would readily transfer them to him. Are you at ease now? In the battle between the Yi family and Zhang family, we completely crushed them. To Yi family's revenge operation will officially begin. Take care of yourself, Grantau. Since the operation at Penlai Gorge began, Yifan no longer intended to conceal himself. Investigation had already reached the point of Zhang Heng and Tang Zheng. The true mastermind behind the scenes, be it retreat or lurking, was no longer possible. All right. Yi Changfeng sighed and admitted that his rebellious grandson seemed to have grown up. In that case, I will go to the capital at ease. But before leaving, I have one thing to instruct you. Since you are in Huadu now, on my behalf, go visit the Ma family and pay respect to Ma Wenkai. Yi Changfeng explained the significance of Ma Wenkai's support for their retaliation operation. I understand. Yifan answered but didn't reveal the truth to his grandfather. Face was important, and since Ma family was once Grandpa's deputy, some formalities needed to be observed. Yifan ordered, Lao Guo, prepare some gifts for me. After dinner, accompany me to visit the Ma family patriarch. Then, he turned to the team members of Loft who were present. Today, everyone has worked hard. Let's go have dinner first. Later, Lao Guo will prepare your bonuses. Yifan announced before thinking of Liu Yan. He would be the future financial god of wealth management, and Loft's presence provided an opportunity for him to communicate, which might inspire Liu Yang's growth. Without surging excitement in his voice, Yifan explained, You heard it right. Wait for me and Loft to have dinner together. I didn't mishear, did I? Liu Yang was overjoyed upon receiving the call. That is my idol. Yifan actually knows him, grateful for the decision he made then to cling to Yifan. Liu Yang thanked Yifan repeatedly over the phone. However, Yifan cut him off. All right, handle your tasks properly, and operate efficiently. With the Yi group at its core, let's build a new business empire. You will be our future god of wealth. The financial battle between the Yi and Zhang families had ended, but the repercussions of such a significant event had only just begun. Tang Zheng, entering the capital, was the first to receive the news. With no surprises at the outcome, Tang Zheng expressed his concerns. As long as Yifan is alive, we won't have a good ending. And, I fear, even if Yifan doesn't act, higher authorities will. Yifan has completely regained consciousness, and after pretending to be foolish for such a long time, he is now openly declare war on the Zhang family and achieved overwhelming victory. This indicates that the Yi family has begun to rise and retaliate fiercely, soon reaching the true bigwigs and masterminds behind the scenes. For self-preservation, the bigwigs above will definitely sacrifice pawns to protect the king. Tang Zheng and Zhang Heng know too many secrets. The best way to silence them is to eliminate them and blame everything on them, so the real bigwigs above who are pulling the strings can escape cleanly. Elder, what do you plan to do? Tang Zheng's assistant stared at him, his eyes flashing with depth. If the elder has a plan, I can help execute it. Tang Zheng waved his hand. No need. I will handle this myself. If the bigwigs above really want to make a move against me, within 24 hours after my death, all their action plans and direct evidence will be sent to Yifan's inbox. Elder, why are you doing this? Aren't you helping Yifan? That he killed your only grandson Shenzi. Aren't you holding a grudge? The assistant's pupils dilated for a moment, a hint of darkness in his eyes. Hold a grudge? How could I not hold a grudge? But from Yifan's perspective, we almost wiped out the entire Yi family. He just killed one of my grandsons. It's just paying interest, isn't it? Tang Zheng's words left the assistant speechless. Since we chose to act against the Yi family at that time, we should be prepared to bear the corresponding consequences of retaliation. Tang Zheng sighed. When we planned the operation, we were prepared. We attacked in 10 places simultaneously. If there were any slip-ups and Yi family's core disciples escape, we would suffer. The result was, there were no slip-ups in the assassination of the 10 core disciples of the Yi family, but everyone overlooked the young master of the Yi family. That most formidable monstrous young master who miraculously survived the car accident 5 years ago, has now fully awakened, his power skyrocketing uncontrollably, and is now completely unpredictable. Alas, but none of this matters. What's important is that we are selling our lives for the bigwigs above. But when it comes to crucial times, instead of protecting us, they want to eliminate us. If we are going to die, let's die together. Tang Zheng, while speaking, glanced deeply at his assistant. Sometimes, don't take others' words too seriously. Think more about your own future. Tang Zheng's sudden words made the assistant shudder involuntarily. How did the elder seem to know something? Was he hinting at me with that statement? The elder has his own arrangements. You am elder. I'll go answer a phone call. With that, the assistant hurriedly left the hall, walked to the corner of the courtyard outside, and made a call on an encrypted phone. Bigwig, Tang Zheng seems to have noticed something on his end. Should we move immediately? In the hall, Tang Zheng watched the assistant leave, shaking his head with a cold smile. Life, indeed, is but a fleeting dream. Ah, Xiaowan, you're still too young. At a secluded mansion in the western suburbs of the capital, a middle-aged man listened to the report on the phone, his face darkening. Humph, a bunch of useless people. Zhang Heng, that idiot, knowing that Yifan has awakened, dared to launch a financial war against the Yi family without my knowledge. And that old Tang Zheng even tries to threaten me. Despicable. The man paused for a moment, then continued. Quickly find the evidence and data Tang Zheng has prepared. We must not let him hand over this information to Yifan. Although the man knew that with Yifan's restored monstrous talent, he would eventually trace everything back to him using his wit and methods, he did not want Yifan to figure it out so soon. At least buy some time for his own plans. Perhaps, if his plans succeeded, even if Yifan traced back to him in the end, he would not be afraid. When the final showdown arrived, summon hackers to infiltrate Tang Zheng's phone and computer. Once the data is obtained, eliminate immediately. The man's eyes flashed with darkness. Thinking about the current predicament, he felt inexplicably agitated. Originally, the situation was very promising, but why did it suddenly start to reverse? All the plans and arrangements he made in Yun City had failed. Almost all the members he had secretly placed had been eliminated. Now, Yifan had even reached Huadu. Soon, he might come to the capital. Then what should he do? The man hung up the phone, looked at the live broadcast on the screen. In the picture, Zhang Heng and his family were seen begging on the street. The scene seemed full of desolation. You little bastards! Killing people scenes, despicable. The man agitatedly swept all the things on his desk to the ground. It was a move made by Yifan, and the man had to respond. Either save Zhang Heng or kill Zhang Heng. No matter which choice he made, it was not easy for him. Just now, over a dozen calls had come to his camp, inquiring about the Zhang family's situation, probing his stance, trying to test his attitude. The man knew he had to make a decision. His facial muscles twitched a few times, and the man dialed another phone number. Yue Gang, immediately take people to Anxi City. Settle all of Zhang Heng's people. Don't let them continue to embarrass themselves. Remember, do a clean job. Leave no trace. Understand? The number of online viewers on the live broadcast screen continued to rise, from 100,000 to 300,000. Now it had reached 1 million. The total number of viewers had exceeded 30 million. If this continued, the entire nation would know that the Zhang family had collapsed. And as the bigwig behind the Zhang family, if he just sat idly by, it would be truly chilling. His influence and affiliated organizations might instantly fall apart. Damn Yifan, this little beast, really not easy to deal with. However, not only himself wanted Yifan dead, but also the Holy Envoy's organization had sent people to Huadu. He wanted to see how Yifan would handle it in the end. In Huadu, in Tianan province, Yifan, Guo Li, with the Roar Elite team, as well as Liu Yang, Xuanyu, and others, went to have a celebration dinner at a hotel. Once the time was right, Guo Li left almost all of these people and Yifan drove a car, bringing a gift to visit Ma Wenkai, a former vice commander who had served his grandfather. Yifan wanted to see how Ma Wenkai would react when facing the last young master of the Yi family, him. As the vehicle stopped at the gate of Ma's house, Yifan saw a familiar figure coming out of the gate angrily. Sister-in-law, what are you doing here too? The person who came out was none other than Liu Si, Qing Ruolin. Xiaofan. Qing Ruolin saw Yifan getting out of the car and her expression softened a bit. Don't mention it. Our Qing family has a project that requires communication with the Ma family, and I thought since Grandpa and Old Master Ma had some friendship, I would come to ask for their help. But they not only refused directly, they also insulted me by calling me trash, a prostitute who could marry any wild man. It's so infuriating. Humph. Hearing Qing Ruolin's words, Yifan's face immediately darkened. Sister-in-law, don't be angry. Come with me. I'll make them kneel down and apologize to you. What? Do we really have to do this? Qing Ruolin looked at Yifan with some confusion. Zifan, are you really better now? Yifan no longer continued to pretend to be clueless. Although Yifan did not deliberately hide this news, in reality, only the top leaders of the Yi family knew about it. After returning from Penlai Gorge, Yifan had not met with Qing Ruolin yet, so she was unaware of the situation. Yes, the situation is stable now, don't worry, sister-in-law, everything will be fine. As he spoke, Yifan reached out to hold Qing Ruolin's hand, but Qing Ruolin stood still without moving. What's wrong? Yifan turned around to look at Qing Ruolin with some confusion. HMPH. What did you just call me? You didn't call me that before. Qing Ruolin pouted while speaking, feeling a bit annoyed. Is this guy really clueless or just pretending to be clueless? Now that Yifan had woken up, how could they continue with the plan to spread the branches and leaves that senior sister Yuling had arranged for everyone before? Yifan paused for a moment, then understood. Ha, Ruolin, let's go ... Is this right? As he said that, Yifan reached out and pulled Qing Ruolin into his embrace, feeling her soft body as his big hand mischievously pinched her hip. Odd. Yifan, you are so naughty. Qing Ruolin felt Yifan's restless hand, and her body stiffened. She couldn't help but twist a few times in Yifan's arms. This naughty guy. Why is he so mischievous? Is he just randomly touching her? Tell me the truth. Did you actually wake up earlier and had been pretending in front of us? Qing Ruolin asked while playfully pinching the flesh on Yifan's waist. This question needed to be clarified. Otherwise, Yifan, this naughty guy, might know all the intimate topics she had discussed with Su Yixu before. Initially, Qing Ruolin thought Yifan was just a fool who didn't understand matters between men and women. She had prepared herself to guide him in the evening ... But now, Yifan suddenly made her feel weak in the knees, making her a bit uncomfortable. No. Be gentle, Ruolin. Are you trying to murder your dear husband? It's only been a few days that I've started feeling better. Yifan smirked, not admitting that he had already regained his normalcy at the funeral. Otherwise, how would his older sisters face him? The 7 sisters had announced in front of many people that they wanted to marry Yifan, showing great courage. If they knew that the younger brother they wanted to marry was not foolish at all, they would probably be too ashamed. Since he had already won his wives, Yifan naturally didn't want to let any of them go. HMPH. I'll ignore you. Hearing that Yifan had fully recovered, although Qing Ruolin felt a bit shy, she was more happy. Once Yifan woke up, with his demonic talent, the Yi family would finally have hope. Qing Ruolin, while still pouting, stepped towards the Ma family gate, but as soon as she reached the gate, she was stopped by several bodyguards who scolded her. Qing Ruolin, how shameless can you be? The master of the house made it clear just now that we, the Ma family, will not participate in your project. He already asked you to leave. Can't you understand human language? You ... Qing Ruolin had already calmed down a bit after Yifan's previous actions, but now, even a doorman dared to bully her. Her body trembled slightly with anger. You ... You are going too far ... Has the Ma family gone mad? Weren't they cooperating well with the Qing family before? And wasn't the Ma family the former deputy to Yi's father? They should have supported Qing Ruolin's announcement of marrying Yifan. HMPH. What's wrong with being excessive? A shameless woman can be slept with by any man, even a fool can be slept with. Do you want to sleep with me too? I am much better than that foolish guy from the Yi family. Ha. The bodyguards at the gate laughed arrogantly, completely unaware that Yifan, whose expression had turned extremely dark, had followed behind. Doom. A powerful surge of martial energy erupted from Yifan's body as he stepped forward and punched the bodyguard who insulted Qing Ruolin straight in the chest. The bodyguard's body flew out like a cannonball, directly hitting the wall, leaving a huge dent in it. Crack! The bodyguard's chest instantly caved in, blood gushing out as he struggled on the ground, unable to get up. How dare you insult my wife? Kneel down and apologize. Yifan coldly stared at the bodyguards, his powerful aura making everyone present feel uneasy. Damn, kid, who the hell are you, daring to act so arrogantly here? You've picked the wrong place to mess around. Before the other bodyguard could finish his sentence, Yifan threw out another punch. The fate of this bodyguard was the same as the previous one, crashing into the wall and then falling to the ground, vomiting blood while convulsing violently. I am Yifan, here to meet Mr. Ma on behalf of the Yi family, Yifan coldly declared, even though his voice was not loud. It carried a strong sense of intimidation. Yifan, he is Yifan. Quick, close the gate. Inside the gate, a few remaining bodyguards hurriedly closed the large gate upon hearing that Yifan had come to visit. Seeing this scene, Yifan frowned. What does this mean? Is the Ma family unwilling to see him? Do they think a gate can stop him? Just as Yifan was puzzled, a man who appeared to be the butler emerged from a side door and quickly walked towards Yifan. Ha, so it's young Master Yi who has come to pay a visit. I am Ding Zhuan, the steward of the Ma family. Young Master Yi, please follow me. Although the butler had a smile on his face, it was insincere, with a hint of mockery in his eyes. While the butler walked 2 steps ahead, Yifan remained motionless. What's wrong? Young Master Yi, Mr. Ma knows that you've come. Let me personally escort you. Although the butler sounded enthusiastic, there was a hint of doubt in his mind. After all, he thought Yifan was just a fool of a young master. Has the Yi family come to such a stage? Still putting on airs like this? Ding steward, isn't this incorrect? I, the eldest young master of the Yi family, should enter through the main door, right? What does it mean to have me take the side entrance? Yifan calmly spoke, understanding that the Ma family clearly looked down on him, deliberately humiliating him and making him enter through the side entrance. Young Master Yi, please don't misunderstand. The main door is only reserved for important guests. If young Master Yi wants to meet Mr. Ma, you should enter from here. But if you don't want to enter from here, then you are free to go. The butler's tone began to cool down, his smile vanishing. HMPH. A foolish young master, along with the Yi family on the brink of destruction. Do you think you are the same as the former Yi family? Do you have the qualifications to enter through the main door? Today I want to see how a fool will handle this. Ding Zhuan thought he was speaking softly, but Yifan heard his words clearly. If I insist on entering through the main door. A sharp glint flashed in Yifan's eyes as he gave Ding Zhuan a cold, searching look. The Ma family was clearly trying to put him in his place. Did they think he was still the fool from before? Then it will depend on whether young Master Yi has the ability to do so. Ding Zhuan's face darkened. He waved his hand, and dozens of crossbowmen, armed with reinforced crossbows, appeared on the walls near the gate, all aiming at Yifan, Qingruolin, and Yifan. Young Master Yi, I advise you to be more sensible. The Yi family is no longer the same as before. At that moment, Ding Zhuan let his true colors show, revealing his contempt for Yifan. Mr. Ma knew exactly what it meant for Yifan to come to visit the Ma family. He was seeking support from Mr. Ma. However, Mr. Ma had already allied with the Black Robe Society of Dongjing and Yifan's enemies, so naturally he would not agree to support Yifan. But before that, they had to make a show of it. Moreover, in Ding Zhuan's view, Yifan is still the same fool as before. Even if he occasionally has moments of clarity, isn't it easy for Ding Zhuan to control him himself? Moreover, he dared to be so insolent only because of the gesture from Ma Wenkai. The Yi family now wants to seek help from the Ma family and still hopes to gain support with this kind of attitude. Dream on. HMPH. Yifan coldly snorted, ignoring Ding Zhuan, and instead turned his gaze to the several bodyguards who had humiliated Qingruolin at the front door earlier. Should I make you kneel down and apologize? Do you treat my words as if they were nothing? If you won't kneel, I can teach you. While speaking, a violent wave of martial arts energy emanated from Yifan's hand, transforming into an invisible giant hand that instantly controlled the 5 or 6 bodyguards at the entrance, forcefully pressing them to the ground and making them kneel before Qingruolin. At the same time, a powerful spiritual force emanated from Yifan's body, intimidating those bodyguards mentally. Instantly, those bodyguards seemed to see extremely terrifying scenes and hurriedly bowed to Qingruolin. Miss Ruolin, I'm sorry, we shouldn't have insulted you. Sorry, we were so blind and disrespectful. Sorry, please spare us. We won't dare to do it again. Yifan's spiritual pressure was simple, similar to dealing with Qing Sha Cheng, creating a terrifying illusion. These bodyguards who had just entered the realm of martial arts were scared stiff, continuously kowtowing and begging for forgiveness from Qingruolin. Qingruolin stood on the side. Although she did not understand what Yifan had done exactly, she vaguely understood the situation based on what her brother had experienced a few days ago. However, the unsuspecting steward Ding Zhuan, upon seeing this situation, turned green in the face. You bunch of bastards, have you gone mad? What are the Ma family feeding you for? Kneel to a prostitute? Are we still afraid of the Yi family now? Ding Zhuan was enraged and approached the group of bodyguards who were then giving into the apologies, delivering several kicks to their buttocks. We've been oppressed by the Yi family for so many years, and now we're finally standing up. Why are you soft-hearted now? Faft. They are too terrifying. If we don't apologize, they'll tear us apart. Several bodyguards completely disregarded Ding Zhuan's threats and continued to kowtow. Ding Zhuan was on the verge of going mad, because at this moment, those bodyguards of the Ma family did not represent themselves, but the face of the Ma family. And now, Ding Zhuan was standing here as the Ma family's bodyguards were kneeling and apologizing to Yifan and Qing Ruolin. Wasn't this slapping Ding Zhuan's face hard? Just as Ding Zhuan was about to order the bodyguards to be dragged away, Yifan acted first. Smack. Without any warning, Yifan slapped the house steward Ding Zhuan hard across the face. Do you enjoy eating crap? Dare to insult my wife again, and I'll knock each of your teeth down one by one, then cut you inch by inch. Do you believe it? Yifan's slap was for Qing Ruolin. These extremely beautiful sisters-in-law, willing to endure so many sneers and oppression to protect the Yi family. Now that they had fully awakened, there was no need to hide any longer. How could he let them suffer any grievance? Whoever dares to provoke my wife, it's over. The dull sound resonated, as if a watermelon was being smashed and split open. Ding Zhuan had already reached the level of grandmother in strength, so Yifan directly used the energy of a martial prodigy to smack Ding Zhuan, sending him flying. His teeth were shattered, his mouth full of blood and broken teeth, as he landed awkwardly, spewing blood and teeth while groaning in pain. His lips were split, his nose broken. Ding Zhuan, in excruciating pain, rolled on the ground. Damn it, my nose, my teeth, oh. Ding Zhuan, looking extremely disheveled and struggling to stand up, had blood, saliva, and tears flowing down his face. What are you all waiting for? Kill him. I'm going to make him pay with his life today. Go for it. Ding Zhuan had completely lost it. A fallen family's idiot young master dared to lay hands on him. He did not dare to retaliate against Yifan in any way, and it was all for nothing. I'll ask you one last time. Will you open the gate and let me in? Yifan stepped his foot on Ding Zhuan's chest, pinning him against the wall, and coldly reprimanded. For Ding Zhuan, this was an extremely humiliating stance. The grand steward of the Ma family was being threatened by a fool in such a way. Most crucially, he couldn't even touch Yifan. He could only watch himself being bullied. You can forget it. Have the courage to kill all of us, Otherwise, you won't be getting through that gate today, dreaming of the Ma family supporting your Yi family. Although Ding Zhuan couldn't do anything to Yifan, it was impossible for him to open the gate. Fine. This is your choice. Don't regret it. Yifan grinned wickedly, released Ding Zhuan, and then turned to Qing Ruolin. Darling, let's go. Ding Zhuan was puzzled, not understanding. Wasn't Yifan just so full of momentum? Was he intending to leave like this? Backing down? He thought the rumors about the Yi family's young master being powerful were all false. Surely, they were not for me now, and that's why they were bullied by Yifan. The storm stopped, the rain ceased, and Ding Zhuan felt like he had regained his dignity. Feeling a bit proud, he straightened his collar, cleared his throat, scared. Hot. Idiot. Don't let the door hit you on the way out. With Yifan embracing Qing Ruolin, she to look puzzled. Xiaofan, are we leaving now? Yifan gave a cold smile. How could we? Those who bully Yifan have yet to be born. Get in the car. Buckle up. After Qing Ruolin got in the car and buckled up, without any hesitation, Yifan stepped on the gas pedal, turned the steering wheel, and the reinforced version of the Hummer, roaring like a bull, madly collided with the gate of the Ma family. Life and death meant nothing. Challenged. Bring it on. Since Yifan didn't need to hide his strength, what was there to fear? If they won't let me leave through the gate, then I'll crash through it. Whoa. Yifan, what are you doing? Have you gone crazy? Seeing Yifan's Hummer roaring towards the main gate, Ding Zhuan was completely stunned. Quick, stop him. This fool, indeed, does not play by the rules. For a normal person who would dare recklessly charge towards someone else's main gate, the main gate of a mansion is considered the face of the owner. To crash into someone's main gate is to strike them in the face. But a fool truly has no reason. However, at this moment, the bodyguards had already witnessed Yifan's madness. Yifan even dared to beat up the steward at the grandmother level, so for these ordinary bodyguards to rush up would be like offering themselves as sacrifices. Therefore, despite Ding Zhuan shouting until he was hoarse, none of the bodyguards dared to step forward. As Yeffen's car was about to crash into the gate, with no other choice, Ding Zhuan had to step in, flashing his body in front of the gate, reprimanding Yeffen. Crazy. Stop. Damn it. I dare you to crash into me instead. The current Ya family was already on the brink of collapse, and the young master of the Ya family was nothing but a joke. As the chief steward of the Ma family, or bluntly speaking, a dog of the Ma family, even a dog would hold more value than Yeffen. Ding Zhuan bet that Yeffen did not have the guts for it, but Ding Zhuan did not know that when Yeffen wiped out the 3 major families in the Yun city, he did not even bat an eye. How could he possibly fear a mere chief steward? Are there such bizarre requests? Humph. They must be fulfilled. A hint of grimness appeared at the corners of Yeffen's mouth, and he pressed the accelerator again, reaching its limit. Thus, amid the deafening roar, the Hummer Yeffen was in, like a released arrow, whizzed towards Ding Zhuan, aiming to collide with him. Whoa, he's gone mad. Completely mad. He truly is a fool. Seeing Yeffen actually coming straight at him, Ding Zhuan also panicked. Although he was a powerhouse at the grandmother level, he had never faced head-on collision with a speeding car, not to mention that he was already injured, greatly diminishing his strength. Instinctively, Ding Zhuan wanted to dodge. But what made Ding Zhuan despair was that when he tried to channel his energy, he felt a force momentarily dragging his body, delaying his movements by half a second. Doom. It was precisely this half-second delay that caused the speeding Hummer driven by Yeffen to directly send Ding Zhuan flying, crashing into the gate behind. Fortunately, the gate was made of wood, and after Ding Zhuan was propelled through it, he left a human-shaped hole in it. The entire gate then exploded, turning into rubble. Along with the debris, Ding Zhuan was also sent flying out, his whole body almost unrecognizable. Ah, my back, my. Ding Zhuan, realizing he could not dodge, despite trying his best to engage his protective energy, under such tremendous force, his shielding energy burst open. His trousers were punctured by wood chips, with a large hole created, and a piece of wood sticking into his waist. Ding Zhuan's body had almost no intact flesh left on it. Collapsing to the ground, tens of meters away, his body convulsing uncontrollably, he could not even stand up. What are you waiting for? You bunch of idiots, what's the point of Ma family keeping you? Almost in tears, Ding Zhuan scolded the bodyguards around him. But at this moment, all the bodyguards stood frozen in place, none daring to make a move. In their minds, there was only one thought. This young Ya, he truly is formidable. Sitting beside Yeffen, Qing Ruolin was protected by Yeffen's energy. Although the front windshield of the Hummer had shattered, Qing Ruolin remained unharmed. Xiaofan, is this really okay? Looking at the destroyed gate, Qing Ruolin hesitantly asked Yeffen. After all, the Ma family is a powerful family dominating the southwest. The Ya family still needs their support. Isn't this offending them completely? Yeffen coldly smirked. Even if he didn't crash into the gate, the Ma family would not return to their former relationship with the Ya family. No worries. Yeffen kicked open the car door, stepped out, and approached Ding Zhuan. Chief Ding, as I said earlier, I came to visit the old master of the Ma family. It must be through the main entrance. Look, I still entered through the front gate, didn't I? You dare to. Ding Zhuan endured the excruciating pain in his body, reprimanding Yeffen. What you are doing? The Ma family won't let you off. Ding Zhuan, while speaking, glanced towards the courtyard. What will the old master of the Ma family do? With the situation having escalated to this extent, why hasn't the old master come out? What is he waiting for? In the study of the Ma family compound, Ma Wenkai and his son Ma Wei watched the monitor screen with a solemn expression. Father, do you think this Yeffen is truly foolish or pretending to be foolish? How can he be so audacious? Ma Wei furrowed his brows, as the news of Yeffen's awakening had not reached them yet. Their information indicated that Yeffen was still in a foolish state, but Yeffen's current behavior seemed somewhat different from a foolish state. Suai, I'm not too sure either. The situation is quite tricky now. The Zhang family over there suddenly encountered such a significant event, and it seems the Ya family has begun to retaliate. If Yeffen has completely awakened, we may be in trouble. Ma Wenkai began to hesitate. After all, Ma Wenkai used to be the most loyal deputy to Ya Changfeng. They were supposed to be deeply tied to the Ya family. However, 5 years ago, due to the favors received, the Ma family gradually distanced themselves from the Ya family, Up until now, Ma Wenkai realized he had led the Ma family to a dangerous situation. In the eyes of those people over there, they always harbored suspicion towards him. Similarly, on the Ya family's side, they seemed to have begun to doubt him as well. Father, you must make a final decision as soon as possible, otherwise, we might end up pleasing neither side. Moreover, after participating in the assassination of Ya Lingjun, we can't turn back. Ma Wei analyzed the situation accurately, something Ma Wenkai already knew. But thinking of the Ya family's fear, Ma Wenkai was still hesitant. However, now that Yefen has personally come to their door, his attitude should be clear. You are right, we have no way back. The Ya family is already a thing of the past. Let's go. Let's meet Yefen, but we can't directly attack him now, we must first stabilize him. Our Ma family is awaiting a message, and if that matter is successful, the Ya family's downfall is guaranteed. Understood, Father. I will go and receive him. Ma Wei's eyes flashed with a tinge of darkness as he quickly made his way to the courtyard in front. Inside the Ma family compound, Ding Zhuan looked utterly hopeless as he eyed the courtyard, waiting for the old master of the Ma family to send help. Soon enough, Ma Wei appeared in front of Yefen and Ding Zhuan, saying, "Hey, isn't this the young master of the Ya family? You came without prior notice. I didn't come out to greet you. Please come inside quickly." As Ma Wei spoke, he scolded Ding Zhuan. "Ding Zhuan, how do you welcome guests? What's with this situation? Why haven't you knelt down to apologize to the young master?" Huh. Ma Wei's words left Ding Zhuan completely baffled. Damn it! Didn't you and your father order me to make things difficult for Yefen? Now, you are asking me to apologize. Why am I the one getting hurt every time? What are you staring at? I told you to apologize to Master Yi Shao. Can't you understand human language? Ma Wei kicked Ding Zhuan forward. You're nothing more than a dog. What right do you have to act so pretentious here? Do you think you're so great? Well, it seemed like Ma Wei was scolding Ding Zhuan. His words were actually directed at Yifan. Yifan was not a fool and could naturally understand what Ma Wei was implying. Forget it. A dog will always be a dog, never able to change its nature of eating shit. Plus, dogs have a trait of always looking down on people. They don't realize that humans are actually much stronger than they perceive. Don't you agree, Master Ma? Yifan smiled faintly, staring at Ma Wei with a hint of mockery, turning Ma Wei's words back on him without batting an eye. Ma Wei used Ding Zhuan's incident to scold Yifan, but Yifan, in turn, used the dog analogy to cleverly counter Ma Wei, leaving him speechless. Master Yi, is this still the fool from the Yi family before? He even knows how to fight back now, directly accusing me of looking down on others with dog-like eyes. In the end, Ma Wei gained nothing from the confrontation. Just as the situation was becoming tense, Ma Wenkai suddenly walked out from the backyard and respectfully bowed to Yifan. Master Yi, I am Ma Wenkai, paying my respects to you. My son and the steward at home were disrespectful to Master Yi. Please forgive them. Yifan commented coolly. Ma Wenkai, unless Master Yi is not mad, they can just be disciplined. After all, it was just because the steward prevented me from entering through the front door. Nothing major. Since I'm already here, and I accidentally damaged Master Ma's gate too much, I think Master Ma wouldn't mind. Seeing Ma Wenkai's emotional response, Ma Wei quickly reminded him, eventually maintaining his composure and offering a peace offering to Yifan. At this point, Yifan handed over some gifts to Ma Wenkai, including a bullet that Yifan's father had once stopped for Ma Wenkai. Upon receiving the bullet, Ma Wenkai was moved to tears, recalling the time when Yifan's father had saved his life during a battle. This gift symbolized reconciliation and forgiveness between them. However, Ma Wenkai's subsequent actions revealed his intention to switch his allegiance to another powerful family, leading to an inevitable failure for Yifan's visit. Not willing to leave empty-handed, Yifan suggested having a cup of tea and a chat with Ma Wenkai in the hall. Yifan pointed out that Fang Ruolin was his wife, indicating that he knew of Ma's family's actions, was still confident and unyielding in asserting his authority. Yifan's bold demeanor alarmed Ma Wenkai, as he realized the depths of Yifan's cunning and resolve, understanding that Yifan was not to be underestimated. Rampant. Yifan, you're going too far. Even if your grandfather is here, you wouldn't dare speak to my father like this. Who do you think you are? Ma Wei had just been berated by Yifan at the door, an incident that left him feeling extremely aggrieved. Now, Yifan was even bullying his own father. If it weren't for the fact that they were in the Ma family mansion, Ma Wei would have wanted to fight Yifan with his sword. Young Master Ma, give yourself some face and speak less. Don't forget, according to your father's words, your life is still in my hands. If I get annoyed, I can just cut you down, and Lord Ma won't say anything. Right? Lord Ma. Yifan deliberately turned his head towards Ma Wenkai while speaking. Even though Ma Wenkai was close to exploding with anger, he had indeed spoken those words earlier. With Yifan asking like this, he had no reasonable rebuttal. Ye young master is right. Ma Wenkai coldly eyed Ma Wei, saying, "Shut up. This idiot doesn't know when to keep his mouth shut. How come his own son, who was several decades older than Yifan, had such a pig-headed brain? He was far from being able to match up to Yifan. Also, another matter. Lord Ma, the head of the Xia family in the capital, is a very good friend of mine. Recently, I heard that the Ma family has been causing trouble for the Xia family in many aspects. Please, Lord Ma, issue an order now for everyone to stop their actions. I'm waiting." Yifan stared at Ma Wenkai intensely, leaving no room for negotiation. There were two matters at hand. Ma family had to make concessions in the key project with the Qing family, and they had to stop oppressing the Xia family. These were crucial missions deliberately mandated by higher-ups. How could Ma Wenkai dare to command to stop them? Young Master Yi, this puts me in a difficult position. Everyone competes based on their own abilities in business matters. For young Master Yi to forcefully pressure us like this may not be appropriate. As for the situation with the Xia family, I have heard about it as well, but I never knew how it was related to our Ma family. However, since young Master Yi mentioned it, I'll immediately send people to investigate. We will offer an explanation as soon as possible. How about that? Although Ma Wenkai said this verbally, he was internally shocked. In just 2 days in Huadu, Yifan seemed to have a clear understanding of all situations. Kai Feng's matters aside, how come everything arranged by the Ma family was exposed? Ma Wenkai, if you didn't hear clearly, I'll repeat it. Today, I didn't come here to wait for your investigation or consultation. I'm giving orders that you must immediately execute. My patience is limited. Yifan shook his head, completely disagreeing with Ma Wenkai's proposed solutions. Ma Wenkai's brows furrowed at Yifan's attitude. Young Master Yi, you must understand that Ma and Yi families are not what they used to be. Young Master Yi, you may not fully comprehend the current situation. The Yi family is not the same as before, and neither is the Ma family. Young Master Yi, please. Furthermore, I offer advice sincerely to young Master Yi. It would be best for young Master Yi to leave Daxia immediately and live quietly in a place where no one knows. Perhaps you can preserve a bit of Yi family's prosperity. Otherwise, once you leave Ma family's gates, I cannot guarantee what will happen. This was a blatant threat. Without hesitation, Yifan raised his hand and slapped Ma Wenkai across the face, causing Ma Wenkai to see stars. Ma Wenkai, it seems you've forgotten your place. You used to be my grandfather's deputy. I respected you by calling you Lord Ma, but disrespecting you would be no different from cutting you down with a knife. Do you dare to say a word? The sharp sound of the slap echoed in the hall, leaving the onlookers stunned. This young Master Yi was truly bold. As Ma Wenkai's grandson, one should show courtesy towards Ma Wenkai, but Yifan not only dared to challenge him, but also dared to slap him, which was akin to defecating on the Ma family's head. Enough is enough. Ah, outrageous. Yifan, do you really think I won't do anything to you? Guards, teach him a lesson. Consider it me teaching you how to behave on behalf of your grandfather. Ma Wenkai's face turned pale, blood trickling from his mouth, as he shouted at the guards in the hall. A group of over a dozen people received the order and immediately rushed towards Yifan. Unlike the guards outside, the guards inside were Ma Wenkai's seasoned warriors, ready to obey his every command. However, Yifan effortlessly blocked them with a surge of energy, creating a barrier 3 meters away, preventing the martial arts experts from advancing. Under the pressure of Yifan's powerful aura, the martial arts experts lost control and knelt before Yifan, unable to move forward. You think these trash can kill me? Yifan smiled faintly, sending another wave of energy that formed a barrier around him, stopping the martial arts experts in their tracks. The strongest among them were only at the grandmother level, whereas Yifan, at the martial sage level, could easily overpower them. Seeing this terrifying display, Ma Wenkai was shocked and awed. Was this the talent of a monstrous genius? After being confined for 5 years, Yifan had broken through to the martial sage level. No wonder he was so arrogant. At only 20 years old, he had reached the martial sage level, offering hope to break through to the martial emperor level before he turned 60. However, Ma Wenkai had no idea that Yifan had already reached the level of martial emperor. Ma Wenkai, today you have no choice but to follow my instructions. Do I need to reveal everything? Yifan had received information that the direct contact between the Ma family and the Black Cloth Society was Vice President Matsumoto Irin from Dongjing. Are you still waiting for news from Matsumoto? Are you hoping that their planned attack on Yulinglan at Penlai Canyon will succeed? Yifan gazed coldly at Ma Wenkai, revealing the final ace up his sleeve. Let me tell you, Matsumoto Irin is already dead at my hands. The power of the Black Cloth Society, Idaxia, has almost been wiped out. You can no longer rely on them. Ma Wenkai's body trembled at Yifan's words. His eyes showed fear. How did Yifan know everything? How did he know about his contact with Matsumoto, and that Matsumoto had been killed by him? Why did he not know about this news? As per normal procedures, given that the Ma family was a crucial piece arranged by higher-ups in Huadu, such critical information should have been relayed to him. However, the higher-ups had realized that things were amiss and had started distancing themselves from Tang Zhang, Zhang Hen, and Ma Wenkai, with no intention of informing the Ma family of these developments. On one hand, to sever connections and avoid leaving any evidence. On the other hand, to utilize the Ma family's remaining value to engage in one final conflict with the Yi family, depleting their resources. I know you may not believe me, but you should be familiar with this bracelet, right? Matsumoto is dead. Do you think your Ma family can stir up trouble against my Yi family now? Yifan stared coldly at Ma Wenkai, his eyes devoid of the earlier smile, replaced by a chilling intent. If Ma Wenkai refused to comply, Yifan would personally slay them all. Bracelet? Ma Wen carefully stared at the bracelet in Yifan's hand, scrutinizing it several times to confirm that the one Yifan had was indeed the one from Songben. The battle in Penlai Gorge last night was targeted at the first female Valkyrie of Daxia, Yulinglan. Yulinglan was Yifan's wife, so it was only natural for Yifan to intervene to save her. However, with the formidable power of the Black Cloth Society on the Songben side, along with the support from Zhuanwu Domain, did they really completely annihilate them? Moreover, why was he not informed of this news? Ma Wen furrowed his brows and quickly pondered, already forming a bold idea in his mind. In such a situation, there were only two possibilities. Firstly, Yifan could be lying, but the bracelet in Yishao's hand couldn't be lying. The other possibility was that the higher-ups had already abandoned the Ma family. Father, I just received new information. Please take a look. Ma Wei spoke, voice trembling slightly, as he turned on the television in the hall. The news broadcasted on TV was the press conference held in Zhuanwu Domain. Last night, the Black Cloth Society ambushed our Daxia female Valkyrie in Penlai Gorge. They were all exterminated by our Zhuanwu Domain Zhenjia Wang Yifan. Song Ben and Elder Kozumi were all killed by Zhenjia Wang. Consequently, Zhuanwu Domain decided to promote Yifan to the position of vice leader of Zhuanwu Domain, the actual controller of Zhuanwu Domain, representing the highest command authority of Zhuanwu Domain, assisted in the transfer of power and auxiliary management. Additional information: 5 years ago, Yifan had already entered Zhuanwu Domain to carry out multiple missions, achieving hundreds of battle achievements and becoming one of the 4 Zhenjia Wangs of Zhuanwu Domain. On the TV, the leader of Zhuanwu Domain, Gu Fan, was detailing Yifan's previous battle experiences. Ma Wen's mind suddenly exploded like thunder. Zhenjia Wan of Zhuanwu Domain, vice leader of Zhuanwu Domain, the actual controller. These identities felt like Mount Tai, exerting pressure on Ma Wen continuously. Yifan was truly mysterious. 5 years ago, at the young age of 15, Yifan had already become one of the 4 Zhenjia Wangs of Zhuanwu Domain, an absolute high-ranking position. His achievements alone with the 100-play Dragon Army were enough to make people lose sleep. And now, with the control of Zhuanwu Domain, the martial powerhouse of the southeastern 100,000 Zhuanwu Domain, what's left to play? The Ma family. In front of the Yi family, they were insignificant. Even if the Yi family was currently declining, even if the Yi family only had Yifan as their sole hope, but Yifan had already reached at least the martial sovereign realm in strength, and was even the vice leader of Zhuanwu Domain, representing the martial artists of the southeastern 100,000 Xuanwu domain. Who would dare to easily provoke Yi Fan? Who would dare to act against the Yi family easily? Ironically, he was still waiting for the success news of the Black Clothes Society. According to the information from the Black Clothes Society, once their plan to attack the Daxia female Valkyrie succeeded, it would have a huge impact on Xuanwu domain, causing turmoil and changes. Moreover, crucially, Yu Linglong was the leader of Yi Fan's 7 sisters-in-law. If Yu Linglong was eliminated, the situation for the Yi family would be very unfavorable. But now, with the complete destruction of the Black Clothes Society and the previous traitor Zhou Yao in Xuanwu domain also eliminated, Gu Feng credited all the achievements to Yi Fan alone, establishing an immensely powerful reputation in Xuanwu domain. It would be difficult for Yi Fan not to control Xuanwu domain. Thump! Ma Wen couldn't stand anymore and collapsed to the floor. The Ma family was finished. He had ultimately made the wrong choice. The last chance was in front of him, but he failed to grasp it. What was Yi Lao asking from him? Ma Wen knew it naturally, but it was already too late for regrets. Father, are you okay? You must be okay. Seeing the news on TV, Ma Wei also turned tail. The big shots above didn't even inform the Ma family about the failure of the operation in Penlai Gorge. It was obvious they had abandoned the Ma family. Although Ma Wei was a bit slow, at this moment, he still understood. I'm fine. Ma Wen held the bullet in his hand and gamely searched for it a few times. There was a hint of determination in his eyes. Ma Wei, do you know why I didn't let you participate in all the Ma family's actions and core decisions of the high level? Why? Ma Wei had some complaints before. Although he was the eldest son of the Ma family, his father had sidelined him since 5 years ago, not allowing him to participate in many things. Because I wanted to save your life, Ma Wen struggled to stand up, respectfully bowing to Yi Fan. Yi, I will comply with all your requests. Bring me. I command. Abandon all competition related to the Qing family projects. Revoke all suppression operations. Additionally, transfer all your resources to Miss Qing. Initially puzzled, Ma Wen's assistant immediately understood the situation and said, "All right, I'll arrange it right away." Secondly, cease all suppression actions against the Xia family. If anyone from the Xia family has been arrested, we withdraw all reports and fully support the Xia family to resume operations. Understood. With these 2 orders, several assistants in the Ma family hall began swiftly conveying Ma Wen's commands. Ma Wen was worried that his subordinates might doubt his orders, so he recorded a video explaining, "I am Ma Wen, former vice leader of the Dragon Army, CEO of the Ma Group, head of the Ma family. I now make a solemn decision to transfer all assets of the Ma Group to the Yi family. I hope everyone cooperates fully with the operation. All the high-ranking officers I brought from the Dragon Army must obey the orders of Yi Fan. Those who disobey will be going against my command. The abolition of all suppression against the Qing family and Xia family, donating all assets of the Ma Group, transferring the commanding power of the officers from the Dragon Army." These 3 decisions were made within a few minutes. Ma Wen still had some courage. Yi Fan stood aside, quietly observing Ma Wen's actions. Xiao Fan, this. Qun Ruolin still didn't understand many things, not knowing why Ma Wen, upon seeing a piece of news, was so fearful, and directly gave up the Ma Group, acknowledging defeat. Even without the support of the Black Clothes Society, the Ma family still had a solid foundation. But Ma Wen knew that since Yi Fan could become the vice leader of Xuanwu domain, he must have other hidden cards yet to be revealed. All his efforts were in vain. "Yi Shao, I am sorry for the Yi family. In the actions involving second young Master Yi of the Yi family, although I did not directly act, I was also involved due to being swayed by others. However, that action was a decision made by me, Ma Wen. Thus, I, Ma Wen, offer my life. I humbly request that Yi Shao, in consideration of Ma's earnest efforts, spare the Yi family. Ma Wei, remember my words. Do not hold any thoughts of revenge. Everything is the fault of our Ma family." Ma Wen solemnly bowed 3 times to Yi Fan, and then, to the shocked gazes of Ma Wei and Qun Ruolin, he took out a dagger, placed it against his throat, and cut it without hesitation. "Ah, father, don't do this. Family head, don't do this." In the hall, both Ma Wei and the steward Ding Zhuan couldn't help but let out a scream when they saw Ma Wenkai's actions. Ma Wenkai was the sole figure of the entire Ma family, managing everything in the Ma family. Although Ma Wei was Ma Wenkai's legitimate son, The difference in ability between him and his father was too great. If Ma Wenkai were to die at this moment, leaving behind the entire Ma family, Ma Wei would not be able to control it completely. Of course, now that Ma Wenkai had directly announced donating the Ma family to the Yi family, there was no need for Ma Wei to manage it. But with the death of his father, Ma Wei instantly felt lost. "Dad, why do this?" Ma Wei approached Ma Wenkai, hugging him and covering the wound on his neck with his hand, crying, "Father, what will we do without you? Son. The Ma family has done wrong and must pay the price. One person's death is better than all of you dying. After handling the matters of the Ma family, leave Daozia. I have arranged a place for you in the study. Never seek revenge, understand? This is our Ma family's own fault. It's me, Ma Wenkai, who took the wrong path, who wronged you, Lord. Alas, if there's a chance, apologize to ye Lord for me." With the last of his strength, Ma Wenkai explained everything to Ma Wei clearly. Then, his head tilted, completely losing his life. Back in the day, when he commanded the northern battles in Daozia, Ma Wenkai was a formidable general who shook the four corners, fully capable of standing on his own. Otherwise, Ma Wenkai would not have been appointed as the deputy commander of the Dragon Army. However, such a formidable general ultimately met with this kind of ending. "Dad." Ma Wei held Ma Wenkai's body, beginning to wail. And seeing the situation, each member of Ma Wenkai's personal guard team around him immediately began to rage, channeling their energy to prepare to attack Yifan. "It's all that jerk Yifan. He killed old Ma. Yes. Brothers, attack. Kill him." Not only these personal guards, but also in a corner of the hall, there was an elder in a Wuzun robe who stared sharply at Yifan. This was the hidden master bodyguard who had followed Ma Wenkai the longest. Zifan, seeing the imposing situation around him, Qing Ruolin felt anxious, nervously holding onto Yifan's arm. Although Yifan was strong, this was the Ma family. With so many martial arts experts around, would Yifan be their match if they all attacked? However, what Qing Ruolin didn't know was that Yifan had long reached the level of a martial emperor, and the experts present there, added together, were no match for Yifan. Yet, in the face of the guard's restless behavior, Yifan remained calm, standing still without any action. Yifan was waiting to see how Ma Wei would act. Although in the past, the Ma family had made great contributions to the Yi family, allowing the Yi family to become the first family in Daozia and also relying on the Ma family. If Ma Wei dared to have any disloyalty, Yifan would mercilessly eliminate everyone in the Ma family. Just as those bodyguards were about to rush towards Yifan, Ma Wei suddenly shouted, "Stop. Did you all forget what grandfather just said? Everything is the fault of our Ma family. It's our Ma family's own fault. Ma family apologizes to the Yi family. Anyone who dares to disobey grandfather's orders will face no mercy." Although Ma Wei's authority was not as good as Ma Wenkai's, he was after all Ma Wenkai's legitimate son, and his status was there. With one sentence, all the guards and martial masters present immediately halted. "Young Master Ma, shut up." Those legitimate guards wanted to retort, but were directly silenced by Ma Wei's rebuke. "Everyone, follow me, kneel." Ma Wei, while rebuking, walked respectfully up to Yifan and knelt in front of him, speaking solemnly. Ma Wei leads all the Ma family members to kneel and pay respects to young Master Yi. I will hand over all of the Ma family's assets within 3 days, as well as the tasks assigned by my father. Please have young Master Yi forgive us. Although all the members of the Ma family in the hall, including the steward Ding Zhuan, were resentful inside, at this point they had no choice. Yifan stood there without taking action, but the overwhelming power and authority of Yifan had already made old Ma give up hope and apologize by suicide. The other Ma family members could only yield. Majestic. HMPH. Young Master Ma, who just called me a dog-like thing. Yifan stared coldly at Ma Wei, actually hesitating in his mind. According to Yifan's character, he would not spare any of these enemies who had attacked his second brother, wiping them out directly. But from the detailed information Yifan acquired from Qianji Pavilion earlier, it seemed that the Ma family had, indeed been as Ma Wenkai said, not heavily involved in the attack on Yilingzhan, at most being in a neutral state, neither engaging nor supporting. And as for the collaboration with the Black Cloth Society, although it had been going on for some time, Ma Wenkai seemed to have been hesitating all along, so the bad deeds done in collusion could be largely ignored. So, Yifan was conflicted about how to handle the Ma family now. "Young Master Yi, forgive us. I was wrong just now. Our Ma family will always be a dog of the Yi family. I am a dog. Please punish me, young Master Yi. Ma Wei lowered his head, kneeling directly on the ground, not daring to raise it. Although Ma Wei still harbored resentment towards Yi Fan, he dare not show it now. With his father sacrificing his life to save the Ma family, Ma Wei feared that one misstep from him would ruin the Ma family entirely. Watching the situation in front of him, Yi Fan frowned, then found his grandfather's phone and made a call. On the way to Beijing, Yi Jiangfeng was resting his eyes, but his mind was pondering the battle between Yi Fan and the Zhang family. He couldn't understand how Yi Fan, his youngest grandson, who had been foolish for 5 years, managed to draw someone like Loftet, the financial tycoon, under his banner. Soon, Yi Jiangfeng was awakened by his subordinates. Yi Lao, there's great news. Young Master, he has become the deputy commander of Zhuanwu territory. You have to see. And the young master also almost wiped out the power of the Black Cloth Society. Idazia, the head of the escort team, Lang Fan, handed the live tablet computer to Yi Jiangfeng to watch. On the screen, it showed General Gu Fan, with Yu Linglong and other high-level officials of the Zhuanwu territory announcing the appointment decision, and also recounting Yi Fan's previous merits. What? Little Fan has actually become the deputy commander of Zhuanwu territory, and he is also designated as the successor of the Zhuanwu territory. How is this possible? Yi Jiangfeng was so shocked that he almost jumped up. He couldn't see through his own grandson anymore. Daozias for major territories had already been controlled by the Yi family, with the Qinglan territory being under the Yi family's control. If the Zhuanwu territory fell into Yi Fan's hands again, what would it mean? Yi Jiangfeng dared not think about it. No, I must call Gu Feng that old thing immediately. Yi Jiangfeng's breathing became somewhat rapid, quickly taking out his phone, finding Gu Feng's number, and making the call. Yi Jiangfeng was starting to suspect whether this was a show. Was someone impersonating Gu Feng at the press conference? He had to ask Gu Feng for confirmation. Initially, Yi Jiangfeng was skeptical and thought the live broadcast was fake. But when the call connected, Yi Jiangfeng saw on the live broadcast screen that the phone on Gu Feng's body rang. Gu Feng glanced at the phone, then instructed Yu Linglong and others beside him with a word, and then left the screen with the phone. Damn, is it actually real? Seeing this scene, Yi Jiangfeng actually started to believe what Gu Feng had announced earlier. That silly grandson of his had actually been plotting since 5 years ago. 5 years ago, he had already entered the Zhuanwu domain and was one of the renowned for great heavenly kings. Yi. The call connected, and Gu Feng respectfully greeted Yi Jiangfeng. Although Gu Feng was also the leader of the Zhuanwu domain, in terms of position, he was on the same level as Yi Jiangfeng. But in terms of prestige throughout the Great Xia, Yi Jiangfeng's reputation was unmatched, so even Gu Feng had to be polite in front of Yi Jiangfeng. Gu Feng, you old rascal, was what you said at the press conference true or false? Yi Fan, at such a young age, is already serving as the deputy leader of the Zhuanwu domain. Are you kidding me? Yi Jiangfeng scolded and complained, but his lips were actually curled up in a smile. Yi Jiangfeng's words had a bit of swagger and show-off in them. Absolutely true. Yi Lao, you've raised a good grandson. 5 years ago, during the bloody battle in the Zhuanwu Sea, which brought out the valiant spirit of the Great Xia, Yi Sha was in charge of commanding it. In that battle, Yi Sha was promoted to one of the 4 great heavenly kings. Everyone acknowledged it, and today's public announcement of Yi Fan's position was also approved by Yi Fan, so Gu Feng didn't hold anything back when talking to Yi Jiangfeng and roughly recounted some things that were not suitable for publication. Listening to Gu Feng's words, Yi Jiangfeng finally understood that there were many unknown merits that were achieved by Yi Fan. It could be said that although the Zhuanwu domain had been stationed in the southeast of the Great Xia for many years, most of the territory was actually conquered by Yi Fan. You guys have kept me in the dark for too long. Yi Jiangfeng's tone carried a hint of resentment. If the Zhuanwu domain hadn't held the press conference today, he wouldn't have known that even the Zhuanwu domain was under Yi Fan's control. This gave Yi Jiangfeng more confidence in negotiating Yi family matters when he went to the capital this time. With such a talented descendant in the Yi family, they were now completely revived. Even if the Yi family lost its 10 core disciples, so what? Yi Lao, please forgive us. Everything Yi Sha instructed us to keep secret. It wasn't our intention to hide it. Gu Feng respectfully responded on the phone, but appointing Yi Sha as the leader of the Zhuanwu domain was not done recklessly. Everyone is convinced that Yisha leads the Zhuanwu domain, and moreover, the current situation of the Zhuanwu domain can only be stabilized by Yisha. We hope you will approve of this. Yi Changfeng's lips curled up. His grandson was now the leader of the Zhuanwu domain, which was a great thing. Why would Yi Changfeng disagree? And appointing Yi Fan as the leader of the Zhuanwu domain was like having an additional life-saving card and a talisman. Yi Changfeng was delighted and naturally wouldn't oppose it. However, he calmly said, "This is an internal matter of your Zhuanwu domain, and I shouldn't interfere too much. Handle it yourselves. But when you have some free time, you must come to Yun City to have a drink with me." Yes, I will definitely come. Ha ha. Indeed, he is a descendant of my Yi family. 5 years ago, I thought Yi Fan was just a monstrous talent in martial arts, but I didn't expect this kid to quietly climb to such a high position in the Zhuanwu domain. For great heavenly kings, speaking of it, at that time Yi Fan should have been the highest-ranking fellow among the descendants of the Yi family. Ha ha. After hanging up the phone, Yi Changfeng couldn't contain his laughter. The Yi family had almost been wiped out, and Yi Changfeng had been grim for so long. Today was the first time he felt so happy. The rise of the Yi family brought complete hope. At least, even if the Yi family couldn't seek revenge or secure peace, if anyone dared to provoke Yi Fan again, they would have to consider whether they could withstand the anger of the Qianlong and Zhuanwu domains with their millions of troops. Congratulations, Yi Lao. Cold Fan, the captain of the guard beside him, was genuinely happy for Yi Changfeng. I didn't expect the young master to be so powerful. This is simply great. Yi Changfeng had barely been happy for 30 seconds when Yi Fan's phone call came through. "Grandfather, something has happened in Huadu. Ma Wenkai committed suicide and apologized. Before his death, he put all of the Ma family's assets under the Yi family and transferred some power of the generals in the Qianlong army. Ma Wenkai is dead." Yi Changfeng's expression paused for a moment. Although he had anticipated it, thinking of his former comrade who had fought side by side with him meeting such an end, he felt a bit touched. "I understand. As the commander of the million-strong army, Ma Wenkai's act of suicide and apology was a deliberate move, and a moment's thought made it clear to Yi Changfeng. Xiaofan, I also have a general understanding of some of the Ma family's previous actions. My advice is, since Ma Wenkai has already died, there's no need to exterminate them all. What do you think? After all, having gone through life and death together, and although some of the Ma family's subsequent actions and choices were uncomfortable, they had not directly harmed the Yi family. So Yi Changfeng, in consideration of his old comrade, wanted to spare the lives of the Ma family members. All right, I understand." Yi Fan had called Yi Changfeng to hear his thoughts, and since grandfather wanted to spare the descendants of his old comrades, Yi Fan naturally followed his lead. Huadu, Ma family mansion. Ma Wei and the other core disciples of the Ma family, the bodyguards, and others were still kneeling on the ground nervously, waiting for Yi Fan's final decision. "Enough, get up. I can forgive you for the sake of your father." With a wave of his hand, Yi Fan's words instantly relieved Ma Wei and the others. At this point, their backs were all soaked in sweat, and their bodies were trembling. Yi Fan's words made Ma Wei realize that his father finally made a wise choice, and at least the lineage of the Ma family could continue. As Yi Fan looked at Ma Wei and the others, a faint smile appeared on his lips, but although capital punishment is avoided, this young master still wants to keep a trick up his sleeve. "To ensure that you won't cause trouble." As he spoke, Yi Fan took out a few pills from his body and handed them to Ma Wei. Although grandfather said not to kill them, in Yi Fan's heart, not supporting the Yi family was akin to betrayal, and some precautions were necessary. What is this?" Ma Wei looked at the dark pills in his hand, feeling uneasy. "Coup teachings bloodthirsty goo larvae, with the mother goo in my body. Once swallowed into the host's body, the bloodthirsty goo will remain dormant within the host's body. If you have any disloyalty, the bloodthirsty goo will automatically trigger, devouring your brain marrow. In addition, if I am in mortal danger, you will also perish. So, you'll have to take care of yourselves." Yi Fan would never let others control his life, nor would he give it to his enemies. These poison goo were the best defense and assurance. A bitter expression appeared on Ma Wei's face. "Figure it out on your own. What other choice is there? Having made mistakes, the fact that everyone is still alive is already a huge blessing." Without any hesitation, Ma Wei tilted his head back, put the pill into his mouth, swallowed it directly, and then gave the remaining pills to a few core disciples of the Ma family to swallow. Yi Xiao, regarding the related personnel of the Ma family, as well as other information known to the Ma family, I will compile a detailed document after organizing my father's study, and send it to Yi Xiao later. Ma Wei at this moment completely lost his previous arrogance regarding the transfer of Ma family assets. Who should we contact? Contact Guo Li and Liu Yang. Guo Li is Yifan's managing brother by his side, while Liu Yang is the financial master cultivated by Yifan, who is now needed. Just as Ma Wei was leaving the Ma family, Qing Ruolin received a phone call from her subordinates at the doorstep. Qing Zan, we just received news. For some reason, the Ma family, which was competing with us before, has actually given up the fight for the project, and they even sent all the application materials to the company, saying they are all free gifts. What's going on? Are they up to something again? Hearing the content of the call, Qing Ruolin looked shocked as she glanced at Yifan beside her, feeling extremely surprised. Is the Ma family starting to take action so quickly? Despite finding so many people and having so many connections, it could not shake the Ma family and make them step back. Yet, Yifan appeared here, and the Ma family's patriarch actually committed suicide on the spot, solving all the troubles of the Qing family. No, then why? Qing Zan, did you manage to establish a relationship with the Ma family on your end? Don't worry, I'll handle it right away. I'll talk to you about the rest when I get back. Qing Ruolin hung up the phone, gave Yifan a glance, and before she could speak, Yifan nodded and said, Ruolan, you go ahead and take care of things. I have other matters to attend to in Huada. All right. Qing Ruolin looked at Yifan, a hint of shyness appearing on her face, then reached out, hugged Yifan's neck, kissed him, and said, Zifan, I'll be waiting for you tonight. If you don't come today, even Linglong's sister will criticize us. Yifan's 7 sisters-in-law married him with the purpose of expanding the Yi family. Although Yifan has awakened, there is only one descendant of the Yi family. It is necessary to be prepared for the future and leave some bloodline behind. However, Yifan has been in Huadu for several days, never going to Qing Ruolin's room, which made Qing Ruolin feel helpless. When Yifan was still pretending to be foolish before, Qing Ruolin could bear her shyness and take the initiative. But now that Yifan has awakened and she has changed from a sister-in-law to a wife, if she takes the initiative again, Qing Ruolin feels her heart can't handle it. Of course, Ruolan, take a good bath tonight. Yifan looked Qing Ruolin up and down, his eyes full of charm. In fact, the minds of Qing Ruolin, Su Yixu, Yu Linglong, and others are the same. Everything is for the sake of protecting the Yi family and leaving descendants behind. Now that Yifan has awakened and is so outstanding, even Yu Linglong, as the great Xia Valkyrie, is afraid she might not be worthy of Yifan, let alone Qing Ruolin and others. It seems that in dealing with the matter of treating the sisters-in-law, she must be more active. You naughty person. I'll leave first. Qing Ruolin reluctantly said goodbye to Yifan, then headed to the Qing family company. Yifan's Hummer was already wrecked. As Yifan was contemplating how to leave, Xia Hao drove a black flatbed next to Yifan. Upon seeing Yifan, Xia Hao hurriedly bowed respectfully. Little Yi, I thank you for saving my life. If it weren't for you, our Xia family would have been completely destroyed. Xia Hao also received news 10 minutes ago that all penalties faced by the construction sites under the Xia family, due to some influences, were suddenly withdrawn. Some suppliers and distribution agents who had previously opposed the Xia family had a sudden change in attitude and started to support the Xia family. In an instant, all construction sites returned to normal operation, relieving Xia Hao of the troubles that he had been facing for several days. When Xia Hao was perplexed, he saw the statement posted online by Ma Wen. Xia Hao immediately realized that it was Yifan who had taken action, so he hurried to thank Yifan. Xia Hao is too polite. It was just something I did casually. Yifan reached out to help Xia Hao up and said with a smile, Master Xia, when we were in Yun City, all the families were far away from the Yi family. Only Xia family stood by the Su family at risk, and I'm fully aware of this favor. Some time ago, when Yifan needed to act foolish, Xia Hao cooperated with Yifan in many aspects, handling numerous troubles. Yifan was truly grateful to Xia Hao. And for those who support him faithfully, Yifan naturally will not be stingy. After a brief thought, Yifan said, all of the Ma family's assets will be taken over by the Yi family. Since the Xia family specializes in real estate, All of Ma family's real estate projects will be managed by the Xia family. But there is a condition. Xia Hao was taken aback. The Ma family's real estate business is at least worth billions in scale, and Yifan actually easily handed it over to the Xia family. I agree. Anything you instruct, little Yi, I will do it. Xia Hao was overjoyed, realizing he had firmly held on to the big tree of the Yi family back then. All those enemies of the Yi family in Yun City have been eliminated, and now, after Yifan arrived in Huadu, both the Qin family and the Ma family had fallen. Soon, those enemies arranged by the Tianan province will all be wiped out one by Yifan. At that time, nothing can stop the rise of the Yi family. Nothing can stop Yifan from seeking complete revenge. Master Xia, you didn't even consider it. Yifan was very satisfied with Xia Hao's attitude, as Xia Hao clearly intended to tie himself to the Yi family. No need to consider. Little Yi. 5 years ago, my life was saved by Little Yi, and now after 5 years, Little Yi saves the entire Xia family from danger. All of Xia family's assets belong to Little Yi, so whatever Little Yi plans, it's all up to you. Xia Hao acquiesced. Not so complicated. I just want Liu Yang to lead and establish a business alliance that is absolutely controlled by my Yi family. So, I hope the Xia family can set an example by joining this alliance first. No problem. Do you need to announce it now? Xia Hao took out his phone with sincerity. Yifan smiled and said, not in a hurry. We'll wait for news from Liu Yan. It will take some time for Liu Yan to organize the Ma family's assets, as well as the integration of the Qin family's resources that Yifan planned, at least after a week. All right. Xia Hao nodded and hesitated for a moment before saying, Little Yi, a prominent figure from the capital found me a couple of days ago, wanting me to contact the great physician to help cure someone. Little Yi. Should I agree? He promised that the reward will definitely satisfy Little Yi. Oh. Yifan's lips curled up with a hint of mischief. If the reward will satisfy me, that's interesting. You can agree to try. Since the figure from the capital had already found Xia Hao, it must have discovered the real identity of the great physician, which is himself. And at this time, they approached Yifan for treatment. Is it really for treatment, or is there something else they want to do? That's great. Little Yi, are you free now? The patient has been lying at my place for several days, but she can't leave. It's giving me a headache. Xia Hao finally breathed a sigh of relief. She's already at your place. Yifan was also taken aback. Let's go. Xia Hao drove Yifan to the Xia family. On their way, Xia Hao curiously asked, have you figured out the identity of the patient? Xia Hao nodded mysteriously. I'm not very clear about it, but I heard others addressing her with the title, Dead Jia Chulan Wei. Hot. Upon hearing this name, Yifan couldn't help but feel a shock. The world's Bed Jia Chulan Wei, the sorrowful woman who remains unwed despite being widowed. The deceased princess from the capital, coming to Huadu specifically to seek treatment from himself. Is this for real treatment, or is there something else they want to do? Dead Jia of the world, as the name suggests, refers to someone with unparalleled skills, albeit with some exaggeration. But it definitely indicates someone not to be underestimated. Did the Ma family surrender without putting up any resistance? In the capital, within a secluded villa on the western hills, a middle-aged man frowned as he read the information in his hands. The Qin family also got wiped out. What are these useless wastes up to? Lately, everything related to the Yi family has been going from bad to worse. Starting from the unexplained annihilation of 3 affiliated families in Yuncheng, to the failed ambush in Penlai Gorge, to the killing of Tang Jiang's grandson, the collapse of the Zhang family, the wipeout of the Qin family, and the surrender of the Ma family. None of these events have been favorable to our side. Boss, based on our intelligence, Yifan should already know about the other families involved in the operation in Huadu. Should we inform them that the situation has been exposed now? And should we inform them about the incident at Penlai Gorge, indicating that Yifan has awakened, and they should be more cautious? Beside the man, an assistant wearing glasses suggested, but the man waved his hand. No need. Things have already escalated in Huadu. Let them stir things up. We not only shouldn't inform about Yifan's awakening, but we should also block it. Otherwise, if news of Yifan's awakening spreads, won't the Gu sect and those in the ancient martial realm push forward? A hint of darkness appeared at the corner of the man's mouth, evidently treating their previous diplomat in Tianan province as sacrificed pawns. How much noise they could make, he wouldn't mind. If they could restrain the Yi family's revenge progress, it would be even better. Alright, but I just received information that Yi Changfen, that old man, is already on his way to the capital, probably wanting to speak directly with the royal family and seek an explanation. What should we do? The assistant seemed worried. After all, in the previous plan, after the oppression of the Yi family to this extent, it would be impressive if Yi Changfeng didn't die of anger. The Yi family would probably be in a slump. However, now Yi Fen not only awakened but also disrupted almost all of their deployments in Yuncheng and Huadu. Yi Changfen is now making his way directly to the capital to force a statement from the royal family, which would be very disadvantageous for the boss. We should do something. But you don't need to worry about that. I have it all arranged. You need to keep an eye on the situation in Huadu. And also coordinate with Zhou Xiao and that Suai. That's crucial. Behind Zhou Ming, there are those mysterious holy envoys. When the time comes, maybe only they can deal with Yi Fan. Understood. After Zhou Ming's injuries in Yuncheng last time, he has oddly recovered and now went to Huadu. I think there will be a big battle. In a villa in the eastern suburbs of Huadu, Zhou Ming was also holding a tablet, reading the report, unable to hold back his cursing. Damn it, Yi Fen has actually become the vice leader of the Zhuanwu territory. This bastard. He has been hiding his strength all this time. Damn. Things are getting complicated now. Sigh. The Qin family is gone. The Ma family surrendered. Our chess pieces in Huadu are getting fewer and fewer. Zhou Ming had no appetite for the apple in his hand, tossing it away, his brows furrow. After the battle at Penglai Gorge, if it aligns with what Gu Feng said, then Yi Fan's strength might have reached the level of a war emperor at least. Originally, before coming to Huadu, due to the intervention of the Holy Envoy, Zhou Ming's strength had been raised to the third tier of the War Emperor, and he was quite confident. But now, Zhou Ming felt unsure. Just thinking about Yi Fan's actions in Yuncheng against himself and Kuno Hayato filled him with fear. Yi Fan had used all his strength to deal with opponents at the warlord level. If they were to meet again, Yi Fan might just tear him apart. Using force against Yi Fan now seemed futile, but if they didn't act, they wouldn't be able to justify to the Holy Envoy above. Has Gu Zhao's top elite, Zhuan Chao, arrived in Huadu? Contact him and tell him I have an important matter to discuss with him. Zhou Ming's eyes flickered as he made a plan. They were surely going to take action against Yi Fan, but since Gu Zhao's top elite had arrived, they should let him lead the way. In the Xiaohao mansion in Huadu, shooting a look at the man before him, Zia Hao respectfully stated, Miss Chu, I have brought the person you asked me to find. Is that so? Then please bring Yi Divine Doctor in. A lazy voice came from inside the house, carrying an enchanting allure. A fragrance wafted out of the room, refreshing the heart and mind. Yi young lord, I'll take my leave if there's nothing else. Zia Hao touched his forehead in embarrassment. I'm getting old and can't handle this anymore. Cough. With that, Zia Hao quickly left the doorway. Watching Zia Hao's departing figure, Yi Fan's lips curled. What was the big deal? She was just known as the greatest seductress in the world. Was it really that exaggerated? Yi Fan stepped into the courtyard and then headed towards the main hall of the small courtyard. As soon as Yi Fan's foot stepped into the entrance of the hall, he was stunned by the sight in front of him. Was this too provocative? In the hall, a woman in a white chiffon skirt was lazily lying on a rattan sofa. One thigh was straight, while the other was slightly bent. The white chiffon skirt slid halfway down from her waist, revealing her curves. Her long, slender thighs were fair and smooth, half covered, half exposed. A glimpse of lace panties in black peeked out, leaving the rest to the imagination. Seductive, displaying the woman's sensuality and allure to the fullest. The word that came to Yi Fan's mind was alluring. Truly the world's greatest seductress, with such a delicate and seductive body, seemingly silently inviting men, tempting them to dominate, conquer, possess. Seductress, seductress, keeping you in bed, unable to move. Just a quick glance, even Yi Fan, an experienced individual, was finding it hard to resist. This was Zhu Lanwei, the wife of the late Prince Zhao Cheng in the capital. Yi young lord, we finally meet. Please allow me to get up to greet you. Rising from the rattan chair lazily, Zhu Lanwei, intentionally or unintentionally, let her chiffon skirt slip down from her shoulder, revealing half of her chest. Oh my! Is this a vacuum? T.S. Dear reader dads, if you're enjoying the drama, make sure to add it to your bookshelf for future reads. Otherwise, you might lose track next time. The key is that Chulanwei intentionally twisted her waist, showcasing her stunning figure completely. With her slim and graceful body, as well as the soaring phoenix, her proud posture exudes elegance and charm in every movement. This feeling is unmatched by Su Yixu, Qing Ruolin, and others. She bears some resemblance to Qiuwen, mature and graceful, but Qiuwen has a down-to-earth charm, while the Chulanwei in front of us gives off a feeling of being on cloud nine. A world-class beauty, truly living up to her reputation. Just one look and there's a desire to pounce and experience that cloud-like feeling. Her exquisite figure on the bed, sleeping peacefully like a cloud. Oops. Sorry, Yisha, you didn't see anything, right? Although Chulanwei complained coquettishly, her actions were not rushed. Instead, she slowly lifted the hem of her skirt to semi-conceal the view. However, her contours were still clearly visible. The attempt at concealment was futile. Enchantress. This is the word that surfaced in Yifan's mind. She must be doing this on purpose, intentionally troubling his thoughts. Humph. Yifan is not so easily swayed, right? With a thought from Yifan, the fire in his dantian flickered again, enveloping him in a strange aura, clearing his mind once more. Beauties. There's no reason for Yifan not to like them, but everything must be within his control. After the mysterious flickering of the flames, in Yifan's eyes, all beauty appeared as a disguised skull. Heh. Does the princess want me to see something? Yifan adjusted his attitude, smirked slyly, and unreservedly began appraising Chulanwei. Especially, and Chulanwei bent down towards Yifan, the charm beneath her neckline, the myriad of curves, seemed to be challenging Yifan not to appreciate it, as if not admiring such a grand view would be an insult to such beauty. Yifan's gaze, sharp as a knife, as if ready to pierce through all barriers on Chulanwei's body. Seeing Yifan's gaze sharpen, Chulanwei subtly furrowed her beautiful brows. She had already proudly presented her most treasured figure to Yifan and even displayed her allure. But Yifan's lack of reaction left Chulanwei feeling slightly defeated. Nearly 30 years old, ever since she was young, Chulanwei rarely encountered a man who could resist her charm when she appeared before them. Even Zia Hao, who was older, always avoided direct eye contact with her. How could Yifan, a 20-year-old young man, resist her charm? According to Chulanwei's expectations, if Yifan came in and saw her in such a state, he would charge towards her or show any desire to go further, which would make it easier for her to proceed with her plans. But now, Yifan's cold demeanor made Chulanwei feel embarrassed. As the princess of the Prince Zhaocheng of Daxia, with a noble status, she wouldn't normally display such seductiveness in front of others. Deep down, Chulanwei was still very conservative. The cheap advantage Yifan had taken was unsatisfactory, and yet, the situation couldn't progress she wanted. Despite feeling defeated, Chulanwei's competitiveness was sparked. Humph. The princess doesn't believe she lacks appeal. Does the princess dare to let Yisha see everything? A mischievous smile played on Chulanwei's lips as she provocatively stared at Yifan. A gentle breeze blew in from outside, lifting Chulanwei's sheer skirt just enough to reveal her thighs, showcasing her graceful figure under the light. Coupled with Chulanwei's seductive gaze, this was a silent invitation to Yifan, as well as a challenge. Though Yifan understood that the princess was not easy to deal with, facing such a seductive woman, even with the fire inside him suppressed, Yifan still felt restless. Dare to. Such words were akin to a woman lying naked on the bed, taunting you with, "Aren't you a man?" This was a trampling of dignity. Princess, you're playing with fire. Yifan took a deep breath, trying to avert his gaze to the side. But damn it, as Yifan's eyes moved sideways, he happened to see the silhouette of the princess. It was exactly like that ancient poem. Viewed from afar, it resembles a peak. Looked at closely, it's a ridge. Height variations create a distinct view. The ancients were not deceiving us. Then why don't we make the fire burn more intensely? Chulanwei observed the change in expressions on Yifan's face and a smug smile appeared on her lips. Clearly, he was still too young. Even when faced with the princess's advances, he couldn't resist. While speaking, Chulanwei lightly bit her red lips with her teeth, and with gentle steps, her body leaned closer to Yifan's chest, her slender arms wrapping around his neck, her fragrant breath wafting onto his chest. Yisha, I'm feeling unwell. Will you help me heal? In such a state of intimacy, murmuring and singing softly in his embrace, the touch was so close, Yifan was finding it extremely difficult to resist. Princess, this is of your own making. While scolding her, Yifan reached out and embraced Chulanwei's slim waist, his hands moving downwards. One word, gentle. When patience wears thin, there's no need to endure any more. With a raised eyebrow, Yifan did not mind experiencing that cloud-like feeling. Even if Chulanwei was the princess, so what? But just as Yifan was about to act, a voice calling from the courtyard entrance interrupted. Yishao, something's wrong. There's trouble. Someone forcibly entered the Xia family mansion, insisting on seeing you. Yifan furrowed his brows, feeling extremely annoyed at such a critical moment being interrupted. In Yifan's arms, Chulanwei, under the slight touch of Yifan's fingertips, started to gaze at him with a hint of intoxication. She had thought that her skills were unparalleled, but she hadn't expected that there was also a peculiar magic in Yifan's body. Within this brief contact, Chulanwei felt an inexplicable attachment. She didn't even want to leave Yifan's embrace, wanting to be held by him like this. It seemed that Yifan exuded a comforting aura that she found extremely pleasant. I'll go change my clothes. Although reluctant, Chulanwei probably guessed who had come. With a swift movement, she scurried towards the bedroom. Feeling suddenly empty in his arms, Yifan felt a bit disappointed, but he also knew that with such a beauty, she needed to be savored slowly. All right. Let me take a look, Yifan answered as he dashed out of the courtyard, only to see an old man in grey robes striding towards him. Surrounding the grey-robed old man were several dozen Xia family bodyguards, with Xia Hao among them. There seemed to be an invisible aura around the old man, preventing the bodyguards from getting close. With every step he took, the ground seemed to tremble. Yisha, this old man is quite strange. We can't do anything about him. Be careful. Xia Hao reported to Yifan with a bitter expression. Yifan waved his hand, his expression becoming serious. Yifan had sensed that the old man in front of him was also at the level of a martial emperor. In the realm of martial arts, although everyone was rapidly increasing their strength, martial emperors were still few and far between in all of Daxia. A martial emperor seeking him out definitely meant something significant. Yisha, this old man came here just to give you a piece of advice. Some people, you better not touch them. Some matters, you better not intervene. Speaking, the grey-robed old man glanced towards the courtyard. Young man, it's normal to appreciate beauty, but the person inside, you can't handle her. Originally, was it all because of Chulanwei that you came here? Is Benshao lacking in confidence? Heh. Just now, if this old thing hadn't come, Yifan would have already made his move. Whether I can handle it or not, I won't know until I try. Moreover, if I can't handle it with one hand, I can always use two, right? HMPH. In all my actions in life, why would I need you to point the way? Yifan stared coldly at the grey-robed old man. Get out of here immediately, and compensate for the damage caused to the Xia family. Yifan did not show any mercy to this old man. Yifan had pretended to be ignorant and endured for so long before in order to find a way to deal with the real mastermind behind the Ya family. Now that he had traced it back to Tan Zheng and Zhang Heng, even if they wanted to cut ties, it was already impossible. Yifan no longer needed to pretend. Furthermore, now Yifan was already at the level of a 7th grade martial emperor. Just now, Yifan had already investigated and found out that although the old man in front of him was also a strong martial emperor, he was at most at the level of a 3rd grade martial emperor. Yifan was not afraid. Heh. It's okay for young people to be bold, but it's not good if they're bold in the wrong place. The old man calmly stared at Yifan. Yishao, I sympathize greatly with what happened to the Ya family. But since Yishao managed to survive, you should live carefully and not have other thoughts. Otherwise, if anything happens to Yishao, the Ya family will truly be wiped out. Threats. Irony. This old man was deliberately poking at Yifan's sore spots. The Ya family was almost wiped out. And until now, although there were clues to the real mastermind behind the scenes, in reality, Yifan was only dealing with some underlings and had not yet reached the real mastermind. This was what angered Yifan the most. Old man, you have a foul mouth. Yifan scolded while, in an instant, his body swiftly moved in front of the grey-robed old man, without any hesitation, and slapped him hard on the face. Crack! A crisp and dull sound echoed at the entrance of the courtyard, and the old man's body spun to full circles following the direction of the slap. You little beast, how dare you! The grey-robed man was furious. His anger exploded, and the energy his body caused his clothes to flutter. But amidst the old man's anger, there was more shock. Yefen's speed was so fast. According to the latest information, Yefen had already reached the peak of martial sovereign and was likely to reach the level of martial emperor, but even at the level of martial emperor, he had just entered. Yet now, the reality seemed to be quite different. The old man himself was already at the level of a third-grade martial emperor, yet he couldn't even see how Yefen had moved his hands. This Yefen seemed not easy to provoke. In the courtyard entrance, the powerful energies of two martial emperors clashed, making the air so heavy it was suffocating. Is that so? The whole country chasing me. I'm very scared. A devilish smile appeared at the corner of Yefen's mouth. Pretending to look very scared, he asked the gray-robed old man, "So, may I ask the senior, how can I avoid such a disaster?" The royal family is not foolish. They certainly won't chase after Yefen. Now Yefen was already the leader of the Xuanwu and Qianlong domains, commanding 1,000,000 troops. How could the royal family be so foolish to chase after him? But what Yefen was curious about was who was behind this gray-robed old man, which was why he played along with the old man's act. Hehe. So you know fear too? If you want to avoid these things, it's simple. First, refuse to heal King's consort Chulin Wei. Secondly, kneel and apologize to me. As for the third, hand over the map fragment on you. If you do these 3 things, I can guarantee your safety. The first 2 requests were within Yefen's expectations, but upon hearing the third request, Yefen began to frown, wanting to covet the map fragment on Bensha's body. Hehe. It sure is greedy. Is that so? You guys also know the secret of the map fragments. Yefen stared at the old man in a gray robe, a cold smile playing at the corner of his mouth. Suddenly, a plan to kill the monkey for the chicken popped into his head. The corner of the gray-robed old man's mouth twitched. In his heart, he thought, with just that little secret of your Yi family, did you think no one knew about it? Why is everyone so crazy about taking action against the Yi family? All for what? Isn't it just for that map fragment of the Yi family, to enter that divine ruins, to enter the celestial palace? But he explained verbally, Yi Shao, those map fragments involve matters of great importance. Your Yi family cannot keep them safe. Give them to me and I will hand them over to the royal family. That is the best choice. Only then can your Yi family be protected in the future. Regardless, he had to get the fragment in Yifan's hands first before deciding what to do with it. As for who to give it to afterwards, that was uncertain. Is that map fragment so important? But I didn't bring it with me. It's stored in a residence in Huadu. How about you come with me to get it? Yefen smirked mischievously. Yefen had just received definite information that the 8th elder of the Great Xia was named Hanmo and had quietly left the capital to do activities in Huadu. There were no instructions regarding Hanmo's movements from the royal family. Yefen had already figured out how to deal with the 8th elder of the Great Xia, Hanmo. Go live, broadcast beating up Hanmo, openly killing the monkey for the chicken. However, Hanmo was a master at the level of a martial emperor after all. If they were in the Xia family, Yefen could naturally defeat him in just 3 moves. But if two martial emperor powerhouses were to fight, the Xia family would probably suffer greatly. So Yifen's idea was to take Hanmo to the outskirts, find an empty and uninhabited place, and then make his move. Oh, is that so? Okay then. Hanmo's mouth curved into a smug smile. While feeling relieved in his heart, he also started to feel proud. Humph. Isn't Yefen very arrogant? He mentioned the pressure from the royal family. Shouldn't he be a bit more restrained? No matter how strong the Yi family was, they still had to follow the royal family, right? Hanmo urged Yefen to leave, but Yefen stood still, turned towards the room, and said, Princess, stop watching the show. Be my witness. Otherwise, if Elder Hanmo takes my things and then kills me when I fight back, who can I reason with? With just a casual remark, Yefen instantly startled Hanmo. Could this guy read minds? What Hanmo had just thought was exactly that. As soon as he got the map on Yefen, Hanmo would not hesitate to kill Yefen to eliminate future troubles. With so many people wanting Yefen dead, even if he really killed Yefen, fearing that even the royal family would secretly praise him, right? But since Yefen had Princess Chulin Wei with him, Hanmo couldn't make his move. Although Princess Chulin Wei's strength couldn't stop Hanmo, the key was her status and the fact that she was requested by someone else not to act. Inside the room, Princess Chulin Wei heard Yifen's words and couldn't help but be speechless. Princess, are you going or not? If you go, things might get troublesome. One of Chulin Wei's maids pointed out the current situation. Hanmo, Why do you think of more than necessary? How could I possibly live here? I just want to find a quiet place to beat you up properly. Odd. Yifan? What are you up to? What do you mean? After hearing clearly what Yifan had said, Hanmo's heart trembled. What? Yifan brought him here to look for a place to fight, and he even had Princess Julanwei as a witness. This guy was so arrogant. Did he have the strength for this? Hanmo had many thoughts in his head for a moment, but seeing Yifan's confident expression, he couldn't help but feel some fear and a sense of impending doom. How did Hanmo feel that the Yifan in front of him might really be able to beat him up? Get out! Want to get out of this car? Hanmo frantically pounded on the car door. Princess, are you just going to sit by and watch Yifan act so recklessly? Do you know what crime attacking an elder of the Great Zia is? How dare you? Julanwei sat quietly in the passenger seat, looking calm. Though she didn't know about Yifan's plan, she had a general idea. From the moment Yifan guided Hanmo out of the Zia family's courtyard, Julanwei knew that Hanmo was in for trouble. Why are you getting excited? It's not like we haven't fought before. Stay calm. We're almost there. Yifan snorted, slammed on the brakes, and stopped the car. They were approaching a large mountain, and there happened to be a barren land of tens of acres. Elder Han, look at this place. It has mountains and water. It wouldn't be a bad choice to bury you here. Yifan taunted Hanmo. I advise you not to resist too fiercely later. Otherwise, if I get agitated, I might end your life. Yifan got out of the car and stared at Hanmo intently. Hanmo now understood that Yifan had brought him here for a fight. This battle was inevitable, but after checking carefully, Hanmo realized that the martial energy radiating from Yifan was completely controlled by himself. Letting you be arrogant. Wait and see how I deal with you later. Princess, you happen to be here as a witness. Yifan blatantly attacked the elder of the Great Zia. I was merely defending myself. If Yifan is in any danger, don't blame me. Hanmo thought he had the upper hand and continued to threaten Yifan. Kid, now hand over what you have on you, and I can spare you on account of your father. I'll give you a few more days of life, but if you insist on seeking death, don't blame me. In fact, when Yifan slapped himself in front of so many people earlier, Hanmo had already thought of killing Yifan numerous times. However, even if he wanted to make a move, Hanmo wanted to stand on the moral high ground. Yifan ignored Hanmo and opened up a live streaming app on his phone, handed it to Princess Julanwei, and said, Princess, start the live stream. You know how to be a camera woman, right? Of course, if you can add some exciting commentary, that would be even better. Julanwei looked at Yifan with some displeasure. This Yifan, is he really playing around like this? Yifan's high-profile live broadcast of beating people, is it really just a simple way to vent frustration? If he wanted to vent, with Yifan's strength, he could easily kill Hanmo anywhere, anytime. Yifan's actions are a declaration of war. It is a declaration of dominance to tell those enemies of the Yi family that Yifan, that monstrous genius, has returned. You better clean your necks and wait for me to come and take your lives. In addition, beating Hanmo, a senior of the Great Zia, is also a signal to the royal family. It is clear that the royal family should not interfere with the matters between the Yi family and their enemies. By targeting senior Hanmo this time, if the royal family decides to intervene, who knows who will be beaten next time. Although Julanwei had not communicated with Yifan, her sharp mind quickly deduced Yifan's intentions. Moreover, Julanwei had come to the capital and intertwined with Yifan. Regardless of any evidence proving her innocence in today's events, Julanwei was already linked with Yifan. Since that's the case, might as well be open about it. After all, Julanwei had come this time for Yifan. Dear viewers, I am Julanwei, the world's most seductive. I am now live broadcasting outdoors. The content of the broadcast is Yi family's killing son, beating the disobedient senior Hanmo. Julanwei's pleasant voice rang out as she set up her phone on the barren land beside her and purposely moved in front of the camera, showing off her charming and alluring figure in the live stream. Oh my god, Julanwei is live streaming. Damn, am I seeing this right? Wasn't Julanwei supposed to be in the capital? How did she suddenly come to the capital? And he's helping Yifan live stream beating Hanmo. What's going on? 666. The live stream room instantly exploded in popularity. Prior to the live stream, Yifan had instructed Pang Hai to use the power of the Tianji Pavilion to directly stream on the short video platform. Together with Julanwei's strong appeal, just a few seconds after the start of the broadcast, The popularity of the live stream had already exceeded 1 million viewers. On the other side, Hanmo, watching Yifan and Chulanwei's actions, felt a bit bewildered. Being beaten in a live stream, how could this old man not be skeptical that this could work in his favor, as there were so many witnesses present, proving that he didn't intentionally attack Yifan first. Kid, this is your last chance. You still have time to regret. Hanmo's mouth curled up slightly. Having reached the strength of Martial Emperor 3rd rank, for some time now, his strength was solid. Even if Yifan's strength matched his at Martial Emperor 3rd rank, in terms of combat experience, Yifan shouldn't be as skilled as him, right? And besides, if worse comes to worst, if he couldn't win, running away was always an option, right? Faft. Before Hanmo could finish his words, Yifan suddenly teleported in front of him, forcefully shoving a large rock into Hanmo's mouth. You talk too much. Greetings, dear viewers. Yifan, for no particular reason, just wanted to let off some steam and then thought about beating this old thing. Hanmo, let's go. 666. While Yifan shoved the rock into Hanmo's mouth, he even greeted those netizens in the live stream room. OW. With a sudden crunch, Hanmo choked, feeling as though his teeth had been shattered, the taste of blood and stone dust sliding down his throat. Hanmo instantly felt like he was choking, but beyond the feeling of choking, what scared Hanmo more was the endless fear in his heart. Something was wrong. Very wrong. Previously, when he was slapped in the Xia family courtyard, it could still be considered an accident, but now, Hanmo was fully focused, yet Yifan managed to shove a rock into his mouth. This couldn't be explained as an accident at all. This could only mean one thing. Yifan's strength far exceeded that of Hanmo, because Hanmo hadn't even felt the fluctuation of martial energy before being hit. Run. That was the first word that flashed in Hanmo's mind. At this moment, Hanmo had already forgotten about the rock in his mouth, and during the pain, he forced himself to swallow the rock, and with a kick, he tried to flee far away. Look, Senior Hanmo is already in a sorry state. He wants to escape. Dear brothers, do you think he can get away? Once again, Chulanwei twisted her waist and moved in front of the camera, alluring, asking those netizens in the live stream room. Hiss. That soft voice made Yifan's legs go weak. With a nasal twang in Chulanwei's voice, it was like a hook that captured the souls of numerous people in the live stream room, especially with Chulanwei's seductive figure. Combined with that soft voice, it completely mesmerized everyone, truly living up to her reputation as the most seductive. The live stream room immediately erupted in excitement, with the popularity skyrocketing to over tens of millions. Almost everyone in the Great Xia was watching the live broadcast. Most were watching Chulanwei, but there were also some watching Hanmo. Hanmo, what's going on? How did he end up in the capital? In the capital, at the residence of the royal family elders, an old man with white hair saw Hanmo's embarrassed appearance in the video, and a bitter smile appeared on his face. That pesky Yi Changfeng just arrived in the capital and was causing trouble everywhere. And now Hanmo unexpectedly went to the capital and got into a fight with Yifan. Isn't this a golden opportunity? Sigh. The white-haired old man was just sighing when Yi Changfeng rushed in with a tablet in hand. Manager Mo, do you had any shame? My Yi family's only fool of a grandson, and you people from the royal family actually sent elders to exterminate us. Humph. Don't think that all the Yi family members are nothing. You can't just push us around. Manager Mo helplessly explained. Lao Yi, listen to me. Hanmo really wasn't sent by us. I don't know how he ended up in the capital. Sigh. Manager Mo knew that the situation was now widely known. With so many eyes glued to the live broadcast, even if he had 100 mouths, he still wouldn't be able to explain clearly. Moreover, Yi Changfeng was known to be a troublemaker, and sending him away today was impossible. I won't listen. I won't listen. Today I must see the higher-ups. If you don't let me in now, I'll shell this place. Yi Changfeng shamelessly sat on the ground. Damn it, I've lost 10 grandchildren without a word, and you actually won't even spare, fool like me. Are you still human? Have you lost all conscience? A fool? I don't buy your nonsense. Everyone was deceived by Yifan, being foolish for 5 years, just to set up this moment, so the Yi family wouldn't be destroyed. If that's the case, then Yifan's hidden intentions are truly deep. In the live stream, Chulanwei followed Yifan's actions. Hanmo barely managed to run 10 steps before Yifan grabbed him back like a chicken, slapped him hard across the face, and said, Senior Hanmo, you're not cooperating. I already told you to cooperate and let me hit you. Why aren't you listening? Woo. Hanmo still had half a stone left in his mouth, almost spitting it out boldly. However, before he could, Yifan suddenly slapped him again and hit his throat. Damn. What's wrong with me? Are you gonna stand there and let me beat you up obediently? Do you think I'm stupid? Hanmo was so enraged that he was on the verge of going crazy. He didn't care anymore and gathered all the martial arts energy in his body, unleashing a fierce blow towards Yifan's chest. You little beast, die. Hanmo, a powerhouse of the rank of Martial Emperor 3rd tier, exerted all his strength, and the power was still extremely terrifying. The powerful wave of energy caused the clouds in the sky to gather and sway. Looking from a distance, it was as if a sudden tornado had occurred, a force that was incredibly destructive, coming towards Yifan. The shocking scene was exactly like in a novel. The barrage of comments from netizens in the live broadcast room began. Which cultivator is undergoing tribulation here? You fool! That's a terrifying display of martial arts energy. Martial arts are the closest level to us. If that punch lands, can it shatter the scrambled eggs my girlfriend made for me? Get lost. Too much public display of affection. May you die early.